Chapter 1. Awakening of the Self-Discipline System. 200 pounds? Goodness, I've gained weight again. Upon glancing at the numbers displayed by the electronic scale beneath his feet, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. At a height of 1.78 meters and weighing 200 pounds, his physique resembled that of a perfect square. Indeed, I may be a bit overweight, but life has been rather pleasant. As he surveyed his body, laden with excess flesh, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself lost in reminiscence. It has been approximately 11 years since his arrival in this world. In his previous life, while still a university student, he had stayed up for 3 consecutive nights gaming in an internet CAF. The moment he closed his eyes, he awoke in this new realm, inhabiting the body of a 5-year-old child. This place is a world strikingly similar to Earth, known as Blue Star. The most significant difference is that this world is not solely populated by ordinary people, but also by practitioners who transcend human limits, referred to as martial artists. Powerful martial artists can split mountains and rivers, soar through the skies, and a single individual can stand against an entire nation. They possess absolute authority in this world. In addition to martial artists, the uninhabited regions of Blue Star are home to countless formidable beasts, born with an innate hostility towards humans, often clashing with human cities. Many of these beasts are astonishingly powerful, to the extent that even advanced human weaponry struggles to combat them. Only martial artists of equivalent strength can contend with such foes. To become a martial artist, one must first awaken their martial soul. The martial soul is the most extraordinary gift this world bestows upon humanity. Only after awakening, it can one absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate and learn various potent techniques. Naturally, the probability of awakening a martial soul is exceedingly low. According to incomplete official statistics, only one lucky individual awakens their martial soul among every 5,000 ordinary people. Every ordinary person has a chance to awaken their martial soul at the age of 14, potentially becoming a powerful martial artist. When Jiang Xiaoyu first learned this information, he was ecstatic. In his previous life, he was merely a destitute orphan, relying on social welfare to attend university. With no ties to hold him back, Jiang Xiaoyu had always lived a day-to-day existence, content to be a salted fish for the rest of his life. However, arriving in such an intriguing world ignited a spark of ambition within him. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he believed that any transmigrator must undoubtedly be a protagonist. He envisioned himself as the quintessential dragon soaring through the skies, effortlessly attaining beauty, power, and ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life. Moreover, the 5-year-old Jiang Xiaoyu, who had crossed over, bore no memories of his parents, having been adopted by the headmaster of the Qinglong Martial Academy. With a classic orphan's beginning and the headmaster as a formidable ally, it was hard for even Jiang Xiaoyu himself to deny his status as the protagonist. With such expectations, he eagerly awaited the day he would awaken his martial soul at the age of 14. Given my talent, it should be a breeze to awaken a martial soul. Surely it would attract the attention of various esteemed figures seeking disciples. With a surge of confidence, Jiang Xiaoyu proceeded with the martial soul awakening ceremony. On that day, many were keenly observing him, for he had been adopted by the headmaster since childhood, leading them to believe he must possess extraordinary qualities, and his awakened martial soul would surely be exceptional. However, half an hour passed, and the martial soul testing stone before Jiang Xiaoyu remained utterly still. The final result was that Jiang Xiaoyu astonishingly lacked a martial soul, not even possessing the most basic one. This meant that Jiang Xiaoyu would never become a martial artist in his lifetime. That day, Jiang Xiaoyu became the subject of ridicule. From that moment onward, Jiang Xiaoyu began to wallow in despair, resigning himself to a life of lethargy. Thus, he joined the culinary team at the Qinglong Martial Academy. With life unfolding in such a melodramatic fashion, he might as well indulge in good food and drink, embracing the life of an ordinary person. In just 2 short years, Jiang Xiaoyu became the heaviest individual at the Qinglong Martial Academy. Smack! A sharp sound abruptly jolted Jiang Xiaoyu from his reverie. Damn it, who dares to strike my brother you? Do they wish to court death? Jiang Xiaoyu covered his head and turned irritably to look. Smack! Before Jiang Xiaoyu could comprehend the situation, another resounding slap landed on his sizable head. Old man, what brings you here? Spotting the energetic elder wearing sunglasses before him, Jiang Xiaoyu lost his temper instantly. The newcomer was none other than the headmaster of the Qinglong Martial Academy, the very man who had raised him. All you do is eat, you might as well eat yourself to death. If you don't start exercising properly, they'll send you to an electronics factory to tighten screws. The headmaster glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, who resembled a rotund pig, and delivered another kick. Tighten screws? I could never do that in this lifetime. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily shook his head, knowing the old man well enough to realize he might actually carry out such a threat. While this world boasts many martial artists, ordinary people still constitute the majority, and industries like electronics factories are not vastly different from those in his previous life. Exercise? What's the point? I lack a martial soul. Can exercising really make one manifest? Jiang Xiaoyu retorted calmly. You insolent brat. Just because you lack a martial soul, you think you won't marry a wife? At this ghastly size, which young lady would want to marry you? Moreover, I've heard that overweight individuals tend to have certain deficiencies. Ha ha. The headmaster suddenly surveyed Jiang Xiaoyu's physique from top to bottom, a lewd grin appearing on his face. You old scoundrel, are you cursing me? I am perfectly capable. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily countered, though his tone lacked conviction, as it was true that his weight did have some impact on that front. Enough, you little wretch. Hurry up and lose some weight for me, or I will be forced to take drastic measures. After stating this, the headmaster let out a barely perceptible sigh before turning to leave. Once the headmaster departed, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of melancholy. Throughout the years, the headmaster had never acted superior, and being a playful old man, their relationship had always been one of camaraderie and mentorship. Yet, due to his failure to awaken a martial soul 2 years ago, Jiang Xiaoyu had always felt a sense of guilt for the headmaster's years of nurturing. But what could he do, being devoid of a martial soul? Besides, being a salted fish was genuinely enjoyable. However, the headmaster's words resonated with undeniable truth. In 2 lifetimes, he had yet to even hold a girl's hand, let alone marry. Having lived 2 lives without ever experiencing love, wouldn't that be a regret of monumental proportions? Yet, given his current weight of 200 pounds, it was unlikely any girl would take an interest in him. Should I consider losing weight? But that sounds exhausting. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered this, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected excessive laziness. Self-discipline system activated. The system shall cultivate the host into a disciplined and ambitious young man by issuing self-discipline tasks. Completing tasks will yield rewards from the system. The first self-discipline task is about to be issued. Please prepare, host. Chapter 2. Not a single combatant in sight. As the mechanical, cold voice resonated, Jiang Xiaoyu was left in a state of bewilderment. Oh, who is speaking? Jiang Xiaoyu began to glance around, his heart racing with excitement. In truth, the concept of a system was something Jiang Xiaoyu had undoubtedly encountered as a transmigrator during his previous life. Moreover, upon arriving in this world, he had harbored high hopes for such a system, believing it to be standard equipment for every transmigrator. Yet, after all these years, he remained a waste who could not even awaken a martial soul, and his hopes for a system had dwindled to nothing. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was lost in confusion, the cold voice sounded once more. Host, Jiang Xiaoyu. Age, 16 years. Cultivation, none. Martial skills, none. Assessment, a complete waste. Goodness, it really is a system. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu clearly heard the voice, and the data just reported by the system materialized into a panel within his mind. Heavens above, earth below. After all these years, you've finally shown yourself. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't contain his excitement, his excess flesh quivering uncontrollably. What's the deal, System Daddy? Start me off with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, and let me become invincible on Blue Star. According to Jiang Xiaoyu's understanding from reading novels in his previous life, many systems would grant a massive starter gift, paving the way for an invincible journey. Allowing one to play the role of a fool while effortlessly slapping faces. What a delightful experience. However, no matter how fervently Jiang Xiaoyu called out, his system remained unresponsive. It appeared to be a completely emotionless system. Ding! Time waits for no one. Self-discipline begins now. Host task, 10 push-ups. Task reward, a book titled A Self-Disciplined Man Lives the Best Life. As soon as the system's voice concluded, A 3-minute countdown appeared in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. It seemed the system was instructing him to complete the task within 3 minutes. Oh my heavens, this ridiculous system. With my physique, attempting 10 push-ups might just take my life. And what in the world is that reward? Jiang Xiaoyu felt exasperated this wretched system didn't even provide a basic beginner's gift pack. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly sought out a spacious area, positioning himself to commence the task. Having finally encountered a system, he couldn't let it slip away. As Jiang Xiaoyu executed his first push-up, the countdown in his mind vanished simultaneously. Who would have thought that my 200-pound frame could still manage a push-up? It had been quite some time since Jiang Xiaoyu last engaged in physical exercise, to the extent that he could barely recall it. With his initial attempt, even though the excess flesh on his body sagged towards the ground, he managed to complete it with relative ease. However, by the time he attempted the second one, his supporting arms began to tremble uncontrollably, yet he mustered all his strength to finish it. Upon reaching the third push-up, Jiang Xiaoyu collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. I can't do this anymore. I really can't. It's far better to simply eat and wait for death. As for that system, it can walk away by itself. I won't utter a word to chase it off. 3 push-ups had evidently reached the limits of Jiang Xiaoyu's endurance. At that moment, all he wished for was to lie down and gnaw on a chicken leg, dismissing all other thoughts. Detection of host task interruption. If the host does not continue to complete it, punishment will be enforced. A cold voice echoed once more, devoid of any emotion. Damn, there's a punishment too? This is absolutely absurd. I'm done. I'm out. This wretched system can just get lost. Upon hearing this from the system, Jiang Xiaoyu felt provoked. Although he relished the idea of idly consuming food, he detested being compelled by anyone else. Not even a system could dictate his actions. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu simply lay on the ground, refusing to move. Host task interruption, punishment commencing. As the system's voice resonated, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a jolt run through his body, leading to involuntary tremors. Zizzes. A sound akin to an electric current coursed through the air. Ah, that hurts so much. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu was engulfed by a piercing pain, as if someone were administering high-voltage shocks to him. If the host does not continue to fulfill the self-discipline task, the punishment will persist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu scrambled to his feet. Even if push-ups were exhausting, it was far preferable to enduring electric shocks. Curiously, despite the excruciating pain from the previous electric punishment, it seemed to have no effect on his bodily functions. It must be a sophisticated technique employed by the system. Thus, under intermittent electric shocks, Jiang Xiaoyu ultimately completed 10 push-ups, taking over an hour to do so. Goodness gracious, the days ahead are bound to be difficult. Jiang Xiaoyu, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, felt utterly exhausted, akin to a dog. Those 10 push-ups represented the most significant physical exertion he had experienced in the past 2 years. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are about to be dispensed. In less than 3 seconds, a book materialized out of thin air before Jiang Xiaoyu. A self-disciplined man lives the best life. Upon seeing this book, Jiang Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. The cover featured a muscular hunk. After flipping through a couple of pages, he found the content filled with examples of individuals who, after achieving self-discipline, caught the attention of wealthy women. System, dear brother, this is a high martial world. If you're going to reward me, at least make it something of higher caliber. What on earth is this nonsense? Jiang Xiaoyu's face was awash with exasperation. It seemed that this system was anything but serious. After resting for a solid half hour, Jiang Xiaoyu finally regained his composure. Just as he was about to prepare a meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The mess hall where Jiang Xiaoyu resided was not far from the martial arts arena of the Qinglong Martial Institute. Though he typically preferred a laid-back lifestyle, he still had a penchant for excitement. By the time Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the martial arts arena, it was already teeming with people. They were mostly students of a similar age to Jiang Xiaoyu. Yet the distinction lay in the fact that these students were all awakened martial souls, embarking on their cultivation journey. At the center of the arena stood a platform, approximately 100 square meters in size. On the platform, 2 youths were engaged in a sparring match, but it was evident that one of them was being thoroughly dominated and was on the verge of defeat. "Hey fish bro, you made it." As Jiang Xiaoyu walked through the crowd, many greeted him warmly. He was quite the celebrity at the Martial Institute, with nearly everyone recognizing him. However, most of those who called out to him did, so primarily due to his connection with the principal. Otherwise, these awakened youths would hardly pay any attention to an ordinary person, let alone greet him with such enthusiasm. Many students at the institute privately mocked Jiang Xiaoyu, labeling him a useless glutton who resembled a fat pig. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyu was well aware of this, but he genuinely did not care as long as he lived comfortably. That was enough. What's going on here? Jiang Xiaoyu casually pulled a passerby aside to inquire, as such a grand spectacle could not simply be a casual sparring session. Moreover, the youthful participants all appeared indignant. Before anyone could respond, a derisive laugh echoed from the platform. Are the students of Qinglong Martial Institute really this pathetic? Not a single one capable of putting up a fight. Chapter 3. The reluctant Jiang Xiaoyu on the arena. One of the youths was left battered and bruised, slumped on the ground with a visage of humiliation and anger. Soon, someone rushed over to assist him down. You couldn't even last 2 rounds against me. You're nothing but a waste. It seems your Qinglong Martial Academy is truly devoid of talent, mocked the victorious youth with an air of arrogance. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu gleaned the circumstances from the bystanders. It turned out that this brazen lad was from the rival Guanglong Martial Academy in Jiangcheng. For many years, the Guanglong and Qinglong academies had been at odds, subtly competing against one another. The arrival of Guanglong's students this time was undoubtedly to stir trouble. I am Wang Ba, merely a mid-tier disciple of Guanglong. Yet upon arriving at your Qinglong Academy, I find not a single person capable of sparring with me. Your academy's prowess is laughable, Wang Ba proclaimed, exuding an unrestrained arrogance. How dare you, Wang Ba, take advantage of the absence of our top students from Qinglong to pull this stunt? Just wait until Senior Li Chong returns. We shall see how you boast then, shouted a student from the sidelines. Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Ba would not have dared to act so brazenly, as Qinglong Academy did have several elite disciples. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba noticeably trembled, albeit imperceptibly. Li Chong, recognized as the strongest student of Qinglong Academy, was also a renowned genius in Jiangcheng. Wang Ba could never hope to match him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Seizing the opportunity while Li Chong and others were away on their training excursion, he had come to Qinglong to flaunt his superiority. Is it so that apart from Li Chong, your Qinglong Academy has no one else? I, Wang Ba, am but an ordinary disciple of Guanglong. What? Is there no one brave enough to challenge me? He scanned the crowd defiantly. The students of Qinglong Academy were filled with indignation yet felt powerless to act. Despite his arrogance, Wang Ba possessed genuine strength, already at the 7th level of martial discipleship. The first stage of martial cultivation is the discipleship realm, an essential phase for every martial artist to familiarize themselves with the spiritual energies of the world. Divided into 9 levels, entering this stage signifies surpassing the limits of ordinary mortals, granting one unimaginable power. Beyond the 6th level, practitioners could hone martial techniques to further enhance their abilities. Wang Ba, at the 7th level, was considered a top talent in the relatively small Jiangcheng. Seeing Wang Ba's audacity, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a strong urge to slap him across the face. He had little tolerance for arrogance. Unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary person at present. Furthermore, from the conversations of nearby students, Jiang Xiaoyu learned that all students of Qinglong Academy above the 7th level had been taken out for training. And no wonder this brat is so cocky. He truly knows how to pick his moment. What's this? It's been 3 minutes, and no one dares to step up. Are your Qinglong Academy students all cowards? The vast training ground fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of labored breathing. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Wang Ba, I challenge you. Suddenly, a furious youth leaped onto the stage. Senior Wu Gang, you're merely at the 6th level. How could you possibly contend with Wang Ba? Exclaimed a concerned student. Am I to remain silent? Even if I lose, I must at least take a piece out of him. In martial cultivation, the disparity in strength between levels is immense. Unless one is an extraordinary genius, it is nearly impossible to fight above one's rank. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but regard Wu Gang with newfound respect, even in the face of certain defeat. He bravely ascended the stage. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ba looked at Wu Gang with a smirk, beckoning him forward. Wu Gang, undeterred, assumed his stance and charged at Wang Ba. As anticipated, Wu Gang lasted less than a minute before being thrown off the stage. Senior Wu Gang, A multitude of students rushed to his side, their eyes filled with rage directed at Wang Ba, wishing they could tear him apart. What is this? Can't win in a duel. So you resort to a group attack? Come at me. I'm ready. Wang Ba sneered, his demeanor infuriatingly smug. A collective sense of shame washed over the students of Qinglong Academy. They couldn't afford to engage in such a disgraceful brawl. A bunch of useless fools. If no one steps up within 3 minutes, you'll have admitted to being cowards. Wang Ba laughed heartily. Yet, no one dared to respond. Without the requisite strength, stepping forward would only lead to humiliation. And Ran, are you really going to take the stage? You've just broken through to the 7th level. Your foundation isn't stable yet. What if you ruin your base by facing Wang Ba? 2 young women whispered anxiously amidst the crowd. I might be the only one at the 7th level present. If I don't step up, our Qinglong Academy will lose all face. The girl named in Ran's expression was notably grim. But as a student of Qinglong, she could not show weakness in a critical moment, An Ran. But, enough! I know what I'm doing. Taking a deep breath, and Ran prepared to ascend the stage. However, just as she took 2 steps forward, a wave of voices erupted from the crowd. A plump figure had appeared on the arena. Jiang Xiaoyu? What are you doing up there? Surely you haven't eaten yourself into stupidity? Jiang Xiaoyu, get down. That's not a place for you. The training ground was filled with various shouts. Jiang Xiaoyu, get down. I do not fight ordinary people. Wang Ba recognized Jiang Xiaoyu, a notable figure in Jiangcheng. Had it not been for his extraordinary relationship with the head of Qinglong Academy, he would have been kicked off the stage long ago. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, was in a predicament. His face flushed an alarming shade, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, he was merely enjoying the spectacle, when suddenly, that infernal self-discipline system issued a task with location constraints. The task required him to perform 5 sit-ups on the stage. In this situation, who would dare to step onto the arena? Jiang Xiaoyu was resolute in his refusal, but alas, the system forcibly dragged him to the center of the stage. It was utterly ridiculous. Ignoring the chaos around him, Jiang Xiaoyu began performing the sit-ups without a care. What on earth is Jiang Xiaoyu doing? Sit-ups? Get down. Many students panicked at his bizarre actions, fearing he would bring shame to the academy. Wang Ba, bewildered yet furious, glared at Jiang Xiaoyu. What does he think he is doing on my arena? Does he take me for a fool? Yet, Wang Ba dared not lay a finger on him. The entire Jiangxing knew that although Jiang Xiaoyu had failed to awaken his martial spirit, he was still regarded as a son by the head of Qinglong Academy. He merely sought to show off today. Typically, inter-student sparring was loosely regulated as long as it remained within reasonable bounds. However, to lay a hand on Jiang Xiaoyu would mean directly offending the head of Qinglong Academy. Even if Wang Ba had 10 times the courage, he would not dare. Thus, he could only suppress his fury and watch Jiang Xiaoyu's comical performance. I see now. Jiang Xiaoyu is here to defend the honor of Qinglong Academy. Jiang Xiaoyu must have known that Wang Ba would not dare to touch him, which is why he boldly sought to humiliate Wang Ba. How clever. Just then, a student from the crowd loudly voiced their thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyu. Chapter 4. Issuing a challenge. Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless. One must admit, the imagination of youth is indeed boundless. Moreover, the student's speculation was unexpectedly met with widespread agreement. Ha ha ha, brother Yu is amazing. Daring to step up without a martial spirit, he is truly a model for our generation. Indeed. Though brother Yu typically lives a carefree life, who would have thought he would stand up to uphold the Academy's honor at such a crucial moment? Having connections is truly powerful. The crowd cheered for Jiang Xiaoyu, chanting his name. To outsiders, Jiang Xiaoyu's slow sit-ups on stage were a blatant act of humiliation towards Wang Ba. Yet Jiang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. He was compelled to comply with the system's punishment, left with no choice but to endure. He truly wasn't trying to show off. Wang Ba was on the verge of losing control. His teeth grinding together in frustration. However, he dared not act, not even uttering a curse, forced to mentally curse Jiang Xiaoyu's ancestors instead. Damn connections. I can neither strike nor insult him. What a vexing situation. And Ran mused, realizing that the honor of Qinglong Academy had been salvaged by an ordinary person who had never awakened a martial spirit. Truly remarkable indeed. Anren merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, then cast a glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, what met her gaze was an undulating mass of flesh. Of course, She recognized Jiang Xiaoyu, a pitiful soul who had yet to awaken a martial soul, merely existing on scraps. However, she was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's audacity to rush onto the stage at such a crucial moment and to leverage his identity to pressure Wang Ba. If only Jiang Xiaoyu could awaken his martial soul, his future accomplishments would surely be remarkable. Anren mused silently, then directed a look of pity towards Jiang Xiaoyu on stage. Jiang Xiaoyu managed to perform push-ups for a full 10 minutes. This was the result of his utmost effort. As he wished only to escape this mortifying situation, trembling, he stood up, his drenched visage appearing somewhat comical. Yet, not a single person laughed at him. Instead, they cheered him on. Jiang Xiaoyu, my idol. Wang Ba, unable to defeat even an ordinary person, still dares to boast? Do you think our brother Yu here would let you lay a finger on him? Ha, ha, ha. Wang Ba is frightened into inaction by an ordinary fellow, originally intending to slip away. Jiang Xiaoyu felt his spine straighten upon hearing those words. Although he had been coasting through life, who wouldn't he enjoy a few kind words? Before he awakened his martial soul, many had praised him. Now, that familiar feeling had returned. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but shake his head. Alas, all he could see was the flesh on his face jiggling. Jiang Xiaoyu, what skill is there in relying on connections to show off? Wang Ba finally could no longer contain himself, glaring at Jiang Xiaoyu with eyes ablaze. After waiting so long for an opportunity to stir trouble at the Qinglong Martial Academy, he hadn't anticipated that a rotund fellow would disrupt his plans. Who wouldn't he be irked? How dare you come here to bully those of lower cultivation while our seniors are away? Where is your dignity, you despicable coward? An audience member retorted indignantly. Yet, Wang Ba remained oblivious. Realizing that while he prided himself on his thick skin, Jiang Xiaoyu's was several layers thicker. What's wrong with me? I merely came up to exercise. What, am I not allowed to move on my own turf? The Qinglong Martial Academy? Although Jiang Xiaoyu possessed no cultivation, he was quite adept at banter and was certain that Wang Ba wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Moreover, with tensions high, he could not afford to retreat now. Doing so would be a tremendous loss of face. It was far better to indulge in some verbal sparring. Jiang Xiaoyu, if it weren't for your connections, would you even be able to stand here and speak? Wang Ba seethed in anger. If you're not satisfied, come at me. Hit me. I dare you. Jiang Xiaoyu wore a mischievous grin, provoking Wang Ba further. Just then, the clamor of the training ground abruptly hushed. An elderly man wearing sunglasses appeared silently at the center of the arena. Old man, headmaster, greetings. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the students greeted him with utmost respect. What brings you here, old man? Jiang Xiaoyu questioned, puzzled, as the old man's arrival seemed to interrupt his moment of bravado. Qinglong headmaster, good day. Wang Ba's face drained of color upon recognizing the old man. The students below looked on expectantly, believing the headmaster had come to reprimand Wang Ba. So, Wang Ba, is it? The headmaster's sudden address made Wang Ba tremble. I didn't bully Jiang Xiaoyu. I didn't even utter a single curse. Wang Ba hastily denied, assuming the headmaster had come to defend Jiang Xiaoyu. Calm down, I'm merely here to discuss something. Jiang Xiaoyu is no longer under my jurisdiction. As long as he isn't crippled, you may discipline him at will, the headmaster concluded with a sly grin directed at Jiang Xiaoyu before vanishing from sight. The headmaster's words, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. What the hell? Old man, you're setting me up? Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly disoriented, knowing the headmaster was mischievous but never expected such cunning. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Ba regained his composure. He had endured Jiang Xiaoyu for long enough. Although he was unsure why the headmaster had said such a thing, a man of high repute wouldn't speak lightly in front of so many students. Wang Ba clenched his fists, preparing to teach Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson. As long as he didn't cripple him, he could do as he pleased. He regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with disdain, much like a clown, and began to approach slowly. The students below dared not intervene. With the headmaster's words, they felt it best to remain uninvolved. Only a girl named Anren watched Jiang Xiaoyu with a twinge of sympathy. After a few seconds of hesitation, Anren steeled herself and prepared to ascend the stage to rescue Jiang Xiaoyu. Wait, Jiang Xiaoyu spoke up. What's wrong, Jiang Xiaoyu? I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Wang Ba halted his advance, perceiving Jiang Xiaoyu as a lamb ready for slaughter. indifferent to how much he squirmed. How dare you bully an ordinary person? Do I look like someone who would be embarrassed? Wang Ba chuckled, having expected Jiang Xiaoyu to pull some new stunt, only to find him resorting to mere wordplay. Wang Ba, how about a wager? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly declared, gritting his teeth, as he desperately sought to avoid a beating. A wager? On what? Wang Ba inquired. You see, you're currently bullying an ordinary person, and that would be quite disgraceful if it got out. So? Wang Ba pondered for a moment, realizing that Jiang Xiaoyu had a point. Thus, grant me a month's time. I, Jiang Xiaoyu, will officially challenge you. Upon these words, the entire training ground fell into a stunned silence for 3 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of murmurs. What? Did I hear correctly? Jiang Xiaoyu is challenging Wang Ba. Has he lost his mind? An ordinary person who hasn't even awakened a martial soul dares to challenge a 7th-level martial artist? Does he think this is some street brawl? In a moment, discussion swirled around Jiang Xiaoyu. Were it not for his connections, the entire training ground would likely be mocking him. Ha, ha, ha. Jiang Xiaoyu, you must be joking. You, a mere fatso, what do you plan to challenge me with? Wang Ba laughed heartily. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned calmness on stage, though inwardly he was a bundle of nerves, fearing that Wang Ba might lash out at any moment. Where would he go to seek justice then? This so-called challenge was merely a stalling tactic. If within this month he completed the system tasks and acquired some good items, perhaps he could genuinely challenge Wang Ba. But if nothing materialized, he would simply avoid it altogether. To wager, there must be stakes. Wang Ba taunted, knowing Jiang Xiaoyu was a favored individual and might possess something valuable. And although the headmaster had mentioned that Jiang Xiaoyu could be freely punished, who knew what might transpire if he truly did so? These powerful individuals often acted on a whim. If they could avoid beating Jiang Xiaoyu while obtaining something of value, Wang Ba would certainly be inclined. A yellow-grade martial technique. How does that sound? Jiang Xiaoyu proposed, confident that such an item would greatly entice Wang Ba. Martial techniques could significantly enhance a martial artist's strength, available only after reaching the 6th level of martial artist. Jiang Xiaoyu understood that martial techniques were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, xian, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Even the lowest grade yellow technique was immensely desirable for an ordinary martial artist. As expected, the moment those words left his mouth, the arena erupted in astonishment. In the martial academy, only those with exceptional talent or who had contributed significantly to the academy could hope to cultivate martial techniques. In institutions like the Qinglong Martial Academy and the Guanglong Martial Academy, one could only qualify to practice martial techniques upon reaching the 8th level of martial artist. Is what you say true? Wang Ba was exhilarated. Although he had already reached the 7th level, it would take at least 6 months for him to attain the 8th. Now, with the prospect of an early opportunity to cultivate martial techniques, he was intrigued. You, someone who hasn't even awakened a martial soul, how could you possess a martial technique? Don't spout nonsense. Wang Ba countered, his skepticism evident. What, do you look down on those with connections? Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, confident he could procure it by merely sneaking into the headmaster's quarters. I accept your wager, Jiang Xiaoyu. Just then, a resounding voice echoed through the training ground. It was the headmaster's voice. The students erupted into excitement. What was the headmaster up to? Was he truly going to waste a martial technique on Jiang Xiaoyu? After all, he was merely an ordinary person. Wasn't he this akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den? This is far too indulgent of Jiang Xiaoyu. The crowd began to stir, and even Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the headmaster's sudden intervention. What on earth was this old man scheming? After a fleeting moment of confusion, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to disregard it entirely. He was well aware that Dean Qinglong had always acted according to his whims, leaving others utterly perplexed. Fine, fine. Since Dean Qinglong has agreed, I, Wang Ba, shall take it upon myself. Wang Ba exclaimed in exhilaration, envisioning himself a month later, laughing heartily while clutching a yellow-grade martial technique. After all, it was impossible for Jiang Xiaoyu to triumph. All he needed to do was maintain his composure and teach Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson without offending Dean Qinglong. To receive a martial technique without effort was simply delightful, but what if you lose? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly queried. If I lose? You can propose any conditions you wish. Wang Ba dismissed Jiang Xiaoyu's words entirely. How could he possibly lose to an ordinary person like Jiang Xiaoyu? It was utterly ludicrous. All right, See you in the training arena a month from now, Jiang Xiaoyu declared before swiftly departing from that contentious place. As for what would transpire a month later, who could say? Before long, the wager between Wang Ba and Jiang Xiaoyu spread throughout the entire Qinglong Martial Academy. 2 years after his last appearance, Jiang Xiaoyu once again became a figure of notoriety within the academy. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu returned to his room with an air of nonchalance, hardly giving the matter a second thought. Fat-reducing pill. It tastes quite good. Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed the white pill in his hand in one gulp. This was the reward granted by the system after he performed 5 sit-ups on the training field. It claimed that consuming it would facilitate rapid weight loss. He had come to realize that with the advent of this self-discipline system, his future days would likely be anything but tranquil. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu sighed in his chair, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Time waits for no one. Self-discipline begins now. Host task. Run 3 kilometers on the playground. Task reward. Mysterious beginner's gift pack. Damn it. Is this system trying to kill me? 3 times a day? Who can endure that? Jiang Xiaoyu mentally cursed the system's relatives, barely settled in his chair. A new task had already arrived. What a torment! Yet, despite his myriad complaints, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, the system would administer a shocking punishment. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the playground, still bustling with activity in the evening. Many diligent students were exercising, honing their combat skills. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, especially as he jogged slowly, which struck many as peculiar in a way. Jiang Xiaoyu has actually started exercising? Our Qinglong Academy's #1 chubster can't possibly be trying to lose weight. I get it. Jiang Xiaoyu must be preparing to challenge Wang Ba after a month of training. Surely, he can't be naive enough to think that a few days of exercise can allow him to compete with a martial artist. A flurry of discussions ensued, and Jiang Xiaoyu, of course, overheard them. The mere fact that he was running was astonishing. For the past 2 years, he had merely traversed between the cafeteria and his quarters, 2 points in a straight line, let alone visiting the playground. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu was infamous for his indulgent lifestyle, and now he was exercising, prompting endless speculation. That moment, Jiang Xiaoyu had no time to concern himself with their chatter. After a long hiatus from physical activity, he had barely run 200 meters before he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. With the system in place, he dared not stop, lest he face punishment. Although he was technically jogging, his pace was still slower than a casual walk for others. The mysterious beginner's gift pack? He had no idea what it contained. Contemplating the potential of the beginner's gift pack spurred him on a bit. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels where many protagonists received powerful starter packs, and he hoped his would be similarly beneficial, perhaps even awakening a martial soul. A distance of 3 kilometers typically took an ordinary person just over 10 minutes to complete. However, Jiang Xiaoyu took a full hour to finish. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the playground. After lying there for 10 minutes, he finally caught his breath. The system's reward, the beginner's gift pack, had been credited, and Jiang Xiaoyu restrained his excitement, planning to open it in his room later. If the gift pack contained any tangible treasures, it would be unwise to let others see them on the playground. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to leave, a graceful figure appeared before him. Chapter 6. The sealed martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up and was momentarily stunned. Before him stood a girl of approximately 15 years, clad in a sky-blue dress. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled, her elegantly arched brows framed her face, and her long lashes fluttered gently. Her flawless, fair skin bore a faint blush, and her delicate lips resembled blooming roses, topped with a playful bun. She exuded a youthful aura, yet retained an air of elegance, a quintessential first love. Hello, classmate. My name is Ran, and I am very pleased to meet you. The girl greeted him warmly. She was the very girl who had been preparing to take the stage at the training field, only to be preempted by Jiang Xiaoyu. Ran perceived that although Jiang Xiaoyu was an ordinary person, he possessed a courage many martial artists lacked. Had it not been for him, her forceful ascent to the stage might have led to Wang Ba ruining her foundation. Thus, while strolling on the playground, she approached Jiang Xiaoyu with a sense of gratitude, eager to make his acquaintance. Why you? Hello, Jiang Xiaoyu stammered, having never engaged in conversation with girls in either of his lives. The sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl, greeting him directly, left him flustered. Even speaking caused his voice to tremble. When it came to interacting with girls, Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly inept. Haha, Xiaoyu, your current demeanor is a far cry from your earlier bravado at the training field. And Ran chuckled upon noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's bashful reaction. Her smile only exacerbated his discomfort. She was simply too captivating, and Ran, I have something to attend to, so I must be going, Jiang Xiaoyu stammered, hastily concocting an excuse before swiftly departing the playground. Ayan Ran watched Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her first attempt to engage a boy in conversation would result in scaring him away. Was she truly that intimidating? Jiang Xiaoyu, on his way back, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. To think he had been so cowardly in front of a young girl. It was utterly humiliating. Typically so sociable, he had faltered before her beauty. Despite his indifference towards his physique, he felt self-conscious about his rotund form and greasy complexion in the presence of such a lovely girl. Once I shed this weight and become a handsome man, I'll reclaim my dignity. For now, however, his priority was to examine the contents of the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 3 self-discipline tasks within a single day. You are awarded the beginner's gift pack. Your sealed martial soul is now unbound. As the system's voice resonated, Jiang Xiaoyu distinctly felt a shackle within him being released. The surrounding air grew clearer, and a mysterious energy began to flow around him. This is the essence of heaven and earth. Only upon awakening a martial soul could one sense this ethereal energy. I have a martial soul now? Jiang Xiaoyu was astonished, absorbing the changes within his body. Though he had anticipated this eventuality upon acquiring the system, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. On just the first day, he had awakened his martial soul. Overcome with excitement, Jiang Xiaoyu's body trembled, his excess flesh quivering uncontrollably. He, Jiang Xiaoyu, finally possessed a martial soul. Had he awakened it sooner, who would have chosen to remain a waste? Moments later, he managed to calm his exhilaration. The system's earlier statement left him puzzled. Unbinding a sealed martial soul? Jiang Xiaoyu was a clever individual, and it was evident that the system was implying he had once possessed a martial soul that had been sealed away. The beginner's gift pack had merely released this seal. Otherwise, the system would have directly gifted him a martial soul. Who could be so malicious as to seal away his martial soul? Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze turned steely. To seal a person's martial soul was tantamount to severing their future. Such a nefarious act. Who sought to harm him? When he had crossed over, he had embodied the body of a 5-year-old child, subsequently living alongside Dean Qinglong. For all these years, he had not offended anyone. Could it be something from his childhood? The memories of Jiang Xiaoyu's life before the age of 5 were a complete blank, and he possessed no recollections of his parents either. He had inquired about them from the dean several times, but the dean had never given a straightforward answer. However, having been an orphan in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to solitude. Lacking parents in this life mattered little, so he resolved not to pursue the matter further. It seemed that the seal on his martial soul might be related to his unseen parents. The thought of them brought a tinge of melancholy to Jiang Xiaoyu. He wondered what level his martial soul might be. Upon contemplating his martial soul, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement once more. In this world, martial souls are categorized into 9 distinct ranks, ranging from the lowest, the 9th rank, to the highest. The first rank, a 9th rank martial soul, is the most inferior, while a first rank is the most esteemed. The higher the rank of the awakened martial soul, the greater the individual's innate talent, allowing for a quicker absorption of spiritual energy during cultivation. Although Jiang Xiaoyu had awakened his martial soul, he remained utterly oblivious to its form and rank. Only upon breaking through the martial apprentice realm to reach the martial spirit realm can a martial artist utilize their martial soul in conjunction with their combat. For ordinary martial artists to discover information about their martial soul, they must utilize the martial soul detection stone. However, the Qinglong Martial Academy possesses only one such stone, which is employed solely during the annual enrollment of new students. It seems that in 2 days, the new student enrollment conference for this year will take place. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly recalled the disappointment and despair he felt 2 years prior, on the day he failed to awaken his martial soul. With this in mind, he resolved that in 2 days, he would announce the return of Jiang Xiaoyu. Filled with confidence, Jiang Xiaoyu sensed that although he could not yet perceive his martial soul, his intuition assured him that it would be formidable. In 2 days, he would awaken an extraordinary martial soul before all. heralding his resurgence. That night, laughter echoed from beneath Jiang Xiaoyu's blanket. Chapter 7. The Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony. That night, Jiang Xiaoyu slept soundly, not stirring until noon the following day. He felt utterly famished. Had it not been for his ravenous hunger, he might have slept the entire day away. After a brief wash, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way to the kitchen. A tea that moment, the chef had prepared a variety of dishes, causing Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth to water profusely. Grabbing a chicken leg before him, he was about to take a bite when an untimely voice interrupted him. "Host, beginning today, you are prohibited from consuming meat." The system's voice rang out, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. "What? No meat from today onward?" Tears threatened to spill from his eyes at this revelation. He could endure the physical training, but now he had to restrict his meat consumption as well. Jiang Xiaoyu had always relished meat. Not being allowed to eat it felt akin to a death sentence. "Just let me have one last bite." He gazed longingly at the chicken leg, tears of reluctance streaming down his face. Today, even if it meant defying the system and facing punishment, Jiang Xiaoyu was determined to savor this final chicken leg. With resolute determination, he prepared to take a bite. However, as soon as his lips brushed against the chicken leg, a powerful jolt of electricity surged through him, causing him to tremble and collapse. Damn the system. He cursed, for the sensation of being electrocuted was something only those who experienced it could comprehend. Looking around at the myriad of dishes in the room, he lamented that 90% were meat-laden. Painful tears trickled down Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks. Unable to endure his hunger any longer, he finally spotted a plate of stir-fried greens nearby. Seizing a pair of chopsticks, he devoured them eagerly. "Brother Fish, why are you just eating vegetables here?" At that moment, a plain-looking youth approached, casting a curious glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. This boy was also a member of the kitchen crew and shared a good rapport with Jiang Xiaoyu. "Xiaoping? It's nothing. I just felt like changing my palate today." Though Jiang Xiaoyu munched on greens, his yearning gaze remained fixated on the various meat dishes nearby. He could only imagine the greens as chicken legs. Employing this imaginative eating method, Jiang Xiaoyu managed to clean his plate of greens, filling his stomach somewhat. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar behavior, Xiaoping couldn't help but commend him. "Brother Fish, I haven't seen you eat vegetables in 2 years. I thought you were a pampered noble, yet here you are, eating greens without hesitation." Jiang Xiaoyu felt like crying, wishing he could indulge in meat instead of vegetables. Truly, it was a case of a mute person consuming bitter herbs, suffering in silence. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious facade. "Xiaoping, who hasn't come from humble beginnings? Vegetables have always been my favorite." He patted Xiaoping's shoulder with feigned enthusiasm. Surprised by this gesture, Xiaoping, who hailed from a modest background, felt flattered. He had only recently managed to secure a position in the Qinglong Martial Academy's kitchen. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu was known for his connections with the academy's director, a widely acknowledged fact. Tio think Jiang Xiaoyu could be so approachable. "Brother Fish, are you planning to watch the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony this afternoon?" Xiaoping suddenly recalled something and exclaimed excitedly. "This afternoon? Isn't it tomorrow?" Jiang Xiaoyu had intended to attend, unaware it was actually scheduled for that very afternoon. Naturally, he would go. Upon arriving at the Qinglong Martial Academy Square, they were met with a bustling scene. In the center of the square lay a smooth, lustrous stone, the Martial Soul Detection Stone. Today marked the annual Martial Soul Awakening Day. Every year on this day, any youth who has reached the age of 14 can seek out a martial academy to participate in the Martial Soul Awakening test. Surrounding the square was a throng of spirited youth, comprising commoners and wealthy scions alike, representing various social strata. Among them, commoners were the most numerous. Regrettably, there existed an unspoken truth regarding the awakening of martial souls. They possess a strong hereditary nature. If a family has a martial artist with an awakened martial soul, the likelihood of the youth in that family awakening their own is considerably high. Conversely, the chances for commoners are exceedingly slim. Thus, many of the youths present would eventually depart in disappointment. In addition, numerous official disciples and mentors from the Qinglong Martial Academy had gathered to see if any promising talents would emerge. Every year, some newly awakened martial souls of notable quality were directly taken away by mentors. Please line up in an orderly manner for the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony, one by one. A mentor overseeing the ceremony announced loudly. Upon hearing this, the youths participating in the awakening began to buzz with excitement, forming two lines. The onlookers stepped aside to make room. "Brother Fish, let us go. We can watch from the side." Xiaoping tugged at Jiang Xiaoyu, attempting to lead him away. However, Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of missing this opportunity. He wished to witness the nature of his martial soul and simultaneously proclaim his return. "Xiaoping, you go ahead. I intend to participate in this martial soul awakening," Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a light smile, heading toward the queue. "What, Brother Fish, you can't be serious, can you?" Xiaoping exclaimed, grabbing Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. Everyone knew that 2 years ago, Jiang Xiaoyu was deemed to have no martial soul. Could it be that after 2 years, a martial soul could suddenly manifest? Observing Xiaoping's bewildered expression, Jiang Xiaoyu chose not to explain and simply continued onward. As Jiang Xiaoyu's rotund figure entered the line, it drew many curious glances, especially from the students and mentors of the Qinglong Martial Academy, who regarded him with astonishment. Isn't that Jiang Xiaoyu? What is he doing over there? Surely he doesn't think he can participate in the martial soul awakening ceremony again. They speculated, certain that the martial soul detection stone could not be mistaken. If he had failed to awaken 2 years prior, it would be the same now. Who knows? After all, he has connections with the director. Let him do as he pleases. Various murmurs filled the air, all of which Jiang Xiaoyu heard yet chose to disregard. The youth standing in line with him recognized Jiang Xiaoyu as well as in this small city of Jiangxing. Even many commoners had heard his story. Having been favored by the director since childhood, he had ultimately failed to awaken a martial soul and had since become quite portly. This was common knowledge among many. Sure enough, the gaze of numerous youths began to converge on Jiang Xiaoyu. With a thick skin, he remained unfazed. "Jiang Xiaoyu, stop causing a commotion in there. Step out." At that moment, the mentor in charge of the detection called out impatiently. Chapter 8. Finally arrived the mentor, named Lu Lin, was notorious in the Qinglong Martial Academy for his bluntness. Moreover, Lu Lin had little tolerance for those who relied on connections. To him, Jiang Xiaoyu's current behavior appeared to be nothing more than a disruption fueled by his relationship with the director. "Mentor Lu, might I inquire how this constitutes a disruption?" Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, recognizing most of the mentors in the academy. "You tested for a martial soul 2 years ago and found none. Now you return to participate again. Is this not a disruption?" Lu Lin, resolute in his stance, showed no fear of offending Jiang Xiaoyu or the director. "Is there a rule here that prohibits participation in the martial soul awakening ceremony a second time?" Jiang Xiaoyu countered. Well, Lu Lin was momentarily at a loss for words, as he was a man who strictly adhered to the rules. Jiang Xiaoyu's argument left him unable to respond. "Very well. If you wish to humiliate yourself on stage, then let it be as you wish." Lu Lin casually uttered such a remark and chose to disregard the matter entirely. After all, he was convinced that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed no martial soul. It seemed that Jiang Xiaoyu's lack of a martial soul had become a mental burden for him, and perhaps before long, he would succumb to a state of madness. Alas, he was also a pitiable soul. A nearby observer sighed, casting a glance of pity towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words, feeling as if a flock of crows had flown overhead. "Wu Kai, no martial soul, next." Soon, the testing commenced. A despondent youth stepped down from the detection stone, and judging by his attire, he too hailed from an ordinary family. However, no one paid him any mind. Such occurrences had long since become commonplace. Today, several hundred youths had come to participate in the testing, and it was considered fortunate if around 30 managed to awaken their martial souls by the end. Wang San, no martial soul, next. Li Da, no martial soul, next. After testing over 10 youths in succession without a single awakening of a martial soul, a flamboyantly dressed young man confidently placed his hand upon the detection stone. Suddenly, a phantom resembling a colossal bear materialized beside him, and the detection stone registered 2 lines. Wu Gang, 8th grade beast martial soul, earth-breaking bear. Lu Lin's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, and the previously hushed square erupted into a fervor. Wow, someone finally awakened a martial soul. And an 8th grade one at that, a powerful beast martial soul. This was hardly surprising. It was rumored that many from the Wu family had awakened beast martial souls. From the crowd below, numerous envious murmurs arose. Wu Gang's family was already well regarded locally, and with yet another youth awakening a martial soul, their strength would undoubtedly increase. In this world, prominent families found it easier to produce martial artists, while ordinary folk faced insurmountable challenges, leading to a significant disparity between the rich and the poor. Moreover, in Jiang City, a relatively small locale, most individuals awaken the lowest grade 9th grade martial souls. To awaken an 8th grade martial soul in this place was already considered exceptional talent. Wu Gang puffed out his chest, wearing a proud expression as he surveyed the surrounding youths. His Wu family was already a prominent clan, and now, with his awakening of an 8th grade martial soul, his future prospects were limitless. Wu Gang, would you care to join my faction? At that moment, a robust middle-aged man leaped directly in front of Wu Gang. This man was a mentor from the martial academy, possessing a remarkably powerful beast martial soul himself. Wu Gang, naturally elated, readily agreed to the offer. This scene only deepened the envy felt by all present. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu observed Wu Gang with a peculiar expression. Just moments ago, when Wu Gang awakened his martial soul, Jiang Xiaoyu distinctly sensed an unusual feeling within himself, as if he yearned to devour Wu Gang's martial soul. Goodness, what on earth is my martial soul? Why does it feel so bizarre? Following Wu Gang's awakening, several others managed to awaken their martial souls, but all were of the lowest 9th grade variety. Failing to impress anyone, it was at this juncture that a young man with an ethereal demeanor caught the attention of many. This youth appeared to be Wang Jian of the Wang family, a clan even larger than the Wu family. Furthermore, Wang Jian had an elder brother who was enrolled in the Qinglong Martial Academy. Wang Jian's brother, Wang Kai, was a genius who had awakened a 7th grade martial soul 2 years prior. A 7th grade martial soul was certainly regarded as a prodigy in Jiang City. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Wang Jian seemed somewhat displeased. Throughout his life, he had constantly lived in the shadow of his brother Wang Kai, who seemed to excel in everything. This time, he was determined to awaken a powerful martial soul to prove to everyone that he, Wang Jian, was not inferior to Wang Kai. As Wang Jian placed his hand upon the martial soul detection stone, 3 lines instantly appeared, accompanied by the resounding sound of a sword cry. A colossal sword phantom materialized behind Wang Jian. Wang Jian, 7th grade weapon-type martial soul, Xian Tai heavy sword. Lu Lin's excited voice reverberated through the venue once more. This time, the crowd erupted in astonishment and envy. A 7th grade martial soul. My heavens, the Wang family has gained another genius. Moreover, a weapon-type martial soul specializing in offense, far more formidable than his brother Wang Kai. This young man's future was indeed boundless. The disparity between people was simply staggering, leaving many feeling resentful. Wang Jian reveled in the admiration, finally proving himself superior to his brother, at least in terms of martial soul. Standing proudly on the platform, he soon found himself surrounded by numerous mentors from the Qinglong Martial Academy, all extending offers to him. Wang Jian, join my faction, and I shall grant you a yellow-grade martial technique. What of yellow-grade martial techniques? Wang Jian, join my faction, and I shall not only provide you with martial techniques, but also deposit 10 million into your account as pocket money. Wang Jian, in an instant, the mentors began to vie for his attention. The youths below could only watch in envious silence. Step aside, do not disturb my testing. At that moment, an incongruous voice shattered the fervent atmosphere. Jiang Xiaoyu slowly stepped forward, showing no regard for the mentors. It was Jiang Xiaoyu's turn for testing after Wang Jian, and he had been waiting for quite some time. Moreover, when Wang Jian's martial soul manifested, the strange sensation within Jiang Xiaoyu had resurfaced. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at Wang Jian, licking his lips. Wang Jian felt a chill run down his spine at Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar demeanor. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyu has some issues with his orientation? The mentors regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with irritation, yet they dared not speak too harshly due to his strong ties with the academy's director. Let him test. After all, he won't awaken a martial soul, and it won't take much time. We can compete for Wang Jian through fair means afterward. As they spoke, the mentors parted to allow Jiang Xiaoyu passage. Many in the crowd looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with disdain. Just a relationship-based opportunist, acting all high and mighty. Alas, who could resist the weight of his connections? They would allow him to have his moment. Later, when he fails to awaken a martial soul, they would merely chuckle softly, ha ha, makes sense. Jiang Xiaoyu paid no heed to the surrounding voices. He was consumed by excitement as he gazed at the martial soul detection stone before him. I am finally about to awaken my martial soul. Chapter 9. The rise and fall. Jiang Xiaoyu had a premonition that his martial soul would be extraordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand upon the martial soul detection stone. However, seconds passed and the stone displayed no reaction whatsoever. What a waste of time, someone grumbled. Jiang Xiaoyu, too, was perplexed. This was unexpected. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped down. It's futile. Beside him, Mentor Lu Lin urged with growing impatience. Suddenly, the detection stone, which had been silent, erupted in a dazzling display of light. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by the stone's sudden transformation. When the radiance subsided, the stone prominently displayed 9 lines. 9 lines. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. 9 lines indicated the highest grade of martial soul a practitioner could possess at this stage. First grade martial soul. Even Jiang Xiaoyu himself was stupefied. He knew his martial soul was formidable, but he had never imagined it could reach such heights. The pinnacle of his life was within reach. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to break into a smile, the detection stone underwent another unforeseen change. The 9 lines swiftly diminished, reducing to a single line in an instant. Behind Jiang Xiaoyu, a blurred phantom of a martial soul materialized, its form resembling that of a small sparrow, devoid of any imposing aura, clearly a low-grade martial soul. The series of rapid transformations left everyone astonished. Stunned for a full 3 seconds, the venue erupted like popcorn as the detection stone malfunctioning. You scared me. I thought a first-grade martial soul had appeared. Stop talking. My heart nearly stopped. That was a first-grade martial soul. A first-grade martial soul. How could that be? Wait, something seems amiss. Jiang Xiaoyu actually awakened a martial soul. As this realization dawned, the crowd finally reacted. Jiang Xiaoyu had indeed awakened a martial soul. It was common knowledge that Jiang Xiaoyu was without a martial soul. How could it possibly awaken after such a delay? Jiang Xiaoyu, 9th grade beast martial soul, little sparrow. At that moment, Lu Lin, regaining his composure, loudly declared Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul leveled. In truth, he could not discern the exact nature of Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul, merely deducing it to be a sparrow based on instinct, given that it was only a 9th grade martial soul. After making the announcement, Lu Lin gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu in astonishment. It had been 2 years since Jiang Xiaoyu had awakened a martial soul. Such an event was unprecedented for those present, truly a gift wrapped in a surprise for everyone. As for Jiang Xiaoyu, confusion clouded his eyes. His martial soul was a mere little sparrow, and still the lowest grade of 9th grade? This was unexpected, yet the detection stone did not lie. This was the undeniable truth. Jiang Xiaoyu found it somewhat difficult to accept. He never anticipated that he would awaken a martial soul, albeit a mere 9th rank, which was still a rare occurrence. With the possession of a martial soul, coupled with the guidance of the esteemed Din Qinglong, his future achievements would surely rival those who awakened an 8th rank martial soul. How enviable! Upon overhearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Xiaoyu felt speechless. Envy, indeed. How could a trivial 9th rank martial soul support my aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of life? As the crowd settled down, several mentors resumed their eager competition for Wang Jian. Jiang Xiaoyu's awakening after 2 years merely surprised these mentors a little. A mere 9th rank martial soul, even with the dean's connections, was not enough for them to take him under their wing. Wang Jian, on the other hand, carried an air of superiority, casting an intentional glance toward Jiang Xiaoyu's direction. A 9th rank martial soul pales in comparison to my 7th rank martial soul. Today's martial soul awakening ceremony is destined to be a showcase solely for me. Wang Jian, I wonder who Wang Jian will ultimately choose. How enviable. If only I could awaken a 7th rank martial soul. The attention of the audience shifted back to Wang Jian, while Jiang Xiaoyu only managed to astonish them for less than a minute. Thank you, esteemed mentors, for your goodwill. I have already made my decision. Wang Jian, having weighed the strength and conditions offered by several mentors, had already selected one to be his mentor. I choose. Just as Wang Jian was about to speak, a graceful figure in a flowing gown glided gracefully from afar. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she landed elegantly at the center of the stage. The newcomer was a veiled woman, tall and ethereal. Her pair of clear, bright eyes, however, radiated an icy demeanor. Even with the veil, it was apparent that she possessed the beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers. In an instant, all eyes in the audience were captivated by her presence. each person rendered speechless, especially Wang Jian, who, hailing from a prominent family in Jiang City, had encountered many beauties in his life. Yet the woman before him was incomparable to any he had seen before. She was as different from them as heaven is from earth. She was simply breathtaking. Jiang Xiaoyu, after a fleeting glance, hurriedly turned his head away. It was the first time he had encountered a woman of such grace. Having been single in both of his lives, he felt a surge of nervousness at the sight of such beauty, too timid to gaze for long. Is that not Minter Xia? My heavens, it truly seems to be Minter Xia. Some students from the Qinglong Martial Institute recognized the woman's identity. Minter Xia is indeed a specially invited mentor at our Qinglong Martial Institute, shrouded in mystery, but why has she come here today? I hear many prodigies from our academy have sought to become her apprentice, yet none have succeeded. Even Senior Li Chong failed. What? Even our academy's top prodigy, Li Chong, failed. Minter Xia must be incredibly selective. I understand now. Minter Xia must have come to take Wang Jian as her disciple. Wang Jian's martial soul is indeed remarkable. It must be so. Otherwise, Minter Xia would not appear here. Hearing the discussions below, the mentors vying for Wang Jian grew flustered, their expressions turning sour. As mentors, their interactions with Xia were no more frequent than those of the students, having only met a few times. When the academy appointed Xia as a specially invited mentor, a few mentors were dissatisfied, believing her to be too young to hold such a position. They claimed that in the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme, and sought to challenge Xia. She consented. And those mentors were promptly defeated, leaving no one daring to provoke her ever since. Now that Xia sought to accept Wang Jian as a disciple, they dared not compete. Minter Xia, Wang Jian possesses notable talent. He would be a fitting disciple for you. I shall take my leave. One of the mentors cupped his hands toward Xia and turned to depart. The remaining mentors, witnessing this, also chose to leave. Wang Jian was on the verge of ecstasy. He never expected to be noticed by such a beautiful mentor, and furthermore, she appeared to possess considerable strength. Only a mentor of her caliber would be worthy of my status. At that moment, Xia, who had remained silent until now, began to move. She glided gracefully toward Wang Jian. She is coming. When Minter Xia declares her intention to take me as her disciple, how should I respond? Should I accept with enthusiasm or maintain an air of composure? Yes, I must remain composed and not lose my poise before Minter Xia. Wang Jian prepared himself for all eventualities, eagerly awaiting Xia's words. Xia soon reached Wang Jian's side, and he hurried forward to greet her, eager to display his steadiness. Just then, Xia unexpectedly turned and approached the bewildered Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, do you wish to join my tutelage? Chapter 10. Refusing Xia at Xia's words, everyone fell silent. Wasn't she here for Wang Jian? After a few seconds of stunned silence, someone finally reacted. Jiang Xiaoyu possessed only the lowest rank of martial soul. And yet Minter Xia was extending her hand. It was utterly absurd. The students below were taken aback, while Wang Jian stood there, utterly dazed, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Jiang Xiaoyu, at that moment, was at a loss for words. Not from shock, but from shyness. Having such a goddess-like figure before him made him exceedingly nervous. Jiang Xiaoyu, do you wish to join my tutelage? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's lack of response, Xia inquired once more. As she believed no student would dare refuse her, before Jiang Xiaoyu could speak, Wang Jian could no longer contain himself. Minter Xia, do I not qualify to be your disciple? I, Wang Jian, not only hail from a prestigious family but also possess a 7th-rank sword martial soul. I dare say, in the Qinglong Martial Institute, there are no more than 3 individuals with greater talent than I. In terms of appearance, can I not surpass a mere chubby boy? Wang Jian's emotions surged, and he even began to mock Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Xia remained largely unfazed, merely turning her head to Wang Jian and softly stating, "You are still unqualified." Her emotionless words shattered Wang Jian's composure. Unqualified? In what regard am I, Wang Jian, inferior to this chubby boy? I see now. It must be because of his connection to Dean Qinglong that you chose him. So, the so-called specially invited mentor is merely a self-serving individual. As soon as Wang Jian uttered these words, the students present silently regarded him with admiration. Everyone understood the likelihood of this possibility, yet none dared to voice it. Who would have thought Wang Jian would be so bold? Wang Jian completely forgot that Xia, before him, was a martial artist whose cultivation far surpassed his own. "Do I need your guidance?" "Indeed." Xia's brow furrowed as she waved her hand at Wang Jian, sending him flying backward, blood spattering from his mouth. Wang Jian quickly scrambled to his feet. He had only sustained minor injuries, yet his gaze towards Xia was now filled with terror, no longer daring to utter a word. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Although Wang Jian possessed notable talent, he was still merely a youth who had just awakened his martial soul. Individuals of mentor caliber were beyond his reach. Jiang Xiaoyu, observing from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered. Could it be that his 200-pound frame could not conceal his allure? Was he truly selected by mentor Xia? He understood that although Dean Qinglong was not present, he was well aware of events occurring within the Qinglong Martial Institute. The elderly man must already know that Jiang Xiaoyu had awakened his martial soul, and now, with such a stunning mentor wishing to take him as her disciple, Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly contain his elation. After dealing with Wang Jian, Xia turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, awaiting his response. Given Xia's character, she would not grant Jiang Xiaoyu any special favors simply because of his connections. Xia's martial soul possessed a unique ability that allowed her to sense that Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul was somewhat extraordinary. This was the reason she had taken an interest in him. Surely Jiang Xiaoyu would not refuse mentor Xia, would he? It was certainly possible. If Jiang Xiaoyu were willing, Dean Qinglong could personally mentor him, which would be far superior to anyone else. How enviable! Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu hesitate in his response, the students below began to murmur among themselves. Jiang Xiaoyu would certainly not refuse Xia, who would turn down a mentor possessing both beauty and strength. Just as he was about to voice his acceptance, that familiar cold voice echoed once more, "Ding! The time for self-discipline has arrived. Host, an urgent self-discipline task has been issued. Within 3 minutes, reach the swimming pool and complete a 500-meter freestyle swim. Task reward, Chi-boosting pill, no side effects, stupid system. Why issue a task at such a critical moment, especially one at the swimming pool?" Jiang Xiaoyu felt exasperated. The swimming pool was not far, but reaching it within 3 minutes meant he had to run. Given this system's tendencies, if he were late, he would surely face another round of electric shock. Thus, under the astonished gazes of all present, Jiang Xiaoyu ran. Indeed, he had not even had the chance to communicate with Xia before he dashed away. Alas, why did Jiang Xiaoyu flee so abruptly? Is this a subtle rejection of mentor Xia? Subtle? This is clearly an affront to mentor Xia. Even through the veil, I can surmise that mentor Xia's expression must be quite grim. At this moment, Xia, standing upon the stage, is taken aback. Throughout her life, very few have turned down her requests, and Jiang Xiaoyu is a rare exception. Gazing at the retreating figure of Jiang Xiaoyu, particularly the jiggle of her ample flesh, evokes a certain absurdity. Xia chose not to pursue Jiang Xiaoyu for an explanation, and after a few leaps, she departed the scene. "Just you wait, Jiang Xiaoyu." At this moment, Wang Jian felt profoundly insulted. Jiang Xiaoyu's dismissal of mentor Xia felt like a resounding slap to his face. He had actively pursued her, only to be rejected by a chubby individual who fell short in every aspect. What a humiliation! Exhausted. After Jiang Xiaoyu's relentless efforts, she finally arrived at the swimming pool within 3 minutes. Albeit drenched in sweat, it was the afternoon, and the weather was rather warm, with a constant stream of people at the pool. Although becoming a martial artist allows one to hold their breath underwater for extended periods, thus diminishing the necessity for swimming skills, it remains an essential leisure activity for many. Especially the sight of glistening thighs by the pool draws countless youthful admirers. Jiang Xiaoyu's arrival garnered little attention. Regardless of gender, everyone enjoyed the pool, relishing the joys of summer. After changing into an oversized swimsuit in the locker room, Jiang Xiaoyu commenced her 500-meter freestyle swim. Swimming had always been her forte. Even as a plump individual, the 500 meters posed no challenge for her to in under half an hour. Jiang Xiaoyu successfully completed her task. Just as she prepared to leave, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar face in the pool, Ran, who had greeted her the previous evening. Ran was clad in a lovely yellow swimsuit, basking in the sun on a lounge chair by the pool. Her flawless figure, coupled with an angelic visage, captivated many young men, some of whom leered shamelessly. Not far from Jiang Xiaoyu, 3 lecherous youths were fixated on Ran, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu discerned an unmasked desire in their gazes. Irrationally, a surge of anger welled up within her. Stealthily, Jiang Xiaoyu approached the diving platform not far from the trio. She leaped into the pool, landing less than 2 meters from them, with a resounding splash. The nearly 200-pound Jiang Xiaoyu crashed into the water like a depth charge, creating a tremendous commotion. Waves soared over 2 meters high, splashing onto the 3 young men. Caught off guard, they were instantly drenched. Damn it, who disturbed my view of the beauty? The leader of the trio, named Li Chong, was of above-average talent and came from a respectable family, often deceiving girls' affections at the academy. He had long coveted and ran. Recognized as one of the campus goddesses, but her beauty and superior talent had thwarted his advances. Just when he finally had a chance to admire Rant's stunning form, someone shattered the atmosphere. Who dares? Step forward, and I shall teach you a lesson, Li Chong bellowed. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu's rotund head bobbed up from beneath the water, startling the trio. It's me. My apologies. I miscalculated my dive. Heh. Jiang Xiaoyu sheepishly chuckled. Patting her head. Miscalculate your dive? I'll teach you a lesson. Li Chong raised his hand, preparing to deliver a slap. Boss, it's Jiang Xiaoyu. You can't hit her. At that moment, one of Li Chong's lackeys hurriedly restrained him. Jiang Xiaoyu? Li Chong suddenly realized. Who else at Qinglong Martial Academy possessed such a physique? Ah, it's you, Jiang. I thought it was someone else. A big splash nearly flooded the Dragon King Temple. Next time, be careful when diving. Don't hurt yourself. Li Chong's demeanor shifted dramatically as he greeted Jiang Xiaoyu. He had always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong, regardless of his family's background. It could never surpass that of the Qinglong Academy's principal. Thus, Li Chong quickly tucked away his earlier ferocity. My sincerest apologies. I truly didn't mean to do that. I'll be more cautious next time. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly, well aware that these fellows wouldn't dare to confront her. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the swimming pool, especially due to Jiang Xiaoyu's monumental splash. Even Rand sauntered over to investigate. Noticing this, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily changed her clothes and exited the swimming pool. Jiang Xiaoyu, don't let me catch you. I'll make you pay. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu's departing figure, Li Chong's eyes brimmed with resentment. Jiang Xiaoyu, how is it that you have achieved so little? You get flustered upon seeing a beauty. How will you ever find a wife? On her way home, Jiang Xiaoyu wished fervently to slap herself. That embarrassing shyness around beautiful women was utterly humiliating. Just as she returned to her residence, Principal Qinglong followed closely behind. Kid, I heard you awakened your martial soul? Spare me the details. It's merely a worthless 9th-grade martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression fell. She had hoped to reach the pinnacle of life, only to awaken the lowest-grade martial soul. Old man, you don't seem surprised that I can reawaken my martial soul? Hearing this, Principal Qinglong chuckled noncommittally. In truth, he had long known that Jiang Xiaoyu would awaken her martial soul at 16, and it would indeed be the lowest grade. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu was a descendant of that clan. However, what Principal Qinglong did not realize was that Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul had long been sealed. Without the system's aid, she might never have awakened it. Kid, your martial soul is somewhat special. I can only tell you that it is not an ordinary 9th-grade martial soul. Rather, it is an upgradable martial soul. Principal Qinglong's words left Jiang Xiaoyu momentarily bewildered. An upgradable martial soul? In this world, typically, a person's martial soul is fixed at the time of awakening, yet there are exceptional cases. For instance, your martial soul can upgrade as long as the conditions are met. From 9th grade to 8th grade, then from 8th to 7th in theory, as long as you have sufficient resources, you can continue to upgrade until it can no longer advance. A cascade of revelations stunned Jiang Xiaoyu. So, my little Sparrow martial soul is so formidable? Jiang Xiaoyu thought, incredulous. However, the conditions for upgrading are quite stringent. As for how to upgrade, each person's requirements differ, and you must discover them yourself. After a brief shock, Jiang Xiaoyu's excitement began to swell. I knew it. I am the chosen one. How could I possibly only awaken a lowly martial soul? Jiang Xiaoyu laughed, her ample form quivering with joy. I will undoubtedly elevate my martial soul to the highest tier. Jiang Xiaoyu envisioned herself standing atop the pinnacle of life after upgrading her martial soul to the 1st grade. Kid, don't celebrate too soon. Upgrading a martial soul is not so simple. You must first establish a solid foundation, Principal Qinglong cautioned. Old man, now that I've awakened my martial soul, can you finally reveal my lineage? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly asked seriously. Since the age of 5. She had been inquiring about this, yet the principal had always been vague. The time has not yet come. I will naturally tell you in due time. Once again, Principal Qinglong offered no answer. Jiang Xiaoyu understood that martial souls possess hereditary traits. Since hers was so unique, her parents must also be remarkable. However, since the principal had said so, there must be a reason, and Jiang Xiaoyu chose not to press further. Very well, tomorrow you will go to the martial arts pavilion to select a technique suitable for you to begin your training. I have arranged for you to join the advanced class. Learn diligently from those instructors, and do not hesitate to ask questions if you are unclear. With that, Principal Qinglong departed her residence. Advanced class? As far as Jiang Xiaoyu knew, the advanced class was the finest in Qinglong Martial Academy, comprised of a select few elite students. This old man is unafraid of others claiming favoritism by placing a mere newcomer with a newly awakened martial soul in such a class. However, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't mind. Good resources are meant to be utilized. How can I upgrade my martial soul? Jiang Xiaoyu pondered this question, concentrating her thoughts as she endeavored to communicate with her little Sparrow martial soul within. Many powerful martial souls possess their own consciousness, able to collaborate with their masters in battle. Some can even detach from their wielders, becoming formidable forces in their own right. Jiang Xiaoyu currently possesses no cultivation skills, let alone the ability to communicate with his martial soul. He is merely indulging in a bout of boredom, wishing to experiment. However, to his astonishment, the enigmatic little Sparrow martial soul actually conveyed some information to him. Devour? The message transmitted by his martial soul consists solely of these two words. Jiang Xiaoyu recalled that during today's martial soul awakening ceremony, he felt a peculiar urge to devour the martial souls he witnessed awakening around him. Could it be that he must consume others' martial souls to progress? The more he pondered, the more he believed in this possibility. Such wickedness. The specifics remained unclear to Jiang Xiaoyu. The pressing matter at hand was to select a martial art technique from the martial arts pavilion. Chapter 12. The enchanting martial art for an ordinary person. Awakening a martial soul merely grants the qualification to become a martial artist. To truly become a martial artist, one must cultivate techniques and absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Every youth who awakens a martial soul will choose a technique suited to themselves, thus enabling them to excel on their martial journey. When Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the martial arts pavilion, it was already bustling with activity. Today marked the day for newly enrolled youths to select their techniques. The pavilion is divided into 2 levels, the first for choosing techniques, and the second for selecting martial skills. Guided by a mentor, Jiang Xiaoyu and a new student swiftly made their way to the first level, where the techniques were stored. Alas, to his surprise, there wasn't a single book in sight. Upon entering, a student exclaimed in astonishment. The first floor hall was utterly barren, devoid of shelves, let alone books. Looking up revealed an even more astonishing sight. Numerous shimmering orbs of light filled the air above, densely populating the entire space, resembling a profound starry sky. Young ones, this is the realm from which you shall soon select your techniques. Each light you see represents a distinct technique. The mentor explained, elucidating this wondrous phenomenon to the students. As the students gazed on with curiosity, the mentor continued, techniques, like martial skills, are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. However, our Azure Dragon Martial Academy's highest tier is merely earth grade. Yet, even earth grade techniques are formidable. Most martial artists can only cultivate yellow grade techniques throughout their lives. The brighter the light, the higher the level of the technique. Every technique possesses its own spirit. When selecting a technique, the technique also selects its practitioner. You need only remain here and sincerely communicate with the lights above, and you will surely reap rewards. After imparting this wisdom, the mentor departed the pavilion without delay. The students, left in a state of bewilderment, exchanged puzzled looks. Jiang Xiaoyu was no exception, standing there in a daze. Communicate sincerely. Most students were at a loss regarding this statement. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaoyu, a young man in the crowd was glaring at him with malice. Jiang Xiaoyu, you've taken my mentor. This time, I shall select a technique far superior to yours. Wang Jin scoffed from the side. He had heard from his family that the selection of techniques was merely a matter of assessing students' talents, such as the level of their martial souls. Wang Jian closed his eyes and endeavored to communicate with his martial soul. In less than 2 minutes, a phantom of a colossal sword appeared behind him. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Amidst their astonishment, they observed several small lights soaring toward Wang Jian. Goodness! So this is how techniques are attracted. Upon witnessing this, several students immediately shut their eyes, attempting to communicate with their own martial souls. Curiously, in the martial arts pavilion, it seemed remarkably easy to connect with one's martial soul. Nearly every student who tried succeeded in summoning their martial soul's phantom. Moreover, without exception, those who manifested their martial soul phantoms had lights gravitate toward them. However, the size of the lights indicated that most were of the lowest grade. In contrast, Wang Jian was surrounded by the greatest number of lights, both large and small, indicating that numerous techniques had chosen him. After all, his martial soul was the highest ranking present. In less than 2 minutes, nearly everyone had communicated with their martial souls and attracted lights. Only Jiang Xiaoyu remained, frozen in place, his face flushed. "Big brother, please wake up. I beg you. Come out." Jiang Xiaoyu had already begun to communicate with his martial soul, but he discovered that his little Sparrow martial soul seemed to be in a deep slumber, unresponsive to his calls. No matter how fervently Jiang Xiaoyu pleaded, the little Sparrow remained utterly indifferent. Before long, a few minutes passed, and students began to select their preferred techniques, cheering joyously. Wang Jian also chose the most suitable technique from among the many that had come to him. Selecting an Earth-grade middle-tier technique. Hey, why hasn't Jiang Xiaoyu chosen a technique? At last, someone noticed Jiang Xiaoyu, whose face was flushed and who had yet to summon his martial soul's phantom. This shouldn't be. Even a 9th-grade martial soul should afford him several techniques to choose from. I suspect Jiang Xiaoyu's 9th-grade martial soul is perhaps the most inferior among them, thus lacking any allure. Wang Jian sneered upon seeing this. Jiang Xiaoyu's inability to manifest his martial soul astonished him. He never anticipated Jiang Xiaoyu could be so utterly inept. I must have underestimated his mediocrity. He is merely a privileged individual, Wang Jian thought to himself, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. With his Earth-grade middle-tier technique secured, Wang Jian's future appeared boundless. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu felt intensely awkward. No matter his efforts, the little Sparrow refused to acknowledge him, rendering communication impossible. Ding! The self-discipline timer expired. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform 50 squats on the spot. Task reward, mysterious gift. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at a loss, the system appeared yet again, much to his dismay. Damn it, this system is making things increasingly difficult for me. Jiang Xiaoyu realized that many were watching him with amusement. If he performed the task now, he would surely resemble a madman. Unfortunately, he had no means to resist the system. Thus, in front of a multitude of onlookers, Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly began his squats. What on earth is Jiang Xiaoyu doing? Squats? Surely this is some mysterious technique summoning ritual. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they observed Jiang Xiaoyu's antics. Many harbor jealousy toward Jiang Xiaoyu's privileged status, relishing the opportunity to feel superior. Especially Wang Jian. Witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's clownish behavior only reinforced his belief that he should never have engaged with such a fool. 50 squats were soon completed amidst Jiang Xiaoyu's frustration. It was bad enough being mocked by his martial soul, but now the system was piling on the humiliation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Mysterious gift unlocked. Reward, special physique, technique charmer description. Any unclaimed technique will be irresistibly attracted to the host. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Xiaoyu's adrenaline surged. What a stroke of luck, just when I needed it. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. System Daddy, I love you. He leaped into the air, wishing he could embrace the system if it were tangible, overwhelmed with joy. Such madness, utterly pointless, Wang Jian muttered, shaking his head as he prepared to leave, unwilling to witness further antics from this fool. But just then, Wang Jian noticed that it seemed all the lights were converging toward one particular spot. Chapter 13. 9 turns overbearing body technique. Jiang Xiaoyu had only just awakened the technique charmer physique when all the techniques on the first floor surged toward him like moths drawn to a flame. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by a myriad of shimmering orbs of light. To the other students, Jiang Xiaoyu appeared to transform into a radiant warrior of light. What on earth is happening? Are these techniques lost, unable to find their way? The students collectively gasped in shock at this unexpected spectacle. Jiang Xiaoyu merely performed a few squats and leaped about, and the techniques were irresistibly drawn to him. He had failed to summon his martial soul's phantom. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar actions were indeed some form of technique summoning ritual? The boastful student began to question his own beliefs. Some students even attempted to mimic Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier actions, but to no avail. The most flabbergasted of all was Wang Jin. He had initially thought that securing the favor of dozens of techniques was quite an achievement. But now, what was happening with Jiang Xiaoyu? A dense swarm of light surrounded him, leaving no room for others to compete. Why should Jiang Xiaoyu receive such favor? I know it. This must be the Azure Dragon Academy's president meddling behind the scenes. At this moment, the only thought that crossed Wang Jin's mind was this possibility. After all, as the head of the entire academy, Dean Xinglong held the reins of everything within the institution. It was indeed conceivable that he might manipulate matters to his advantage. Otherwise, the bizarre phenomenon surrounding Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly be explained. A mere ninth-grade martial soul, despite acquiring the finest martial techniques, one would still be unable to unleash their potential, merely a favored individual. I wonder what remarkable feats you can truly achieve. With this thought, Wang Jin left the martial arts pavilion in a huff. The other students, still in shock, gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu, enveloped by an array of martial techniques, remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring outside. The Great Sun Indestructible Technique, a superior-grade Earth-level martial art, embodies the essence of both strength and radiance. Upon reaching mastery, one's entire being radiates like the sun. With attacks as fierce as flames, it is the natural nemesis of the most profound techniques. The Hidden Kill Technique, also a superior-grade Earth-level martial art, is essential for any assassin. Once mastered, its strikes become enigmatic and unfathomable. A method of subduing foes with unexpected precision, the Dragon Elephant Golden Body Technique, another superior-grade Earth-level martial art, is an excellent choice for body refinement. Upon achieving mastery, one's physique resembles that of a dragon or an elephant, with a vigorous aura capable of overpowering 10 adversaries of the same tier. Among the multitude of techniques, Jiang Xiaoyu selected 3 that resonated with him, leaving him in a quandary about which to choose. Alas, if only I had the opportunity to select techniques at a higher martial academy, then those heavenly grade techniques would undoubtedly be mine. I must find a chance to visit. The Qinglong Martial Academy, where Jiang Xiaoyu resided, was merely categorized as a beginner martial academy in this world. ATA Higher Martial Academy. Both the instructors and resources would be vastly superior. The upcoming selection for the Advanced Martial Academy might provide an opportunity to test my mettle. A select few exceptionally talented individuals from beginner martial academies could, through selection, ascend to higher martial academies. Gazing at the 3 most radiant orbs of light before him, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at an impasse. Each of the 3 superior-grade Earth-level martial arts emphasized different aspects, leaving him uncertain about which path he should pursue. After 3 minutes of contemplation, Jiang Xiaoyu finally made his decision. Let us focus on body refinement. Imagine the exhilaration of shattering a mountain with a single punch. With that thought in mind, he prepared to select the Dragon Elephant Golden Body Technique. For body refinement is the hallmark of a true man. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to confirm his choice, a medium-sized orb of light nearby caught his attention. Although it was not particularly large, it managed to vie for his focus alongside the 3 superior-grade Earth-level martial arts. Curiously, Jiang Xiaoyu sought to glean information about this intriguing orb. The 9-turn overbearing body technique. Oh, it appears to be a flawed martial art. Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that this technique bore no rank and was indeed incomplete. Yet it remained a body refinement technique. This art comprises 9 levels of cultivation, with each advancement resulting in exponential enhancement of the physical form. 1 turn, 1 realm. 9 turns shake the heavens and earth. However, the orb before Jiang Xiaoyu only contained the methods for the initial 2 levels of cultivation. Having just perused the introduction, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself irresistibly drawn to this martial art. Its name alone exuded an air of dominance, and his instincts told him that this technique was far from ordinary. You shall be mine. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu chose the 9-turn overbearing body technique. This little rascal has actually chosen that martial art? In a secluded corner of the martial arts pavilion, Dean Xinglong observed the unfolding events with keen interest. He found it unsurprising that Jiang Xiaoyu attracted all the orbs of light. In his view, Jiang Xiaoyu's unique martial soul undoubtedly warranted such accolades. If even a mere superior-grade Earth-level martial art could not entice him, that would indeed be peculiar. Yet, the 9-turn overbearing body technique is notoriously challenging to cultivate. This martial art was acquired by Dean Xinglong during his youth through a stroke of fortune. Despite its imperfections, it stood on par with any superior-grade Earth-level martial art. Dean Xinglong had attempted to cultivate it himself, but regrettably, it did not resonate with him, yielding no results. I hope you can achieve something with it, young man. After acquiring the martial art, Jiang Xiaoyu headed straight to the kitchen brigade for a hearty serving of shredded potatoes and a generous portion of greens. His mouth craved something more savory. Alas, the system forbade him from consuming meat. If he didn't eat, starvation would be his fate. Brother Fish, congratulations on awakening your martial soul. Xiaoping rushed over, brimming with excitement. Today, Jiang Xiaoyu had dashed away too quickly after his awakening for Xiaoping to engage him in conversation. It's just a minor matter. Awakening a martial soul, nothing extraordinary. With my exceptional talent, it's only to be expected. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned nonchalance. Haha, I never imagined I would one day have a martial artist as a friend. The opportunity for ordinary individuals to interact with martial artists is exceedingly rare. Even within the Qinglong Martial Academy, peers of similar ages seldom befriended someone like Xiaoping, an ordinary person. To know a martial artist is a source of envy for many. Don't worry, I'll look out for you from now on. Xiaoping, I've always considered you a friend. Jiang Xiaoyu patted Xiaoping's shoulder, genuinely regarding this earnest youth as a friend. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoping felt profoundly moved. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, his thoughts unspoken, hesitating to voice what lay on his mind. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. Perhaps it's best to avoid burdening Brother Fish with my troubles. Xiaoping thought of his own family situation. Although it was somewhat complicated, he ultimately decided against sharing it. That night, Jiang Xiaoyu went to bed early, for the next morning marked the commencement of his martial journey. He was set to report to the advanced class tomorrow. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Chapter 14. I am insane. The next day, Jiang Xiaoyu rose with the dawn, preparing to report to the advanced class. The advanced class at Qinglong Martial Academy does not categorize students based on cultivation level but rather on talent. Thus, the students in this class represent the Academy's most gifted individuals. Given Jiang Xiaoyu's 9th grade martial soul, it was evident that he had relied on connections to gain admission. Upon arriving at the teaching area, he encountered his advanced class instructor, who had been waiting for him. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiaoyu realized that this instructor was none other than Lu Lin, the very mentor who had presided over the martial soul awakening ceremony yesterday. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could greet him, he noticed Lu Lin's countenance was marked by reluctance. You're Jiang Xiaoyu, right? The dean has already informed me. Come with me. Without affording Jiang Xiaoyu the opportunity to respond, Lu Lin turned on his heel and walked away. Lu Lin had always harbored a disdain for students who relied on connections. When the dean approached him yesterday about admitting Jiang Xiaoyu into the advanced class, Lu Lin had been visibly displeased. Jiang Xiaoyu will surprise you. The dean's exact words echoed in Lu Lin's mind. Indeed, if the dean wished to place someone, it was a request that could not be denied. However, Jiang Xiaoyu, with his mere 9th grade martial soul, seemed utterly inadequate for the advanced class. Lu Lin could not fathom how Jiang Xiaoyu could possibly provide him with any surprises. Jiang Xiaoyu followed closely behind, remaining silent. If this man held no regard for him, so be it. Upon reaching the entrance of the advanced class, Jiang Xiaoyu spotted a familiar face, Wang Jin. With Wang Jin's 7th grade martial soul talent, he was indeed a fitting candidate for this class. What a nuisance! Why is that calamity here? Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, Wang Jin's expression darkened. Twice now, he had been overshadowed by Jiang Xiaoyu. Ah, Brother Wang, I have long admired your reputation. What a pleasure to finally meet. Jiang Xiaoyu approached with enthusiasm, relishing the sight of Wang Jin's discomfort. True to his expectations, Wang Jin's face darkened further at Jiang Xiaoyu's greeting. Yet he was compelled to muster a strained smile. Hello? Were it not for Dean Xinglong, I would have truly liked to slap you across the face. Wang Jian seethed inwardly. Brother Wang, it's fitting that you, with your 7th grade martial soul, have easily gained entry into the advanced class. Unlike me, a mere 9th grade martial soul, who had to rely on connections to scrape my way here, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked cheekily, unabashedly revealing his reliance on connections. Wang Jian's breaths quickened, nearly overwhelming him, just as Lu Lin called them both inside. Enough, come in. Once inside the classroom, Jiang Xiaoyu estimated that there were fewer than 20 students in this elite class. Class, today we welcome 2 new students. Let us have these 2 introduce themselves. As soon as Lu Lin finished speaking, a wave of murmurs erupted from the students. Heavens, it's actually Jiang Xiaoyu. Is that so surprising? Haven't you heard that Jiang Xiaoyu awakened his martial soul yesterday? Of course, but he only has a 9th grade martial soul. How could he possibly be in our class? Is that even a question? Who doesn't know about Jiang Xiaoyu's connection to Dean Xinglong? In an instant, the classroom buzzed with chatter surrounding Jiang Xiaoyu. Observing this, Wang Jian stepped forward to introduce himself, believing today should have been his moment to shine. Hello everyone, I am Wang Jian, a newly awakened 7th grade martial soul. I look forward to your guidance. When Wang Jian introduced himself, he placed particular emphasis on the words 7th grade martial soul, displaying a proud smile. Unfortunately, his efforts garnered little response from the class. Instead, he stared at Wang Jian as if he were a fool. Those who could study in this class, even if their martial soul levels were somewhat lacking, would possess certain unique advantages, none of which would fall far behind Wang Jian. Consequently, Wang Jian's sense of superiority appeared rather ludicrous to these students. Observing everyone's reactions, Wang Jian forced an awkward smile and retreated to the side. Alas, he was still too young. Let me demonstrate what a self-introduction truly entails. Noticing Wang Jian's demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu, with his ample legs, strode to the podium. Hello, fellow classmates. I am Jiang Xiaoyu, and I presume everyone is already acquainted with me. So I shall not elaborate further. Perhaps the impression I leave on you is that of a chubby lad. However, I possess numerous advantages. Now, allow me to showcase one of my more commendable talents. Jiang Xiaoyu brimmed with confidence. As long as no beautiful girls stood before him, he was entirely oblivious to the concept of shyness. He prepared to sing Sunny Day, intending to share the charm of Zhou Dong with these inhabitants of another world. Just as he was about to begin, the last thing he wished to hear rang out. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform a 100-meter frog jump on site. Task reward. Earn the title I am insane. System. I curse you. Jiang Xiaoyu felt tears welling up, yet he had no means to resist. Thus, under the scrutinizing gazes of all, Jiang Xiaoyu clasped his head with both hands and squatted down, leaping around the classroom. Many were momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's actions. An air of awkwardness engulfed the room. Wasn't he supposed to be showcasing his talent? What is this? Do you think it possible that this frog jump is his talent? Frog jump? Talent? Ha ha ha. This talent truly possesses some merit. In an instant, the entire class erupted in laughter. Even the counselor, Lu Lin, was left dumbfounded by Jiang Xiaoyu's antics. Could this truly be the surprise that Dean Xinglong spoke of? Meanwhile, Wang Jian, despite his annoyance towards Jiang Xiaoyu, couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up this time. Wang Jian could only concede defeat in terms of audacity. After 10 minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu finally completed the 100-meter frog jump. Bathed in sweat and utterly exhausted, he casually found an empty seat, entirely oblivious to the fact that someone was sitting beside him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have successfully earned the title I am insane. Title description. As long as there are individuals nearby who perceive the host as insane, the host has a certain chance of enhancing their cultivation. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Xiaoyu beamed with delight. While this reward may not sound particularly flattering, it seemed rather impressive, as it could potentially enhance his cultivation. Jiang Xiaoyu, you truly are one of a kind. Suddenly, a melodious voice from the Huangli bird class reached Jiang Xiaoyu's ears. What can I say? I am simply this amusing. Jiang Xiaoyu turned to look, and to his astonishment, he found that sitting next to him was Ran, the beautiful female classmate. In that instant, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression changed. Even after jumping around the classroom for 100 meters, he had never felt this nervous. Oh my goodness! Jiang Xiaoyu was suddenly overwhelmed with anxiety, scrambling out of the classroom in a flurry. The rest of the class was once again rendered speechless by Jiang Xiaoyu's bizarre behavior. What is wrong with this person? Surely, he must have some issues. Unbeknownst to who uttered such words, many nodded in agreement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully triggering the title I Am Insane. You have unlocked 2 levels of cultivation. Chapter 15. Wall slam on goddess and ran as Jiang Xiaoyu dashed out of the classroom. He felt as if some shackles within him had been released. Moreover, he had broken through 2 levels in one go. Could this be the second level of a martial apprentice? Jiang Xiaoyu was bewildered. Ordinarily, martial cultivators required to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in conjunction with their cultivation techniques. Yet, he hadn't even begun to cultivate and had already broken through 2 levels. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Jiang Xiaoyu simultaneously harbored feelings of both love and hatred towards the system. From this moment forth, he would no longer be an ordinary person. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Hurry back. It's time to select your seat. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could revel in his newfound joy, Counselor Lu Lin, with a stern expression, called him back inside. Having served as a counselor for many years, this was the first time Lu Lin encountered such an eccentric student as Jiang Xiaoyu. He was utterly unpredictable. Counselor, I wish to sit there. Since entering the classroom, Wang Jian had been fixated on Anran, the brightest girl in the room. Moreover, Anran just so happened to have no desk partner. Was this not a perfect opportunity for him? However, as Wang Jian sought to sit with Anran, the other students cast peculiar glances at him. Logically speaking, such a beautiful girl should have countless boys vying to sit next to her. Yet, since her arrival in class, Anran had always occupied a desk alone. Those boys who wished to sit beside her had all been ruthlessly rejected. Counselor, I refuse, I prefer to sit alone. As expected. Before Wang Jian could enjoy his triumph, Anran's voice rang out, coldly rejecting him without a moment's hesitation. Wang Jian's smile instantly froze. Throughout his life, nearly every girl he had interacted with had never turned him down. After all, he not only came from a good family but also possessed good looks. This was the first time a girl had rejected him. Jiang Xiaoyu observed this scene and could not help but marvel at how inscrutable girls could be, especially the beautiful ones. He casually selected a seat next to a male student and prepared to sit down. Jiang Xiaoyu, come sit over here. Anran unexpectedly waved at Jiang Xiaoyu, flashing a sweet smile. Upon hearing this, the entire class gasped in astonishment, as if they had just witnessed something extraordinary. Anran had been at Qinglong Martial Academy for over 6 months and had hardly spoken to any boys. Even when they approached her, she maintained a frosty demeanor, let alone inviting someone to sit with her. Weren't you just saying you like to sit alone? Wang Jian could no longer contain himself, angrily questioning Anran about Jiang Xiaoyu. That was just now. I now feel it's a bit too lonely to be by myself. With a playful smile, Anran's response nearly sent Wang Jian into a fit of rage. Many students glanced between Anran and Jiang Xiaoyu, their expressions growing increasingly strange. Jiang Xiaoyu possessed the lowest level of martial soul. If he were somewhat handsome, then Anran's choice might be understandable. However, Jiang Xiaoyu was a large, chubby fellow, and no one could discern any handsome qualities about him. What, then, could possibly motivate Anran's choice? Could it be that our goddess Anran was also a social climber, hoping to attach herself to Jiang Xiaoyu for some advantage? This possibility seemed quite plausible. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. Many quietly speculated about Anran's intentions, casting odd glances in her direction. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly oblivious. His mind blanked. Oh no. I have to sit next to this girl every day. Is this going to cost me my life? Jiang Xiaoyu wore a face of despair. He suffered from a phobia of beautiful girls. He had no idea how to interact with them. What's wrong, Jiang Xiaoyu? Are you saying you don't find me attractive? Noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's hesitation, Anran's expression soured a bit. Each time Jiang Xiaoyu saw her, he appeared as though he had encountered a monster. Was she truly that unattractive? Many would-be suitors had yet to even get a chance to approach her. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu pondered how to respond, the system's voice intruded at the most inopportune moment. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Immediately perform 10 one-handed push-ups against the left wall. Task completion reward. Lose 10 pounds of fat. What? The left wall? Push-ups. One-handed? Jiang Xiaoyu realized that the left wall was precisely the wall adjacent to Anran, as she was seated against it. Go perform push-ups there meant. just as he contemplated how to ask and ran to move aside. An intense wave of pain surged through his body. Host's actions are insufficiently swift. Electric shock penalty incurred. Damn it. Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless. Given the current situation, there was no time to consult and ran. Ultimately, the system's punishment triumphed over Jiang Xiaoyu's fear of girls. Thus, under Enran's astonished gaze, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned against the wall, positioning his right hand a mere 10 centimeters from Enran's head. Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar actions immediately captured the attention of the entire class. Look, what is Jiang Xiaoyu doing? Oh wow, that move. Could it be a wall slam? Jiang Xiaoyu is simply my idol, on his first day in class. He dares to tease the goddess Enran. Unbelievable. A chubby guy actually dared to do such a thing to the goddess. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu once again challenged the perceptions of those around him. Simultaneously, he commenced performing push-ups, of course. Jiang Xiaoyu kept his eyes closed, too afraid to gaze at Enran. Due to his breakthrough to the second level of a martial apprentice, although he remained somewhat portly, his strength was no longer comparable. He executed these few push-ups with remarkable ease, nearly completing one in a second. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu finished his final push-up and was about to exhale in relief, he felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen. His hefty body, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was propelled backward by this immense power, crashing into a garbage bin 3 meters away. How vulgar! Enran withdrew her foot and looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with disappointment. She had initially believed that Jiang Xiaoyu was different from other men, not a lecherous soul but rather an intriguing spirit. To her astonishment, he turned out to be one of those very people. And even worse, on their very first day of acquaintance, he had the audacity to engage in such a despicable act. He was nothing short of a lascivious fiend, a repugnant glutton. Chapter 16. The prodigy Li Chong in a fit of anger. Enran stormed out of the classroom. The onlookers couldn't help but give Jiang Xiaoyu a thumbs up, declaring his audacity to be quite extraordinary. Beside him, Wang Jian regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with a mixture of envy and resentment. Fortunately, Enran had kicked Jiang Xiaoyu away. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to give that fat boy a good thrashing. What Jiang Xiaoyu had done was something countless boys had longed to do but dared not attempt. Indeed, having connections granted one a certain audacity. Women were indeed formidable. Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching his abdomen, slowly rose to his feet. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the self-discipline task. Reward. Lose 10 pounds of fat. The system's voice resonated. And Jiang Xiaoyu immediately sensed something missing from his body, feeling considerably lighter. However, even after shedding 10 pounds, a figure as corpulent as Jiang Xiaoyu hardly appeared any different visually. Jiang Xiaoyu, how dare you tease Enran? At that moment, a youth approached with a mocking smirk. This individual was Lu Peng, the same one Jiang Xiaoyu had playfully tormented at the swimming pool. Though Lu Peng was a ruffian, he possessed commendable strength and, with certain connections, had ascended to the advanced class. Even if he ranked at the bottom in terms of talent, this identity allowed him to garner a plethora of admirers. Ever since Jiang Xiaoyu had made a fool of him that day, he had been eager to find an opportunity for revenge, and to his surprise, it had come so swiftly. What's the matter? Did a few push-ups offend your eyes? Jiang Xiaoyu regarded Lu Peng with a look that seemed to invite a beating. Offering him no courtesy, of course not. I wouldn't he dare. Hearing this, Lu Peng feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively, then continued, however, everyone in the advanced class knows that Li Chong has been pursuing Enran. If you continue this way, you might end up offending him. At the mention of Li Chong, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Peng's eyes. This acknowledged prodigy of the Qinglong Martial Academy presented an amiable facade to outsiders, treating everyone with utmost kindness, thus earning the affection of numerous students. However, after inadvertently crossing paths with Li Chong once, Lu Peng learned that this individual possessed a vengeful spirit, a ruthless character. Consequently, Lu Peng had been reluctantly coerced into becoming Li Cheng's sycophant. If a conflict were to arise between Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Chong, it would certainly be a spectacle. But what of Li Chong? Is there truly anyone in the Qinglong Martial Academy that Jiang Xiaoyu, cannot confront? Upon hearing Li Cheng's name, an unpleasant visage surfaced in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. No, I'm merely offering a word of caution. Lu Peng chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyu shot a disgruntled glance at Lu Peng before returning to his seat. Jiang Xiaoyu, you may be brazen now, but Li Chong might indeed bring you to heel. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's ostentatious demeanor, Lu Peng scoffed. It is true that Jiang Xiaoyu's connection to the academy's dean allows him to navigate the institution with relative ease, with few capable of holding him accountable. Yet Li Chong might prove to be an exception. Not only is he the academy's top prodigy, but he also possesses a unique identity. He is the grandson of the vice dean. This connection is hardly inferior to Jiang Xiaoyu's. Li Chong? Jiang Xiaoyu was already acquainted with Li Chong. Due to Li Chong being the vice dean's grandson, he, like Jiang Xiaoyu, had grown up within the confines of the Qinglong Martial Academy. Having grown up alongside Jiang Xiaoyu, they could be considered childhood friends. Moreover, Li Chong had always trailed behind Jiang Xiaoyu like a shadow. However, upon awakening his martial spirit at the age of 14, following the news of Jiang Xiaoyu's inability to awaken his own, Li Chong swiftly manifested a 6th-grade martial spirit, ascending to the status of the Academy's prodigy. From that moment on, Jiang Xiaoyu began to languish, while Li Chong ceased to visit him, even feigning ignorance when their paths crossed. Since the moment he awakened his 6th-grade martial spirit, his future was destined to be boundless. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoyu, who could not even awaken a martial spirit, lacked the qualifications to be his friend. I wonder what he would think if he knew I awakened a martial spirit. I suppose my 9th-grade martial spirit would hardly impress him. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. During today's lessons, Jiang Xiaoyu scarcely paid attention. The Academy's curriculum consists of theoretical classes and combat training courses. Today's schedule primarily involved theoretical lessons, mostly discussing the types of demon beasts and the developmental history of human warriors. Jiang Xiaoyu had long since perused these topics in the dean's study, having committed much of the knowledge to memory, rendering his attention to the lectures inconsequential. After class, Jiang Xiaoyu skillfully made his way to the kitchen. And upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Xiaoping. Xiaoping, are you heading home? Brother Yu, I was just about to head back to cook. Would you like to join me for a meal at my home? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, Xiaoping appeared quite pleased. Initially, he had feared that Jiang Xiaoyu would change after awakening his martial spirit, but it seemed he remained as easygoing as ever. Sure, I haven't been out to see anything in a while. Jiang Xiaoyu readily agreed, having genuinely considered Xiaoping, this simple lad, a friend. Haha, then let us hurry. We need to buy groceries. Xiaoping joyfully pulled Jiang Xiaoyu along. Along the way, Xiaoping purchased a variety of ingredients. Jiang Xiaoyu watched with drool pooling in his mouth, yet felt too embarrassed to tell Xiaoping he could only eat vegetables. It was quite distressing. Traversing the bustling city center, Xiaoping led Jiang Xiaoyu to a dilapidated neighborhood, the homes evidently aged by several decades. Brother Yu, my home isn't in great condition, so please don't mind it. Xiaoping smiled at Jiang Xiaoyu. His family, even among ordinary folk, faced considerable hardships. Therefore, Xiaoping had not awakened a martial spirit, nor had he attended a conventional cultural academy. Instead, he had dropped out early to work for a living. How could I? Do I look like that kind of person? Jiang Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Hee, I knew brother you wasn't that kind of person. My sister will be thrilled to know I brought a guest home. Xiaoping had a younger sister, and since both of his parents worked outside, Xiaoping returned home daily to cook for her. Bad people. You're all bad people, woo-woo. At that moment, a faint cry from a little girl reached their ears, sister. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaoping immediately recognized it as his sister's. They must be here again. Xiaoping's expression turned tense, and he hurriedly ran ahead. Jiang Xiaoyu, unsure of what was happening, quickly followed. Are you still not moving out? This is what happens when you refuse. Inside Xiaoping's modest home, several burly men in black were wreaking havoc on the furniture. Don't smash our things. Please don't. A 7- or 8-year-old girl was crying out in protest against the actions of the thugs. Get out of the way. The thug frowned and forcefully shoved the little girl aside. The petite frame of the girl could hardly withstand the shove, sending her crashing into a sofa 3 meters away. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiaoping rushed in, witnessing this scene unfold. Chapter 17. Standing Up Sister. Seeing this, Xiaoping hurriedly ran over to help the little girl up. Are you all right, brother? Woo-woo. They are smashing our things. The little girl clung to Xiaoping, her tears flowing uncontrollably, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. We already said we want to move. Why do you keep coming here? In broad daylight, smashing things and hitting people. Where is the law? Xiaoping glared at the thugs, filled with rage, yet utterly helpless. Law? The law is for people like you, Poor wretches, kid. Since you didn't agree to the soft approach, we'll have to resort to something more forceful, the thug sneered, completely dismissing Xiaoping. The commotion at Xiaoping's home attracted many curious neighbors. Xiaoping, you must have agreed to this, right? We can't fight against these people. A matronly woman earnestly advised. Behind these individuals stand formidable warriors. The expressions of numerous neighbors darkened. These burly men in black were affiliated with an engineering company, and this dilapidated community was to be transformed into their new project, a playground. However, the compensation offered to the residents was significantly lower than the market rate. With the meager compensation, the already struggling residents could scarcely find new accommodations. Many were unwilling to accept this and sought to appeal, but unfortunately, under the unscrupulous company's operations, no one succeeded. Furthermore, they periodically dispatched individuals to disrupt the residents' lives, intending to wear them down until they reluctantly acquiesced. Under this persistent harassment, many were coerced into signing the unjust demolition agreements. Yet, the Xiao family remained resolute in their stance. Thus, the scene of several men smashing furniture unfolded. Did you hear that, kid? Our company possesses not only wealth and influence, but also the backing of powerful warriors. If you continue to defy us, beware of the quiet consequences. One of the thugs made a gesture across his throat. Observing this, Xiaoping felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was merely a young lad. Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing the scene, cast a cold glance at a few of the men before striding to Xiaoping's side. Xiaoping, what exactly transpired? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired sternly. Brother Yu, this is not your concern. Xiaoping hesitated to divulge the matter to Jiang Xiaoyu. Being an honest person, he did not wish to trouble others. Xiaoping, we are friends. Seeing the determination in Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze, Xiaoping ultimately relayed the entire sequence of events to him, akin to unburdening his woes. Upon hearing Xiaoping's account, Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but feel anger swell within him. For many years, he had lived under the protection of the esteemed Qinglong. Rarely encountering any injustices, he had not anticipated that the world remained as cruel as before, perhaps even more so. Hey kid, have you made up your mind? Regardless of your consent, you must vacate. Agree now, and you will receive compensation. In a few days, there will be nothing left, one of the burly men growled. Him? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu turned to meet the thug's gaze. Who is this chubby fellow? What are you staring at? Keep looking. And I'll smash your pig head. The black-clad thug was inexplicably irked by Jiang Xiaoyu's stare. As he spoke, he raised his fist, preparing to teach both Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiaoping a lesson. Brother Yu, perhaps we should let this go. I've heard there's a formidable warrior backing them. Xiaoping still wished to shield Jiang Xiaoyu from the trouble. Big brother, be careful. They hit hard. Xiaoping's younger sister chimed in, her eyes brimming with tears. Today, I stand right here, and I challenge anyone to lay a finger on me. Jiang Xiaoyu completely disregarded their warnings, rising to confront the burly men. In his previous life, although an orphan, he had been a streetwise lad, surrounded by a gang of ruffians, frequently engaging in fights. Moreover, he could discern that despite their imposing appearance, these burly men were still ordinary individuals. Having now broken through to the second stage of martial arts, he was fundamentally different from them. Dealing with these men would be a trivial matter. Jiang Xiaoyu's actions immediately drew the attention of all present. Little chubby, am I hearing this correctly? You wish to intervene? One of the thugs laughed, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. You're so fat that just getting on the bed is a struggle. You think you can take charge? They guffawed. This kid clearly lacks awareness. Perhaps he bullies little students at school and believes he is capable now. Several neighbors began to murmur among themselves. The concerned matron approached anxiously. Xiaoping, persuade your friend. This is no matter for violence, she implored. She regarded Jiang Xiaoyu, a mere youth, as no match for the hulking men before them. Furthermore, even if he could overpower them, these thugs had warriors backing them. Just as Xiaoping was about to speak, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu assume a fighting stance and roll up his sleeves. Just because you're dressed in black, you think you're the boss. Today, I, your brother Yu, will show you why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Jiang Xiaoyu, a bit exhilarated, prepared to teach these men a lesson. He had yet to engage in combat since becoming a martial artist and was curious about his own capabilities. Oh, this little chubby is quite brave. One might think all your 200 pounds are muscle. The thugs began to mock. Damn it. Jiang Xiaoyu wished to avoid further banter and prepared to strike. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. A self-discipline task has been issued. Jump in place for 5 minutes of square dancing. Task reward. Lose 20 pounds of fat. At this critical moment, the last thing Jiang Xiaoyu wanted occurred. The infernal system had returned to trouble him. This time, it was square dancing, and in front of so many people, especially as he was about to take action. System. Jiang Xiaoyu felt utterly speechless yet powerless. Thus, he began. He placed one hand on his hip and pointed to the sky with the other. Striking an awkward pose, a complete set of dance moves suddenly flashed in his mind. What is this kid trying to do? Is he transforming into a magical girl? The thugs erupted into laughter. Even Xiaoping was bewildered by Jiang Xiaoyu's antics, not to mention the surrounding neighbors, each regarding him with strange expressions. Brother Yu, what on earth are you doing? Xiaoping finally could not hold back his inquiry. Ahem, it's nothing. I just like to do some warm-up exercises before a fight. Jiang Xiaoyu awkwardly explained, attempting to justify his bizarre behavior. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu commenced his square dance. For some inexplicable reason, the onlookers fell silent, quietly watching his performance. Just then, an unknown uncle's phone rang, shattering the quiet atmosphere. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming. It must be said that the ringtone paired with Jiang Xiaoyu's dance created an oddly captivating ambience. Damn, brother, this little chubby is making a fool of us. One of the black-clad thugs suddenly exclaimed. We agreed to fight, and now he's dancing. He clearly looks down on us. The thug added. It seemed he had a point. Hey, chubby, stop dancing, the lead thug shouted toward Jiang Xiaoyu. But Jiang Xiaoyu was in no position to halt. He did not want to face punishment and could only grit his teeth and continue. Damn it, brother, this kid isn't responding. The lead thug was clearly losing his patience. I'll say it again. Stop dancing, chubby. Don't force me to lose my temper. This time, the thug's tone was noticeably harsher. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of stopping and continued with his infectious dance. How dare you disregard my words? The lead thug could no longer contain himself and marched over to Jiang Xiaoyu. I told you to stop dancing. He stood less than a meter away from Jiang Xiaoyu, shouting angrily. Regrettably, the thug received only a wiggling gesture from Jiang Xiaoyu in response. I'll smack you. The thug finally snapped, raising his hand to deliver a slap to Jiang Xiaoyu's head. Brother Yu, quickly, dodge, Xiaoping shouted anxiously from the side. Whether or not Jiang Xiaoyu heard the call, he narrowly evaded the slap just in time. Too slow, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, then offered a cheeky smile to the thug. However, the dance movements continued unabated. Having broken through to the second stage of martial arts, Jiang Xiaoyu, though considered a novice among warriors, moved with a quality that set him apart from ordinary people. Evading these men was a breeze. Kid, you got lucky dodging that slap, and now you're getting cocky? The thug sneered, launching another slap. But the result was the same. Too slow, like a turtle, Jiang Xiaoyu taunted, mocking the thug's fragile pride. Damn it! The thug could no longer restrain himself and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Jiang Xiaoyu. The outcome was predictable. Not a single hair on Jiang Xiaoyu was touched, while the thug himself was left gasping for breath. Brother, we'll help you. The other two black-clad thugs rushed in, flanking Jiang Xiaoyu on either side, preparing to encircle him. Brother, this fatty seems a bit peculiar. Don't hold back. Upon uttering these words, the trio unleashed a myriad of techniques upon Jiang Xiaoyu. Heavenly beings harvesting grapes, monkeys stealing peaches. Alas, their assaults met only with empty air. Jiang Xiaoyu, while gracefully dancing to the rhythms of a square dance, effortlessly evaded all their attacks. This spectacle left Xiaoping and his sister, along with the surrounding neighbors, utterly astonished. Goodness, brother, this lad must be cheating, exclaimed a burly man in black, unable to contain his astonishment. Have you finished? If so, it's my turn. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly leapt into the midst of the three assailants. Thus, amidst the collective bewilderment of the onlookers, Jiang Xiaoyu continued his dance, absurdly pummeling the trio of black-clad men until their faces were bruised and battered. Is this the art of dance? A neighboring uncle remarked in disbelief. Xiaoping, your hefty friend is truly formidable. Brother, your friend is incredible. He has taken down those ruffians. Xiaoping, observing the unfolding scene, had anticipated this outcome, for he was aware of Jiang Xiaoyu's status as a martial artist, making it a trivial matter to contend with ordinary individuals. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Reward: a loss of 20 pounds of fat. As the 5 minutes came to a close, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a remarkable lightness in his body. He had shed a full 20 pounds. Even his visage exhibited a noticeable transformation, with a significant reduction in excess flesh. Yet, this change went unnoticed by others. To them, he remained an oversized figure. Ha ha ha, splendid performance. Observing the dire state of the black-clad men, some onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals had been a source of trouble for the residents of the community, and witnessing their comeuppance brought joy to the crowd. Thank you, Brother Fish. Xiaoping approached Jiang Xiaoyu to express his gratitude. No trouble at all. Jiang Xiaoyu waved dismissively, relishing in a moment of perceived coolness. It must be said, the sensation of being admired felt marginally better than languishing in mediocrity. Fatty, you've got guts, shouted one of the defeated men, trembling as he leaned on his companions, glaring resentfully at Jiang Xiaoyu and the surrounding neighbors. I've been in this business for years, and this is the first time I've suffered such humiliation. To be thrashed by a mere chubby boy. If word gets out, how will I ever maintain my reputation? Kid, it seems you have some skill, but can you truly contend with a martial artist? If you have the guts, don't run. I'll call for reinforcements, and you'll get a taste of a martial artist's might. And you lot, when the martial artist arrives, this place will be razed to the ground. After delivering this ominous warning, the black-clad men hastily exited, phones in hand. Their threats plunged the crowd into a tense atmosphere. What now? They're summoning a martial artist. If a martial artist comes, we will surely face the consequences. Some neighbors began to express their pessimism. Brother Fish, what should we do? Even Xiaoping felt a twinge of panic. Though he knew Jiang Xiaoyu was also a martial artist, he was aware that Jiang Xiaoyu had only recently awakened his martial spirit and might not be particularly formidable. Despite being aware of Jiang Xiaoyu's connections, he remained oblivious to the extent of Principal Qinglong's influence in Jiang City. Naturally, Jiang Xiaoyu had no fear of martial artists. Throughout Jiang City, who was unaware of his association with Principal Qinglong? Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to reassure Xiaoping, an unfriendly-looking woman approached him with a scowl. It's all your fault. If you hadn't acted so boldly, we wouldn't have attracted the martial artist. The woman's words cast an eerie silence over the gathering. What? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback momentarily. I merely chased off a few thugs who had been bullying our community, and now I'm being blamed? Auntie, those men have been tormenting our neighbors for ages. Xiaoyu was doing us a favor. Xiaoping interjected hastily. A favor? Sure, he had his fun, but what will we do now? When the martial artist arrives, we're all in trouble. Another disgruntled neighbor chimed in, casting a dissatisfied glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. They had all expected to receive some form of compensation for the demolition, however modest, but now, due to Jiang Xiaoyu's actions, the thugs had called for a martial artist. If that martial artist were to unleash their wrath, these ordinary citizens might end up with nothing, forced out without recourse. The disgruntled neighbors' sentiments resonated with many others, and they soon regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with suspicion. Observing the unfolding drama, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief at their reactions. What are you all complaining about? I was merely standing up for my friend. This has nothing to do with you. Did I eat your rice? Jiang Xiaoyu retorted defiantly. Young man, don't be too cocky. When the martial artist arrives, you should take the initiative to apologize. Perhaps they might show you mercy. As Jiang Xiaoyu's arrogance irked the crowd, another voice emerged. You expect me to apologize? Ridiculous. It's utterly absurd. Jiang Xiaoyu's irritation grew. There was a reason why people like this drew disdain. Everyone, stop arguing. Brother Fish is also a martial artist. There's no need to be afraid. As tensions escalated, Xiaoping urgently pointed out Jiang Xiaoyu's status. What? This chubby guy is a martial artist too. Xiaoping, you must be dreaming. I've never seen a martial artist of such size. Xiaoping's claim elicited laughter from the crowd. Indeed, most martial artists maintained a physique honed by rigorous training, making Jiang Xiaoyu's bulk hard to believe. Did you not see Brother Fish defeat those men? How could he do that without being a martial artist? Xiaoping hastily defended. Oh please, he just learned a few basic moves. That hardly qualifies him as a martial artist. And let us not forget, we know your family's situation. Xiaoping, your parents are laborers, and you're just a cook. It's not that I look down on you, but with your background, how could you possibly be friends with a martial artist? Disdainful comments echoed among the crowd, casting doubt on Xiaoping's assertions. brother fish, is truly. As these words were spoken, Xiaoping's anxiety heightened, fearing Jiang Xiaoyu might take offense. No need for explanations. A bunch of ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well. I hope you remain so steadfast when the moment arrives. Jiang Xiaoyu dismissed their concerns, unwilling to engage further. Chubby, are you addicted to pretending? I see you as nothing but. Just as a young man was about to continue ridiculing Jiang Xiaoyu, a series of hurried footsteps interrupted the moment. It's over. They've really returned with backup. Fatty, look what you've done. Panic spread among the crowd, for they instinctively feared martial artists. Brother Fish, perhaps you should leave, Xiaoping urged, concerned for Jiang Xiaoyu, knowing that he had only recently awakened his martial spirit and might be outmatched by a seasoned martial artist. Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled, choosing not to speak further. He was curious to see which martial artist would so shamelessly intervene in the affairs of ordinary people. You fat piece of garbage, come out. The leader of the black-clad men, still nursing his wounds, stepped forward. He had originally intended to summon a standard martial artist from his company, but was fortunate to encounter a young master willing to assist him in resolving this matter. It was worth noting that the young master was not only a martial artist but also a rising star at the Guanglong Martial Academy. What is your name? And where is the person you called? Fatty, don't get too cocky. Even if you are a martial artist, you won't escape unscathed when facing my associate. As he finished speaking, two of his companions entered, escorting a richly dressed youth. The boy appeared to be of a similar age to Jiang Xiaoyu. Standing with an air of arrogance, the young master barely acknowledged those present. Who dares to strike my people? He bellowed, his voice laced with an aura that resonated painfully in the ears of those gathered. A bunch of lowly scum. With that, he raised his foot and violently demolished the nearby structures. The power of that kick startled many onlookers instantly. Alas, this youth is indeed a martial artist, and he appears quite formidable. What should I do? If he lands a kick on me, I might very well meet my demise. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the young man before him, struggling to suppress a laugh. To his surprise, the young man turned out to be someone he recognized. What a twist of fate! Esteemed martial artist, it was not us who struck you. It was him, he exclaimed, pointing towards a rather rotund individual. Yes, that chubby fellow over there. He was the one who did it. In an instant, everyone directed their fingers towards Jiang Xiaoyu's direction. Damn it, why don't you come over here and face your doom? The young man turned to look in the direction indicated by the crowd. Are you certain? Jiang Xiaoyu grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I feel like I've seen this chubby guy somewhere before. The young man regarded Jiang Xiaoyu, a sense of familiarity washing over him. What the hell, Jiang Xiaoyu? The young man suddenly put the pieces together. Hello there, you little rascal. This young man was none other than Wang Ba, who had attempted to show off at the Qinglong Martial Academy just a few days prior, only to be humiliated by Jiang Xiaoyu. Itsu. Wang Ba was taken aback, initially contemplating a dull day filled with petty squabbles with his subordinates. Never expecting his opponent to be Jiang Xiaoyu. I heard you intend to kill me? Jiang Xiaoyu replied with an innocent smile. Someone wants to kill me. That sounds rather serious. I might just have to call my old man. With a chuckle, Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out his phone, feigning to dial a number. No. Wang Ba interjected hastily. Jiang Xiaoyu, this is a trivial matter between us. There's no need to trouble the esteemed principal of Qinglong Academy over such a minor issue. He quickly halted Jiang Xiaoyu's actions, secretly sighing to himself, realizing that he might very well fall victim to Jiang Xiaoyu today. Chapter 20. Extorting Wang Ba's demeanor towards Jiang Xiaoyu did not escape the keen eyes of the crowd. This rotund fellow, how does he know the young martial artist? Moreover, it seemed that the martial artist harbored a certain trepidation towards him. This sudden shift left the neighbors utterly flabbergasted. Young master, it is this brat. You must teach him a lesson, avenge us. Several burly men clad in black, still oblivious to the situation, bellowed in indignation upon witnessing the exchange between Wang Ba and Jiang Xiaoyu. Silence, Wang Ba barked, delivering a swift kick that sent the nearest black-clad man flying 5 meters away, exacerbating the injuries he already sustained. Jiang Xiaoyu, I've heard you have awakened your martial soul. Although it's merely a lowly 9th-grade martial soul, you are still a martial artist. Why associate with these lowly individuals? Wang Ba surveyed the surrounding neighbors with disdain, as though he were observing a colony of ants. I intend to meddle. What can you do about it? Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a mischievous grin, inciting Wang Ba's irritation. Regrettably, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Jiangqing was but a small city. Should he lay a hand on Jiang Xiaoyu, the likes of the principal of Qinglong Academy would undoubtedly learn of it. Despite his family's considerable wealth before the principal, they were merely a slightly more powerful mortal family. Very well, encountering you today is my misfortune. I shall let the matter of your assault on my subordinate slide. Ah Bao, let us depart. Wang Ba waved his hand, ready to leave with his companions. You are just going to leave like that? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. What else do you wish? Wang Ba was on the brink of losing his composure. He had already made the greatest concession. If someone had struck his family as people, they would either be dead or severely crippled by now. Jiang Xiaoyu, do not push your luck. Wang Ba had never endured such humiliation. I am not up to anything. I simply felt a sudden longing for my old man and planned to give him a call, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, raising his phone as if to dial. Wait, ultimately, Wang Ba yielded. What is it that you want? You damaged my friend's door. You can't just leave without compensation, can you? Is it just a door you want? I thought it was something of great significance. Speak, how much? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Wang Ba sighed with relief that a mere wooden door could not possibly cost much. Xiaoping, come here. How much is your door worth? Jiang Xiaoyu called out to Xiaoping. Xiaoping approached hesitantly, casting a timid glance at Wang Ba. Upon noticing, Wang Ba shot Xiaoping a menacing glare. Brother you, perhaps we should let this go. The door isn't worth much. Xiaoping, being an ordinary child, felt intimidated by Wang Ba's gaze. Xiaoping, do you not trust me? Or do you not regard me as a friend? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired, visibly irked. Brother you, how could that be? I definitely trust you. That door cost 500 yuan when it was installed. Xiaoping muttered the price shyly. 500. I thought it was something significant. Wang Ba swiftly pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Here is 1,000. Consider it double the compensation. He handed the money to Jiang Xiaoyu. You think 1,000 will suffice to appease me? The sound of your kick against the door was so loud that it startled both me and my friends. What about compensation for emotional distress? Jiang Xiaoyu was not one to be easily satisfied. What do you want? Wang Ba, recognizing his predicament, was willing to part with the money but did not wish to be taken advantage of. Not much, a total of 100,000 will do. Jiang Xiaoyu stated nonchalantly. 100,000? Jiang Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? Even for someone like Wang Ba, that's not a small sum. While his family is wealthy, his father controls his allowance tightly. 100,000 is his living expenses for 2 months. Brother you, isn't that a bit too much? Xiaoping quietly reminded him that Xiaoping's parents toiled tirelessly for a year, earning a mere 70 to 80,000. 100,000 exceeded their annual income. Jiang Xiaoyu shot Xiaoping a calming glance. Oh dear, how did my phone accidentally dial my old man's number? It is so troublesome. Jiang Xiaoyu pretended to fumble with his phone again. All right, Jiang Xiaoyu, take this card. It has exactly 100,000 in it. The password is 88. Wang Ba, resigned, handed over a bank card to Jiang Xiaoyu. His expression pained. 2 months' worth of living expenses were gone just like that. How would he woo girls now? Damn Jiang Xiaoyu. Now can we leave? Wang Ba wished to stay not a moment longer, fearing that another glimpse of Jiang Xiaoyu's rotund face would provoke him into a crime. Wait, Jiang Xiaoyu interjected. I heard your family plans to demolish this neighborhood? Not anymore. I won't allow it. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Wang Ba took off like a bolt, wishing to avoid further torment. When the challenge comes in a month, I shall surely avenge this. Wang Ba vowed inwardly. Xiaoping, I believe your home will no longer be demolished. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled, then handed the bank card to Xiaoping. Brother you, do not speak. Do I appear to be someone in need of this pittance? Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze, Xiaoping could only accept it. After the earlier incident, Xiaoping recognized that Jiang Xiaoyu's status was not trivial. Meanwhile, the surrounding neighbors were left wide-eyed in astonishment. They had anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyu would be soundly beaten and that they would be implicated. But the outcome was beyond their wildest dreams, especially the woman who had initially stepped forward to criticize Jiang Xiaoyu, along with those who had made snide remarks, now felt a burning shame on their faces. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Jiang Xiaoyu were laced with fear. Based on Wang Ba's earlier demeanor, it was evident that Jiang Xiaoyu was not only a martial artist but also held a significant status. If Jiang Xiaoyu bore a grudge, they might find themselves in a precarious situation. I apologize, esteemed martial artist. I underestimated you. Suddenly, a young man who had previously made a sarcastic remark hurriedly stepped forward, bowing his head in apology. With a leader emerging, many others followed suit, expressing similar contrition. Xiaoping, you must intercede for us. Some even approached Xiaoping to plead for leniency, as it was clear to all that Jiang Xiaoyu treated Xiaoping well. However, Xiaoping pretended not to hear their pleas. After all, these individuals had been exceedingly rude. Get lost? Jiang Xiaoyu bellowed, prompting the crowd to disperse as if liberated from bondage. Xiaoping, why haven't you started cooking yet? Did you not invite me for a meal? Jiang Xiaoyu smiled at Xiaoping. All right. Chapter 21. Farewell to Xia. The small interlude at Xiaoping's home barely registered on Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. Upon returning to his residence, he commenced his training. Jiang Xiaoyu's 9 transformations of the dominant body technique, according to its description, required one to reach the martial spirit realm or higher to successfully cultivate the first transformation. Known as the copper skin iron bone, given Jiang Xiaoyu's current circumstances, he could only focus on enhancing his cultivation. Spirit-enhancing pill. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved a medicinal pill from his pocket, a reward from the system for completing his last mission, which he had yet to consume. This type of pill is among the most commonly used by martial artists at the martial apprentice level, capable of directly enhancing the spiritual energy within one's body and increasing one's cultivation. However, those who practice martial arts are well aware that all medicines have their drawbacks, as with any pill, excessive consumption can lead to side effects. Yet, the system had assured him that this particular pill bore no adverse effects. Jiang Xiaoyu had a strong trust in the system after all. It was, after all, a cheat. He decided to take it without further ado. Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed the pill whole. It dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. And in that moment, he felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Hastily, he sat down cross-legged to refine this energy. Martial apprentice 4th level. Within less than 10 minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu distinctly sensed a breakthrough in his realm. He had surged through 2 levels. Just 2 days after awakening his martial soul, Jiang Xiaoyu had advanced from 0 cultivation to martial apprentice 4th level. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would surely drop their jaws in astonishment. This rate of advancement was something even those who had awakened a 7th-grade martial soul could only envy. It was utterly outrageous. Even Jiang Xiaoyu himself was taken aback. This system-rewarded pill was likely far superior to anything concocted by so-called alchemy masters. The joy of his breakthrough only intensified Jiang Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, prompting him to activate the foundational cultivation method of the 9-turn overlord body art and embark on his training. Typically, a person's cultivation speed is determined by their ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which largely correlates with the grade of their awakened martial soul. Logically, Jiang Xiaoyu, possessing a 9th-grade martial soul, should have a rather slow cultivation pace. However, as soon as he began his practice, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy rushing towards him. The nameless little sparrow that constituted his martial soul was also stirring with excitement. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed his cultivation was rapidly increasing. The sensation of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth brought a particular term to his mind: devour. Jiang Xiaoyu absorbed a portion of the spiritual energy, converting it into his own cultivation, while another portion was predominantly consumed by his little sparrow martial soul. What on earth is this martial soul of mine? At this rate of cultivation, Jiang Xiaoyu would likely break through to martial apprentice 5th level within just a few days. The following day, when Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the classroom, he discovered Anren had already taken her seat. Moreover, Anren's gaze upon him seemed to harbor a desire to tear him apart. An explanation was in order. Otherwise, I might be in grave danger. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of fear. This beautiful girl, Anren, was surprisingly violent. Violence aside, her cultivation was even higher than his. Who could withstand that? Anren, about what happened yesterday, I was in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize. Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously approached. However, upon hearing this, Anren continued to regard him with those terrifying eyes, as if a kick could be forthcoming at any moment. Anren, I truly did not mean to. Sometimes my mind just doesn't work right, and I have some issues. Upon hearing this, Anren's expression began to shift. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyu continued, what I mean to say is, I have some issues with my mind. And sometimes I cannot control myself, which is truly not my intention. You saw my actions that day. Would a normal person really behave like that in front of so many people? A normal person, especially a teenager with such a strong sense of pride, would never make such an embarrassing display in front of others, would they? I was genuinely left with no choice. If it weren't for these mental issues, who wouldn't want to be a healthy and positive young person? As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu felt tears welling up. In truth, his words were not entirely fabricated. Had it not been for the system's interference, he would never have found himself in such absurd predicaments. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's heartfelt account, Anren began to believe him, and her gaze shifted from disdain to pity, as if she were looking at a big fool. Is everything you said true? Absolutely, without a doubt. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly affirmed, noticing the change in Anren's demeanor. Well then, if you find yourself unable to control yourself again in the future, just let me know, and I can help you. Anren's gaze softened, no longer appearing so menacing, and she forgave him. Jiang Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief, finally resolving the situation. It turned out that girls weren't all that terrifying after all. Have you all heard? We are having a class with Mentor Sia soon. Oh my goodness, I thought Mentor Sia wasn't teaching anymore. I heard the academy had been trying to invite her for a long time, and she finally agreed to give us a theoretical class. Oh my goodness, Mentor Sia is my goddess. In the classroom, many students were animatedly discussing the impending visit of Mentor Sia. Mentor Sia? Isn't she the one who wanted to take me as her disciple the other day? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of anxiety, recalling how he had publicly rejected her offer before so many people. Surely, she wouldn't hold a grudge, would she? What's wrong, Jiang Xiaoyu? You look a bit off. Is your illness flaring up again? Anren observed Jiang Xiaoyu's expression with a wary look. No, I'm just a tad excited about Mentor Sia. Is that so? Mentor Sia is not only a stunning beauty, but also a genuinely good person. Anren replied with a smile, clearly well acquainted with Sia. Unknown to many, Anren was actually Sia's first disciple. Really? Jiang Xiaoyu knew Sia was a great beauty, but whether she was a good person remained uncertain to him. She's here. After someone called out, the entire class fell silent. Mentor Sia, veiled and clad in a flowing white classical dress, gracefully ascended to the podium. Her slender figure and noble, ethereal aura captivated all present. Only Jiang Xiaoyu, in a flurry, turned his face away, fearful of being recognized. Without much introduction, Sia commenced the lesson. Her voice, as cool and composed as her demeanor, exuded an air of detachment. Today's lesson was merely a foundational theory on magical beasts. As the lecture progressed, many students began to notice that Mentor Sia possessed unique insights into each type of magical beast, explaining concepts in a straightforward manner that allowed the students to grasp quickly. Could any student explain the characteristics and weaknesses of the 8th grade magical beast, the two-headed fire rhinoceros? At that moment, Mentor Sia suddenly posed a question, her gaze flicking towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Chapter 22. The Embarrassing Poetry Recital. Oh no. Upon meeting Sia's gaze, Jiang Xiaoyu smacked his forehead in frustration. As expected, women do tend to hold grudges. Even the aloof Mentor Sia was no exception. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu resigned himself to stand and answer, someone nearby volunteered to respond. The two-headed fire rhinoceros is an 8th grade magical beast, with tough skin and thick flesh, boasting formidable defensive power. Its massive horns serve as lethal weapons, and its mouth can emit flames of extreme temperature. A martial artist of equal cultivation would undoubtedly perish upon contact. However, the two-headed fire rhinoceros does have a fatal weakness. Between its two heads, at the neck, there lies a piece of soft flesh, easily pierced just like ordinary pork. Wang Jin spoke confidently, then cast a proud glance at Mentor Sia. He was determined to demonstrate to her that her refusal to accept him as a disciple was a grave error. Following Wang Jin's answer, most students regarded him with admiration. In truth, the two-headed fire rhinoceros was a relatively rare magical beast, so most people were unfamiliar with its characteristics. Surprising everyone, Wang Jin had recalled the details so accurately, prompting many to regard him with newfound respect. Possessing a 7th grade martial soul was impressive enough, but his eagerness to learn was truly commendable. This young man's future was boundless. Wang Jin accepted the approving glances with satisfaction. Eager to witness Sia commend him, this student answered quite well. Mentor Sia began, indeed affirming Wang Jin's response. However, the description of the two-headed fire rhinoceros's weakness lacked precision. The weakness lies at the neck, but more specifically, 50 centimeters from the left head of the two-headed fire rhinoceros. Understanding the details of magical beasts you may encounter in the future is vital. Even a 1 centimeter difference could cost you your life. Therefore, I hope Wang Jian will enhance his theoretical knowledge further. Mentor Sia's subsequent remarks left Wang Jian in utter disarray and surprised the other students, who hadn't anticipated her to be so exacting. Hee hee. Just then, an unexpected laugh echoed from somewhere. Everyone turned to see Jiang Xiaoyu, who had just covered his mouth. Why apologies? I couldn't hold it in. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed unabashedly. Wang Jian's attempts to show off, only to be put down, were simply too entertaining. Who was laughing? Stand up. Suddenly, a melodious yet icy voice rang in Jiang Xiaoyu's ears. Huh? Are you calling me? Jiang Xiaoyu gazed towards the podium, only to meet Sia's emotionless stare. Disrupting the class discipline, he was ordered to stand outside for half an hour before re-entering. Sia fixed her gaze on Jiang Xiaoyu, seemingly irked. With a sense of resignation, he stood up, preparing to step outside for his punishment, reassured that he was quite familiar with the material of the lesson. However, it was evident that Sia held grudges. It became apparent that Sia, the instructor, had not intended to embarrass him on purpose. She was simply strict with everyone. Wang Jian felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's punishment. Unbeknownst to him, beneath Sia's veil lay a stunning visage, revealing a faint smile. Although Sia was a mentor, she was not particularly old. Her talents and cultivation were simply remarkable. Jiang Xiaoyu, the first person to reject her, piqued her interest. Yet, what truly captivated Sia was Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul. She had never encountered such an extraordinary martial soul before. Despite being the lowest grade, a 9th-tier martial soul, it evoked an indescribable sensation within her. I must uncover the nature of this martial soul, Sia mused internally. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu reached the center of the classroom, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform a poetry recitation at the podium. Task completion reward. None. Damn it. A task like this with no reward at all. What a worthless system. Jiang Xiaoyu was nearly driven to the brink of fury. What if this Sia, with her unknown cultivation level, were to strike him down should he fail at the task? Surely, she wouldn't dare to kill me, would she? Ultimately, Jiang Xiaoyu chose to confront the unknown Sia rather than submit to the system's punishment. Thus, under the watchful eyes of his classmates, he reluctantly ascended the podium. Sia, I'm feeling unwell. Please do not intervene regardless of what I do. As he approached Sia, he hastily uttered these words. Sia appeared bewildered by his statement. The 5 rings, you have one more than the 4 rings. Jiang Xiaoyu began, reciting lines transmitted by the system. To his surprise, he dared to disrupt Sia's class. After all, her identity had always been shrouded in mystery, and even the esteemed director Qing Tian treated her with utmost respect. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Sia inquired, somewhat annoyed, as Jiang Xiaoyu blatantly ignored her authority and continued speaking. What does he think I am? I'll have to personally intervene if this continues. Sia raised her hand, poised to send Jiang Xiaoyu flying with a single slap. The students in the classroom exchanged bewildered glances. Sia, please wait. At that moment, Anren rushed forward from her seat. Sia, Jiang Xiaoyu is having an episode. Anren leaned in closer, whispering to Sia about Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier claim of having a mental illness. Connecting the dots, Sia began to suspect that Jiang Xiaoyu might indeed have some issues. Instantly, both women regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with a changed perception. It was unexpected that such a young boy bore such a condition. Poor little chubby one, Sia sighed, finally understanding why Jiang Xiaoyu had declined her invitation to become her disciple. Everything made sense now. It must have been his condition that caused him to flee so swiftly that day. During such episodes, it seemed unwise to disturb him excessively, lest it lead to more severe consequences. Consequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the other students, the 2 women stepped aside, allowing Jiang Xiaoyu to take the podium. The 6 rings, you have one more than the 5 rings. Jiang Xiaoyu felt as if he might weep, yet his lips continued to recite the lines. Under the complex gazes of his classmates, Jiang Xiaoyu completed his rendition of the 5-ring song from his previous life, in a recitation format no less. Damned system, forcing me to recite such an embarrassing piece without even offering a reward. I can't believe it. If this system had a physical form, Jiang Xiaoyu would have relished the opportunity to drag it out and give it a thorough beating. How utterly malicious. Jiang Xiaoyu, come to my courtyard after class. Sia instructed, casting one last glance at him before departing the classroom. Chapter 23. Sia's courtyard goodness, how ruthless. She wants to find a secluded place to reprimand me? Jiang Xiaoyu could almost envision himself being mercilessly beaten in a small courtyard by Sia. The other students in the advanced class shared similar thoughts, as Sia's expressionless demeanor led them to believe she was genuinely angry. What could Jiang Xiaoyu possibly possess beyond his chubby physique? The master even summoned him to her courtyard. Anren, standing nearby, murmured in disbelief. As Sia's sole disciple, Anren knew well that Sia valued her privacy above all. Even she had only visited Sia's courtyard twice. Now, it was utterly inconceivable that Sia would invite a man like Jiang Xiaoyu to her private quarters. Cherish this opportunity? Anren approached Jiang Xiaoyu and gently patted him on the shoulder. Cherish it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu froze. He was about to be pummeled by Sia, and Anren was telling him to cherish the moment. Could it be that Anren harbored some peculiar inclinations? With that thought, Jiang Xiaoyu regarded Anren with a strange expression. Should I go or not? After class, Jiang Xiaoyu sat in his seat, anxiously raking his fingers through his hair, deeply conflicted. Surely, Sia wouldn't he strike too hard, right? After all, I have connections. Perhaps I should just go. What could she do to a hefty fellow like me? Resolving to face his fate, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way towards the instructor's residential area. The mentors at Qingtian Martial Arts Academy each had their own residences. Sia's abode was a secluded little courtyard, nestled in a tranquil environment. Come in, the door is unlocked. Even before Jiang Xiaoyu could knock, Sia's voice drifted from within the courtyard. This place is so remote, even if I scream like a pig, no one would hear. Such peril, such danger. Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously stepped inside Sia's residence. The courtyard, though not large, was well appointed, with pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water. It had everything, and occasionally, a few spirited fish leaped in the pond. The entire space exuded a sense of comfort, momentarily alleviating Jiang Xiaoyu's tension. At that moment, Sia sat nearby in a pavilion, quietly engrossed in a book. Come over. Sia set her book aside and glanced in Jiang Xiaoyu's direction. Sia, please don't. I'm truly unwell. It's not intentional. I can't control myself. Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly approached, continuously offering explanations. It's best that you have a condition. I'm here to help you with it. Sia replied leisurely. No, Sia, I can't withstand your punishment. Upon hearing Sia's response, Jiang Xiaoyu assumed she genuinely intended to strike him, and fear gripped him. Though he protested vocally, his feet betrayed him, guiding him to Sia's side. In this situation, the only option was to plead for mercy. Attempting to flee would surely result in a more severe beating. How could his cultivation possibly allow him to escape? Sia, I sincerely apologize for my unruly behavior in class today. I'm sorry. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was earnestly apologizing, Sia's next words left him momentarily speechless. No need to say more. Your conduct in class today was indeed peculiar, but I can understand. However, why was your poetry recitation so dreadful? Even elementary school students perform better than you. Sia spoke with utmost seriousness. Even through her veil, Jiang Xiaoyu could sense her earnestness. My poetry recitation was dreadful? Jiang Xiaoyu stood frozen, taken aback that Sia's first critique was directed at his recitation. Although he recognized his skills were lacking, surely he wasn't worse than an elementary school student. What? Don't believe me? Noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's expression, Sia posed the question again. As a refined lady well-versed in the arts, Sia had mastered poetry recitation from a young age. Hence, she genuinely believed Jiang Xiaoyu's performance was lacking. Of course, I believe you, Sia. I will definitely practice my recitation skills and strive to surpass elementary students. Well then, Sia, may I take my leave now? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly, seeking an opportunity to escape. What are you thinking? Extend your right hand. Sia's voice remained as cold as ever, sending a shiver down Jiang Xiaoyu's spine. Surely she doesn't intend to use a small bamboo stick to strike my hand. Jiang Xiaoyu's mind raced with visions of his impending misfortune, and indeed, Sia was not about to let him off easily. Jiang Xiaoyu trembled as he extended his hand, bracing himself to accept the impending judgment. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his wrist. It was Sia, her hand resting delicately on his wrist, seemingly probing for something. This was peculiar. Sia furrowed her brow slightly. Possessing a certain proficiency in medical skills, She had intended to examine Jiang Xiaoyu after Anren had mentioned his illness in the classroom. After all, it would be rather unfortunate if the bearer of such a mysterious martial soul turned out to be mentally unstable. However, Xia now discerned that Jiang Xiaoyu's pulse appeared utterly normal, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. "Thea, you aren't going to examine my tendons, are you? Surely, this trivial matter isn't worth such scrutiny?" Jiang Xiaoyu winced, his expression a portrait of distress as Xia held his hand. "You're not ill, so why can't I detect anything?" Xia pondered, finding the situation perplexing. Typically, bodily ailments manifest in one's pulse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly realized that Xia had taken Anren's words to heart, mistakenly believing he was unwell and wishing to examine him. "How kind. My condition is rather complex and difficult to discern. Even the dean of the Qinglong Academy couldn't figure it out," Jiang Xiaoyu hastily added, hoping to quell any suspicions from Xia. "The dean couldn't figure it out? Then your illness is indeed intricate." Although Xia had confidence in her abilities and medical knowledge, she was aware that she fell short when compared to the dean. Knowing the relationship between the dean and Jiang Xiaoyu, it was only natural that she couldn't uncover the truth either. "My condition is simply that I sometimes lose control. Otherwise, I am perfectly normal, nothing serious." With a sheepish grin, Jiang Xiaoyu expressed gratitude for Xia's concern. "I'll take my leave now." Testing the waters, he noted that Xia did not oppose his departure and turned to slip away. Just as he neared the door, Xia, who had remained motionless, suddenly stood up, and a colossal eye-like phantom appeared behind her. That enormous eye was deep and enigmatic, as if it could perceive all truths in the world. Chapter 24. The Eye of Illusions. This immense eye was, in fact, the primary reason Xia had summoned Jiang Xiaoyu. How could this be? What on earth was this phenomenon? Watching Jiang Xiaoyu vanish through the door, Xia's expression was one of disbelief. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a profound emotional upheaval. "Why can't I see anything about his martial soul?" Xia murmured, struggling to accept this reality. The colossal eye was Xia's martial soul. It was an exceedingly rare and unique type of martial soul known as the Eye of Illusions, reputed to see through all deceptions in the world. One of its abilities allowed it to discern the essence of another's martial soul before they actively summoned it, including details such as rank, characteristics, and weaknesses. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Illusions, if a martial soul had any secrets, they would surely be exposed. Yet, this time, as Xia attempted to probe Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul, not only did she fail to glean any insights, but it seemed that the energy from her own martial soul was subtly being absorbed by Jiang Xiaoyu's mysterious martial soul. Although the energy absorbed was minuscule, it was utterly absurd in Xia's eyes. She could roughly surmise that Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul was of the devouring type. However, she had encountered devouring martial souls before. The fact that Jiang Xiaoyu's could absorb her martial soul energy at the 9th rank was unprecedented. It was essential to note that Xia's Eye of Illusions was at the 5th rank. Moreover, due to the peculiar nature of the Eye of Illusions, it was even stronger than some 4th rank martial souls. For a 9th rank martial soul to absorb energy from a 5th rank martial soul was astonishing. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. Who exactly was Jiang Xiaoyu? Xia quietly observed Jiang Xiaoyu's departing figure, lost in thought. "Xia, you have overstepped your bounds." Just then, a figure appeared silently beside Xia. The dean of Qinglong Academy? Xia could sense the irritation in his voice. "Xia, despite your impressive background, the Qinglong Academy is not a place where you can act recklessly, especially concerning Jiang Xiaoyu." The dean's tone grew noticeably stern when mentioning Jiang Xiaoyu in the future. "I hope you will refrain from using abilities that are not permitted within the academy without my consent. Take care." Before Xia could respond, the dean vanished without a trace. Stunned, Xia remained frozen in place, realizing that prying into another's privacy was indeed her misstep. Furthermore, the dean was no ordinary individual. Although her background was formidable, she dared not offend the dean excessively. Jiang Xiaoyu? Intriguing. However, the secrets surrounding Jiang Xiaoyu were undeniably captivating. Xia was truly peculiar. Not only did she fail to reprimand him, but she even offered to examine him. As Jiang Xiaoyu reflected on the events that had just transpired, his low cultivation level prevented him from realizing that his martial soul had nearly been exposed. "Who are you?" At that moment, a young man approached Jiang Xiaoyu, fuming as he loudly interrogated him. Why are you coming out from Sia's residence? The young man appeared to be in his early 20s. Is there anyone in our academy who does not recognize me? Jiang Xiaoyu found it rather strange to be confronted by an angry youth. I don't give a damn who you are. Why were you in Sia's residence? The young man's voice rose another octave. This young man, named Bailong, had followed Xia to Qinglong Academy in pursuit of her affection. Due to his status, he held a mentor position within the academy, though he had never actually conducted a class. His sole purpose was to be near Xia. He had heard of Jiang Xiaoyu's name but had never seen him, making it natural that he would not recognize him. Having pursued Xia for quite some time without success, Bailong had repeatedly attempted to enter Xia's residence, only to be denied each time. Now, witnessing a male figure emerge from Sia's courtyard was utterly intolerable. I'll ask you once more, who the hell are you? Bailong was on the verge of losing his temper. I'm Jiang Xiaoyu. You don't recognize me? Jiang Xiaoyu replied, equally perplexed by the sudden outburst. Jiang Xiaoyu? Upon hearing the name, Bailong recalled that this person was seemingly connected to the dean of Qinglong Academy, causing his anger to simmer down slightly. Though he was not intimidated by the dean due to his background, it was wise to remain discreet, for the strength lay with his elders, not himself. What were you doing in Sia's courtyard? Bailong managed to temper his tone. Xia is my mentor. She was merely guiding me through the course material, Jiang Xiaoyu explained. Bailong felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. He understood that it was reasonable for Xia to instruct her students. However, Jiang Xiaoyu's next statement nearly caused Bailong to spit blood in rage. It was just a simple touch of mentor Xia's delicate hand. The sensation was truly smooth. Jiang Xiaoyu had deduced that this individual harbored feelings for Xia. Moreover, having been unjustly yelled at, he felt compelled to retaliate. He was not a punching bag. He was determined to infuriate Bailong. Additionally, when Xia had checked his pulse, she had indeed touched his hand, so it was not entirely a lie. What did you say? Repeat that. Bailong's previously dissipated anger surged back. I said, Mentor Xia's hand is so smooth. Jiang Xiaoyu emphasized, reveling in the prospect of riling up this irate young man. You're dead. Bailong was infuriated, having pursued Xia for so long. Even their conversations had always been at a distance of 2 meters. Now, to hear someone claim to have touched Xia's hand was beyond his tolerance. Ultimately, his rage eclipsed his rationality, and disregarding Jiang Xiaoyu's connections, he raised his hand, prepared to strike him down. At worst, he could simply have his family compensate for the resources lost. Hey, are you serious? As Bailong's hand descended, Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, knowing that the dean would likely be aware of any occurrences within Qinglong Academy and would intervene promptly. Indeed, a figure appeared, blocking Bailong's strike. Yet, it was Xia. Bailong, do you know what you are doing? Xia had been observing the events unfolding at her doorstep, including the remarks made by Jiang Xiaoyu. Consequently, she scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu for a couple of seconds, making him feel somewhat guilty. Xia. The two hands met, and feeling Xia's skin, Bailong was elated. However, he was also furious, for his first intimate contact with Xia was to save another man. How could Xia come to the aid of this overweight individual? Xia, don't stop me. Let me deal with this fatso. Bailong's anger remained unquenched. Bailong, I knew you were foolish, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. Xia shows no regard for appearances when she speaks. Am I foolish? It's merely a matter of killing a country bumpkin. Bailong, filled with indignation, fails to comprehend that given their status, both he and Xia could easily dominate in a small place like Jiangsheng. Country bumpkin, do you truly understand Jiang Xiaoyu? Or perhaps, do you genuinely know Dean Qinglong? Xia retorted, her disappointment in Bailong deepening. This impulsive Bailong is bound to bring calamity upon his family. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You two continue your conversation. Observing their exchange, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily made his exit, vowing to remember Bailong's grudge. How dare he think about striking him? Chapter 25. The return of Li Chong. What a stroke of misfortune. On his way back, Bailong was in a foul mood. Why is a mere head of a junior martial arts academy so intimidating to Xia? He had never encountered such humiliation within his family. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Bailong, slapping him across the face with a resounding crack. A distinct imprint emerged on Bailong's cheek. I've heard you look down upon me, huh? The dean of Qinglong wore a smile that was neither here nor there. He was fully aware of Jiang Xiaoyu's predicament. Had Xia not intervened, the dean would have struck Bailong, leaving him severely injured at the very least. However, those who dare to harm Jiang Xiaoyu must certainly face some consequences. Stop, I am. Bai Long realized the newcomer was Dean Qinglong and hurriedly opened his mouth, attempting to leverage his status to instill fear in the dean. But before he could finish his sentence, another resounding slap landed on him. Without allowing Bai Long a moment to recover, Dean Qinglong unleashed a relentless barrage of slaps, leaving Bai Long's face resembling that of a pig. Bai Long attempted to speak, but found it difficult even to utter a word. Having lost several teeth in the process, "What do you mean, you? If you're unhappy, go tell Bai Shan. Let him know it was me who did this. Let us see if he dares to retaliate." After finishing, Dean Qinglong muttered under his breath, "What kind of people is Li Tianba recruiting?" Li Tianba is the vice dean of Qinglong Martial Academy, responsible for the recruitment of instructors, and both Xie and Bai Long were brought in by him. Typically, Dean Qinglong is hands-off, indifferent to such trivial matters. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Bai Long's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the name Bai Shan, for Bai Shan is indeed his father's name. The dean of Qinglong knows his father and seems to be quite familiar with him. How could someone from such a small place like Jiangxing possibly know his father? After a brief respite, once he could articulate clearly, Bai Long hurriedly called his father. He recounted the incident of his beating and prepared to have his father send someone to reclaim his dignity. "What? You got into trouble with him? It's a miracle you weren't killed. From now on, conduct yourself with more discretion. This person is not someone we can afford to offend." These were Bai Shan's exact words. Leaving Bai Long frozen in place, if the Bai family cannot afford to offend this Dean Qinglong, what manner of person is he? That night, Jiang Xiaoyu immersed himself once more in his cultivation. He was quite pleased with the speed at which his martial spirit absorbed spiritual energy. "At this rate, in 2 or 3 days, I will break through to the 5th level of martial disciple." Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, cultivation seemed far more enjoyable than being a waste. Furthermore, having just weighed himself, he found that, with the assistance of the system and the weight loss pills, he now weighed only around 160 pounds. Soon, he would return to his peak appearance. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. He just wondered when he would be able to soar through the skies. Every boy undoubtedly harbors the dream of becoming a martial arts master, and Jiang Xiaoyu was no exception. Early the next morning, upon arriving in class, Jiang Xiaoyu overheard many discussing something. "Senior Li Chong is returning today. I can finally see my idol again." "Me too. I've missed him so much." Several girls were fawning over him. In this world of martial arts academies, status is not determined by enrollment time but rather by cultivation level. Those who are stronger are considered seniors. Li Chong, without a doubt, is the acknowledged #1 talent. And all students at Qinglong Martial Academy must address him as senior. It seems he is quite popular. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled to himself, recalling Li Cheng's demeanor from back then. "Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Chong is coming back soon. He is not the type to reason with, so be careful." Just then, LV Peng approached, feigning concern. "Oh." Jiang Xiaoyu dismissed him. It was evident what his ulterior motives were. He merely wanted to incite a conflict between him and Li Chong. Even without the matter of Anren, a deep-seated conflict existed between him and Li Chong. "Idol, the idol is back. So handsome. Senior Li Chong, I love you." At that moment, the girls in front erupted into screams. Instantly, the entire teaching building was filled with the shrieks of female students. Jiang Xiaoyu followed their gazes out the window, where he saw a dozen imposing students striding towards the teaching building. These individuals were all above the 7th level of martial disciple, returning from hunting beasts. Leading them was none other than Li Chong. One could not deny that Li Cheng's appearance was indeed striking. His features were handsome and gentle, captivating the gaze of all who beheld him. Moreover, his demeanor stood out among the group, exuding a sense of nobility that was markedly superior to the others. Still the same old habit of showing off, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked without reservation. A girl nearby, preparing to retort, was taken aback. How dare someone speak ill of her idol? Upon turning to see, it was Jiang Xiaoyu. Her words caught in her throat, and she could only shoot him an annoyed glare. "Why are you so unresponsive? This is the idol." Jiang Xiaoyu teased Anren, who was engrossed in her own activities. "Crazy?" Anren shot Jiang Xiaoyu a glare. "Jiang Xiaoyu." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Chong and his companions walked towards the advanced class. All of them were exceptionally gifted students, naturally part of the advanced class. As soon as Li Chong entered the classroom, Li Peng hurried over to inform him of Jiang Xiaoyu's teasing of Anar, and Li Chong also caught sight of Jiang Xiaoyu from a distance, his expression becoming complex for a moment. Under the scrutiny of everyone, he strode directly toward Jiang Xiaoyu. "Long time no see," Li Chong initiated the conversation, offering a warm smile. "Not seeing you is preferable." Jiang Xiaoyu replied coolly, feeling no need to extend any cordiality towards Li Chong. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Li Chong frowned slightly, then smiled again as he returned to his seat. The students in the advanced class were taken aback by this exchange, surprised to discover that the two were acquainted. One was the Academy's top talent, while the other was the Academy's most influential figure. How intriguing! As time passed, the girls in the class began presenting gifts to Li Chong, surrounding him with questions. The male students nearby had long grown accustomed to this dynamic. As long as Li Chong was present, they would forever remain in the shadows. Only the newly enrolled Wang Jian displayed some dissatisfaction, though he dared not express it openly. Amidst the onslaught of questions from the female students, Li Chong maintained a warm demeanor, responding to each inquiry as if embodying the perfect gentleman. "Anren, it's been a while since I last saw you." At that moment, Li Chong suddenly approached Anren, who, due to sitting next to Jiang Xiaoyu, found herself right beside him. Chapter 26. A clash of wills. Li Chong's actions elicited sighs from the surrounding female students. Everyone at the academy knew of Li Chong's pursuit of Anren, and it was a one-sided affection. Despite being the acknowledged idol, Li Chong could not win Anren's heart. Yet he persisted, embodying the image of a devoted man. Handsome, talented, and infatuated. Despite such a perfect man's pursuit, Anren remained unmoved, even finding it somewhat bothersome. "I do not wish to see you." Anren turned her head away, too lazy to even glance at Li Chong. He clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. For reasons unknown, Anren simply could not muster any fondness for Li Chong. "Anren, you remain as you always were, but whatever your demeanor, I cherish it." Li Chong seemed to anticipate Anren's response, sporting a smile reminiscent of a lovesick puppy. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Anren, entirely disregarding Jiang Xiaoyu, treating him as though he were invisible. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to explode with indignation, the system activated first. Ding. Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Immediately complete a set of 5 push-ups, 5 sit-ups, and 5 squats. Task completion reward. 1 enlightenment pill. No side effects. What a timely intervention. I was just looking to showcase my skills. Jiang Xiaoyu thought gleefully, finding Li Chong's ostentatious demeanor utterly nauseating. The system's task arrived just in time. Jiang Xiaoyu abruptly took a bottle of ink from the desk and spilled it all over Li Chong's clothes. "Jiang Xiaoyu." Li Chong found his thoughts disrupted by this sudden blow, nearly exposing his true nature in his rage. "I apologize. I'm having an episode. Please keep your distance." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Xiaoyu began a series of antics on the ground. The original members of the advanced class could understand this scene, having witnessed Jiang Xiaoyu's eccentric behavior on more than one occasion. Everyone tacitly accepted the fact that Jiang Xiaoyu was unwell. With Jiang Xiaoyu causing such a commotion, Li Chong entirely lost his mood, forcing himself to return to his seat with a smile, projecting an image of a congenial gentleman to the classmates. Senior Li Chong truly deserves the title of heartthrob. His temperament is remarkably good. Even after being splashed with ink, he still manages to smile. I could never do that. One couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to be the girlfriend of a heartthrob like Li Chong. One would surely be pampered like a little princess. As expected, Li Chong's actions garnered him another wave of admirers. Jiang Xiaoyu successfully completed his self-discipline task and received the enlightenment pill. Naturally, Jiang Xiaoyu recognized that the enlightenment pill was meant to enhance one's comprehension of martial techniques, a rare and exceptional elixir. However, Jiang Xiaoyu had yet to reach the 6th level of martial apprentice and could not practice martial techniques, so he decided to save it for later. Rewards from the system were undoubtedly several times more effective than ordinary pills. Li Chong, much like in his childhood, remained a cunning boy, remaining unfazed even after I splashed ink on him. Li Chong had always been adept at disguise, and it seemed he had only grown more so. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Anren remarked slyly, noticing that Jiang Xiaoyu had returned to normal. Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier act of splashing ink was clearly intentional, too obvious to miss. "What do you mean on purpose?" "I was having an episode. My hand just trembled." Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a cheeky grin, knowing that those who understood would grasp the truth. After class, as Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to head to the cafeteria, he was taken aback to find Li Chong already waiting for him on the path he had to take. Jiang Xiaoyu, to be honest, I'm quite surprised. After 2 years, I didn't expect you to awaken a martial soul. Albeit the lowest grade, a 9th rank martial soul. At least you can be considered a martial artist now. Li Chong emphasized the words 9th rank. Indeed, for Li Chong, who had awakened a 6th rank martial soul, Jiang Xiaoyu's 9th rank martial soul was hardly noteworthy. I remember when you used to call me Brother Fish all the time in your childhood. You've improved. The top genius of the Qinglong Martial Academy is indeed different. And stop pretending to be such a nice guy. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Isn't it exhausting to maintain that facade? Jiang Xiaoyu mocked. Brother Fish? Who do you think you are? Do you even understand what it means to have a 6th rank martial soul? Well, of course, you wouldn't understand. You're just a trash with the lowest rank martial soul. We've not been on the same path for 2 years, and we're even further apart now. If it weren't for the principle of Qinglong, would you even be standing here talking to me? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Li Chong dropped his pretense and began to act with unabashed arrogance. Before he awakened his martial soul, he and Jiang Xiaoyu had started learning martial theory together, but he had always lagged behind Jiang Xiaoyu. Furthermore, due to Jiang Xiaoyu's status, Li Chong had always been Jiang Xiaoyu's shadow. But the year Li Chong awakened his martial soul marked the beginning of a significant gap between them, and from that moment on, they existed in entirely different worlds. His life was destined to never intertwine with someone like Jiang Xiaoyu, who could not even awaken a martial soul. Therefore, Li Chong chose to treat Jiang Xiaoyu with indifference, pretending not to recognize him. I don't care what you think. Just don't provoke, and ran again. She's not someone you should mess with. Otherwise, even with the principle of Qinglong backing you, I have my ways to deal with you. Li Chong threatened without reservation. The various honors he had accumulated in recent years had inflated his ego considerably. Oh, fine. Excuse me, I need to go eat. Jiang Xiaoyu, uninterested in engaging further with this arrogant fool, brushed him off. With the system's assistance, Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation was progressing rapidly. It wouldn't be long before he caught up to Li Chong, perhaps even surpassing him. The thought of silencing Li Chong then was particularly satisfying. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's dismissive attitude, Li Chong was furious. It had been a long time since anyone had ignored him so brazenly. If anyone else dared to speak to him like that, they would already be in a world of hurt. After a moment's thought of the principle of Qinglong, Li Chong ultimately refrained from taking action. Jiang Xiaoyu, the principle of Qinglong cannot protect you forever. Be careful. Li Chong seemed to recall something and sneered. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Xiaoyu showed no reaction to his words. That evening, under the influence of Jiang Xiaoyu's formidable devouring ability, he directly broke through to the 5th level of martial apprentice. Jiang Xiaoyu could distinctly feel that not only was his cultivation improving, but even his martial soul was experiencing subtle changes. His little Sparrow martial soul seemed to be gaining increasingly potent energy. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his 9th rank martial soul upgraded to 8th rank. Chapter 27. Awakening of Soul Power in just a few days. With the system's aid, Jiang Xiaoyu transitioned from 0 to the 5th level of martial apprentice. If others knew of this speed, they would surely be left speechless. Another breakthrough so soon? In a nearby room, the principle of Qinglong felt Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation surge. However, he attributed the rapid breakthrough to Jiang Xiaoyu's extraordinary martial soul. Just then, while Jiang Xiaoyu was cultivating, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and fainted. When he awoke, the principal was already in his room. As expected. You've awakened. It seems this boy has inherited all the strengths of his parents, the principal observed, smiling at Jiang Xiaoyu. Old man, what do you mean by awakening? I feel dizzy, and it seems there's something in my head. Jiang Xiaoyu stared blankly at the principal. It was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. Kid, your soul power has awakened. The principal exclaimed with fervor. Soul power? Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment upon hearing the term, as he was well versed in various theoretical texts. Awakening soul power, like awakening martial souls, was a form of cultivation. However, one involved cultivating spiritual energy while the other dealt with soul energy. Furthermore, those who could awaken soul power were far fewer than those who awoke martial souls. After a simple period of cultivation, a soul power wielder could become a soul master, Soul Masters, as a different form of cultivation, possessed unpredictable attack methods, allowing them to eliminate enemies without them even realizing it. Due to the rarity and uniqueness of Soul Masters, their status in this world often surpassed that of martial artists of the same rank. Most importantly, only by becoming a Soul Master could one aspire to be a noble alchemist. The status of alchemists in the flourishing world of martial arts was among the highest. Every cultivator would invariably require various elixirs. Old man, are you saying that I will be a Soul Master in the future, and perhaps even become an alchemist? Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly believe that he could possess such extraordinary abilities without relying on the system. Of course, but I am not a Soul Master, so I can't explain it well. You'll have to figure it out yourself. With that, the principal tossed Jiang Xiaoyu a book. Death Soul Technique? What is this? Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the book, glancing at it with confusion directed at the principal. It's a technique specifically for cultivating soul power. Take a look for yourself, the principal said before vanishing. Damn, old man, always appearing and disappearing like that. Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless. With such impressive talent, the old man didn't even offer a compliment before leaving. For such an important matter as cultivating soul power, the principal didn't even suggest bringing someone to teach him. How frustrating. While Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled, he began to leaf through the Death Soul technique. Instantly, he was captivated by the various mysterious techniques recorded within. They were simply enigmatic and endlessly variable. If he were to offend a Soul Master, he might not even realize how he met his demise. I must become a Soul Master, Jiang Xiaoyu muttered to himself. However, he wondered what level his soul power was at. Like martial souls, awakened soul power also had level distinctions. The stronger the innate soul power, the greater the future potential. It seemed he would need to go out and investigate tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoyu had made up his mind. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu left the Qinglong Martial Academy and headed straight for the center of Jiang City. His destination was the Soul Master Association located in the heart of the city, a collective formed by numerous Soul Masters. Every city had a branch of the association. Even smaller cities like Jiang City were no exception. To test one's soul power level, one could only do so at the Soul Master Association. Although the association was situated in the center of Jiang City, very few people wandered nearby, fearing they might inadvertently offend a Soul Master and end up facing dire consequences. Halt! What are you doing, kid? As Jiang Xiaoyu approached the entrance, he was promptly intercepted by a security guard, who exuded an air of martial prowess, indicating a formidable level of skill, likely at least at the martial spirit realm. Such is the prestige of the Soul Master Guild, he mused, to have martial spirit realm guardians at the gate. I'm here to test my soul power level. Is there an issue? Is there a fee? Jiang Xiaoyu recalled hearing that there was indeed a charge for testing one's soul power at the guild point 100,000. The guard replied nonchalantly. Are you robbing me? Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed incredulously. 100,000 is the savings of an ordinary family for an entire year. Hearing this, the guard's brow furrowed, as if he might scold Jiang Xiaoyu for being a pauper. Will it be card or cash? For Jiang Xiaoyu, that sum was hardly a concern, given that the principal of the Qinglong Academy was affluent and often carelessly tossed him several bank cards. He knew they must have been gifts from certain secular families. Amidst the guard's awkward demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu swiped his card and proceeded towards the testing area. To his surprise, the interior of the Soul Master Guild, especially the testing area, was somewhat crowded. Another Navi fool. He overheard someone murmur nearby. This area saw its fair share of individuals hoping to ascertain whether they possessed any soul power, a rather fanciful notion, for awakening soul power is no simple feat. Jiang Xiaoyu had just arrived when he caught wind of the common belief that most individuals experience a headache followed by fainting upon awakening their soul power, and then perceive something within their minds. Jiang Xiaoyu himself fit this description. Consequently, many, after experiencing such symptoms, desperately wished to believe they were on the cusp of awakening their soul power, leading to a steady stream of hopefuls testing their luck at the guild. If one truly awakened soul power, their future would be boundless. Young man, you hardly seem the type to awaken soul power. Better go to the front desk and get your money back before the test begins. If you have a headache, perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order, a middle-aged man interjected, approaching Jiang Xiaoyu. He was one of the recent test takers, having emerged empty-handed and feeling the sting of the exorbitant fee. Sir, my looks alone suggest I am the chosen one. Awakening soul power should be a breeze. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, finding the man rather amusing. Listen, young man, just moments ago, a boy your age insisted on testing after a headache. Guess what happened? He fainted before the test even began and ended up in the hospital, only to discover he had a cerebral thrombosis. Such a misfortune, the man advised earnestly. Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent. Chapter 28. Ocean-level soul power. I see your head is quite large. Perhaps there's a tumor in there. The man cast a worried glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a look of exasperation before entering the testing room. Inside the testing chamber, there were several individual rooms, completely isolating the interior from outside view. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped into one, where he found a wooden table at the center, upon which rested a silver helmet. Beside the table stood a tall pillar resembling a thermometer, marked with a scale likely intended to indicate soul power levels. Jiang Xiaoyu approached and donned the helmet. Asked the chosen one. He thought, surely I wouldn't awaken merely the lowest level of soul power. The moment he placed the helmet on his head, he felt a surge of energy manifesting within him. In no time, the pillar began to respond, gradually rising from its lowest point until it reached the pinnacle. At that moment, the pillar underwent a dramatic transformation, emitting a brilliant light. Meanwhile, in a small room of the Soul Master Guild, a graceful middle-aged woman, suspended in midair, abruptly opened her eyes. Who awakened such a powerful level of soul power? She furrowed her brow, her form vanishing from the room in an instant. In the testing chamber, Jiang Xiaoyu felt as if the pillar before him might explode. Goodness, my soul power is this formidable? He thought, realizing he had to temper his display. Discretion was the better part of valor. He consciously regulated the outflow of his soul power, and the testing pillar gradually subsided, stabilizing at a level above averaged, ocean-level soul power. Just then, the woman materialized beside Jiang Xiaoyu. Her gaze fixed incredulously on the reading. In a small place like Jiangxing, such a talent for soul power exists. She was utterly astonished, then turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, her eyes gleaming as though she had discovered a treasure. I never imagined someone of this caliber would be ocean-level. Jiang Xiaoyu mused internally, calculating his true soul power level. In this realm, soul power levels are categorized from lowest to highest as droplet, river, ocean, galaxy, and star sea levels. His displayed level was indeed the third, ocean level. If I hadn't held back, I would surely be galaxy level. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the extent of his own talent. Little brother, what is your name? The woman approached eagerly, her face beaming with a hint of deference. Little brother? I'm not small. Jiang Xiaoyu recognized at once that this woman was likely a prominent figure within the Soul Master Guild. Drawn here by his astonishing talent, you are the child adopted by the principal of Qinglong Academy, Jiang Xiaoyu. After further dialogue, she discerned his identity. No wonder, having followed the principal from a young age, you must have gained considerable insight. Almost all the top-tier powers in Jiangxing were known to her, each treating her with respect. However, the principal of Qinglong Academy was an enigma to her, exuding an aura of mystery that made her wary. He was not a simple character. Rumors circulated that the child adopted by the principal was merely a good-for-nothing who lived off others. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyu was quite adept at concealing his true potential. Pan Feng jestingly remarked that if even those endowed with the oceanic level of soul power were deemed worthless, then 99% of the populace in Jiang City must surely be deemed similarly lacking. Moreover, this Jiang Xiaoyu not only possessed remarkable talent, but the cunning glint in his eyes suggested he was no ordinary individual. Chapter 29. The Wheel of Fortune. Little brother, I heard that you recently awakened your martial soul, and it's of the lowest rank, the 9th tier. Have you truly given no thought to hastening your development in soul power cultivation? With your innate talent coupled with postnatal resources, your future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. Our Soul Master Guild's headquarters has the foundation to support such aspirations. Pan Feng remained persistent, eager to recommend Jiang Xiaoyu. Thank you for your kind intentions, Auntie, but I am not considering it at the moment. If an opportunity arises in the future, I shall seek you out, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, turning to leave. He had come to test his innate soul power, and having achieved that goal, it was time to depart. Wait a moment. This is my token. With it, you can freely enter and exit the Soul Master Guild. Should you require anything, you can purchase it at half price, Pan Feng called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, producing a small wooden plaque emblazoned with the character for Phoenix. There were scarcely 3 individuals in all of Jiang City who possessed such a token. Establishing a rapport with a talent like Jiang Xiaoyu could only yield benefits. Thank you. Naturally, Jiang Xiaoyu would not refuse a benefit. He pocketed the token and was about to leave. Just then, fate intervened. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Crawl forward for 300 meters. Task reward. 1 spin of the Wheel of Fortune. Upon hearing the cold voice echo in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu slapped his forehead in exasperation. Damn it! In the bewildered gaze of Pan Feng, he promptly dropped to the ground and began to crawl. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Auntie, I'm exercising. Please do not mind me. Pan Feng chuckled, not giving it much thought, merely amused by the antics of youth, before disappearing from sight. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu crawled out of the testing room. Due to his corpulence and the unrefined nature of his movements, he resembled a large, wriggling caterpillar. Come and see. Another one has gone mad. A voice rang out, and soon the onlookers gathered around. Previously, there had been individuals who awakened their soul power but ended up becoming simpletons due to the helmet stimulation. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu was now regarded by the crowd as deranged. What is this? What kind of pose is this? The uncle who had earlier tried to dissuade Jiang Xiaoyu approached, looking at him with pity. I told you not to go. Look where you are now, worse than a stroke victim. You've gone completely mad. The surrounding crowd pointed and murmured, spittle flying onto Jiang Xiaoyu's face. All of you. Get lost. I'm not crazy, you bunch of banana hammer fools, Jiang Xiaoyu bellowed, startling the crowd back several paces. What are you doing, practicing some frog technique? Have you never seen it? He raised his head and shot an exasperated glance at the onlookers, particularly at the uncle. Frog technique? This child is seriously unwell. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, the uncle shook his head, preparing to offer more consolation. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu stood upright. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. The Wheel of Fortune begins. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the spinning wheel in his mind, excitement coursing through him as he observed the various options. Grand prize. Instantly elevate to maximum cultivation level, becoming the strongest in the blue star. First prize. An unparalleled divine weapon that can cleave half of the blue star with a single strike. Second prize, 30 stunningly beautiful wives who will unconditionally heed the host's every command. Third prize, dual full-level soul power talent. Fourth prize, maximum physical body. Fifth prize. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief at the array of rewards. Who wouldn't be enthralled? What a ridiculous system. Second prize, a woman. What use is that? It would only hinder my progress. He grumbled internally. I don't ask for much. Just grant me a maximum physical body. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu began to spin the wheel, and in an instant, it whirled into motion. Maximum physical body. Maximum physical body. I am willing to trade 10 years of Li Cheng's lifespan for a maximum physical body. He fervently chanted, watching the pointer intently. Yes, if responding to his fervent plea or perhaps drawn to Li Cheng's 10 years of life, the pointer nearly landed on the maximum physical body. Just as it was about to settle, it trembled slightly and slid downward. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the essential mystery gift pack for muscular men. What the heck is this pathetic wheel? Is it made by Penguin's lottery system? Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth twisted in irritation. A muscular man's gift pack. What use is that to me? Am I not already muscular enough? He complained, opening the gift pack without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You've received a pair of system-exclusive muscular man underwear. Note: system-produced muscular man underwear, cures kidney deficiency, sugar-free. 1 is better than 6. Specially treats frequent urination and urgency. A must-have for men. Underwear? Jiang Xiaoyu was left utterly speechless, tossing the underwear onto the ground as he sought to escape this place of ill fortune. Meanwhile, the onlookers observed Jiang Xiaoyu's series of actions with bewildered expressions. After standing up, he seemed momentarily dazed, remaining motionless before first smiling, then shifting from excitement to disgust. Finally, he produced a pair of underwear from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to the ground before angrily storming away. He has gone mad, truly mad. I can't believe he's not a fool, the crowd muttered, astonished by his peculiar behavior. What normal person would carry a pair of underwear while out on the street? As Jiang Xiaoyu departed, the onlookers felt a twinge of regret. Such a promising young man, wasted. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly returned, snatched the underwear from the ground, and tucked it away. This seems to have some utility. I can't let it go to waste. What are you staring at? Just bought it. It fell. He shot a glance at the crowd and continued on his way in the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Jiang Xiaoyu exited the Soul Master Guild. What was Jiang Xiaoyu doing here? Surely he didn't come to awaken his soul power. At another side door of the Soul Master Guild, Anran blinked her large eyes, watching Jiang Xiaoyu with curiosity. Clearly, Anran was not unfamiliar with the place, as she navigated through without hindrance, even receiving smiles and nods from the security personnel. Before long, Anran reached a secluded room within the Soul Master Guild. "Auntie, are you still cultivating? I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, playfully pouting at the woman before her. The woman was none other than Pan Feng. Chapter 30. Automated Martial Technique Training Anran. "Uve come," Pan Feng exclaimed with delight upon seeing her beloved niece. "I remember you are now a student at the Azure Dragon Martial Academy, correct?" "Yes, Auntie." "Why do you bring that up?" Anran replied, puzzled, as Pan Feng usually did not concern herself with such matters. "Do you know Jiang Xiaoyu, the well-known figure at the Azure Dragon Martial Academy?" "Of course. He is my deskmate." "Why do you ask?" "Auntie?" Anran's confusion deepened, knowing Pan Feng's aloof nature towards matters in Jiang City, which she often deemed beneath her. "Is that so? A deskmate?" Pan Feng's delight was palpable. Anran, you must cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu. Bring him to the Soul Master Guild whenever you can. Anran felt exasperated at Pan Feng's insistence. Jiang Xiaoyu, apart from being the principal's protege, had merely awakened a 9th-tier martial soul, with no other remarkable attributes. More importantly, he was rather mentally unhinged. Anran could not fathom what her aunt found appealing in him. Pan Feng offered no further explanation, merely urging Anran to befriend Jiang Xiaoyu. In the following days, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Jiang Xiaoyu diligently continued his training, swiftly breaking through to the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. During this period of cultivation, he also noticeably shed some weight. Under the system's relentless regimen, he had taken to exercising and consuming vegetables daily, resulting in a marked transformation from a hefty figure to a moderately plump one. It was time to select a martial technique. Having reached the 6th level of the martial disciple realm, Jiang Xiaoyu eagerly made his way to the martial technique pavilion. The selection of martial techniques was not as esoteric as that of cultivation methods. They were arranged like ordinary books on shelves. Students of the martial disciple realm could only choose yellow-tier martial techniques, and a maximum of 2. The chosen techniques could only be practiced privately. Taking them outside the academy would result in dire consequences if discovered. Jiang Xiaoyu diligently selected one offensive technique and one movement technique. Wild Wave Palm. When one reaches the pinnacle of their cultivation, they can unleash the might of 9 waves, each more formidable than the last. The Shadow Step. With a ghostly grace, one appears and disappears without a trace. I wonder how my comprehension measures up. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the 2 martial arts manuals in his hands, brimming with anticipation. Upon returning to his room, he commenced his training. However, after merely glancing at the texts a few times, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly realized the arduous nature of mastering martial skills. Progress in martial arts demands extensive practice and application. Training within the confines of his room proved unfeasible. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu rose and made his way to the Academy's martial arts training room. The training chambers within the Martial Academy are individual rooms, spacious and approximately 100 square meters in size. The cultivation of martial skills is a private matter for the students, and the Academy takes great care to protect this aspect. Inside, an array of training equipment awaited, and Jiang Xiaoyu activated his spiritual energy, beginning to learn the techniques of the Wild Wave Palm. Hours passed, and he barely grasped the rudiments. Goodness, this is truly challenging. The cultivation of martial skills is divided into 4 stages: entry-level, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. After several hours of study, Jiang Xiaoyu had yet to touch the threshold of entry-level. Tomorrow, then, he gathered his belongings and exited the training room. Ah, is that Jiang Xiaoyu? What is he doing here? ISNT martial skill cultivation reserved for those at the 6th rank of martial disciple. Did he not just awaken his martial soul, with a 9th grade martial soul? It would take at least a year for him to reach the 6th rank, right? Perhaps he is merely here for a bit of fun. Who can truly fathom the whims of a young master? Just as he stepped out, Jiang Xiaoyu overheard the chatter of those around him. Generally, A martial artist's cultivation level remains hidden unless they choose to reveal it themselves, unless one possesses a special martial soul ability like Xia, or is significantly more powerful than their opponent. Jiang Xiaoyu, wait! At that moment, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw Anren just exiting the training room. Dressed in form-fitting attire resembling yoga wear due to her martial training. Anren, though young, already exhibited the budding curves of womanhood, her face flushed from exertion, glistening with perspiration. Coupled with her stunning beauty, she drew the gaze of many young men nearby. What is it? Jiang Xiaoyu remained unmoved, even slightly irked. Had this been some time ago, he might have contemplated marriage and a mundane life. However, now, with the system at his disposal and having awakened his martial soul and spiritual power, he aspired only to become a supreme martial artist. Women would only hinder his path to strength. Moreover, these past few days, Anren's gaze toward him had been peculiar, often seeming on the verge of voicing something. Leaving him perplexed, Jiang Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. I have a question for you. Anren pulled him aside, having long wished to inquire. What were you doing at the Soul Master Guild the other day? This question had troubled her for several days. I merely went to the Soul Master Guild for a consultation. Perhaps the methods of soul cultivation could help with my head ailment. Jiang Xiaoyu fabricated a casual lie, not wishing to reveal too soon the details of his awakened spiritual power. You're lying? Anren clearly did not believe him. If that were true, then Pan Feng would not have uttered such words. Just as she was about to press further, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly made his escape. Ding! Self-discipline time has arrived. Host self-discipline task issued. Run 5,000 meters freely. Completion reward. Mysterious gift package. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu was unsure how to handle Anren when the system fortuitously appeared. Running 5,000 meters was a trivial task for him now. Before long, he had completed the mission. Another cursed mysterious gift package. This is infuriating. These past few days, Jiang Xiaoyu had opened numerous mysterious gift packages, only to find them filled with trivial items like nail clippers and socks. He was beginning to suspect that this system was merely a department store. Let us see what kind of surprise you have in store this time. With no expectations and only a sense of resignation, Jiang Xiaoyu impatiently opened the gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an automatic martial skill cultivation set. Note: the host can choose one martial skill for idle cultivation. Wow, this is a valuable item. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. Finally, the gift package yielded something worthwhile. He immediately selected the Wild Wave Palm for idle cultivation. Martial skill name: Wild Wave Palm. Cultivation stage: not yet entered. Cultivation progress: 70 to entry level. Idle cultivation has commenced. Estimated time to reach entry level: 48 hours. Observing the system panel in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu was overjoyed. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as he was feeling sleepy. Unfortunately, the system was rather stingy, allowing only one skill to be set for idle cultivation at a time. If only he could set the shadow step as well, it would be utterly perfect. Chapter 31. The auction. I heard that the Wanbao Pavilion is holding an auction today. Let us go and broaden our horizons. It seems that only martial artists can attend the auction, so making some connections would be beneficial. If we could snag a good deal, that would be even better. The next day, as Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at class, he overheard numerous discussions about the auction. It sounded quite intriguing. I'll join in on the excitement. Jiang Xiaoyu was eagerly anticipating the auction, not only to meet various martial artists, but also to witness many rare and peculiar treasures. After school, Jiang Xiaoyu donned a Peppa Pig mask, preparing to head to Wanbao Pavilion. Many participants at the auction would conceal their identities. Given his somewhat notable reputation in Jiang City, it was safer to wear a mask. Wanbao Pavilion is a significant force, specializing in the trade of various cultivation materials, with branches scattered across the land. The Jiang City branch is merely one among many. It is said that Wanbao Pavilion's wealth rivals that of nations. Upon entering Wanbao Pavilion, Jiang Xiaoyu was immediately struck by the opulence of the decor, resplendent and extravagant. After paying the 3,000 yuan entrance fee, he stepped into the auction venue. The auction hall was relatively small, with seating for approximately 500 people. Of course, this was also due to Jiang City's modest size and the limited number of martial artists. Before long, the entire hall was filled, and some attendees appeared quite formidable. The martial artists in Jiang City include not only academy students like Jiang Xiaoyu and family members, but also numerous rogue cultivators, many of whom sustain themselves through hunting beasts in the monster zones, making them seasoned warriors who have faced life and death, exuding an intimidating aura. Good evening, martial friends. Suddenly, the lights in the center of the hall illuminated, revealing a voluptuous woman in a split red cheongsam standing at the forefront. Presumably the host. Welcome to the Wanbao Pavilion auction. I hope everyone can acquire their desired treasures. The woman's figure was alluring, each smile and frown captivating to behold. Though she may not be a stunning beauty, she was certainly enough to incite cheers from most men present. Hong Yin, when will you auction yourself off? I've been waiting for you for so long. A man unabashedly shouted, whistling, which elicited a chorus of laughter from the audience. Oh dear, what are you saying, good sir? A figure like mine surely does not befit you. Hong Yin, unfazed, responded playfully, Gentlemen, let us cease the jesting and dive straight into today's agenda. The first treasure of the day is a weapon. Hong Yin beckoned and several attendants brought forth a box draped in red cloth, a 7th-grade sword, Thunderbolt. With a swift motion, Hong Yin unveiled the red cloth, revealing a sword approximately 1.2 meters long, emanating a chilling aura from its blade. Truly a fine item. Goodness, it's actually a 7th-grade sword. I must acquire it. With a 7th-grade sword, my martial skills will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, rendering me invincible among my peers. This sword is mine. No one shall contest it. Upon the introduction of the first treasure, many attendees' eyes gleamed with desire. Jiang Xiaoyu, too, was enamored by the sword, yet he knew he was not yet ready to wield a weapon. As he understood, the grading of weapons paralleled that of martial souls, ranging from 9th to 1st grade. A 7th-grade sword in a place like Jiang City, where powerful martialists were scarce, was considered a top-tier weapon. This sword is forged by Mo Lao, the strongest 3-star blacksmith in Jiang City. Such an opportunity is rare. Bidders, act swiftly. The starting bid for this item is 5 million. Each increment must be no less than 200,000. Hong Yin added, What? It's actually a creation of Mo Lao. Anyone who dares to contest me will face my wrath. I'll take it. It's mine. I bid 6 million. 6,200,000. 7 million. In an instant, a cacophony of bidding erupted. Hearing the escalating prices, Jiang Xiaoyu felt bewildered. He had thought himself quite wealthy, with several million still in the bank card given to him by Dean Qinglong. It now appeared insufficient even to purchase a single sword. Being a martial artist is indeed an expensive endeavor. I am Wang Jian of the Wang family, and I am offering 12 million for this 7th-grade treasured sword. I hope everyone will show some regard for the Wang family. Furthermore, I possess a 7th-grade sword martial spirit, making me the most suitable candidate for this sword present here. Suddenly, a young man stood up and spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. My goodness, how can this kid be so wealthy? Jiang Xiaoyu was astounded to see Wang Jian actually bid 12 million. As soon as Wang Jian's words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The Wang family's influence in Jiang City is formidable enough to intimidate many, and Wang Jian himself is a 7th-grade sword martial spirit. His potential is limitless, and no one wishes to offend such a promising youth. Ultimately, Wang Jian successfully acquired the 7th-grade treasured sword. The subsequent auction items were also remarkable, yet Jiang Xiaoyu had no particular interest. His primary purpose for attending was merely to broaden his horizons. The next item up for auction was a peculiar orb, which was received by my Wanbao Pavilion during the collection of demon beast inner cores. However, this item is not a demon beast inner core. It merely retains some residual energy, and even the appraisers at Wanbao Pavilion cannot ascertain its true nature. Perhaps one of you might find it to be a treasure. The starting bid is set at 1 million. Hong Yin presented a fist-sized orb, which appeared as dark as coal. The moment Jiang Xiaoyu laid eyes on the orb, he felt as though the soul energy within his mind had been stirred. This object is extraordinary. That was Jiang Xiaoyu's initial instinct. It must be something related to soul masters. I bid 1.2 million. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to call out his bid, a masked figure beat him to it. The nearby warriors gazed at the masked individual with incredulity, wondering how someone would waste such a sum on a mere coal-like object, believing they could strike a bargain. Could it be that this person sensed something as well? Jiang Xiaoyu originally thought he could secure the orb at a low price, but unexpectedly, A masked competitor had emerged. "I bid 1.5 million, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the masked figure glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu before continuing to raise the stakes. 2 million. I bid 3 million. Jiang Xiaoyu's funds amounted to precisely 3 million. He could only hope the other bidder would refrain from raising the price again, or he would truly find himself out of money. 4 million. To Jiang Xiaoyu's astonishment, the masked individual showed no hesitation, immediately upping the bid by 1 million. Goodness, are all these people so wealthy? Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid for 4 million? Hong Yin appeared somewhat agitated, her gaze shifting toward Jiang Xiaoyu's direction. The unknown object had fetched such a high price, and she stood to gain a considerable commission, if no one else bids. This orb will belong to. After a few moments of silence, seeing no response from Jiang Xiaoyu, Hong Yin prepared to announce the result with a hint of disappointment. Wait, may I ask if it is possible to use items as collateral here? Jiang Xiaoyu, unwilling to relinquish the orb, shouted hurriedly. Of course, but first, you must allow the appraiser at Wanbao Pavilion to assess your items to determine their collateral value, Hong Yin replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of hope. Before long, he followed the staff to the backstage area. Over the past few days, each time Jiang Xiaoyu completed a self-discipline task, the system rewarded him with various items. Particularly pills. Now, he possessed nearly a dozen pills. Although they were all 9th grade, the quality of the system's rewards was extraordinary. He wondered how much they might be worth. It was worth a try. Jiang Xiaoyu was aware that 9th grade pills might not hold significant value, leaving him somewhat anxious. Friend, what items do you intend to use as collateral? At that moment, Hong Yin approached. Although Jiang Xiaoyu wore a mask, the tone of his voice and his aura led Hong Yin to believe he was young and likely not very powerful. Could such a person truly possess anything of value? Despite her doubts, Hong Yin maintained a pleasant demeanor. After all, this excellent service was a key reason for Wanbao Pavilion's success. Can I use pills? Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out a 9th grade enlightenment pill from his pocket and presented it to Hong Yin. Pills? Certainly, that is a form of hard currency. Hong Yin accepted the pill, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. She clearly noticed that he still had several more pills in his pocket. Even the lowest grade pills were not typically possessed by ordinary individuals. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I have this pill evaluated by our appraiser. I will return shortly with a price estimate, Hong Yin said with a smile, taking the pill into a small room in the back. Jiang Xiaoyu felt somewhat anxious, uncertain of how much the pill could be sold for. Lu Lao, could you please examine this pill and identify its type and grade? Hong Yin placed the pill before an elderly man, who was the most experienced appraiser at the Jiang City branch of Wanbao Pavilion. In his youth, he was a 7th grade alchemist. However, after sustaining some injuries, he could no longer concoct pills. Nevertheless, his ability to appraise pills remained sharp, and over the years, he had rarely made mistakes in his evaluations. 9th grade, enlightenment pill. Indeed, as soon as Lu Lao laid eyes on the pill, he immediately declared its type and grade. Although it is a 9th grade pill, the enlightenment pill belongs to a particularly rare category. It is worth approximately 2 million, Lu Lao stated confidently as he examined the pill. Very well, I shall discuss this with the customer. Hong Yin prepared to take the pill and find Jiang Xiaoyu. Wait, at that moment, Lu Lao appeared to have discovered something, his expression filled with excitement and shock. This is actually a flawless pill. Impossible. The more Lu Lao examined it, the more astonished he became, nearly unable to close his mouth. Lu Lao, what is it? Hong Yin was equally perplexed, looking at Lu Lao with confusion. Hong Yin, do you recall when I told you that beyond grade, there exists another classification for assessing the quality of pills? Yes, I remember you mentioning that the quality of pills can be categorized into 3 levels: minor flaws, superior, and perfect, Hong Yin replied. Precisely, that is indeed what I told you, and it is the standard recognized by the Alchemist Association today. However, there is actually one more level. It exists solely in ancient texts. All medicines have some toxicity. Even a perfect grade pill will have slight side effects. Only flawless grade pills are truly devoid of any side effects. And this enlightenment pill before me, I deduce, is of the flawless grade. Lu Lao grew increasingly animated. It was the first time he had encountered something from ancient texts. This is the ultimate realm that all alchemists dream of. To date, Lu Lao had never heard of anyone successfully crafting a flawless grade pill. Quickly bring that esteemed guest in. I wish to meet him, Lu Lao urged Hong Yin. Hong Yin, not being well versed in pills, could only infer from Lu Lao's tone that the pill was something extraordinary. Esteemed guest, please come this way. Hong Yin led Jiang Xiaoyu to the small room where Lu Lao was located. Young friend, is this pill yours? Lu Lao, a seasoned veteran, immediately recognized that the masked Jiang Xiaoyu was quite young. Of course it is. What is this pill worth? Jiang Xiaoyu was not inclined to waste time. He simply wanted to know if the pill was valuable. If it wasn't, he would offer more. Do you know the effects of this pill? Moreover, are you aware of its grade? Lu Lao observed Jiang Xiaoyu's impatient demeanor, concluding that he likely did not realize the pill was flawless grade and that he had acquired it from elsewhere. Of course I know. It's just a 9th grade enlightenment pill with no side effects. What's so special about it? Jiang Xiaoyu replied, somewhat exasperated by the old man's verbosity. Do you understand what it means for a pill to have no side effects? Lu Lao was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's words. He had assumed the youth was unaware, yet here he was, selling the pill as if it were insignificant. What do you mean by what's the concept? I eat these like candy. Old man, stop with the nonsense and just tell me how much this pill is worth. Jiang Xiaoyu was growing impatient with the old man's lengthy explanations. Eating them like candy? Lu Lao was utterly stunned. Did this imply that he had more of these flawless pills? How much? Just give me a number. If not, I want to make the exchange, Jiang Xiaoyu stated directly. Wait a moment, young friend. This is my first encounter with such a pill, and I have no prior experience in appraising it. A perfect grade 9th grade enlightenment pill typically goes for around 8 million. For yours, I will start with 10 million. 10 million? Jiang Xiaoyu was astonished, never expecting the pill to be worth 10 million. With over 10 pills in his possession, that would amount to over 100 million. Young friend, do you find this amount insufficient? Well then, I shall add an additional 2 million. Lu Lao observed the astonished expression on Jiang Xiaoyu's face, mistakenly assuming that Jiang Xiaoyu was dissatisfied with the price he offered. 12 million? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback once more. My young friend, let's do this. I won't auction that pearl anymore. I'll simply gift it to you and add another 12 million. What do you think? Lu Lao, believing Jiang Xiaoyu to be asking for an exorbitant price, hurriedly spoke up. Chapter 33. The strength of the Azure Dragon Dean even after receiving both the money and the pearl. Jiang Xiaoyu remained somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that the elixir would be worth such a fortune. Moreover, it appeared that the value of this elixir extended even further. With the newfound wealth in hand, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way to the procurement area of Wanbage, where he purchased an array of medicinal herbs. These herbs were to be utilized for his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the dominant body technique. As a martial artist at the 6th tier, he was now ready to prepare for body tempering. Goodness, I spent 5 million on just these herbs? Jiang Xiaoyu was astonished at the checkout. He had only procured enough for 3 rounds of body tempering, yet it had cost him 5 million. Money truly does not last long. After completing his purchases, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to return to the martial academy. However, he had barely stepped out of Wanbage when someone blocked his path. My friend, how much did you pay for that pearl? I can offer you an additional 2 million on top of that. The individual in front of Jiang Xiaoyu was also masked. From his voice, Jiang Xiaoyu recognized him as the martial artist who had bid against him during the auction for the pearl. Apologies, but I have a great need for this item as well, and I am not short on funds. So I must decline. It was preposterous to think that Jiang Xiaoyu would part with something he had painstakingly acquired. Are you truly not considering it further? I genuinely desire that pearl. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's refusal, the masked man's tone shifted noticeably. I said no, and I mean it. Why can't you understand? Jiang Xiaoyu, quick to temper, refused to coddle him. You are merely a brash young lad. Do you even know who I am? Even your elders should show me some respect. The masked man's voice grew colder as he continued. I will say it once more. I will add 2 million to your price. Give me the pearl. The masked man, seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's defiance, was filled with icy intent. Were it not for the fact that they were in Jiang City, he would have acted already. He had discerned that the youth before him, donning a Peppa Pig mask, was but a child. How arrogant! You think your elder would grant you any respect? I fear he might wet himself in fright upon arrival. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. As for the strength of the Azure Dragon Dean, he was uncertain. However, he firmly recalled that the Dean had once proclaimed that no one in Jiang City was worthy of his intervention. Jiang Xiaoyu believed this, for the old man always shrouded himself in mystery. Very well, I haven't been this angry in quite some time. It seems I must teach you a lesson, the masked man declared, and in an instant, he appeared before Jiang Xiaoyu, lifting him effortlessly into the air. By the heavens, are you serious? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a tinge of panic as he was hoisted up. Had he not possessed certain means of self-preservation, he would not have dared to act so brazenly in public. After all, he had been nurtured by the Azure Dragon Dean and possessed some protective measures. Should the masked man take another step, he would not hesitate to show his ruthlessness. Clang! At that moment, an object fell from Jiang Xiaoyu's body and clattered to the ground. It was the token that Pan Feng had given him. What is this? The masked man caught sight of the token and immediately grew flustered. Picking it up to scrutinize it closely, this is real. The masked man appeared to have encountered something terrifying, hastily releasing Jiang Xiaoyu. He then knelt on one knee, as if he had committed some grave offense. Luo Zhe pays his respects to the president. Huh? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Just moments ago, this man had been menacing, and now he was kneeling before him. Are you from the Soul Master Association? The masked man's reaction to the token indicated that he likely recognized Pan Feng, or else he would not have reacted so drastically. Indeed, the president has said that seeing the token is akin to seeing the person. Luo Zhe lamented. He had merely intended to rob an unsuspecting youth, but had stumbled upon a tough opponent with a presidential token. As Luo Zhe, who held a significant position within the Jiang City Soul Master Association, he was accustomed to being treated with respect. He never expected to find himself kneeling before a mere boy today. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu contemplated how to extort Luo Zhe suddenly flew backward, propelled 10 meters away, and spat out a mouthful of old blood. You little brat, running around recklessly will lead to your downfall. The Azure Dragon Dean had silently appeared beside Jiang Xiaoyu. Old man, how dare you show up so late? Jiang Xiaoyu knew the Dean would certainly arrive. In a small place like Jiang City, finding someone was exceedingly simple for a powerful individual. Whose hand moved against you? I shall deal with them. The Azure Dragon Dean, with an air of authority, approached Luo Zhe, who was rendered immobile. He had intended to summon his soul power, but found that under the immense pressure from the Azure Dragon Dean, his soul power would not respond. It is worth noting that Luo Zhe was currently a 5-tier soul master, capable of overwhelming martial artists of the spirit realm. Yet now, he found himself unable to muster even a trace of soul power before the old man. Who are you? Jiang City cannot possibly harbor someone of your caliber. Luo Zhe was terrified. He had merely sought to bully a child, and now he risked losing a hand. Azure Dragon Dean, how about we let this matter rest? President, save me. At that moment, another figure appeared. It was Pan Feng, the president of the Soul Master Association. It's you? The Azure Dragon Dean smiled upon seeing Pan Feng, having met him on several occasions. My subordinate was blind and offended this young brother. He certainly deserves punishment. I shall take him back for a proper lesson. Pan Feng was a person of standing. He could not allow anyone to mistreat his subordinates in his presence. Oh, is that so? The Azure Dragon Dean, with a seemingly playful demeanor, simply waved his hand toward Luo Zhe. My hand. My hand won't move. Luo Zhe suddenly cried out in agony, his right hand dangling limply at his chest as if it belonged to someone else entirely. No, this is impossible. Upon witnessing this, Pan Feng lost all composure. Could it be? Are you a martial marquis? Pan Feng herself was a soul master at the 8th tier, equivalent to a martial arts master. Her attention had been solely on the Azure Dragon Dean, yet she had failed to prevent him from acting. In fact, she had not even been able to track the trajectory of his actions. Such a situation could only imply one thing. The Azure Dragon Dean's cultivation had surpassed that of a master. It is well known that above the martial disciple realm lies the martial spirit realm, and above that is the master realm. Achieving the master realm already qualifies one as a formidable figure. However, the martial marquis realm exists above the master realm. How could it be that a martial marquis, even in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, would be a renowned figure, yet appear in such a place? Pan Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Those who commit errors must face their consequences. The Azure Dragon Dean stated coolly, then completely ignored Pan Feng as he led Jiang Xiaoyu away from the scene. With a wave of his hand, he departed without taking a single cloud with him. Chapter 34. Sparring Old Man, you seem to be quite powerful. On the way back, Jiang Xiaoyu continued to reflect on the earlier events. That Pan Feng, The president of the Soul Master Association had been utterly stunned before the Azure Dragon Dean, hardly daring to utter a word. Unlike himself, who had been hoisted like a chick, merely average, it is not that I am too strong, but rather that the people here are too weak, the Azure Dragon Dean responded, disregarding Jiang Xiaoyu's rolling eyes, and returned to his quarters, at his age. Even when pretending, he could easily best me. Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head and began examining the pearl he had obtained earlier. It must be something extraordinary if even members of the Soul Master Association desired it. After scrutinizing it for quite some time, he found himself at a loss. Heavenly Soul Pearl, a crystallization formed after the death of a soul beast. It can be used to cultivate soul power. Just as he was lamenting, the system unexpectedly revealed the pearl's origin. Surprised by the system's capabilities, Jiang Xiaoyu mused, the Heavenly Soul Pearl sounds like a remarkable treasure. However, he had never heard of such a soul beast before and had not seen it in any texts, leaving him puzzled about what manner of beast it was. As he pondered, he began to circulate the cultivation method of the soul-devouring art. Soul power and spiritual energy are, in essence, results of the transformation of the world's spiritual essence, differing only in their expressions and methods of absorption. As Jiang Xiaoyu initiated the technique, a trickle of soul power began to converge within his sea of consciousness. Once these fragments of soul power coalesced into a complete drop, Jiang Xiaoyu would truly step into the ranks of soul masters. Every soul master possesses a sea of consciousness, akin to a martial artist's dantian, specifically designated for storing soul power. The cultivation of a soul master commences with the accumulation of soul power. The more soul power amassed, the stronger the soul master becomes. Jiang Xiaoyu's innate talent for soul power was already astonishing, allowing him to gather it with remarkable speed. After utilizing the Heavenly Soul Pearl, he could distinctly feel the soul power accumulating even more rapidly. Moreover, within this celestial soul pearl, it is evident that it is filled with pure soul energy. Even if Jiang Xiaoyu does not actively cultivate, merely absorbing the soul energy from this pearl would enable him to become a formidable soul master. What a treasure! Jiang Xiaoyu was elated. At this rate, he would soon officially become a soul master, and at that time, he would be able to unleash the myriad techniques contained within the soul of death. After 2 hours of cultivating soul energy, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. 2 hours of martial arts cultivation. Task reward. 1 random elixir. What the heck? What time is it? And I still have to practice martial arts? Their essay function for automated martial arts training, yet I am still expected to do it myself. Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled, yet he reluctantly made his way to the martial arts training room. Having good talent is one thing, but having external assistance is another. What is more, I am working so hard. If I don't become an unparalleled powerhouse, no one would believe it. Jiang Xiaoyu was almost moved by his own dedication. However, upon arriving at the martial arts training room, he discovered it was filled with people. All around him were diligent students training hard. Though he could not see the individual training situations, the sounds of strikes made it clear that no one was slacking off. Jiang Xiaoyu found a room and began practicing the shadow step, while the wild wave palm was set to automatic training, requiring no further attention. 2 hours later, Jiang Xiaoyu emerged, thoroughly satisfied with the progress of his training. Jiang Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. None of your business. Jiang Xiaoyu turned to see Li Chong, accompanied by a group of lackeys behind him. This is the martial arts training room. You need to be at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm to enter. You've just awakened your martial soul. What are you doing here? Li Chong regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with a mix of skepticism and mockery. Am I here to dance the square dance or something? Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly tolerate Li Cheng's insufferable smugness and did not bother to hide his disdain. Even though you possess the most inferior 9th grade martial soul, you should at least have entered the 1st level of the martial disciple realm by now. Li Cheng grinned slyly, clearly up to something. I have a good brother who is also at the 1st level of the martial disciple realm. He wishes to engage in a friendly spar with you. What do you think? Li Cheng smirked, intending to make Jiang Xiaoyu realize he couldn't even defeat the most useless of his lackeys. Sure, let him come, Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. It seemed Li Cheng was calculating, and he saw this as an opportunity to test his own strength. Li Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Jiang Xiaoyu to agree so readily. Haha, splendid. Let someone step up for a spar. Upon hearing this, the surrounding lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to say. Big brother, that's Jiang Xiaoyu. Who would dare to spar with him? Finally, someone voiced the concern. What is there to fear? I'm the Academy's top genius now, and besides, it's just a spar, as long as it's not too damaging. I'll take full responsibility if Dean Qinglong complains. After Li Chong made his assurance, some lackeys still hesitated. Whoever spars today will become my trusted confidant, Li Cheng declared, and finally, someone wavered. Given Li Cheng's talent and future prospects, he might even surpass Dean Qinglong. Becoming his confidant meant having a substantial protector. Boss, I'll go. A young man stepped forward, a recent enrollee whose family had used connections to align him with Li Cheng. Otherwise, with his 9th-grade martial soul, he wouldn't even qualify to be one of Li Cheng's lackeys. Excellent. Go forth. Henceforth, you shall be my good brother, Li Cheng encouraged, boosting the young man's confidence, who thought that even if he couldn't injure Jiang Xiaoyu, he could at least give him a taste of defeat. He was currently at the peak of the first level of the martial disciple realm, just a step away from breaking through to the second. Jiang Xiaoyu, I apologize in advance. I'll try to go easy on you, the young man declared as he assumed a fighting stance. Bang! Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu kicked the young man out of the training room. Boring. Jiang Xiaoyu displayed a look of disdain while secretly relishing the moment. Playing the fool to catch the tiger truly felt exhilarating. Being at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm, defeating a novice was effortless. Jiang Xiaoyu, you? Li Chong was utterly dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Aren't you at the 1st level of the martial disciple realm? Li Chong was well aware that a 1st-level martial disciple lacked such power. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyu had already reached the 2nd level of the martial disciple realm? Impossible. How could a 9th-grade martial soul cultivate so swiftly? Who told you I was at the 1st level of the martial disciple realm? Fool. Next. Chapter 35. Martial Arts Display. Have you truly reached the 2nd level of the martial disciple realm? Li Chong questioned, perplexed, as a 9th-grade martial soul could not possibly cultivate at such a pace. Surely, Dean Qinglong must have provided some elixirs. Otherwise, with his talent, it would have been impossible. Jiang Xiaoyu, consuming too many elixirs is not a good thing, Li Chong sneered, noting Jiang Xiaoyu's connections could indeed secure elixirs. Yes, if you say so, Jiang Xiaoyu replied cheekily, grating on Li Cheng's nerves. Since it's a spar, the levels must be comparable. Is there anyone at the 2nd level of the martial disciple realm willing to step up? Li Chong was determined not to relent until he had taught Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson. Before long, another young man stepped forward. However, the outcome was the same as before. He was kicked out by Jiang Xiaoyu. You? What level are you at? Li Chong was stunned. Jiang Xiaoyu's kick displayed strength far beyond that of a 2nd-level martial disciple. I've been practicing martial arts. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoyu was too lazy to continue toying with him. Dealing with mere small fry would not yield any insight into his true capabilities. You've reached the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. How could this be? Li Cheng's eyes were wide with shock. Such a cultivation speed could only be possible for those with martial souls of at least the 3rd grade. Yet, it was indisputable that Jiang Xiaoyu had awakened a 9th-grade martial soul. I see. Haha. You must have secretly awakened your martial soul 2 years ago and have been cultivating ever since. In 2 years, even a 9th-grade martial soul could indeed reach the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. Jiang Xiaoyu, you have such depth of cunning. You managed to deceive everyone. Li Chong suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, confident in his deduction. Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled at Li Cheng, fully aware that with Li Cheng's character, he would surely concoct other possibilities. However, he never expected Li Cheng's imagination to be this wild. This reasoning was quite advantageous. When Jiang Xiaoyu's true cultivation level was revealed later, he would not need to fear other suspicions. I can't believe you saw through this, Li Chong. I never imagined you to be so astute. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned surprise while regarding Li Chong, looking just like a child caught revealing a secret. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaoyu, no matter how deep you hide, you are worlds apart from me. Li Chong laughed triumphantly. Oh, what if you are at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm? Which brother is willing to spar? Li Chong called out, and immediately another young man stepped forward. Come on. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. This was his first true confrontation with a peer of comparable level. The young man wasted no time. Without uttering a word, he launched into an attack. Most students at this stage had not learned any combat techniques and relied solely on brute strength. Why so slow? Jiang Xiaoyu easily dodged the young man's strikes. Initially, He thought the young man was simply holding back, but as time passed, he noticed the young man was sweating profusely yet still failed to land a single blow on Jiang Xiaoyu. "I am done playing." Jiang Xiaoyu delivered another kick, sending the young man flying. How is it possible to defeat someone of the same level so effortlessly? Li Chong was once again taken aback. But by the time he sought to inquire further, Jiang Xiaoyu had already departed. "It seems my energy at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm is significantly more robust than others, and my strength appears to be greater as well." On his way back, Jiang Xiaoyu reflected seriously on the earlier events. This might be attributed to the uniqueness of his martial soul, resulting in greater strength compared to others of the same level. Alternatively, it could be that the opponent was simply too weak. Alas, he still lacked sufficient practical combat experience. In the following days, Jiang Xiaoyu advanced his wild wolf palm to a minor achievement before setting his sights on the shadow step. The medicinal materials he had purchased at Wanbao Pavilion had all been consumed for body refinement, and Jiang Xiaoyu felt a certain enhancement in his physical form, albeit not overly pronounced. This was likely due to his low cultivation level. The first turn of the 9 revolutions overlord body technique could only be perfected upon reaching the martial spirit realm. Today marked the bi-monthly martial arts exhibition. "Let me see how well you have all cultivated," Lu Lin announced loudly in the advanced class, eliciting cheers of excitement from the students. The difficulty of martial arts cultivation was well known to all. A single yellow-grade martial art could take someone at the peak of the martial spirit realm years to master fully. For students at their level, even mastering a martial art to the entry level would signify exceptional talent. Many were confident in their cultivated martial arts, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to showcase their skills. "Jiang Xiaoyu, what martial art have you been practicing?" Anren suddenly inquired of Jiang Xiaoyu. "How did you know I have been training in martial arts?" Jiang Xiaoyu, filled with confusion, responded, "Are you still pretending? Li Chengdu has already spread the word that you awakened your martial spirit 2 years ago and have been training diligently ever since." Reaching the 6th level of the martial apprentice realm, Anren was left speechless. Goodness, that was fast. Jiang Xiaoyu, initially reluctant to participate in any martial arts demonstration, realized that his secret was already out, so he might as well join in. "No more pretending." Anren rolled her eyes, but her gaze suddenly softened with a hint of pity. "What does that look mean? Why do you gaze at me as if I were an orphan?" Jiang Xiaoyu felt something was amiss with Anren's expression. "It's just that it seems rather slow for you to have only reached the 6th level of martial apprentice in 2 years. It might hinder your future progress." Anren spoke sincerely. During their time together, despite Jiang Xiaoyu's occasional bouts of foolishness, he was fundamentally a decent person. If he could ascend to a higher realm, it would undoubtedly be for the better. Jiang Xiaoyu thought, if only Anren knew I had elevated to the 6th level of martial apprentice in less than 20 days. I wonder what her reaction would be. Soon, Lu Lin led the students to the training room. "Is there anyone who wishes to demonstrate first?" Lu Lin declared loudly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "As the best class in the Qinglong Martial Institute, the martial arts training there was naturally of the highest caliber." And Lu Lin felt a sense of pride in guiding such outstanding students. The students were eager to showcase their skills, yet none dared to step up initially. "I'll go." Li Chong jumped out, exuding confidence as the strongest student in the Qinglong Martial Institute. "I know several martial techniques. I'll just choose one that I've learned adequately to demonstrate." With that, Li Chong assumed his stance. "Ready to perform?" "Wow, we struggle to learn one martial technique, yet Senior Li has mastered several. Truly, he is my idol, exceptional in every regard." In an instant, several female students were starry-eyed. "Shadowless kick," Li Chong shouted, leaping approximately 5 meters into the air, creating several afterimages of his foot that sent the training dummies tumbling to the ground. Incredible! If Senior Li's shadowless kick landed on me, I might just lose my bowels. When will I ever learn such a magnificent and powerful technique? This display incited a wave of cheers from the crowd. Impressive. Li Cheng's shadowless kick seems to have reached the pinnacle of entry-level mastery, nearing the threshold of proficiency, Lu Lin remarked, applauding. "Oh, you flatter me." "Instructor Lu, I've merely just begun," Li Cheng humbly replied. "Senior Li is truly remarkable. This shadowless kick, though merely a basic technique for him, has already reached peak entry level." Upon hearing this, although Li Cheng feigned modesty, he felt a twinge of insecurity inside. In truth, the shadowless kick was his most formidable technique. He struggled even to grasp the fundamentals of other martial arts. Chapter 36. the threefold raging waves illusion after Li Chong's demonstration. Other students stepped forward to showcase their abilities. However, despite their decent talents, many faced significant challenges in mastering martial techniques. Only 2 or 3 students managed to reach entry-level proficiency, and even then, it was merely the most basic form. Nonetheless, this was already a remarkable achievement. Anren, aren't you going to demonstrate? Jiang Xiaoyu questioned, noticing Anren's indifference. What's the point? Demonstrating serves no purpose. It won't enhance my cultivation. Anren's martial talent was above average in the class, suggesting her martial skills were commendable. Yet, her nature was not one to compete fiercely, and indeed, her martial techniques were likely the second strongest in the room, after Li Chong. Jiang Xiaoyu found himself in agreement with Anren's perspective. It was indeed too early for a demonstration. He preferred to quietly perfect his martial techniques and showcase them during a grand competition later. Although his Raging Waves palm had reached a minor level of proficiency, sufficient to surpass everyone present, he still held back. Jiang Xiaoyu, why not come up and show us what you can do? At that moment, Li Chong called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, capturing the attention of all present. Stop pretending. Everyone knows you've reached the 6th level of martial apprentice. Moreover, I often see you in the martial arts training room. You must have a decent grasp of martial techniques. Li Chong aimed to embarrass Jiang Xiaoyu in front of everyone. A martial artist who had just achieved the 6th level of martial apprentice was merely scratching the surface of martial arts training, likely struggling even with the basics. Do I really have to demonstrate? Jiang Xiaoyu felt exasperated. He had hoped to keep a low profile, yet Li Chong continually provided him with the opportunity to show off. Fine, I'll give you a show. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled as he stepped forward. I knew he couldn't handle the pressure. Jiang Xiaoyu will surely falter. Li Chong scoffed upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu approach. Hey, Jiang Xiaoyu, don't go. He's just trying to make things difficult for you, Anren whispered from behind. Concerned that Jiang Xiaoyu would be unable to perform any techniques and would undoubtedly be ridiculed. No worries, I'll dazzle them with my brilliance. Jiang Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. I truly don't understand why my aunt insists I spend time with you. Aside from your foolishness, you're just an arrogant brat. Anren, frustrated by Jiang Xiaoyu's determination, stomped her foot in irritation. Jiang Xiaoyu stood among the crowd, preparing to execute the Raging Waves palm. An unexpected event occurred. Ding! Self-discipline time has concluded. Host self-discipline task initiated. Complete a set of elementary school calisthenics. Task completion reward. Increase speed in martial technique training. Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless. Now, of all times, however, he had no choice but to comply with the system's task. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu began his routine. The 3rd set of elementary school calisthenics begins now. First sequence, colorful sunshine. The system kindly played music in his mind. What kind of martial technique is this? The students watched in bewilderment as Jiang Xiaoyu executed peculiar movements. This can't be right. When demonstrating martial techniques, there should at least be some fluctuation of spiritual energy, yet there's none around Jiang Xiaoyu. Wait, this isn't martial arts at all. These movements resemble calisthenics. In an instant, the students began to chatter among themselves. Jiang Xiaoyu has lost his mind again. Anren facepalmed in exasperation. Haha, I get it. Jiang Xiaoyu clearly doesn't know any martial techniques, so he resorts to calisthenics to lighten the mood. At that moment, one of Li Chong's lackeys shouted out, Exactly. If you can't do martial techniques, just say so. There's no need to come up and pretend. Complaints arose, and even Lu Lin, the instructor, felt a mix of helplessness and regret. Naturally, he lamented for the Qinglong Academy, as it was unfortunate for such a capable headmaster to produce someone as attention-seeking as Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, you truly surprise me. 2 years have passed, and this is what you've become. It seems that opposing someone like you is utterly pointless, Li Chong observed with a blend of mockery and disappointment. Throughout their childhood, Jiang Xiaoyu had consistently outperformed him academically and in leadership skills. Consequently, even now, when Li Chong was considerably stronger, he still felt haunted by their past. Therefore, he often sought to prove he was superior to Jiang Xiaoyu. Now, however, it seemed Jiang Xiaoyu had devolved into someone beneath his consideration, merely a fool. This is pointless. I'm leaving. Someone called out, prompting all the students to turn to leave. No one was interested in watching a chubby boy perform calisthenics. Wait, Jiang Xiaoyu managed to finish his set just in time to call out to the crowd. If he didn't demonstrate now, he feared he would forever be viewed as a fool. I was merely warming up. I tend to take longer with my warm-ups, but now it's time to get serious. Jiang Xiaoyu proclaimed loudly. Warm up? I'm curious to see what he can really do. The students complied, halting their steps. Raging waves palm, Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, his hands moving fluidly, effortlessly manifesting a single layer of the raging waves illusion, as if he had mastered it for a long time. What? He really has trained in martial techniques? The crowd was stunned, having expected Jiang Xiaoyu to continue with his antics. A single layer of the raging waves illusion was already impressive, judging by its power. He was on the verge of reaching entry-level mastery. Lu Lin gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu's execution of the raging waves palm, astonished. He practices the raging waves palm as well? Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's martial prowess, Anren was taken aback, for she herself practiced the wild waves palm. As a young lady, she harbored a keen interest in such grandiose martial techniques. However, her own mastery of the wild waves palm had only reached the entry level, allowing her to conjure merely 2 illusory waves. Though she had not yet attained true proficiency, it was all she could manage. Li Chong, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. Yet this revelation did not elicit a significant emotional response from him. Previously, it had merely been a test of skill. Now, he was prepared to demonstrate his true capabilities. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a rush of excitement, for the execution of this martial art was undeniably impressive. Wild waves palm. Once more, Jiang Xiaoyu summoned his spiritual energy, this time exerting all his strength. With a thunderous boom, 3 illusory waves manifested, instantly sending several practice dummies flying. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Xiaoyu had unleashed such formidable martial prowess. While some students were astounded, it was Anren and mentor Lu Lin who were truly shocked, for they alone understood the significance of the 3 illusory waves. 3 illusory waves. Jiang Xiaoyu's martial skills had already reached the minor accomplishment level. As Lu Lin's astonished words echoed through the room, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 37. An invitation from Anren. Minor accomplishment? How is that possible? After a few seconds of stunned silence, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Attaining minor accomplishment in martial arts typically requires reaching the martial spirit realm. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu was merely at the 6th level of martial apprentice. How had he achieved this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a coincidence. Li Chong vehemently denied it, for despite his extensive training in the shadowless kick, he had only just reached the pinnacle of the entry level, still far from the realm of minor accomplishment. How could Jiang Xiaoyu possibly possess greater talent? After all, he was merely a lowly 9th-grade martial soul. Wild waves palm. As if in response to Li Chong, Jiang Xiaoyu executed the technique once more, this time with even greater intensity. The 3 illusory waves were more pronounced than before. This was utterly absurd. Anren, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless. After all, she had also been practicing the wild waves palm. Despite her diligent efforts, she was merely on the cusp of mastering the entry level. Anren understood the challenges of mastering this technique. With her talent, reaching minor accomplishment would take at least a year. Yet Jiang Xiaoyu had done it so swiftly. This fellow had concealed his abilities so deeply. No wonder he had appeared so self-assured earlier. Anren cast a somewhat resentful glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. Humph. Even if his martial arts were exceptional, what of it? His realm would forever hinder any significant achievements. Li Chong glared at Jiang Xiaoyu, the jealousy simmering within him reigniting. After showcasing his skills, Jiang Xiaoyu swaggered off the stage. He had not intended to show off, but some people simply compelled him to do so. With the display of martial prowess concluded, the students returned to their classes to resume their studies. However, the way many students now regarded Jiang Xiaoyu had undeniably changed. Martial apprentice 6th level, combined with minor accomplishment in martial arts. These 2 keywords were sufficient to elevate Jiang Xiaoyu above most of his classmates. Initially believed to have gained admission to the advanced class through connections, no one dared to utter a word now. Jiang Xiaoyu, could you perhaps offer me some guidance? Anren shyly poked Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder. Guidance? What could I possibly teach you? Jiang Xiaoyu replied, perplexed by the situation. Well, the martial art I practice is also the wild waves palm that you demonstrated today. I'm so close to executing 2 illusory waves. I was hoping you could help me refine it, Anren stated candidly. You practice the wild waves palm as well? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback, surprised that a girl would take an interest in such assertive martial techniques. Honestly, I'm not particularly skilled. Reaching minor accomplishment was merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Xiaoyu's advancement was largely due to his automated training. Although he had gained insights, he was unsure how to articulate them and thus felt incapable of offering genuine guidance. Stop pretending. Why are you being humble now? I simply asked for some pointers. Is that too much to ask? Anren crossed her arms, turning her head aside. Fine, I'll give it a try, though whether I can teach you effectively is uncertain. Jiang Xiaoyu could not bear to see Anren in such a discontented state. If he refused, she would likely remain perpetually sulky, affecting her mood. After school, Jiang Xiaoyu accompanied Anren to her home. Anren's father owned a martial arts school in Jiang City, catering primarily to ordinary individuals who wish to train their bodies and learn combat techniques. Anren led Jiang Xiaoyu to an empty training room, ready to seek his guidance. Miss, young Master Qian is looking for you outside. A servant announced as he entered. Why is he here again? How annoying. Tell him I'm not available, Anren. It's been a few days, and you look even more beautiful. A lavishly dressed young man appeared at the doorway of the training room before Anren could finish her sentence. Qian Duo, what brings you here again? Anren clearly exhibited her disdain for the young man. Anren, how could you say such a thing? I simply missed you. Qian Duo, with his thick skin, paid no heed to Anren's words. His father and Anren's father had been acquaintances for a long time, and he had persistently pursued Anren, only to be repeatedly rebuffed. Who was this man? Qian Duo furrowed his brow, eyeing Jiang Xiaoyu behind Anren. Although Anren had always shown disinterest in him, he knew she typically did not associate with boys. Now, however, she had brought one along. What does it matter to you? Anren replied, clearly displeased. Oh, he's just here to help Anren with her martial arts training. Jiang Xiaoyu interjected, not wanting to attract any animosity or waste time. Teaching martial arts? Anren, you know you can always ask me if you have any questions. My martial arts skills are quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo felt somewhat reassured, and with Jiang Xiaoyu appearing to be a chubby boy, he believed he posed no threat. Don't forget that I, Qian Duo, am also a talented student from the Batian Martial Academy. He declared proudly. Jiang City boasted 4 martial academies, and Qian Duo ranked among the elite at Batian, currently at the 8th level of martial apprentice. Hey, kid, what level are you? Qian Duo thought that if Anren valued Jiang Xiaoyu, his cultivation should at least match his own. Martial apprentice 6th level, what's it to you? Jiang Xiaoyu replied honestly, feeling vexed and uncertain about how to instruct Anren. Martial apprentice 6th level, dude, don't lie to me. That's still below Anren. Qian Duo scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu, who appeared sincere and unlikely to be deceiving him. Bro, let me handle this. I'll give you 100,000 for it. How about that? Qian Duo quickly approached Jiang Xiaoyu. Whispering into his ear, Jiang Xiaoyu was left utterly bewildered by this turn of events. What's wrong? If you think 100,000 isn't enough, I can add another 100,000. I'm Qian Duo. Money is my forte. He added, pulling out a bank card to offer to Jiang Xiaoyu. Qian Duo, what are you doing? Anren could no longer tolerate the scene and called out to him. Anren, I see this brother of yours is quite decent, but his cultivation is a bit lacking. He probably won't be able to teach you much, so why not let me? Let you? What do you mean? His martial skills have already reached minor accomplishment. Anren exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu adjusted his collar, preparing to showcase the Wild Wave's palm to impress Qian Duo. Young master. You have arrived. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man approached, wearing a broad smile directed at Qian Duo. Dad. What brings you here? I came to have a word with young master. The newcomer was none other than Anren's father. And Dongqiang. Familiar with the Qian family, he appreciated Qian Duo's character and would welcome an alliance between their families. Wait, who is this young man? And Dongqiang regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with a hint of wariness. Anren had never brought anyone home before. What was going on? Chapter 38. The departure of the Azure Dragon Academy head. He's my classmate, Anren replied, growing increasingly impatient as all she wanted was to focus on her martial arts training without interruption. Uncle, this classmate of Anren's is merely at the 6th level of martial apprentice. What could he possibly teach? Qian Duo interjected once more. Jiang Xiaoyu, why don't you show them what you've got? I'm truly fed up with how everyone looks down on you. Anren called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, completely forgetting her previous attitude toward him. Fine. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged, feeling helpless as he had been dragged into this situation. Ding. Self-discipline time has ended. Self-discipline task issued. Complete a set of Tai Chi. Task completion reward. Random elixir? Now, I truly wish to see just how well you, my classmate, have mastered your martial art. Upon observing his daughter's unwavering conviction, and Dongqiang also felt that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed genuine skill. Although he operated a martial arts school aimed at ordinary individuals, and Dongqiang was indeed a formidable pinnacle warrior of the martial spirit realm, albeit one who had grown weary of conflict. Given Enran's high regard for him, this young man should not falter too greatly, or so he hoped. Qian Duoduo was attentively watching from the side. "Oh no, not again," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in exasperation. As the system chose this crucial moment to meddle, following the rhythm dictated by the system, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to perform Tai Chi. What is this technique? Why does it appear so fluid? Jiang Xiaoyu's Tai Chi soon caught the attention of several onlookers. Wait, something's amiss. There's no aura fluctuation. As is well known, martial techniques require the activation of spiritual energy. Yet, the set of movements Jiang Xiaoyu executed, while seemingly profound and visually appealing, emitted not a trace of spiritual energy. What on earth was Jiang Xiaoyu up to? Wasn't he supposed to showcase the wild wave palm? Enran was equally taken aback. Could it be that his affliction had returned? Enran sighed in frustration. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyu's ailment always flared up at critical junctures. Enran, your classmate's technique resembles those practiced by elderly folks in the park for exercise. And Dongqiang was beginning to feel irate. He had intended to observe this young man's martial skills, but instead was presented with such a farce and refrained from associating with such attention-seekers. And Dongqiang admonished, "Dad, my classmate is unwell. He has some cognitive issues, but his martial skills are genuinely impressive. Moreover, he is the child adopted by the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy, Jiang Xiaoyu." Enran attempted to clarify, hoping to leave a favorable impression of Jiang Xiaoyu on her father. Jiang Xiaoyu? The one with the abysmal 9th-tier martial spirit? And Dongqiang retorted, Enran, associating with such individuals offers no promising future. I suspect it is you who has a problem with that. And Dongqiang stormed off, utterly vexed by Enran's choices. Aside from awakening her martial spirit, Enran had also awakened her soul power. And her talent in this regard was commendable. Dongqiang had hoped for her to cultivate soul power alongside martial arts, but that seemed unrealistic unless one possessed extraordinary talent. However, Enran aspired to excel in martial arts and had assured Dongqiang of her future accomplishments, which is why she had diligently trained. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought to invite Jiang Xiaoyu to teach her martial techniques. If she truly lacked outstanding talent in martial arts, she would have to be sent to her aunt's for soul power training. Pan Feng, Enran's distant relative and aunt, had long wished for Enran to pursue soul power cultivation. Haha, I see now. This brother must be scheming. He is trying to pocket my money by putting on this show. Qian Duoduo thought wildly, convinced that Jiang Xiaoyu was deliberately making a fool of himself to make Enran choose him. Jiang Xiaoyu, what on earth are you doing? At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu halted his movements, prompting Enran to rush over with concern. I'm sorry, my old ailment has flared up again. Jiang Xiaoyu admitted awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Brother, that was splendid. Qian Duoduo rushed over to pull Jiang Xiaoyu aside, giving him a thumbs up. Jiang Xiaoyu, brother, stop pretending. Your acting is truly remarkable. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's bewildered expression, Qian Duoduo continued to praise him. Don't think I'm oblivious. You are just trying to get my 200,000, aren't you, with that smooth little routine. Enough of that. What's your name? From now on, you're my good brother, Qian Duoduo. If you're short on cash, just let me know. Qian Duoduo patted his chest, assuring him. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly realized the misunderstanding. However, Qian Duoduo turned out to be quite decent, talented, wealthy, and of good character. Far better than that hypocrite Li Chong. Enran, I think this isn't going to work. Let us head to the academy, and I'll teach you there, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, and without waiting for Enran's response, he left the scene, as it was decidedly uncomfortable to linger where he wasn't welcomed. Seeing this, Enran could only pout, recognizing that it was her father's issue. Hey, Enran, let me teach you. My martial skills have reached the entry level. Qian Duoduo chimed in cheerfully, embodying the essence of a sycophant. Entry level? I've long surpassed that. Enran shot Qian Duoduo a glare before storming out. What? She is even more skilled than I am. Qian Duoduo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu returned to his room, he noticed a smooth stone lying there. An image stone? Jiang Xiaoyu immediately recognized it as a device capable of storing images. He approached and infused it with a touch of spiritual energy. Instantly, a phantom of an old man emerged from the stone. "You little rascal, I'll be away for a while. I'll return in a month. Don't cause any trouble." The phantom of the Azure Dragon Academy's dean scolded Jiang Xiaoyu before vanishing. "He has gone? I thought it was something significant, yet he left behind an image stone." Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged off the occurrence. He had grown accustomed to the dean's occasional absences over the years. Meanwhile, in Li Tianba's room, grandfather, that Jiang Xiaoyu is utterly arrogant, flaunting his non-existent talent before me daily. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon Academy dean's presence, I would have eliminated him long ago. Li Chong complained to his grandfather. "You are, after all, a vice dean. Your capabilities shouldn't be vastly inferior to the Azure Dragon Academy dean's, should they?" Li Chong voiced his grievances. "Patience. An opportunity will soon present itself." Li Tianba replied calmly, tending to the flowers on his windowsill, his expression inscrutable. "This time, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine." Suddenly, Li Tianba's demeanor shifted, causing the flowers on the windowsill to disintegrate into powder. This display startled Li Chong. He rarely witnessed such emotional volatility from his grandfather. Few knew that Li Tianba's strength was on par with the deans of the other 4 major martial arts academies in Jiangxing. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Azure Dragon Academy dean 16 years ago, Li Tianba would likely have been the dean himself, rather than merely a vice dean. Chapter 39. The month's appointment has arrived in the ensuing days. Jiang Xiaoyu diligently followed his training regimen, occasionally subjected to the system's antics that provided amusement, with no extraordinary events unfolding. Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation successfully advanced to the 7th level of the martial apprentice realm. His shadow step also achieved a small degree of mastery, while the wild wave palm progressed further, allowing him to unleash the 4th level of the wild wave phantom. Damn, why are these body-refining herbs so exorbitantly priced? The 12 million he earned from selling pills only allowed Jiang Xiaoyu to refine his body 3 times. Although he could feel his physical enhancement, it was far from sufficient. He resolved to sell more pills. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion, as he had an abundance of pills. Moreover, they were of various kinds. "He.s. here. The young man has arrived." As Jiang Xiaoyu approached the Wanbao Pavilion, a clerk hurriedly reported to Yin Hong. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoyu's Peppa Pig mask was too eye-catching. "Old Lu, the young man is back." Yin Hong quickly informed Old Lu. Quick, 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 bring the young man in." Old Lu was elated. He had been eager to see Jiang Xiaoyu again. Recently, Jiang Xiaoyu's insight pill had been sent to the headquarters in Modu. That very evening, the headquarters auctioned off the flawless insight pill. Ultimately, it was purchased by a prominent figure in the Alchemist Association. Old Lu was unsure of the exact price, but he knew that the headquarters had greatly rewarded him and promoted him. Thus, he was very much looking forward to meeting Jiang Xiaoyu again. "Little brother, you've come. Please, have a seat," Old Lu exclaimed, offering up his own chair upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu enter. Jiang Xiaoyu, bewildered, took a seat. Still wearing his mask. Was his charm truly that formidable? "Little brother, may I inquire what you need during your visit to Wanbao Pavilion?" Yin Hong asked respectfully from the side. "I simply wish to purchase some herbs." Jiang Xiaoyu replied, perplexed by their demeanor. "Are we still using those pills as payment?" Old Lu's eyes lit up. "How did you know?" Jiang Xiaoyu produced a pill of unknown type from his pocket and placed it before Old Lu. In the days since, the system had rewarded him with numerous pills. He had only consumed those beneficial for his current stage, leaving the rest untouched, totaling several dozen. "Indeed, it's another flawless grade pill." Old Lu examined the pill, barely containing his excitement. "Another flawless pill. The headquarters will surely reward me once more." "Little brother, I have a question, though I'm uncertain if I should ask." Old Lu suddenly spoke. He could tell that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed more flawless pills. If he could ascertain the source of these pills and establish a long-term partnership, he would strike it rich. "Ask away," Jiang Xiaoyu replied, eager to purchase his herbs without unnecessary delay. Little brother, where did you acquire this pill?" Lu Lao wasted no time with pleasantries and directly posed his question. "Oh, this? My master gave it to me. I consume it daily like candy." Jiang Xiaoyu was aware that Lu Lao intended to test him, and it seemed that the elixirs bestowed by the system were quite precious. Otherwise, these two would not exhibit such attitudes. "Your master? Eating it like candy?" Lu Lao was evidently taken aback by this revelation. If Jiang Xiaoyu had claimed that he found these elixirs in some ancient relic, it would have been understandable. To his knowledge, even the president of the Alchemist Association's Magic Capital branch could not concoct flawless great elixirs, let alone consuming such elixirs as if they were mere sweets. Could it be that he is a hidden master? Lu Lao continued to inquire, "What rank is your esteemed master in alchemy?" "Rank? My master stated that the world's ranks are unworthy of him," Jiang Xiaoyu boasted brazenly. "For what was the cost of bragging?" "Ah, this?" Lu Lao was rendered speechless, truly a hidden expert. His words were indeed audacious. But he had the backing to be so. "Young brother, I offer you 20 million for this elixir. What do you think?" Lu Lao ceased his inquiries and presented a price. Furthermore, he offered a purple card from Wanbage. "With this purple card, regardless of which branch of Wanbage you visit, you will enjoy VIP treatment with all items at a 20% discount. Upon finishing, Lu Lao produced a translucent purple card from his pocket and placed it before Jiang Xiaoyu. Since the alchemy master cannot be approached, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with his disciple. It could only yield benefits. Such a generous offer? Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the purple card for inspection. Considering the prices at Wanbage, a 20% discount was indeed a significant advantage. It could easily save millions, of course. If you ever require medicinal materials in the future, feel free to come to Wanbage. While I cannot claim to have everything, we certainly embrace a vast array, Lu Lao declared confidently, thumping his chest. Jiang Xiaoyu was unreserved and accepted everything offered. After purchasing some body-refining materials, he prepared to leave. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Lu Lao's expression was complex. Initially, he had thought Jiang Xiaoyu acquired the elixirs by chance, but now it seemed there must be someone backing him. Otherwise, he would not speak with such confidence. At first, Lu Lao contemplated resorting to violence to seize the treasures. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu's pockets contained numerous elixirs. A master capable of refining flawless great elixirs was not to be trifled with, Lu Lao muttered to himself. Little did he know, he had narrowly escaped his own demise. Upon returning to his residence, after refining his body, Jiang Xiaoyu began cultivating his soul power. Although the time dedicated to cultivating soul power had been brief, under Jiang Xiaoyu's remarkable talent, he swiftly condensed the wisps of soul power into droplets, achieving the first rank of soul master. Early the next morning, as Jiang Xiaoyu entered the teaching area, he noticed many gazes fixed upon him. Today marked the 1-month appointment between Jiang Xiaoyu and Wang Ba. It was rumored that Wang Ba had already broken through to the 8th rank of martial apprentice. Just days prior, Jiang Xiaoyu had learned that Wang Ba was only at the 6th rank. With such strength, how could he possibly compete against Wang Ba? This was dire. Jiang Xiaoyu was surely destined to lose. Moreover, it was said that Dean Xinglong was away on business. If Jiang Xiaoyu were to be beaten, there would be no one to stand up for him. A spectacle was about to unfold. Throughout the journey, many students engaged in fervent discussions. Wow, time flies so swiftly. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that indeed a month had passed. Thus, today, Wang Ba would come to challenge him to a duel. The 8th rank of martial apprentice. He should not be too weak. It would be a suitable opportunity to test the fruits of his martial skills training. Although Jiang Xiaoyu was merely at the 7th rank of martial apprentice, he remained unfazed. His spiritual energy was far more robust than others at the same level. "Jiang Xiaoyu, I'm coming. Have your martial skills ready." Just then, a loud shout echoed from the entrance of the academy. It was Wang Ba's voice. Chapter 40. Wang Ba versus Jiang Xiaoyu. Behind Wang Ba trailed a group of individuals, presumably all students from the Guanglong Martial Academy. I have waited for this day for a long time. Wang Ba was exhilarated. He still harbored resentment over being extorted by Jiang Xiaoyu at Xiaoping's house. Today, he intended to reclaim his honor. "Yu Feng, I didn't expect you to be here too." Li Chong approached a frail youth behind Wang Ba, his tone laced with barely concealed animosity. "Well, I have nothing else to do. I'm just here to watch. If it gets dull, we can also have a match ourselves." Yu Feng, the top genius of Guanglong Martial Academy, had awakened a 6th-grade martial soul, just like Li Chong, and both were at the 9th rank of martial apprentice. "All right, I await your challenge," Li Chong retorted, neither willing to back down. Both were representatives of their respective martial academies, and the air crackled with tension upon their meeting. "Hey, have you all lost your minds? Today is my stage." Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward, pushing Li Chong aside. Today was supposed to be his spotlight. yet others kept trying to overshadow him. Wasn't it said that Jiang Xiaoyu was a plump fellow? The students from Guanglong Martial Academy regarded the average-sized youth before them with confusion. Wow, I didn't notice. Jiang Xiaoyu has slimmed down quite a bit. Once one pointed it out, the students from Qinglong Martial Academy also realized that Jiang Xiaoyu had indeed lost weight. Having seen Jiang Xiaoyu daily at the Martial Academy, they had not paid much attention. Now, upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiaoyu's weight loss had rendered him somewhat handsome. Jiang Xiaoyu lifted his head with confidence, as if proclaiming, "This is the result of my daily workouts and vegetable diet." So what if he had slimmed down? Could it enhance his cultivation? Wang Ba was already impatient. He had learned that Jiang Xiaoyu was only at the 6th rank of martial apprentice. While he was 2 ranks higher, victory was assured. "Let's go to the arena," Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, leading the group towards the arena with great pomp. He could hardly comprehend Jiang Xiaoyu's confidence. He appeared completely unfazed. "What do you know? This is just a facade of calmness amid deep anxiety. I've seen many like him." Along the way, the students from Guanglong Martial Academy discussed among themselves, convinced that Wang Ba would undoubtedly win. Meanwhile, many from Qinglong Martial Academy gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu with worry. Although many were discontent with Jiang Xiaoyu's connections, he ultimately represented Qinglong Martial Academy. "Jiang Xiaoyu, perhaps you should reconsider stepping up." Anren suddenly grasped Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. Concern etched on her face. While it was true that even if Jiang Xiaoyu lost, Wang Ba would not dare to treat him harshly, he would still face a beating and ridicule from the students of Guanglong Martial Academy. "The atmosphere is charged. How can it not lead to a duel? How could I possibly back down?" Jiang Xiaoyu countered, "Aren't you fond of throwing tantrums? Just feign illness and flee when the time comes. Who would dare to question you?" Jiang Xiaoyu found himself momentarily speechless, as Anren's argument seemed valid. What kind of man would flee at such a critical moment? Am I Jiang Xiaoyu such a coward? Jiang Xiaoyu declared with righteous indignation, in truth, if not for his confidence in defeating Wang Ba, he might have genuinely considered fleeing. Regardless, even if he were to lose, he would do so in a manner that preserved his dignity. He would not tarnish the reputation of Qinglong Martial Academy. Li Chong suddenly approached, his expression grave. "Ha ha." Jiang Xiaoyu replied curtly to Li Chong, "If you can't win, then so be it. I shall naturally reclaim our honor." Li Chong retorted angrily, confident he could defeat Yu Feng. Most were aware that even if Wang Ba triumphed over Jiang Xiaoyu, it would not be particularly glorious, given the disparity in their levels. However, if he could overcome Yu Feng, it would be a different matter altogether, truly representing the prestige of both martial academies. In that case, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers. "Jiang Xiaoyu, why not concede now? Everyone is aware of the gap in our strengths," Wang Ba arrogantly proclaimed as he strode to the center of the arena. "Wang Ba, don't be so sure. Perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu might surprise us." The students from Guanglong Martial Academy chimed in mockingly, eliciting frustration from their Qinglong counterparts. "Let us get started." Jiang Xiaoyu swaggered onto the arena, confronting Wang Ba. 7th rank of martial apprentice, from a nearby teaching building. Xie observed the proceedings with keen interest. Her piercing eyes could see through Jiang Xiaoyu's true cultivation level. Jiang Xiaoyu has only awakened his martial soul for a month. How could he advance 7 ranks so swiftly? Even Xie, a seasoned individual, found herself astonished. Such a rate of cultivation was unprecedented, even for growth-type martial souls, simply terrifying. "Come on, Jiang Xiaoyu, I will fight you with one hand. Don't say I bullied you," Wang Ba declared arrogantly. Placing one hand behind his back, with a 2-rank advantage, he believed he could easily handle Jiang Xiaoyu. "Oh, I'm coming then." Jiang Xiaoyu wasted no time. With a sudden burst of speed, he delivered a resounding slap to Wang Ba's face before he could react. Wang Ba had merely intended to show off, but he never anticipated Jiang Xiaoyu's swiftness. The stinging sensation spread across his entire face in an instant. Slap! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. What was happening? How could Jiang Xiaoyu move with such astonishing speed? Surely, Senior Wang Ba had underestimated him. It seemed that Senior Wang Ba had been lenient towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Yet, unexpectedly, he resorted to an underhanded attack. In an instant, the students of the Guanglong Martial Institute believed that Wang Ba had let his guard down, with only Yu Feng furrowing his brow. Yufeng discerned that the speed Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed in that moment appeared to surpass that of a 6th-tier martial apprentice by a considerable margin. Wang Ba, do not be complacent. Resolve this swiftly. Yufeng cautioned a martial apprentice of the 8th tier being struck by someone 2 ranks below him. Are all of you from the Guanglong Martial Institute utterly incompetent? Li Chong scoffed as he approached Yufeng, unabashedly mocking him. Of course, he had witnessed Jiang Xiaoyu's explosive moment as well. If you doubt their competence, just observe further. Yufeng suppressed his rising anger, hoping Wang Ba would soon reclaim the situation. Damn it, Jiang Xiaoyu, launching a sneak attack while my attention was diverted. Wang Ba seethed, instantly channeling all his spiritual energy. As an 8th-tier martial apprentice, he was among the elite within the ranks of students. In that moment, his presence surged, causing the students of the Qinglong Martial Institute to grow concerned for Jiang Xiaoyu. Now that Wang Ba is serious, do you think Jiang Xiaoyu can withstand even one of his strikes? He should be unable to, given that I, as a 6th-tier martial apprentice, am far inferior to Wang Ba's might. Most students believe that, once Wang Ba got serious, Jiang Xiaoyu was destined to lose without a doubt. Chapter 41. A brutal beating. Take this punch. Wang Ba roared as he lunged towards Jiang Xiaoyu. If that punch connected, Jiang Xiaoyu was surely doomed. Bang! To the astonishment of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu caught Wang Ba's fist with a single hand. What was happening? A 6th-tier martial apprentice withstanding an 8th-tier punch. With a forceful shove, Jiang Xiaoyu sent Wang Ba staggering back several meters. Was this the power of an 8th-tier martial apprentice? Jiang Xiaoyu estimated that although he was merely a 7th-tier martial apprentice, the intensity of his spiritual energy was certainly not inferior to Wang Ba's, and might even surpass it. Jiang Xiaoyu, how could you have taken drugs? Wang Ba was momentarily stunned, only able to conceive of that possibility. Otherwise, there was no way Jiang Xiaoyu could withstand his punch. What? Jiang Xiaoyu took drugs? It was no wonder. Certain pills could temporarily enhance one's strength, albeit with some side effects. Given Jiang Xiaoyu's background, it was indeed plausible for him to procure such substances. In an instant, the crowd's confusion seemed to dissipate, and they looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with strange expressions. How embarrassing, to be beating a useless opponent while relying on drugs. Li Chong also bought into the crowd's claims. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Xiaoyu, it appeared Jiang Xiaoyu's strength had indeed increased. Only Ran, standing aside, murmured softly to herself, unconvinced that Jiang Xiaoyu had resorted to drugs, as his desk mate. She had noticed some peculiarities about him, one of which was his remarkably rapid improvement in strength. When Jiang Xiaoyu had taught her the Guanglong Palm, she had observed that his mastery of the technique had advanced further, almost managing to unleash the 4th level of the Guanglong illusion, drugs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously, then began to unleash his aura, preparing to showcase his true strength. In an instant, spiritual energy surged throughout Jiang Xiaoyu's being. How could this be? Jiang Xiaoyu's spiritual energy was astonishingly robust. Moreover, the fluctuations of his energy seemed entirely normal, devoid of any symptoms typically associated with drug use. Once more, the crowd was left astounded by Jiang Xiaoyu. You were hiding your strength? Wang Ba realized that Jiang Xiaoyu's spiritual energy was nearing his own level. Well done, Jiang Xiaoyu. I never expected you to conceal your abilities so adeptly. The one most astonished was Li Chong. He had initially thought he would never reside in the same realm as Jiang Xiaoyu, yet now, he was shocked to find Jiang Xiaoyu's strength had indeed reached the 8th tier. He himself was merely a 9th-tier martial apprentice. How could a worthless 9th-grade martial soul cultivate so rapidly? If this continued, Jiang Xiaoyu would soon surpass him. Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Xiaoyu's martial capabilities had indeed reached this level. He was even slightly stronger than she was. Jiang Xiaoyu, even if you are hiding your strength, what of it? I, Wang Ba, possess the greatest talent in martial techniques. My Wang Ba fist has reached the pinnacle of the introductory stage. And even if your spiritual energy fluctuates close to mine, once I unleash my Wang Ba fist, you will surely be defeated. Wang Ba laughed confidently at that moment. Indeed, his Wang Ba fist was renowned within the Guanglong Martial Institute, and to be defeated by this technique would be a privilege for Jiang Xiaoyu. Students from the Guanglong Martial Institute shouted with confidence. The students of the Qinglong Martial Institute, upon hearing this, could hardly stifle their laughter. Everyone knew that Jiang Xiaoyu had unleashed the 3rd level of the Guanglong illusion during the martial arts demonstration a few days prior. That was a minor accomplishment. Who would have thought that Wang Ba would challenge Jiang Xiaoyu in his area of expertise? Why do these people seem so unfazed? They don't appear to fear my Wang Ba fist. Wang Ba pondered, let me show you what true martial arts look like. Having said this, he struck a pose. Wang Ba fist. With a resounding shout, numerous fist shadows appeared above Wang Ba, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Martial techniques, is it? Allow me to demonstrate what true martial techniques are. Jiang Xiaoyu summoned 3 Quanglong illusions above him. In truth, he was capable of condensing 4 Quanglong illusions now. However, to maintain a low profile, 3 would suffice. Bang! The 2 martial techniques collided, producing a tremendous sound. A figure flew from the center of the arena. What the heck? It's Wang Ba. Under the small accomplishment level technique of Jiang Xiaoyu, Wang Ba had no chance of victory. You sly dog, you hid your strength so well. Wang Ba gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, unsure if it was from the beating or his indignation. Wang Ba has been defeated. Instantly, the arena erupted in uproar. The outcome was entirely contrary to everyone's expectations. Wang Ba had actually fallen to Jiang Xiaoyu, a so-called waste with a 9th-grade martial soul. Who would have thought that you, the so-called waste of the Qinglong Martial Institute, was merely a facade? Well done. Yu Feng stepped forward to assist Wang Ba, his face filled with resentment. They had come today to display their prowess. Yet this was the result. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu's martial technique had reached a minor accomplishment stage, a level he himself had yet to attain. Jiang Xiaoyu must surely be a hidden genius of the Qinglong Martial Institute. The students of the Qinglong Martial Institute were equally bewildered. They had no idea Jiang Xiaoyu was so formidable. Let's go. Yu Feng supported Wang Ba, eager to leave this humiliating place. Wait, the bet has yet to be concluded. Jiang Xiaoyu smirked, refusing to let them depart so easily. What do you want? Wang Ba's face darkened. He had initially hoped to obtain a martial technique for free, yet now he found himself unable to leave. A bet is a bet. There's no need to be so anxious. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned mischievously at Wang Ba, gently patting his shoulder. Damn it, that grin is so creepy. Jiang Xiaoyu, don't go too far. I, Wang Ba, am a straight man. If you get too strange, I swear I'll retaliate. Wang Ba crossed his arms defensively. In this day and age, many men had peculiar preferences, and Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor was rather unsettling. What kind of snake-like creature did he think he was dealing with? Jiang Xiaoyu slapped the back of Wang Ba's head, exasperated. What do you take me for? What do you think Jiang Xiaoyu will demand? Wang Ba was so arrogant. I guess Jiang Xiaoyu will surely humiliate him severely. Of course, it would also bring glory to our Qinglong Martial Institute. Several students discussed amongst themselves, as if they could already envision Wang Ba's humiliation. I won't make it difficult for you. From now on, whenever you encounter me, simply refer to me as Great Handsome Guy. Jiang Xiaoyu's words echoed throughout the arena. The crowd murmured, is it really that simple? Wang Ba could hardly believe his ears. Jiang Xiaoyu was surprisingly benevolent. Moreover, after Jiang Xiaoyu had slimmed down, he did seem to have become somewhat more handsome. It's so easy to speak the truth. What, am I not handsome enough? Jiang Xiaoyu noticed Wang Ba's expression and furrowed his brow. Did this brat just dare to question his looks? Of course I will call you that. Just then, an untimely voice echoed in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. Ding! Self-discipline time has concluded. Host self-discipline task issued. Howl like a wolf for 30 seconds. Exercise lung capacity. Task completion reward. Title of Great Handsome Guy. Chapter 42. Choosing weapons. Great Handsome Guy. Wang Ba shouted loudly, drawing a chorus of eye rolls from those around him. Jiang Xiaoyu truly was narcissistic, even using such an absurd bet. Awoo. As Wang Ba's voice rang out, Jiang Xiaoyu began to howl like a wolf. Damn it, this system really knows how to stir things up. Wang Ba was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's response. Was it merely calling out Great Handsome Guy? Why was he howling now? I'm leaving. Great Handsome Guy, don't you dare cheat. Wang Ba, indeed, is a man of his word. From this day forth, whenever he encounters Jiang Xiaoyu, he will refer to him as Big Handsome. Howl! Jiang Xiaoyu let out another wail. The onlookers stared at him as if he were a lunatic. He's gone. Jiang Xiaoyu has lost it again. Keep your distance. Many students had heard rumors about Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar mental state and promptly dispersed. Anren shook her head and turned to leave. Li Chong cast a shadowed glance at Jiang Xiaoyu, clenching his fists, lost in thought. Within 3 minutes, the martial arts arena was left desolate, with only Jiang Xiaoyu remaining. Tirelessly howling, "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the self-discipline task. You have earned the title of Big Handsome." Title description. As long as the host indulges in narcissism in the presence of others, the speed of cultivation will increase. This reward is simply marvelous. Narcissism can enhance my cultivation speed. It feels tailor-made for me. Upon hearing the system's reward, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't contain his laughter. "Grandfather, I suspect that Jiang Xiaoyu hasn't awakened a 9th-grade martial soul at all. Even after 2 years of cultivation, it would be impossible for him to possess such formidable strength. At this rate, Jiang Xiaoyu will soon surpass me." In Li Tianba's room, Li Chong was filled with concern. "I told you, Dean Qinglong wouldn't have kept a waste like him for so many years. Jiang Xiaoyu undoubtedly has his unique qualities." Li Tianba furrowed his brow at Li Cheng's words. Jiang Xiaoyu's sudden rise was disrupting his plans. And without news from Dean Qinglong, Li Tianba dared not act rashly. "Grandfather, is there truly no way to stop Jiang Xiaoyu's growth? I cannot bear to return to those days." Li Chong was nearly frantic. He had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention and could not allow anyone to overshadow him, especially not Jiang Xiaoyu, whom he despised. "There are ways, albeit risky. Grandfather, if there is even the slightest hope of eliminating Jiang Xiaoyu, we must pursue it." Li Cheng's eyes sparkled with determination. Having a plan was sufficient. Jiang Xiaoyu's strength must already surpass the 7th level of martial apprentices. According to our Qinglong Martial Academy's rules, any student who reaches the 7th level of martial apprentices must undergo practical training in the monster beast zone outside the city. "Duchinger, didn't you just return from there?" Li Tianba smirked ominously. "Grandfather, are you implying that encountering powerful monster beasts and losing a student or two is merely a normal occurrence? By then, even if Dean Qinglong returns, he will be powerless." Li Tianba's cold laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha, grandfather, what a splendid idea. I shall venture there once more. With Jiang Xiaoyu's current strength, he surely cannot be my match. I will find an opportunity to quietly dispose of him." As Li Chong envisioned Jiang Xiaoyu being torn apart by him, he was filled with malicious delight. "Chinger, take this. Even if you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, it will ensure your absolute safety." Li Tianba produced a small sachet and handed it to Li Chong, the contents inside a mystery. "Students who have reached above the 7th level of martial apprentices, step forward." The following morning, a serious-looking middle-aged instructor arrived at the advanced class. The instructor, named Li Er, was a distant relative of the Li family and a trusted ally of Li Tianba within the academy. Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling the weight of his notoriety after his previous confrontation with Wang Ba, voluntarily stepped forward, recognizing the futility of concealing his strength. "We will soon embark on another practical training session in the monster beast zone. All students who have just reached the 7th level of martial apprentices must attend. Those who have previously participated and wish to join again may come along." Li Er's words reverberated throughout the class, igniting excitement among the students, including Jiang Xiaoyu. "Jiang Xiaoyu, I have been eagerly anticipating this day. Battling monster beasts will surely be thrilling." Anren's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Having led a sheltered life, she longed for days filled with challenge. "Perfect. It will enhance my practical skills." Jiang Xiaoyu shared her anticipation. "In this world, where monster beasts and humans coexist, battles between the two are commonplace, and countless strong warriors have risen to fame through their confrontations with these creatures. To become a master of martial arts, this is an inevitable path. Moreover, the cultivation method of the 9 turns overbearing body technique states, one must bathe in the blood of monster beasts to accelerate the enhancement of the physical body." "Oh, they are going too?" Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that, aside from a few like him and Anren, who had just reached the 7th level of martial apprentices, Li Cheng and his 2 followers were also attending. Logically, Li Cheng's strength should have rendered further training unnecessary. Jiang Xiaoyu sensed an odd undertone but dismissed it. "Today, you will select weapons suited to you. We depart tomorrow morning," without a hint of emotion. Li Er concluded his announcement and exited the advanced class. The students who had reached the 7th level were elated. This would be their first encounter with the monster beasts they had only read about in books. As for danger, few considered it. Such training locations are typically carefully chosen by the academy, and the students would encounter only low-level monster beasts. Even if there were genuine threats, the instructors would intervene to assist. In recent years, nearly all students sent for training returned safely. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. donning a Peppa Pig mask. To find a suitable weapon, this was undoubtedly the place to go. Quickly, he made his way to the weapon counter within Wanbao Pavilion, though he was uncertain of what weapon would suit him. He had always envisioned the descriptions within the 9 turns overbearing body technique, where one could break through anything with mere fists. However, his current strength was too insufficient. Without a weapon, even the defenses of low-level monster beasts would be challenging to breach. Sir, how about this 9th grade sword? It cuts through iron like mud, and its aesthetics perfectly match your aura, the salesgirl, a youthful maiden, enthusiastically recommended. May I give it a try? Jiang Xiaoyu, unsure of his preference, decided to test each weapon. 9th grade weapons are considered the lowest tier of spiritual tools, commonly chosen by martial artists of average capability. Even the lowest grade spiritual tools far surpass ordinary iron in quality, and their prices are exponentially higher. And of course, feel free to try. The salesgirl smiled. Jiang Xiaoyu did not hesitate, taking the weapon and swinging it a few times. Too light. It feels weightless and soft. I sense nothing. It's not suitable. Under the salesgirl's guidance, Jiang Xiaoyu attempted several different 9th grade weapons, yet none felt right in his hands. Do you have any other recommendations? Jiang Xiaoyu refused to believe that in such a vast Wanbao pavilion, he couldn't find a weapon that suited him. Sir, you have tried all the 9th grade weapons. If you remain unsatisfied, we can only look at the 8th grade weapons. The salesgirl smiled apologetically. In the Jiang City branch of Wanbao Pavilion, the highest grade weapons typically sold are 8th grade, with higher tier weapons occasionally auctioned off. 8th grade weapons are often out of reach for most martial artists in Jiang City, with prices starting at no less than 5 million. Little brother, why didn't you let me know you were here? Just then, Yin Hong approached, swaying her hips with a radiant smile. She recognized the familiar Peppa Pig mask from the surveillance and rushed over. This young man was a valued guest at Wanbao Pavilion. After old Lu delivered that precious elixir to headquarters, the entire Jiang City branch benefited significantly, including Yin Hong herself. It's you. I wanted to ask if you have any compact yet powerful weapons. Upon seeing Yin Hong approach, Jiang Xiaoyu inquired. The salesgirl quickly stepped aside, realizing the significance of Yin Hong's presence. This seemingly unassuming young man had garnered the attention of a leader, indicating his extraordinary status. Little brother, it's been a few days since we last met. Your strength has increased again, Yin Hong teased, noting the noticeable boost in Jiang Xiaoyu's aura and his less bulky physique compared to their previous encounters. What can I say? High talent leads to rapid cultivation, Jiang Xiaoyu unabashedly boasted. As soon as he uttered this, he felt spiritual energy converging toward him. Truly, the title of Big Handsome works wonders. Narcissism indeed accelerates cultivation speed. Little brother, you certainly are not modest. Excessive humility is merely arrogance. There's no need for it. Jiang Xiaoyu remarked as he and Yin Hong approached the section for 8th grade weapons. Feel free to try any of these weapons. Let me know which one you fancy. Yin Hong was well aware that Jiang Xiaoyu likely possessed flawless grade elixirs, so purchasing an 8th grade weapon would pose no financial burden. As Jiang Xiaoyu examined the so-called 8th grade weapons, he found them little different from the 9th grade ones, merely exhibiting slightly greater power. The handling remained unsatisfactory. What's wrong, little brother? Do you still find none to your liking? Yan Hong observed Jiang Xiaoyu's disdainful expression and mused to herself that this youth certainly possessed a lofty spirit. For an ordinary martial artist at the martial apprentice level, wielding an 8th grade weapon would be an object of envy among peers. Oh, what is this? Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze was drawn to a dark, brick-like object nearby. This, Yan Hong explained, is an unknown material obtained by my staff at Wanbage. After assessment by our appraisers, it has been determined that this material can be used to forge 8th grade weapons. However, I have not had the time to find a blacksmith recently, so it remains here for the time being. The object appeared small but was surprisingly heavy. If you like it, you may take it out and give it a try. She offered. Jiang Xiaoyu was indeed quite fond of this brick-like item and stepped forward to grasp it. My goodness, this thing is incredibly heavy. Even with prior preparation, Jiang Xiaoyu nearly struggled to lift it. It is worth noting that although he was only at the 7th level of martial apprentice, his cultivation focused on enhancing physical strength, making him stronger than most at the 8th level. After adjusting to the weight of the brick, he swung it a few times and found it surprisingly agile, perfectly suited for someone of his brash nature. When faced with a monstrous beast, he could simply leap forward and strike with this brick. How majestic and imposing, little brother. If you truly like this item, I can find a blacksmith to forge it into a weapon style that suits your taste. Yanhong smiled. No need. I find this form quite satisfactory. It's remarkably convenient. How much for this piece? I'll take it. Jiang Xiaoyu replied decisively, pulling out his bank card to make the payment. Since you like it? That's settled. In the end, thanks to his VIP card, Jiang Xiaoyu acquired the pitch-black brick for a mere 2 million. That evening, he packed a few belongings and placed the brick and his clothes into a backpack. This world surely had storage rings, but one could only use them upon reaching the martial spirit level. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to carry that heavy brick on his back. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu and a group of over 10 individuals prepared to set off. Their destination this time was Emo City, over 200 kilometers away from Jiang City. Emo City is the nearest border city to Jiang City. Here, many official troops are stationed, tasked with repelling the attacks of monstrous beasts. It is also a gathering place for hunters, where many independent martial artists earn their living by hunting these beasts. As dusk approached, Jiang Xiaoyu and his group arrived in Emo City. True to its name, most of the buildings here were in cold tones, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The pedestrians on the streets were armed. Their gazes sharp, clearly seasoned hunters. Ordinary people were scarce, and most were locals of Emo City. In this place, refrain from speaking carelessly and avoid provoking trouble. Otherwise, you may encounter formidable opponents, which could be troublesome. Li warned the group. Although there were regulations against fighting within the city, it was easy to fall victim to traps outside its walls. Naturally, since Emo City was a small border town, it was unlikely to encounter any truly powerful individuals. Moreover, during this experience, you must all follow my arrangements. Any private actions will be at your own risk. For today, let us find a place to stay. And tomorrow I will lead you out of the city to begin hunting the monstrous beasts. After Li finished speaking, he led everyone to find an inn for the night. Oh? Aren't those individuals from the Guanglong Martial Academy? Just as they reached the inn, someone recognized familiar faces. It was indeed Yufeng, Wang Ba, and their group, likely the training team from Guanglong Martial Academy. What a twist of fate! Jiang Xiaoyu smiled and greeted Wang Ba. Jiang Xiaoyu? Wang Ba paused upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, his expression darkening as memories of his previous defeat resurfaced, causing him distress. Oh? What do I call you? Great handsome guy. Although Wang Ba's face soured, he was a man of his word and honored his promise. Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, the attention of those in the inn turned towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Who dares to adopt such a nickname in front of us? Suddenly, a few trendily dressed young men stood up from within the inn. Their expressions unfriendly. Good grief. It's the Candy Super Sweet group. These individuals not only possess strength at the martial spirit level, but also place great importance on appearance, unable to tolerate anyone surpassing their looks. That lad might be in for trouble. In an instant, the surrounding patrons began to murmur amongst themselves. Moments later, the young men approached Jiang Xiaoyu, scrutinizing him closely. You do possess decent looks, but in our presence, one could only say you barely have 1/3 of my charm. The leader of the young men spoke to Jiang Xiaoyu with a hint of menace. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at these men, adorned with eyeliner and lipstick, and felt a wave of nausea. How could they question his title of great handsome guy with such appearances? Just as he was about to retort, Li stepped forward. A bunch of grotesque creatures, do not taint my students' eyes. Li exuded a powerful aura that forced the young men back several steps. You? One young man was about to explode in anger when he suddenly caught sight of the Qinglong Academy emblem on Li attire. Oh, so it's an academy mentor. My apologies for the disturbance. Academy mentors are all at least high-level martial spirits, not individuals they could provoke. Many hunters in Emo City were aware of the various academies that came to train here. Mentorly, I was just about to make them recognize their own limitations for claiming I'm not handsome enough. Perhaps they suffer from severe myopia? Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled, still indignant. He could accept criticism elsewhere, but not when it came to his looks. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, the crowd shot him incredulous glares. Mentorly, it is rare for our two academies to encounter each other during a training session. How about a contest between us? A mentor from Guanglong Martial Academy stepped forward and addressed Li. This mentor, named Hu Fu, was well aware of the long-standing rivalry between Guanglong Martial Academy and Qinglong Martial Academy. This was a perfect opportunity. With your ragtag bunch, you dare to compete? Before Li could respond, Li Chong spoke up first. Li Chong, do not be so arrogant. If you have the ability, let us compete. Yufeng also chimed in, as the two strongest students of their respective academies had long harbored animosity, particularly Yu Feng, who could not stand Li Cheng's arrogant demeanor. "All right, what shall we compete in?" Li Er agreed, as he had some lingering grievances with Hu Fu from their youth. Now, as mentors, this was a chance to showcase whose students were stronger. "Let us see who can hunt the most monstrous beasts in 10 days. Verified by the inner cores of the beasts. As for the stakes, they would decide later." Agreed. Thus, the wager was established. That night, in the inn's guest room, Jiang Xiaoyu was diligently cultivating his soul power, on the verge of successfully condensing his soul power into droplets. Ready to break through to the first level of Soul Master. "Who is it?" Just as he was deep in concentration, a knock echoed at the door. "It's me." Anren's voice sounded from outside. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly rose to open the door. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked with a look of annoyance, feeling that her presence was a disruption to his training. Women could be such a nuisance. "Jiang Xiaoyu, is that how you treat me?" Anren stomped her foot in frustration upon hearing his words. "Many desire to be close to me, yet I remain indifferent. Why do you treat me with such disdain?" Anren glared at the dense-headed Jiang Xiaoyu, her anger boiling over in the dead of night. "A solitary man and woman. Are you not afraid that I might give you a beating?" Jiang Xiaoyu indeed entertained such thoughts. Believing a good thrashing would make her more compliant, Anren, "Speak. What is it you need?" Jiang Xiaoyu shifted his tone to seriousness, having noticed the anxious look in Anren's eyes. After all, they were classmates, and he felt it necessary to offer assistance. "Well, Li Cheng's room is right next to mine, and I can't shake the feeling that he has been watching me," Anren revealed her concern. Among so many students, she was closest to Jiang Xiaoyu and thus sought his help. Furthermore, they were no longer in Jiang City, and Li Cheng's strength exceeded hers, leaving Anren feeling somewhat intimidated. Good grief. "Is that so?" Jiang Xiaoyu sighed inwardly, lamenting the lecherous nature of Li Chong. How could he pretend to be aloof while sneaking into Jiang Xiaoyu's room in the dead of night? In Li Cheng's room. He was fuming. He had just manipulated his spirit power to create a pinhole-sized hole in the wall, hoping to catch a glimpse of Anren bathing. Just as he was about to indulge in this visual feast, he saw Anren dash out and straight into Jiang Xiaoyu's room. Typically, whenever Li Chong got near Anren, she would display clear disdain. Yet, unexpectedly, only after leaving Jiang City did Anren lose her composure and seek out a man in the middle of the night. Upon reflecting on this, Li Chong felt as though he had transformed into a green-haired turtle. Although Anren had not acquiesced to his romantic advances, in his heart, he had already accepted her as his girlfriend. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to stealthily approach Jiang Xiaoyu's room. He was determined to uncover what these two rascals were up to. "What do you intend to do now?" Without evidence, Li Chong would never admit to anything. Moreover, "You come to me without fearing that I might also be a lecher." Jiang Xiaoyu grinned mischievously at Anren, ready to tease her. "Come on. I believe you must have some issues in certain areas. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so blunt." Anren shot a few scornful glances at Jiang Xiaoyu, conveying a look that suggested he was inadequate. Anren's sentiment was not unfounded. While other boys gazed at her with some worldly desire, Jiang Xiaoyu, having sat beside her for many days, behaved like a simpleton with no reaction whatsoever. "What? You actually said I'm inadequate? I shall show you a thing or two." Being told by a girl that one is inadequate is perhaps the greatest insult to a man. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled up his sleeves, prepared to demonstrate his masculine prowess, thinking, "Don't presume I 1T strike a woman." Ding. Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued, 30 sit-ups on the bed, task completion reward. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to charge forward, the system's voice rang out. Reluctantly, he dashed to the bed and began exercising. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaoyu. I told you that you're inadequate. Your old habits have resurfaced." Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's predicament, Anren realized he was once again in a state of disarray. "Just wait, I'll be quick about it and soon show you my strength." Jiang Xiaoyu thought he would swiftly complete 30 sit-ups. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The wooden bed shook from his movements, producing loud creaking noises. "Growl!" Jiang Xiaoyu let out a few low growls. Despite the system only issuing ordinary tasks these past few days, he found them quite strenuous, likely due to the system increasing the difficulty. Otherwise, with Jiang Xiaoyu's martial artist physique, he wouldn't even break a sweat doing these exercises. Jiang Xiaoyu, how many times has it been? Why are you already struggling? Ha ha ha, and Ran teased, watching Jiang Xiaoyu struggle. Meanwhile, outside Jiang Xiaoyu's room, Li Chong was on the verge of exploding with rage. Upon his arrival, he had heard the bed creaking and the sounds of Jiang Xiaoyu's heavy breathing mixed with Ran's laughter. Particularly, those few remarks further provoked Li Chong. What a shameless woman! You maintain your high standards yet sneak off at night to indulge in such lewd activities. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and without hesitation, he kicked open Jiang Xiaoyu's door. Chapter 45. Confronting the Song Wolf, Dog Couple. Stop right there. Li Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and imagining his long-sought-after goddess lying on Jiang Xiaoyu's bed ignited a fury within him that was indescribable. Jiang Xiaoyu and Ran. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu doing sit-ups on the bed and Ran sipping tea beside him, Li Cheng's mind went blank. What is going on? Wasn't a physical confrontation promised? Li Chong, are you out of your mind? As Jiang Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, he wore an irritated expression. This little brat actually kicked down his door? You all, weren't you supposed to be engaging in adult games? Although Li Chong had a thick skin, he felt quite embarrassed at this moment. Adult games? And Ran paused for a moment before suddenly realizing something, her face turning crimson. Disgusting, and Ran exclaimed and hastily retreated to her own room. Li Chong, I'm not criticizing you, but you are considered a genius. You ought to think about other things instead of these matters all day. Also, refrain from engaging in underhanded tactics, especially peeping at young girls. It'll lead to dire consequences. Jiang Xiaoyu leisurely remarked, as if to remind him. Li Chong remained silent, his expression dark as he left. Jiang Xiaoyu, who do you think you are to lecture me like an elder? Li Chong despised this feeling, reminiscent of the past. Haha, let us see how long you can keep this up. This time, Li Chong was confident he could eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu. However, once he returned to his room, he truly refrained from peeking at and Ran again. If Jiang Xiaoyu were to expose this matter, his prestige among the students would be utterly obliterated. The following morning, all the students were already fully armed. Their faces brimming with excitement. This would be their first experience. Today, our destination is the Teasing Forest, 30 kilometers outside Mo City. Stay close to me and don't wander off. After Li finished speaking, he led the group of students out of the city. Along the way, they encountered numerous martial artists venturing out to hunt beasts. Even the lowest-tier demon beasts possessed valuable inner cores and materials, thus giving rise to the group of hunters. Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions ran forward. For martial artists, 30 kilometers was not too far. Li slowed his pace, keenly observing the surroundings. Generally, as long as one did not stray too far from Mo City, they would not encounter significant dangers. Jiang Xiaoyu, what weapon do you have? I haven't seen it. And Ran held a whip in her hand, a grade 8 weapon gifted by her father, while the other students brandished various weapons. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoyu carried only a backpack, without a weapon in sight. It's a secret. Just know it's something impressive. The thought of the brick in his backpack made Jiang Xiaoyu feel a bit thrilled, especially imagining the sight of the brick smashing into a demon beast's head and causing its brain to splatter. As the group moved further away from Mo City, the outline of the Teasing Forest gradually emerged. A few distant beast roars heightened the previously relaxed atmosphere, causing tension to ripple through the group. Soon, our battleground will be on the outskirts of the Teasing Forest. We must not venture too deep. With the destination in sight, Li continued to remind everyone. The Teasing Forest spanned an enormous area. The further one went in, the stronger the demon beasts became. Even Li, as a mentor, dared only to operate on the forest's fringes. Li cleared a spacious area for the group and instructed the students to wait there while he disappeared somewhere unknown. Mentor Li, just leaving us here? I'm feeling a bit scared. It's all right, I was just thinking of testing the martial skill I recently learned. The students began chatting excitedly about the upcoming battle. What's that sound suddenly? A rustling noise echoed from the forest, as if branches and foliage were being trampled upon. The group grew alert. A howl, reminiscent of a wolf's, echoed, prompting the students to hastily ready their weapons, focusing on the direction of the sound. Be cautious. It seems a demon beast is approaching. As the leader among the students, Li Chong stepped forward to organize everyone. Here they come. In less than 3 years, over 20 demon beasts charged out of the forest. Heading straight for the group, it's the Song Wolf, a level 9 demon beast. Upon seeing the 3-meter-long giant wolf, the students immediately recognized it. The level 9 Song Wolf is one of the more common demon beasts and considered the weakest among the level 9 category. Level 9 demon beasts correspond to the martial artist apprentice realm. Upon witnessing the approaching Song Wolves, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit. Inexplicably, his blood began to boil. Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Just as Li Chong finished speaking, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu charging headlong into the pack of wolves. How foolish. He actually wants to be the center of attention at this moment. Li Chong watched Jiang Xiaoyu's foolishness, almost predicting the moment he would call for help. Roar. The closest Song Wolf, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu rushing towards it, felt insulted by the human before it, instantly accelerating, baring its teeth and leaping to bite Jiang Xiaoyu's head off. Come at me. Jiang Xiaoyu smirked, leaping into the air with no unnecessary flourishes, delivering an uppercut directly to the Song Wolf's jaw. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the Song Wolf's chin, sending it flying 5 meters away. Its jaw dislocated as it collapsed to the ground, twitching, so fierce. The onlookers were stunned. This was not at all what they had envisioned. Could it be that these Song Wolves are too weak? Among the level 9 demon beasts, there are indeed those with varying strengths. Some may possess the power of a martial apprentice at levels 3 or 4, while others may reach levels 8 or 9. Jiang Xiaoyu had undoubtedly faced the weakest of the bunch. Otherwise, such an outcome would be impossible. With this realization, the students' confidence surged, and they charged towards the pack of wolves. Weapons in hand. Kill! The students were filled with fervor, eager to establish their dominance in the first battle. Damn, why is this Song Wolf so strong? This isn't right. It's not as weak as I imagined. In just one encounter, many students were overpowered by the Song Wolves, as both their speed and strength fell short compared to the majority of the wolves. Primarily, the students lack any substantial combat experience. And as a result, most of them find themselves at a disadvantage. None of them can deliver a decisive blow like Jiang Xiaoyu. Do not panic. Simply adhere to the instructions provided by your mentors at the academy. At that moment, Li appeared, commanding from the rear. This pack of wolves had been driven out of the forest by him. Anren, target the left flank of the wolf. Yes, remain calm. Just like that, Zhang-san. Retreat and strike at its left foot. Under Li's guidance, the students began to regain composure, gradually rediscovering the rhythm of battle. Jiang Xiaoyu, in particular, maneuvered with ease, dispatching the wolves with minimal effort. Though he too lacked practical experience, his strength and speed were unparalleled. Meanwhile, Li Chong stood aside, watching the skirmish with a smile. As a 9th-tier martial apprentice, he felt no pressure in battling such low-tier beasts. Just then, a wolf, twice the size of the others, charged onto the scene, its fur a striking silver. Upon its entrance, it instantly toppled several students. Chapter 46. Unleashing the Fangs. Is there truly a wolf king? Li's brow furrowed at the sight of the silver wolf. This creature was the leader of the pack, its strength estimated to be at the pinnacle of a 9th-tier martial apprentice. It was not something ordinary students could confront. However, Li did not immediately intervene. He wished to observe how the students would respond under duress. If handled appropriately, they could potentially unite to fend off this wolf king. Run! This wolf is too powerful. Most of the students panicked. Scattering in confusion, Li's face darkened. Indeed, they were merely children. Just as he prepared to intervene, he noticed Jiang Xiaoyu charging forward. Jiang Xiaoyu had been longing for a worthy opponent, as the ordinary wolves posed no challenge to him. This one is large enough. Without hesitation, he readied his fist for the attack. The Wolf King, taken aback by the audacity of a mere human to challenge it, extended its claw, almost the size of a head, colliding with Jiang Xiaoyu's fist. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Jiang Xiaoyu was sent flying 5 meters away, while the Wolf King only took 2 steps back. What the heck? It's so fierce. Ultimately, the disparity in realms was too great. Even with Jiang Xiaoyu's formidable physique, he was still at a disadvantage in strength. Observing this, Li was about to step in to deal with the Wolf King. Wait, second uncle. Li Chong hastily called out to Li. Although the crowd was large and chaotic, it wouldn't hurt Jiang Xiaoyu to learn a lesson. The Wolf King, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's resilience, felt its authority challenged and let out a furious roar. Lunging at him once more, if I can't defeat you, then I'll run. Jiang Xiaoyu, having mastered the shadow step technique to its pinnacle, moved with an ethereal grace, evading the Wolf King's furious attacks effortlessly. "This kid has even learned a martial technique for movement," Li Chong noted, his jealousy igniting further. With his 6th-tier martial soul, mastering techniques was a struggle. Why did Jiang Xiaoyu have it so easy? The thought of eliminating Jiang Xiaoyu intensified his resolve. While Li Chong simmered with indignation, Jiang Xiaoyu activated his shadow step and swiftly approached him. Having been idle while others fought, Jiang Xiaoyu was far from pleased. The Wolf King followed closely behind, leaping above Li Chong. "Jiang Xiaoyu, I'll..." Li Chong barely reacted to the massive creature looming overhead. Fortunately, his strength allowed him to dodge just in time, resulting in a direct clash with the Wolf King. In this initial confrontation, Li Chong found himself evenly matched against the beast. Soon, an intense battle ensued, but ultimately, the Wolf King, being a low-tier beast with limited intellect, succumbed to Li Chong's shadowless kick after several exchanges. Just as Li Chong prepared to finish off the Wolf King, Jiang Xiaoyu arrived with a black brick in hand, smashing it into the Wolf King's head. "Jiang Xiaoyu!" Li Chong was caught off guard, splattered with blood, and let out an enraged roar. "Ah, this demon beast's core is mine!" Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed as he extracted the Wolf King's inner core. There was a rule among the students during their training: the one who defeated the beast claimed the spoils. Jiang Xiaoyu's actions were merely to provoke Li Chong, as the core of a 9th-tier beast held little value. Li Chong seethed with rage, his teeth chattering. Yet, with so many witnesses, he could not act against Jiang Xiaoyu and had to endure. "What's happening?" Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the Wolf King's carcass, feeling an inexplicable urge to consume its flesh, a primal instinct that surged from within in a moment of astonishment from the onlookers. Jiang Xiaoyu dashed to the corpse, tearing off a piece of meat to devour. "What on earth is Jiang Xiaoyu doing?" Several students nearly retched at the sight of him consuming raw flesh. Resembling a savage, is his illness acting up again? And so severely? Anren began to worry about Jiang Xiaoyu's condition. Meanwhile, after consuming the beast's flesh, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a warm flow coursing through his body. Remarkably, his physical strength seemed to enhance slightly, and the 9 turns body refinement technique activated on its own. This must be the unique property of the 9 turns body refinement technique. Consuming demon beast flesh enhances physical strength. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered as he munched, realizing the cause of this transformation. However, the increase in strength was minimal, likely linked to the beast's tier and type. Were his strength sufficient, Jiang Xiaoyu would have relished the idea of a demon beast buffet in the Teasing forest. By evening, Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions returned to Mo City. Students typically did not spend the night outside, as the dangers lurking in the Teasing forest escalated significantly after dark, with many powerful demon beasts preferring to emerge during the night. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Xiaoyu and his group followed the same routine, hunting demon beasts by day and returning by night. However, the beasts they encountered were of little challenge, offering no real training value for Jiang Xiaoyu. They were simply too weak. During this period, Jiang Xiaoyu successfully condensed his soul power into small droplets, achieving a breakthrough to the 1st tier of Soul Master. He also began to learn some of the Soul Master combat techniques from the Soul Death technique. Moreover, his martial cultivation advanced to the 8th tier of Martial Apprentice, significantly enhancing his strength. Now, even against Li Chong, he would not be at a complete disadvantage. Today, our training will be conducted in groups. As you all have observed, some students possess slightly stronger abilities and face little challenge from weaker demon beasts. I will separate the stronger individuals to assign them different training tasks. Early that morning, Li announced, "Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Chong, Wang Gang, Lei Lai, you 4 possess greater strength. I will assign you different tasks." Aside from Jiang Xiaoyu, the other 3 had previously participated in training missions, and Jiang Xiaoyu's prowess had been evident over the past few days. Thus, the grouping seemed reasonable to everyone. Only Jiang Xiaoyu sensed a hint of unease. This was because the other 2 were loyal followers of Li Chong. After leading the remaining students to the training area, Li brought Jiang Xiaoyu and the others into the Teasing forest. Although they remained on the outskirts, the towering trees and the seemingly endless depths cast a palpable sense of pressure over them. In this area, most of the demon beasts are at the 8th and 9th tier of martial apprentice strength, perfectly suited for your training. Do not wander off. Stay within a 2-kilometer radius, and I will return to fetch you shortly. With that, Li departed. Jiang Xiaoyu surveyed his surroundings, noticing the dense underbrush, which was not conducive to the use of shadow step. "What do you think of this place, Jiang Xiaoyu?" Li Chong suddenly spoke. A sinister smile gracing his lips, the opportunity to deal with Jiang Xiaoyu had finally arrived. Chapter 47. Jiang Xiaoyu is gone? I never thought you would dare to do this. Jiang Xiaoyu remained calm, having anticipated Li Cheng's intentions. However, he did not expect Li Chong to be so audacious, seemingly intent on leaving him here forever. I specifically chose this location for you. The feng shui is excellent, perfect for eternal rest. As Li Chong spoke, Wang Gang and Lei Lai had already dispersed, encircling Jiang Xiaoyu. Aren't you afraid that when Dean Qinglong returns, he'll make you pay for this? Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, finding Li Cheng's audacity astounding. What do I have to fear? I'll just say you were devoured by a powerful demon beast. Even if Dean Qinglong has doubts, would he really take action against the top student for a mere dead person? Li Chong replied confidently, knowing that as long as there was no concrete evidence, no one would dare accuse him. Why, dear leader, cease this trivial banter and act swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. Wang Gang, standing nearby, urged, grasping his weapon, eager to take action. The two of them assisting Li Chong in this endeavor were already courting tremendous risk. Failure could incite the wrath of the esteemed Qinglong Academy upon their families. You stand aside and allow me to handle this. Li Chong waved his hand, signaling the duo to halt. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu was already a fish in a barrel. He intended to grant Jiang Xiaoyu a painfully drawn-out demise. Jiang Xiaoyu, before you perish, I shall let you witness my might, so that you do not depart this world in ignorance. Li Chong drew forth his weapon, a short dagger of the 8th rank. In Li Cheng's estimation, Jiang Xiaoyu could not possibly possess strength exceeding that of an 8th-level martial apprentice. Even if his martial skills were somewhat formidable, he might at most reach the 9th level. While he himself stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with just a slight advance, he would ascend to the realm of martial spirits. Dealing with someone like Jiang Xiaoyu would surely be child's play. If you reveal the secret behind your rapid mastery of martial skills now, I might grant you a swifter death. Li Chong had no faith in Jiang Xiaoyu's martial talent. There had to be some extraordinary method or treasure propelling his rapid progress. Otherwise, it was simply absurd for him to have mastered 2 martial skills so quickly. To kill or not to kill, why the excess of words? Do you not know that villains often meet their end through excessive chatter? Jiang Xiaoyu tossed his hair, remaining unruffled, for he had anticipated this scenario. Very well. I hope your bravado does not falter in a moment. Li Chong, incensed by Jiang Xiaoyu's nonchalance, felt his rage boil over. This was a blatant dismissal of his authority. I shall strike first. With that, Li Chong lunged forward, dagger aimed not at the heart, but intending to inflict a slow, agonizing demise upon Jiang Xiaoyu. Come at me. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved a brick from his bag, raising it defensively before him. In recent days, he had battled nothing but mindless beasts, unable to unleash his full prowess. Li Chong was the perfect test subject. Clang! The dagger struck the brick, emitting a shower of sparks. Subsequently, Li Chong unleashed a flurry of attacks. Ultimately, his superior realm gave him the upper hand, and Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, with the aid of the shadow step, he narrowly evaded each blow. Jiang Xiaoyu, what realm do you really belong to? The attacking Li Cheng halted, incredulous, gazing at the unscathed Jiang Xiaoyu. Logically, Jiang Xiaoyu should only be an 8th-level martial apprentice, even with the shadow step. It was implausible for him to consistently fend off Li Cheng's assaults. With Li Cheng's 9th-level martial prowess, he should have been capable of shattering Jiang Xiaoyu's wrist. Me? I am but a small fry. It is you who are too weak. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to taunt him. You? Provoked by this, Li Chong erupted in fury, pushing his power to its zenith. Shadowless kick. Li Chong executed his signature martial technique, and numerous colossal feet materialized above Jiang Xiaoyu, suggesting that should he be struck, he would either be crushed to death or suffocated. Raging wave palm. Not to be outdone, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly conjured 4 illusory figures of the raging wave palm before him. During this time, his technique had also improved. Bang! The 2 martial techniques collided mid-air, producing a thunderous sound that even snapped nearby trees. In this exchange, both combatants emerged unscathed, achieving a stalemate. Jiang Xiaoyu's martial skill realm was superior, while Li Cheng's spiritual power was greater. Neither could establish dominance. Observing this, Li Chong wasted no time deliberating and charged at Jiang Xiaoyu for close combat. His superior realm and robust spiritual power would ultimately exhaust Jiang Xiaoyu. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, relying on their physical strength and shadow step, with Jiang Xiaoyu holding his own. Truly, a genius. To think that a 9th-level martial apprentice could contend with me. An 8th level, for so long. Impressive. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, though he spoke the truth. A typical 9th-level martial apprentice would likely be no match for him. For Li Chong, this was undeniably the greatest humiliation. A mere figure he considered worthless was overpowering him. It was simply intolerable. I will have your life. Li Cheng's rage intensified. Now is the perfect time to test my new technique. Watching Li Cheng's demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu subtly summoned his soul power. In recent days, he had mastered a form of attack from the soul decay technique, and now was the moment to put it to the test. Soul decay, binding soul. Jiang Xiaoyu formed a hand seal, his soul power surging forth, striking Li Cheng's consciousness. In an instant, Li Chong felt as though his soul were being gripped by an invisible force, rendering him unable to control himself. The dagger, along with Li Cheng, froze before Jiang Xiaoyu. However, Jiang Xiaoyu's realm was still too shallow. He managed to bind Li Cheng for merely a second. Yet in the midst of battle, a single second could determine the victor. Take this. Jiang Xiaoyu swung the brick, delivering a crushing blow to Li Cheng's right cheek, sending him flying several meters away. If all went as expected, he would at the very least suffer a concussion. This scene left Wang Gang and Lei Lai utterly dumbfounded as they rushed to help Li Chong regain his footing. It was not until a full 10 seconds later that Li Chong awoke. His right cheek a bloody mess, moving sluggishly, clearly grievously injured. Jiang Xiaoyu, what sorcery did you just employ? Li Cheng, recalling the bizarre moment, felt a surge of fear towards Jiang Xiaoyu. He had never considered that Jiang Xiaoyu might be a soul master. The soul technique that threatens your life. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned as he approached the three men. Since they sought his life, he would show no mercy. Since you cannot kill me, then it shall be you who perishes. Jiang Xiaoyu brandished the brick, contemplating delivering a triple strike to their heads. Though somewhat violent and bloody, the sensation would surely be exhilarating. Ha! Do you believe victory is assured? Li Chong sneered, producing an item bestowed upon him by Li Tianba. Initially deemed unnecessary, it now seemed indispensable. Explosive thunder rune. Explode for me. Just as Li Cheng finished speaking, the object in his hand hurtled toward Jiang Xiaoyu, detonating instantly. Surrounding Jiang Xiaoyu, a massive crater formed. Such explosive power would spell doom even for a martial spirit realm practitioner. Chapter 48. The Extraordinary Protective Pearl. This time, surely you must die. Li Cheng bore a manic grin. He had initially thought he could handle it himself, but ultimately he had to rely on Li Tianba's gift. The explosive thunder rune, crafted by a talisman master, unleashed a power akin to thunder, capable of annihilating a mere martial apprentice with ease. Such might, he wondered if there would be anything left of the corpse. Li Chong cackled, preparing to investigate the aftermath. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, Li Chong peered into the crater, only to be met with a shock. No, it cannot be. How are you unscathed? Li Cheng nearly toppled over in disbelief. At the bottom of the crater, Jiang Xiaoyu was enveloped in a sphere of white light, forming a protective barrier around him. That was close. Had I not come prepared, I might have met a grim fate today. Jiang Xiaoyu emerged slowly from the crater, his gaze fierce as he fixed it on Li Cheng. It was unexpected that Li Chong would resort to such desperate measures as the explosive thunder rune. To kill him, he had truly gone to great lengths. Since I have survived, it is now your turn to die. In Jiang Xiaoyu's hand was a white pearl, the source of the protective barrier. How could you possess such a protective pearl? Li Chong, upon seeing the white pearl in Jiang Xiaoyu's grasp, finally comprehended the reason behind Jiang Xiaoyu's safety. This type of protective pearl automatically forms a barrier upon receiving an attack of martial spirit realm or higher, safeguarding the holder's safety. It was a prized possession for the protection of martial practitioners during their trials, exceedingly rare. In all of Jiangxing, few would possess such an item. Even Li Cheng, whose grandfather was the vice president, had only read about it in books and had never seen one in person. Do you think my connections are for naught? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled softly. He had several similar protective treasures, and this was merely one of them. A gift from the esteemed Qinglong Academy. Otherwise, he would not have been so unyielding for so long. How could the director of Qinglong Academy possibly possess such a fine treasure? Impossible, Li Chong shrieked in desperation. His expression one of disbelief. Such items should not be accessible in Jiangsheng. You are unaware of the many secrets that lie beyond your comprehension, you fool. Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly contain his fury. Today, he would end Li Cheng's life. Initially, it was but a minor grievance, yet he had sought to take his life. Now that Li Chong was gravely injured, those two lackeys beside him were no match for him. Prepare for a fatal blow. Jiang Xiaoyu charged forward with the brick in hand, while Wang Gang and Lei Lai could only brace themselves to intervene. Yet they were swiftly overpowered by Jiang Xiaoyu's relentless strikes. As fellow 8th-level martial apprentices, they stood no chance against Jiang Xiaoyu. Now, who could possibly save you? Jiang Xiaoyu grinned, poised to deliver a lethal strike to Li Chong. He would show no mercy to those who sought his life. Uncle, you must come out immediately. Li Cheng, terrified, nearly wet himself, urgently shouting for help. Alas! A sigh echoed through the air, and Jiang Xiaoyu beheld Li Er suddenly materializing before Li Cheng. Li Er, my mentor. Jiang Xiaoyu mused, recognizing the unexpected presence. Indeed, Li Chong had a hidden ace up his sleeve. All along, he had suspected Li Er of harboring some issues, but now it was evident that they were in cahoots. Initially reluctant to take action himself, he had hoped Li Chong would handle matters, yet it appeared that he must personally confront this student. Li Er's expression was far from pleasant. Although he belonged to the Li family lineage, he was also a man of principles as a mentor, and one of those principles was to never lay a hand on a student. He had been observing the skirmish from the sidelines. Increasingly alarmed by the unfolding events, he had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed such formidable strength. It was clear that he had no choice but to intervene, though it pained him to violate his principles. For the sake of the Li family, Jiang Xiaoyu had to be eliminated. His potential for growth was too great, posing an undeniable threat. Li Er's gaze sharpened. Allowing Jiang Xiaoyu to return could spell disaster for the entire Li clan. A hypocrite indeed, he thought, dismissing any semblance of pretense. Jiang Xiaoyu smirked derisively. You're no saint either. Prepare to meet your end. Without further ado, Li Er summoned his energy, ready to strike. Arise, earth-violent bear, he bellowed, and an ethereal figure appeared behind him. As a martial artist of the martial spirit realm, he was capable of summoning his martial soul for battle. The earth-violent bear was merely a grade 8 martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu regarded Li Er with unwavering confidence. I won't underestimate you. I shall not grant you any opportunities from the outset. With that, Li Er unleashed a powerful palm strike toward Jiang Xiaoyu. As an 8th-level practitioner of the martial spirit realm, his strike was imbued with an immense amount of spiritual power, enough to obliterate 28th-level martial disciples. Boom. Just as Li Er's palm was about to connect with Jiang Xiaoyu, a radiant white light enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. All of the spiritual energy from the strike was absorbed by this white shield, creating not even a ripple. Save your efforts. You cannot breach this defense, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. His protective orb was of the highest grade, renowned not only for its robust defense, but also for its ability to absorb the force of attacks, converting it into protective energy. Unless an attack of absolute power was unleashed, it would be impossible to shatter this defense. Clearly, Li Er's strength had not reached such heights. Quite resilient, I must admit. I shall see just how many of my strikes you can endure, Li Er chuckled. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu, who remained unscathed, he had heard of protective orbs, typically relying on the orb's internal spiritual energy for power. When the barrier was attacked, it would rapidly deplete its energy and eventually break. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyu's orb was a premium variant capable of absorbing the attacker's energy. With Li Er's current strength, it would be impossible for him to break through. Yet, undeterred, Li Er continued his relentless assault. Keep going, yes, aim for the left. It's a tad weaker there. Easy to breach, put your back into it. Jiang Xiaoyu was curious to see just how much energy Li Er could expend in no time. Li Er was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. How can this be? It should have broken by now, he exclaimed, noticing that the protective barrier before Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to have strengthened rather than weakened. This is utterly preposterous. Realizing he could not subdue Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Er tugged at Li Chong, urging him to flee. Brother, mentor Li Er, wait for us. Lei Lai and Wang Gang, left behind, were on the verge of tears. They were no match for Jiang Xiaoyu. As Jiang Xiaoyu activated his shadow step, he swiftly appeared before the two, brandishing a brick, ready to strike. Jiang Xiaoyu, please, don't kill us. We were coerced by Li Chong. We didn't act of our own accord. The two, mere adolescents, quaked in fear, their legs trembling, even losing control of their bladders in the face of death. Those who commit wrongs must face the consequences. Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of sparing them. Though he had never taken a life, he reasoned that striking with a brick would be akin to smashing the head of a demonic beast. In the martial arts world, mercy was a grave error. May you be reborn into a better life, he declared as he swung the brick. Chapter 49. The pitiful Jiang Xiaoyu roar. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the nearby forest, sending shivers down Jiang Xiaoyu's spine. From the thicket hundreds of meters away, a colossal disturbance arose, as if some great beast was passing through. What in the world is that? Jiang Xiaoyu turned to see a lizard-like demonic beast, approximately 20 meters long, charging towards them. This beast bore the body of a lizard but possessed massive, razor-sharp claws resembling those of a tiger. Bang! The lizard swiped its claw toward Jiang Xiaoyu and the others with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Fortunately, the protective barrier absorbed the impact, sending Jiang Xiaoyu tumbling a few meters away. In stark contrast, Wang Gang and Lei Lai were silenced before they could even scream, crushed into a pulp. The giant lizard's tongue extended, licking the remains clean. Disgusted, Jiang Xiaoyu, having never witnessed such horror, promptly vomited his breakfast. A seventh-grade demonic beast, the giant claw lizard. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu recognized the creature from the demonic beast compendium. This beast possessed strength comparable to a peak practitioner in the martial spirit realm, with tough skin and flesh, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, such a powerful creature should not have been present in this area. It must have been drawn by Lier's earlier attack. Jiang Xiaoyu could only hope that the giant claw lizard would not seek him out after feasting. Even with the protective shield, being treated like a plaything was no pleasant experience, or no. This is troublesome. After devouring the two, the lizard licked its lips as it eyed Jiang Xiaoyu, clearly intent on pursuing him. Sure enough, the beast launched itself toward Jiang Xiaoyu once more, in the face of this monstrous creature. All Jiang Xiaoyu could do was hide behind the shield and endure. Fleeing was not an option, nor could he fight back. He could only wish that the beast would tire and return home, which seemed to be his only means of escape. The creature tormented the shield for a full half-hour before finally appearing fatigued, resting beside it. For that half-hour, Jiang Xiaoyu felt as though he was on a roller coaster, nearly losing his lunch. This beast must leave soon. If the lizard continued to toy with him, even if he were not eaten, he would surely succumb to nausea. As if responding to Jiang Xiaoyu's thoughts, the giant claw lizard suddenly stood, its eyes, bright as suns, fixed on him. Finally, as if recalling something, it opened its jaws wide and swallowed both Jiang Xiaoyu and the shield whole. What the hell? Jiang Xiaoyu was left utterly speechless. Had the beast truly consumed him like an egg? Sliding down the lizard's throat, he eventually found himself in its stomach, surrounded by a grotesque mix of food remnants, primarily the remains of unknown demonic beasts. Enveloped in this filth, he was constantly subjected to the flow of gastric acid. Fortunately, the shield provided some protection. However, while the shield could withstand various objects, it could not block out the foul stench. Jiang Xiaoyu nearly fainted from the rancid odor. No way. Am I really going to be excreted like waste? Given the current situation, Jiang Xiaoyu realized he would only be able to escape when the giant claw lizard relieved itself. But that was simply too. I really don't want to waste such a treasure, Jiang Xiaoyu lamented, feeling reluctant as he rummaged through his belongings. Since the Qinglong Academy headmaster had bestowed upon him this protective orb, he surely had left other offensive treasures as well. If he were willing to use them, he could easily blast the lizard's belly to smithereens, but employing such items in this context felt like overkill. As Jiang Xiaoyu contemplated whether to utilize his treasures, he suddenly felt the giant claw lizard begin to move, sprinting deeper into the forest, likely returning to its lair. Allowing this creature to escape would mean that, even if he managed to get out, other demonic beasts would surely be lurking nearby, making his escape even more challenging. Jiang Xiaoyu made a resolute decision. He would blow this beast apart. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly soared into the air as if he were in an elevator, and it seemed that something had pierced through the belly of that colossal claw lizard. Jiang Xiaoyu, along with the numerous contents of his stomach, came tumbling out through the gaping wound. My goodness! In midair, Jiang Xiaoyu beheld the immense claw lizard being seized by an unknown avian beast, lifted into the sky as if it were merely a small worm. The creature's abdomen had indeed been pierced by the claws of this avian monstrosity. Its wings blotted out the sun, spanning over 100 meters, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu utterly astonished. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyu plummeted from a height of several hundred meters, but fortunately, thanks to the protective shield, he emerged unscathed, albeit having created a large crater upon impact. What kind of bizarre place have I stumbled into? Observing the towering trees around him, each reaching heights of 100 meters, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of panic. This was clearly the depths of the Teasing forest, and who knows what formidable beasts awaited him. He retrieved his phone from his backpack, intending to check the navigation, only to find no signal whatsoever. Thankfully, the compass was still operational. He vaguely recalled that the Teasing forest lay to the north of Imo City, and if he followed the compass southward, he should be able to find his way back. There was no other choice. Jiang Xiaoyu deactivated the protective shield, as its glaring white light was far too conspicuous and likely to attract beasts. He decided to activate it only in case of danger, for greater safety. With a plan in mind, he prepared to head south, remembering that the avian beast had not flown for long. 2 days should suffice for him to escape, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances. Ding! Self-discipline timer activated. Host self-discipline task issued. Immediately traverse 5 kilometers north. Task reward: 1 hidden chi pill. Damn it, this ridiculous system has impeccable timing. Jiang Xiaoyu's greatest fear had come true. The system truly had a knack for choosing the worst moments, and to head north. Wasn't that deeper into the forest? Jiang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming desire to defy this task, but doing so would result in an electric punishment, and being electrocuted would surely make him a delightful snack for the beasts. Reluctantly, he began to cautiously run northward. Fortunately, aided by the shadow step, he managed to move without making much noise. Steady, steady, Jiang Xiaoyu repeatedly encouraged himself, for he could hear the roars of unknown beasts echoing around him, sounding ferocious indeed. Fortunately, the 5-kilometer distance was not far for Jiang Xiaoyu in his current state, and he encountered no beasts along the way. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the self-discipline task. Reward: 1 hidden chi pill. Hidden chi pill description: upon consumption, the user's presence will be concealed, including cultivation level, spiritual energy, soul force, and even body heat and scent. Chapter 50. Battle of the Behemoths. Looking at the description of the hidden chi pill, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't contain his excitement. The system had finally done something useful. This hidden chi pill was precisely what he needed. After consuming it and exercising caution, he had a high chance of evading the beast's senses. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill and began to gather grass nearby to fashion a makeshift outfit. When encountering beasts, if he remained still, the creatures would perceive him as merely a patch of flora, completely oblivious to his presence. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu embarked on his escape journey, as anticipated. After using the hidden chi pill and donning the grass attire, not even the larger beasts could detect him. As for the snakes, insects, and poisonous ants, he had no fear. He had already consumed an antidote pill. The antidote pill awarded by the system from his previous self-discipline task provided sufficient immunity for a short period. With these preparations in place, it was merely a matter of time before he exited the Teasing forest. In less than half an hour, Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the location where the system had issued the task. Roar! At that moment, he heard the ferocious roars of beasts not far away, and there were multiple voices. The sounds were intensely violent, and he could see several large trees being uprooted from the source of the commotion. It was evident that a battle was underway among the beasts. Goodness, with such power, I should keep my distance. Jiang Xiaoyu believed that even the residual shockwaves from the battle would be beyond his current capabilities to withstand. He adjusted his mindset, preparing to continue on his path. But alas, just about a kilometer away, Jiang Xiaoyu witnessed a massive figure being hurled through the air, crashing down and flattening a grove of trees. Sliding several hundred meters, now, escape was impossible. Damn it. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly sought refuge, having already recognized the figure that had just been thrown. The violent ape, a level 6 beast. The violent ape stood nearly 100 meters tall, its muscles bulging, with fists larger than small hills. It could rival a human warrior at the master level. He couldn't even fathom how much stronger it was than a spirit martial realm warrior. At that moment, blood dripped from the violent ape's mouth, having been injured by another beast. Moo! Just then, another beast charged toward him, and Jiang Xiaoyu caught a clear glimpse of its full form, a level 6 beast. The silverback bull. The massive creature before him resembled a water buffalo, with a silvery white back and enormous horns nearly 50 meters long, as if it could pierce the heavens, though it appeared bovine. This beast was no pushover. Its teeth were razor-sharp. The silverback bull rushed forward, its massive horns aimed at the violent ape, seemingly intent on goring it to death. The violent ape, seeing this, leaped into the air. Evading the attack, and despite its towering stature, it remained remarkably agile. The violent ape was known for its temper. It seized a straight, sturdy tree from the surrounding forest, uprooted it in an instant, and swiped off all the branches. Creating a straight stick, wielding the tree like a weapon, it unleashed a torrent of blows upon the silverback bull. Yet the silverback bull was no easy target. The massive stick barely left a mark on its tough hide, let alone inflict any injury. The two colossal beasts exchanged blows, their fierce combat generating immense fluctuations of spiritual energy. At this level, beasts no longer relied solely on brute strength. They employed their own inherited techniques. Akin to human martial arts, Jiang Xiaoyu lay a kilometer away from the titanic beasts, scarcely daring to breathe. This was utterly terrifying. As a mere martial apprentice, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. The clash between the two titans sent the forest's other beasts into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. The weakest among them were level 8 beasts. Any one of them would easily overpower Jiang Xiaoyu. All he could do was pray that no foolish beasts would run past him and inadvertently crush him underfoot. He had no choice but to wait until these two giants finished their battle before he could proceed. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu remained prone, cautiously observing the fierce confrontation. Time passed, and both giants bore numerous wounds, escalating the ferocity of their struggle. Who would emerge victorious? Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu witnessed the silverback bull's massive horn pierce the violent ape's abdomen. Blood gushed forth from the violent ape, streaming down the horn like a small waterfall. The violent ape's eyes reflected a human-like expression, filled with unwillingness in the face of death. The violent ape surged with newfound vigor, tapping into its limitless potential, seizing the other horn and snapping it off. Moo! The silverback bull cried out in agony, blood erupting from its wound like a fountain. But that was not the end. With its final ounce of strength, the violent ape thrust the sharp end of the horn towards the silverback bull's forehead, driving it deep into its skull as if it were a spear. The silverback bull was utterly shocked. It had never anticipated that the violent ape possessed such strength, its eyes wide with disbelief as it collapsed to the ground. After executing this series of actions, the violent ape, too, fell exhausted, lying on the ground, its abdomen still bleeding profusely. Was this a mutual demise? Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly believe that such a dramatic scene unfolded before him. The once formidable beasts now lay lifeless at his feet. After a full 20 minutes of silence, confirming that the two giants had ceased moving, Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously stood up. The area was eerily quiet, with only the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. All the beasts within a few kilometers had been frightened away by the earlier battle and had yet to return. Summoning his courage, Jiang Xiaoyu approached the corpses of the two colossal beasts. Marveling at their immense size, "Goodness, I'm barely as tall as their fingertips," Jiang Xiaoyu remarked, gazing at the hand of the violent 8.10 meters away. The blood from the two beasts pooled together, forming a large puddle roughly 10 square meters in size. Merely looking at the blood, Jiang Xiaoyu could sense the immense energy contained within. A leaf that accidentally fell into it instantly disintegrated, releasing a wisp of green smoke. This is akin to concentrated sulfuric acid. If I were to come into contact with it, I would surely be dissolved. This is the blood of a level 6 beast, retaining formidable power even in death. What is this? Why do I feel an inexplicable urge to jump in and take a bath? Jiang Xiaoyu's body seemed irresistibly drawn to the blood, a fatal attraction. It was akin to a lifelong bachelor encountering a virtuous maiden, utterly beyond his control. Surely, this couldn't be right. Intuition urged Jiang Xiaoyu that a leap into the blood pool would bring about unexpected transformations. Chapter 51. The Enchanting Woman. Unable to suppress his body's yearning, Jiang Xiaoyu plunged directly into the blood pool. He was going all out. Alas, the pain was excruciating. Indeed, as soon as he jumped into the blood pool, a piercing pain coursed through his skin. Yet he did not dissolve like the flowers and plants from earlier. It turned out this was the reason. Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that his ninefold tyrant body technique had spontaneously activated, aiding in the absorption of the energy from the blood pool. Soon, he felt a continuous stream of energy flowing into his body from the pool. His originally fair skin began to take on a yellowish hue. This was the first transformation of the ninefold tyrant body technique. Copper skin and iron bones. However, Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation level was still too low to fully master it, yet the blood pool significantly enhanced his physical strength. Conservatively estimating, he felt that his physical prowess had doubled compared to before. Unexpectedly, the ninefold tyrant body technique possessed such a method of cultivation. Previously, consuming the flesh and blood of demonic beasts seemed to enhance physical strength as well. After soaking in the blood pool, Jiang Xiaoyu dried his clothes with spiritual power and prepared to take out a small knife to cut a piece of meat from each of the two colossal beasts for roasting. This would also absorb a considerable amount of energy. He pulled out an ordinary dagger he always carried, only to find that it couldn't even pierce the hide of the demonic beasts, let alone cut the flesh. Goodness, how tough! The blade had dulled and failed to break through the skin of the two giants. If only he could take them out. These two sixth-level demonic beasts were treasures, guaranteed to fetch a good price, but unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu lacked that ability. Useless brick, what good are you? If only you were a knife. Jiang Xiaoyu realized that aside from looking somewhat impressive when smashing heads, this brick seemed to have little practical use. Just then, as if the brick had understood Jiang Xiaoyu's words, it slowly began to transform in his hand, ultimately becoming a half-meter-long black butcher's knife. Jiang Xiaoyu stared in astonishment, dropping the freshly transformed butcher's knife onto the ground. The event was simply too surreal. A brick could comprehend its master's words and then morph. Could it be that this object was alive? The more he thought about it, the more startled Jiang Xiaoyu became. It was said that there existed a type of weapon, unranked and independent of all others, possessing its own consciousness and spirit. Known as a spiritual weapon, spiritual weapons would evolve with their user's strength, representing a growth-oriented weapon. The stronger the master, the stronger the weapon, with infinite possibilities. Could it be that the brick he had inadvertently acquired was actually a spiritual weapon? For a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu stood rooted to the spot, his luck seeming almost too extraordinary. Within 3 seconds, he picked up the butcher's knife and began slicing the demonic beast's flesh, regardless of the implications. After all, it was a good thing. He had to admit, the butcher's knife transformed from the brick was incredibly sharp, making the cutting process seamless. Setting up a fire, Jiang Xiaoyu simply began to roast right there. Although the two colossal beasts had already perished, their lingering aura repelled ordinary demonic beasts, rendering the area relatively safe. In less than 20 minutes, 2 pieces of roasted meat were successfully prepared, and Jiang Xiaoyu picked one up to devour. Unfortunately, he had not prepared any seasoning. Otherwise, it would have been quite delectable. Just as the meat entered his stomach, he felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into his body, albeit slightly less than that from the blood pool. After eating, his physical form received a considerable boost. However, Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered a flaw. It appeared that one could only savor a small amount of a specific demonic beast's flesh. Too much would not provide a continuous energy supply. Otherwise, if he consumed 100 meters of demonic beast meat, he might ascend right on the spot. After finishing, Jiang Xiaoyu sought out the heads of the 2 colossal beasts, extracting their inner cores, which were quite valuable, being from 6th-level demonic beasts. Although he had been led deep into the starry forest by the demonic beasts, he had reaped significant benefits, thus turning misfortune into fortune. Jiang Xiaoyu's confidence soared. Believing he would soon find a way out, after tidying up, he resumed his journey. For the past few days, Jiang Xiaoyu had been practicing his shadow step skill, focusing on evasion over attack at this stage. Hence his agility had improved significantly, allowing him to traverse several kilometers without being detected by demonic beasts. Just as he began to relax his vigilance, distant sounds of combat broke the silence. Fearing an unknown demonic beast, Jiang Xiaoyu was about to flee when a figure swiftly glided down from the trees. A silhouette clad in a white gown appeared before him. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her skin as smooth as cream, features exquisitely delicate, and long hair cascading over her shoulders, though slightly disheveled. She appeared to be around Jiang Xiaoyu's age, particularly exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura that left him spellbound. If any woman Jiang Xiaoyu had encountered could compare to her, it would only be the ethereal Xiaolong knew from the novels of his past life, as both shared strikingly similar auras. Yet, this enchanting woman now bore traces of blood at her mouth and looked alarmed. Upon turning, she spotted the dazed Jiang Xiaoyu die in the blink of an eye. She was behind him, her hand gripping his throat with alarming strength. Jiang Xiaoyu was caught off guard. The woman's speed was astonishing, and her grip was surprisingly powerful. "Beautiful lady, we bear no grudges. What are you doing?" Jiang Xiaoyu had not anticipated that this ethereal woman possessed such terrifying strength. She said nothing, merely producing a pill-like object that she thrust into Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth. "This poison can only be cured by me. Take me away," she threatened. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could respond, the woman suddenly collapsed into his arms. What does this mean? Is being handsome enough to earn such affection? Jiang Xiaoyu paid little heed to her claim of being poisoned. He had just consumed an antidote from the system's rewards. What poison could possibly faze him? As he pondered how to handle this woman, commotion and voices emerged from the forest in the distance. "Quickly chase after her. She can't have gone far. She's been hit by my spring flower powder and will soon succumb. We need to enjoy ourselves." Realization dawned on Jiang Xiaoyu. This woman was being pursued, which explained her injuries. Gazing at her exquisite visage, he scooped her up in his arms. "You are fortunate to have encountered me." Jiang Xiaoyu dashed toward the dense thicket. Unwilling to abandon her in distress, it was not in his nature to ignore a plea for help, especially since the woman seemed far from malevolent. The pursuers, on the other hand, sounded exceedingly lecherous. Suddenly, while running, Jiang Xiaoyu misstepped and fell into a pit. Fortunately, the pit was only 7 or 8 meters deep, posing no danger to a martial artist like him. "What a splendid hiding spot!" Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight as he surveyed the pit. The opening was less than a meter wide and nestled within dense underbrush, making it unlikely for the pursuers to find them without a thorough search. As he looked at the stunning beauty before him, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He had a length of rope in his backpack, and without hesitation, he bound the woman securely. Chapter 52. Unfazed in the embrace of beauty, Jiang Xiaoyu had felt her strength before. Even in her injured state, she could easily strangle him. If she awakened and could not distinguish friend from foe, a single slap could spell his doom. What grounds would he have to argue? It was safer to keep her tied up. It would be a grave misfortune to be killed for performing a good deed. Where did she go? Despite being injured, she ran so fast. "Hurry, chase after her." Jiang Xiaoyu listened to the voices outside, relieved that the pursuers believed the woman had fled ahead. He decided to wait for her to regain consciousness before leaving. If she remained unconscious for too long, she might become prey for the forest's demonic beasts. Since he had resolved to save her, he would see it through to the end. After all, he was a good young man of the new era. As Jiang Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, preparing to digest the energy he had just absorbed, a sudden sound echoed in the quiet pit, arousing his imagination. He looked up to see the enchanting woman had awakened. Her large, watery eyes were hazy, her face flushed, and she was glistening with sweat, writhing on the ground and emitting indescribable sounds. What on earth is happening? Jiang Xiaoyu, a good young man of the new era, had never witnessed such a scene. Even if he were a paragon of masculinity, the sight of a breathtaking beauty in such a state would inevitably set his blood racing. Having watched numerous films in his past life, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately recognized that the woman before him had likely fallen under the influence of some drug. From what he had overheard the pursuers say about the spring flower powder, it must indeed be the source of her current predicament. Jiang Xiaoyu speculated. As he approached to take a closer look, he observed the woman, drenched in perspiration, her exquisite figure subtly discernible beneath her flowing white gown. Suddenly, she twisted and collided into Jiang Xiaoyu, desperately pressing against him. The beauty fell into his embrace, and although he longed to push her away, his hand seemed unresponsive, frozen in place. The woman writhed against him. her intentions clear as she emitted a series of unintelligible sounds. Years of being a solitary bachelor rendered Jiang Xiaoyu utterly flustered, his entire being aflame with embarrassment. This simply would not do. In a moment of clarity, he forcefully pushed the woman away, his lingering rationality insisting that such an act must be approached with solemnity. His first time must not be squandered in confusion. Jiang Xiaoyu found his own words hard to believe. Had he not feared that the woman might awaken and strike him dead, he might have capitulated. Ding! The time for self-discipline has arrived. A task was issued to the host. Perform 100 sit-ups. Reward: a random elixir. The voice of the system echoed suddenly, just as the woman lunged at him again. Go away. Do not disturb my sit-ups. Jiang Xiaoyu, momentarily distracted by the task, swiftly bound the woman to a nearby rock. Keeping her at bay, women only served to impede his progress. Before long, he completed his task, feeling a wave of calm wash over him. To take advantage of someone in distress is the mark of a petty individual. I, Jiang Xiaoyu, am a young man of integrity. Had I not restrained you, I might indeed have been coerced today. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu grew increasingly self-satisfied, wishing to give himself a thumbs up at that moment. The woman appeared to be ablaze, her previously incoherent utterances morphing into pained cries. If he did not intervene, it seemed she might be consumed by her own desires. Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing her plight, found himself at a crossroads. Did he truly have to risk himself to save her? Suddenly, inspiration struck. He recalled that he possessed more than one antidote from the system's rewards. Hastily, he retrieved an antidote from his pocket and forcibly administered it to the woman. Perhaps his method was somewhat harsh, as her expression reflected discomfort. However, he succeeded in getting it down her throat. Soon, the effects of the medicine took hold, and her expression softened, the heat that enveloped her gradually dissipating into tranquility. He hoped it would prove effective. Jiang Xiaoyu sat quietly by, awaiting her recovery. Cough, cough. The woman cleared her throat twice and slowly opened her eyes. What have you done? She exclaimed upon discovering herself tightly bound. Miss, let us converse calmly. There is no need for haste. Jiang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, anticipating this very scenario, though uncertain whether she would heed his explanation. If she refused to listen, he would have to escape. What did you do to me? The woman finally noticed her disheveled attire, her body glistening with sweat. What did I do to you? If I had not tied you up, my own innocence would have been at stake. Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, feeling a surge of indignation at her audacity to cast blame. What did you say? Your innocence? The woman, incensed, felt wronged in the current situation. Did you not succumb to the effects of a potion known as spring flower powder? Have you forgotten? Jiang Xiaoyu reminded her. Upon hearing the name spring flower powder, the woman recalled being pursued, and one of her assailants had indeed released a cloud of vapor. At that moment, she had paid it little mind. You terrified me when you succumbed to the poison. I almost lost my years of purity because of you. Jiang Xiaoyu crossed his arms, adopting the demeanor of a victim. The woman strained to remember and indeed recalled fragments of the incident, realizing she had lunged toward him before being repelled. Furthermore, he had continued to perform sit-ups, seemingly indifferent to her presence. After all, she was a beauty. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, prompting her to question her own allure. Was she truly so lacking in charm that her advances had been rebuffed? Have you remembered? Jiang Xiaoyu observed her reaction, surmising that some memories had returned. The woman remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. It is good that you have remembered. Now let us discuss this matter calmly, without anger. Firstly, you were being pursued, and I saved you. Should you not express your gratitude? Jiang Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to gain favor. Moreover, when I release you, please do not retaliate. My binding you is purely out of necessity, all for your own good. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on her. The woman nodded, indicating her acquiescence to his words. Truly? Jiang Xiaoyu approached cautiously and untied her restraints. Bang! The moment the bindings fell away, the woman struck at Jiang Xiaoyu's crown with a swift motion, her palm halting just above his head, the force of her strike causing leaves in the pit to scatter wildly. You are untrustworthy. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly retreated, eyeing her warily. Today's events must remain a secret from all others. The woman's gaze was cold as she regarded him, though internally she was tumultuous. Although nothing untoward had transpired, the mere closeness left her, a traditionally reserved woman, feeling unsettled. Had Jiang Xiaoyu not saved her life, she would have struck him down without hesitation. Who would know? I do not even know your name. How could I explain? Jiang Xiaoyu replied, bewildered by the complexity of her temperament. Furthermore, I am an upright young man, devoid of any interest in you. Do not mistake my intentions, he added. And you think you are the only one at a disadvantage? With my level of attractiveness, I am pursued by countless young women. It is you who has taken advantage of me, Jiang Xiaoyu spoke from the heart. Ever since he had lost weight, his appearance had drastically improved, and he often found himself admiring his reflection in shiny surfaces. The woman, seemingly oblivious to his sentiments, began to scrutinize Jiang Xiaoyu more closely. She noted that aside from his slightly handsome features, he possessed little else of merit. For a man who had shared such intimate proximity with her, she felt a tinge of concern. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned that while Jiang Xiaoyu had moderate good looks, his demeanor was unremarkable, clearly not hailing from a prestigious family. Moreover, she sensed that his martial prowess was rather pathetic. The woman practiced a unique form of cultivation that allowed her to sense the martial realm of others. Jiang Xiaoyu's level was evidently below that of a martial spirit, and he was still far from reaching the pinnacle of martial disciple. Yet, despite finding him so ordinary, she could not shake the inexplicable allure he held for her. How old are you? The woman asked coldly. I am nearly 16 and a half, Jiang Xiaoyu responded instinctively, uncertain of her motives. In truth, considering his past life, he was well over 30.16 and yet possessing such minimal cultivation. Upon learning his age, the woman felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment toward Jiang Xiaoyu. She was of a similar age, yet her cultivation had already reached the 4th level of martial spirit, capable of easily overpowering him with a single hand. How could her one experience of intimacy be bestowed upon such an unremarkable individual? Instantly, she yearned to distance herself from Jiang Xiaoyu and sever all ties. What is this meager level of cultivation? Absurd. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed her disdainful demeanor and realized she looked down on him. Yet, he had achieved his level in less than a month. He could hardly believe that this woman could surpass his rapid progress. This is a perfect grade 9th tier enlightenment pill. Consuming it will greatly benefit your future martial training. The woman produced a pill from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Jiang Xiaoyu with a haughty air. A 9th tier enlightenment pill? Perfect grade? Oh. Jiang Xiaoyu had expected something extraordinary, but was instead met with this? He had several of these in his possession, all of a flawless grade. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, returning her earlier scrutinizing gaze. Young man, do you truly not understand the value of this pill? The woman, assuming Jiang Xiaoyu was simply unaware of its worth, attempted to enlighten him, thinking perhaps he had not encountered such treasures before. Value. Jiang Xiaoyu discerned that she treated him like a country bumpkin. It seemed the time had come for him to demonstrate his true abilities. Thus, he reached into his pocket and withdrew one of the enlightenment pills awarded by the system. Your gift is quite similar to this one of mine, though it seems not as beautifully rounded. Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately waved the enlightenment pill in front of the woman a few times. She quickly caught a whiff of an intoxicating medicinal fragrance, even more potent than the one he had previously displayed, making her yearn to devour it at once. May I have a look at it? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she finally spoke. Take it. Take it. I have plenty more. Jiang Xiaoyu generously handed it over, eager to broaden the horizons of this haughty woman. It was indeed the enlightenment pill, and its overall quality appeared to surpass that of the perfect grade pills significantly. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Although she was not an expert in medicinal pills, she was aware that perfect grade pills were considered the highest quality available on the market. Due to her family's background, she had always been able to use perfect quality pills, which were beyond the means of an ordinary household. The one before her was evidently of a much higher grade, a sight she had never witnessed before. Where did you acquire this pill? She couldn't help but inquire. Oh, my family provided it. I've been treating them like candy, Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a smile, relishing the flabbergasted expression on the proud woman's face. Treating them like candy? The woman appeared somewhat incredulous. To her, it seemed Jiang Xiaoyu must have stumbled upon this pill by chance. What? Don't believe me. Here, look. Jiang Xiaoyu nonchalantly opened his pocket with one hand. revealing a large handful of pills. The woman stood frozen, bewildered by the scene before her. Her family would not be able to procure such pills, yet this man genuinely consumed them as if they were mere candy? From your expression, it seems these items are quite precious. Jiang Xiaoyu intentionally posed the question, aiming to diminish the woman's pride. Indeed, they are precious to me, she replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although she harbored a sense of pride, she could not bring herself to fabricate lies. It was rather embarrassing to realize that the pills she considered a generous offering were treated as candy by another. Don't think, the unsophisticated one was she. In reality, she even contemplated shamelessly asking Jiang Xiaoyu for a pill, but her pride held her back. Moreover, despite her higher cultivation level compared to Jiang Xiaoyu, she had no intention of resorting to theft. Could you spare me a pill? I can offer something in exchange. She retrieved a business card from her belongings and handed it to Jiang Xiaoyu. If you ever find yourself in Magic City, just call this number and I can assist you within my capacity. The name Bai Ling, prominently displayed on the card, led Jiang Xiaoyu to believe it belonged to the woman before him. All right, I'll give you one, he said, passing her a pill. He could tell Bai Ling's background was likely significant, and he anticipated he would need her assistance in Magic City in the future. After all, he had plenty of these pills. Thank you, and I apologize for my earlier demeanor, Bai Ling said, feeling slightly embarrassed as she recalled her previous arrogance. Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled in silence. Had it not been for the system's reward of pills, Bai Ling likely would not have adopted her current attitude. Indeed, reality was often quite pragmatic. After a brief exchange, Bai Ling prepared to depart. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of the large, dark knife Jiang Xiaoyu possessed. He had forgotten to revert it back, having just commanded it to transform into a brick, as the knife seemed too violent, not befitting his refined demeanor. Thus, under Bai Ling's astonished gaze, the knife gradually morphed back into a brick. Is this a spiritual artifact? Bai Ling, hailing from a prominent family in Magic City, was familiar with such items and realized that her own family did not possess anything like it. Her gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu shifted significantly. Could it be that he belonged to a hidden noble family? At that moment, Bai Ling was convinced Jiang Xiaoyu was a scion of a prestigious lineage, one favored no less. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone of such a young age to possess these treasures despite their low cultivation level. Perhaps keeping this number was a wise decision, she thought, leaping from the pit and leaving the area behind. Chapter 54. An invitation. After exiting the pit, Jiang Xiaoyu resumed his journey out of the Teasing forest. Feeling fatigued, he hunted a few ninth-level beasts along the way and began to roast the meat. He was nearing the outskirts of the forest, and it seemed he would soon return. Just then, he heard voices in the distance. As the sounds drew nearer, he discerned that 4 individuals were approaching him. They appeared to be a team from Mo City, out hunting beasts. Jiang Xiaoyu heightened his vigilance. Grasping the brick, ready for combat. In Teasing Forest, humans could be even more dangerous than the beasts, often resorting to violence over trivial gains, as he had learned from Li. Little brother, your roasted beast meat smells delightful. May we partake? The leading man had approached Jiang Xiaoyu, greeting him with a smile. This man appeared to be in his 30s, unremarkable in looks, yet his eyes held a certain darkness. Feel free to help yourselves. I have plenty of beast meat, but you may need to roast it yourselves. Understanding the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Jiang Xiaoyu did not press for details and instead picked up a piece of meat. Stepping a few meters away to enjoy it, thank you, little brother. The man beckoned his companions to sit down and began roasting the meat. The group exchanged glances in silence, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Xiaoyu. This continued for several minutes, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Jiang Xiaoyu paid no mind. As long as they did not provoke him, he would be on his way shortly. Little brother, we are a hunting team. I am the captain, Yang Ping, if I am not mistaken. It seems you have lost your companions, correct? The leading man approached Jiang Xiaoyu, initiating conversation. In Mo City, it was common for martial artists to form teams for hunting beasts. As it was safer that way, I do not have any companions, Jiang Xiaoyu replied coolly, choosing not to disclose that he was a student of the martial academy, nor did he trust Yang Ping's ulterior motives, as he sensed something unsettling about him. What? You have no companions? Yang Ping was taken aback. He had intended to rob Jiang Xiaoyu but had hesitated, fearing that his companions might be nearby. Now, realizing Jiang Xiaoyu was alone, he questioned, are you a solitary hunter? He could barely believe the words escaping his lips. It was well known that solitary hunters were typically formidable individuals, usually at least at the 9th level of martial discipleship. Daring to venture alone into Teasing Forest Inmo City, due to many lacking talent, numerous individuals remained unable to break through to the martial spirit realm even in their 30s. Yang Ping himself had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level for quite some time without progressing. Yet here was Jiang Xiaoyu, looking so young, yet possessing the cultivation of a 9th level martial disciple. Sort of, Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, offering a hint to the group, having discerned their relatively low cultivation levels. Receiving confirmation, Yang Ping found it hard to believe. He scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu, his expression marred with skepticism. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu stood up, causing a half-meter pit to form beneath his feet, a mark of his strength. Yang Ping recognized immediately that he was not dealing with an ordinary individual. Revealing a fraction of his prowess would deter further unwanted attention. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Yang Ping was momentarily stunned. If he had held any doubts before, he was now certain Jiang Xiaoyu was a solitary hunter. Perhaps even one whose strength rivaled his own. Go think this little brother is actually quite formidable. My apologies. Yang Ping clasped his hands in respect, his demeanor shifting considerably. I am not a formidable person. Merely a trivial being, Jiang Xiaoyu retorted self-deprecatingly, returning to his roasted meat. Yang Ping exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily rejoining his companions. So, brother, are we robbing him or not? Several of his underlings, who had been focused on the roasted meat and had missed Jiang Xiaoyu's display of strength, were still contemplating the prospect of robbing him. Their team had successfully preyed upon many solitary members, reaping substantial gains. Naturally, they did not wish to resort to murder unless absolutely necessary, as they still retained a modicum of conscience. Rob a snakeskin monster. Yang Ping shot them a glare. This person is a master. He whispered at a master. How strong? One of the underlings chuckled, thinking Yang Ping was jesting. Jiang Xiaoyu appeared merely a teenager, at most a 7th level martial disciple. If that, about the same as me, Yang Ping replied sternly, wary of provoking Jiang Xiaoyu and inciting an unnecessary conflict. He is a solitary hunter. He added another remark. The several younger brothers listening were filled with uncertainty, some unable to believe it. Had I not witnessed him exert his strength with my own eyes, I too would have found it hard to accept. Yang Ping elaborated on the power behind Jiang Xiaoyu's recent kick. Big brother, does that mean we can't snatch it? One of the younger brothers complained. Of course we can't. However, it presents a perfect opportunity to invite this person to join us in our endeavor. Yang Ping appeared somewhat excited, as if he had stumbled upon a valuable proposition. Big brother, are you suggesting? Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to leave, having already walked several meters away. Hey, wait a moment. Yang Ping hurriedly stood up and rushed after him. Jiang Xiaoyu, puzzled, wondered what the man was up to. Captain Yang, what is it? Young brother, I have a lucrative opportunity that I wonder if you might be interested in. Seeing the impatience on Jiang Xiaoyu's face, Yang Ping quickly clarified, I apologize, but I'm not interested. Jiang Xiaoyu declined without a moment's hesitation. He certainly did not lack for money. Moreover, Yang Ping did not strike him as a trustworthy individual. There was undoubtedly some ulterior motive at play. It would be far better for him to hunt some demon beasts and roast them for a boost in physical strength. Hey, young brother, please hear me out. I assure you, you'll find this intriguing. Yang Ping blocked Jiang Xiaoyu once more, speaking urgently. Just 10 kilometers from here, we have discovered a 7th grade spirit herb. 7th grade spirit herb. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu halted. Spirit herbs were excellent for concocting elixirs, and a 7th grade one was indeed quite impressive. Similar to elixirs, spirit herbs were categorized into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 the highest. It was possible that such an herb could aid in enhancing his physical strength. Young brother, see? I told you you'd be interested. If we managed to obtain this 7th grade spirit herb, we could easily sell it for tens of millions. Yang Ping, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's pause, wore an expression of someone who had anticipated this reaction. He believed no one could resist the allure of wealth. Captain Luo, if such a great opportunity exists, why don't you handle it yourself instead of telling me? Jiang Xiaoyu was no fool. He understood that Yang Ping must require him for something. Young brother, to be frank, several small teams have already found the 7th grade spirit herb, and there is a 7th grade demon beast guarding it. To obtain the spirit herb, we must first deal with that beast. What? A 7th grade demon beast. Is that something mere novices like us can handle? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. 7th grade demon beasts were typically on par with high-level martial spirits, and he was far from being a match for one. Don't be anxious, young brother. I haven't finished yet. That beast has sustained significant injuries and currently possesses only the strength of a 1st or 2nd level martial spirit. It's the perfect time to take it down. Several small teams have already agreed to collaborate against the beast, and the ownership of the spirit herb can be discussed afterward. However, each team must have at least 2 peak 9th level martial disciples to participate in this operation. So, as he spoke, Yang Ping smiled sheepishly, realizing that his own subordinates were lacking in strength. Jiang Xiaoyu understood the implication. It appeared Yang Ping was inviting him precisely because he lacked the qualifications. Young brother, if you temporarily join my team, we can split the spoils 50-50 once we succeed. Yang Ping assured him with a pat on his chest. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled. Even if he joined, it was still uncertain whether they would manage to obtain the 7th grade spirit herb. Yet Yang Ping was acting as if success was guaranteed. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaoyu felt quite tempted. The 9 turns overbearing body technique could absorb demonic beast energy, and it stood to reason that spirit herbs would be no different. Moreover, he had yet to encounter martial artists outside the martial academy, making this a perfect opportunity to witness the methods of these hunters. Allow me to think it over. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned contemplation, but he had already agreed. He simply couldn't appear too eager, lest Yang Ping underestimate him. With the protective orb in his possession, he had little to fear in terms of danger. Young brother, such opportunities are rare. Please consider it carefully. Yang Ping's expression was one of eager anticipation, fearful that Jiang Xiaoyu might refuse him. Chapter 55. Preparation for the hunt. When do we set off? Jiang Xiaoyu had essentially agreed, as he had little else to occupy his time. Right now, I will contact the other 2 teams. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's response, Yang Ping was elated. This meant he had a chance to compete for the 7th grade spirit herb. He quickly sent messages to the other 2 teams, as they were nearing the outskirts of the Tianqing forest, where a specialized satellite phone could be used. During the following time, Yang Ping introduced Jiang Xiaoyu to the strength of the other 3 team members, one at the peak of the 9th level, and the other 2 at the pinnacle of the 8th level, seasoned veterans who had been around Imo City for quite some time. Although the 7th grade demon beast is injured, it remains formidable. We estimate that we would need roughly 6 peak 9th level martial disciples to stand a chance. Thus, we invited you, young brother. Throughout the journey, Yang Ping was exceedingly cordial, continuously briefing Jiang Xiaoyu on pertinent details. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Among the towering trees stood a small hill nearly 100 meters high. Directly in front of the hill was a circular opening about 10 meters in diameter. From within, heavy breaths could be heard, presumably from the injured demon beast. Captain Yang, you've arrived. Not far from Jiang Xiaoyu and the others, the remaining 2 teams were already in position, each consisting of 4 members. Captain Sun, Captain Ma, have you been waiting long? Yang Ping hurried over, his demeanor somewhat ingratiating, as the overall strength of these 2 teams surpassed that of his own. Jiang Xiaoyu scrutinized the 2 captains. Having already received introductions from Yang Ping, the tall, muscular man named Sun Dali was an expert with immense physical strength, while the seemingly frail, pale-skinned man named Ma Shu was reputed for his agility. Although both teams had a peak 9th level martial disciple each, they were not as strong as these 2 captains, which is why Yang Ping had not elaborated on them. Captain Yang, is this the so-called expert you've brought? Sun Dali eyed Jiang Xiaoyu with skepticism, feeling deceived. This mere boy is supposed to be an expert? Look at that waist. It's not even as thick as my bicep. Sun Dali, evidently a person of straightforward disposition, voiced his thoughts candidly, openly looking down on Jiang Xiaoyu. Even the team members beside him wore expressions of disdain. Meanwhile, Ma Shu observed Jiang Xiaoyu with a calm demeanor, seemingly deep in thought. They had received Yang Ping's message about an expert joining, but they were taken aback to find that the expert was just a teenager. Come on, Captain Sun, as the old saying goes, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Although young brother Jiang looks youthful, he is an independent hunter whose strength is not inferior to yours or mine. Yang Ping anticipated this reaction and quickly explained. Independent hunter. Sun Dali remained doubtful, especially since they were about to hunt a 7th grade demon beast, which was no trivial matter. Bang. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaoyu approached a tree thick enough to require 2 people to embrace and struck it with his fist. Crack, the tree fell with a crash. Sending up a cloud of dust, Jiang Xiaoyu's display genuinely astonished the group. He indeed possessed the strength of a peak 9th-level martial disciple, although Jiang Xiaoyu was currently only at the 8th level. His profound spiritual energy and recent enhancement of his physical strength had elevated his overall prowess to that of an average martial artist at the peak of the 9th level. What do you think? Not bad, right? Yang Ping felt a sense of pride as Jiang Xiaoyu demonstrated his capabilities, as he was the one who had brought him along. The others no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Xiaoyu and gathered together to discuss their plans for hunting the demon beast. The target was a 7th-grade Tianqing python, which was currently estimated to possess the strength of a 1st or 2nd-level martial spirit. Although it was only at the 1st level of martial spirit, it was still beyond their capacity to confront head-on. A peak 9th-level martial disciple was still a novice in the face of a 1st-level martial spirit, necessitating a well-conceived strategy. The speaker was Ma Shu, who appeared to have conducted extensive research. He spoke calmly, his expression unchanging, displaying the demeanor of a schemer, prompting Jiang Xiaoyu to take note. Finally, after 20 minutes of discussion, the group reached a consensus on their action plan. What about the distribution of the demon beast's body, inner core, and the 7th-grade spirit herb? Sundali inquired. Naturally, we will split everything evenly among the 3 teams, Ma Shu replied without hesitation. Sundali nodded in satisfaction. Although he sensed some ambiguity in Ma Shu's words, he had great confidence in his own strength. It's settled then. Anyone who tries to play tricks later had better beware of my fists. The remainder of the group exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that the allocation would not be a simple matter. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the beast. Everyone swiftly drew their weapons, preparing for the confrontation. Sundali's team ventured a short distance away and successfully hunted a 9th-grade demon beast, binding its corpse with a rope and placing it before the cave entrance. The others took refuge in the nearby thicket. According to the intel from Mashi, this azure python had been injured and had not emerged to hunt for several days, presumably now famished. Sure enough, upon detecting the pungent scent of blood emanating from the corpse, the cave began to stir, its breathing growing heavier. Though a 7th-grade demon beast possessed a modicum of intelligence, it was still vastly inferior to humans, retaining its primal instincts and unable to resist the temptation of food. Soon, the sound of the beast's crawling echoed from within the cave. Before long, a colossal serpent's head appeared at the cave's mouth, its tongue nearly the size of a large truck, flicking ominously in the air. The azure python, upon sighting the demon beast's carcass, nearly drooled, opening its enormous maw capable of swallowing an elephant, eager to devour the remains in one gulp. That moment, the team member holding the rope exerted all his strength, dragging the carcass away. The azure python, driven by hunger, instinctively pursued the bait. Its entire body emerged, and Jiang Xiaoyu estimated it to be nearly 30 meters long, with a girth that could encompass 5 people. The visual impact was staggering. Just as the azure python had sprinted over 100 meters away, the concealed team members charged forth, each carrying a felled tree, effectively blocking the cave entrance. Thus, even if the azure python attempted to return, it would take considerable time to re-enter. The moment the azure python sensed the commotion at the entrance, it hastily turned back. Jiang Xiaoyu and his compatriots leaped out, surrounding the azure python without any escape. Chapter 56. Confronting the azure python. The azure python finally realized it had fallen into the human's trap. Enraged, it hissed furiously. Despite its low intelligence, it could discern that these diminutive humans intended to confront it. Everyone, unleash your abilities and act according to plan, Mashi shouted, leading the charge against the azure python. However, he was cautious not to attack directly, opting instead to throw darts from a safe distance to harass the creature. Clang! The dart grazed the azure python's scales, igniting sparks and producing a cacophony of metal striking metal, but failing to inflict any significant damage. The other team members were also prepared, brandishing flamethrowers and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the massive serpent. While the flames were unlikely to harm the azure python, the group's aim was merely to distract it. Angered by the audacity of these diminutive humans, the azure python let out a furious hiss, its colossal tail sweeping across the area, forcing everyone to leap aside in haste. Crash! Nearby trees fell like grass under the sweep of its immense power. Look, the beast's injury is located on its abdomen. A keen-eyed team member spotted the wound on the azure python's belly, approximately a meter in diameter, continuously oozing blood. Focus all your attacks on that wound, Yang Ping shouted, recognizing this injury as their only chance to defeat the colossal serpent. The teammates below the 9th level of martial prowess were tasked with distracting the beast, while the others targeted the wound. Mashi quickly organized the assault, which had been previously discussed among them. Soon, the slightly weaker team members began to draw the Azure Python's attention with ranged attacks. Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions positioned themselves around the wound, waiting for the opportune moment. You wretched beast. Feel the might of your grandfather. Sun Dali took the lead, wielding a fearsome-looking great sword, clearly designed for strength. Take that. Sun Dali's great sword struck the Azure Python's wound with tremendous force. Roar. The serpent emitted a pained howl. Its body trembling uncontrollably. It turned its gaze, its eyes the size of car headlights, glaring viciously at Sun Dali, who was deemed unforgivable. With a swift lunge, the Azure Python charged at Sun Dali, intent on swallowing the human whole. Although Sun Dali was powerful, his speed was lacking. He could not evade and had no choice but to raise his sword defensively. The serpent's head collided with the sword, sending Sun Dali flying several dozen meters. A spray of blood escaping his lips, wind blade palm, Yang Ping shouted, executing his signature martial technique. Instantly, blade-like phantoms surged toward the Azure Python, preventing it from pursuing the already injured Sun Dali. Mashi, are you still holding back? Yang Ping glared at Mashi, who had been lingering on the sidelines, clearly irritated. Captain Yang, what do you mean? I've just been looking for an opportunity, Mashi replied, retrieving a small black device from his pocket and hurling it towards the Azure Python's wound with force. Bang! The object adhered to the serpent's skin as if coated in glue. 1, 2, 3, detonate, boom. As Mashi counted down, the device erupted violently, producing an immense sound. Mashi winced at the sight, knowing the explosive was specially designed to inflict extra harm on demon beasts and was quite costly. To conserve strength, he had no choice but to use it. Following the explosion, the Azure Python's already terrifying wound expanded further, blood gushing forth. Though the Azure Python was gravely injured, it became increasingly frenzied. Thrashing violently, several weaker team members were flung away, sent tumbling several dozen meters. The beast's wound cannot be staunched. We merely need to restrain it while it bleeds to death, someone shouted, prompting several 9th-level martial artists to commence their assault. Continuously harassing the Azure Python, it's time to strike. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been biding his time, finally prepared to unleash his full power, eager to see the hunter's tactics. Now, he had discerned that Sun Dali and Yang Ping were of similar strength to Li Chong. But their combat experience made them much more formidable. As for Mashi, his true capabilities remained elusive. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Xiaoyu had transformed his brick into a pig-slaughtering knife, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the serpent. His aim was not merely to engage in the battle, but to swiftly acquire the 7th-grade spirit herb, Death Soul Decision, determining the soul. Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed his singular soul master technique, employing the shadow step to swiftly reach the Azure Python's vital point. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, aim for its 7 inches, a principle that held true even for a 7th-grade demon beast, marking its absolute weak spot. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Xiaoyu would find it challenging to approach this position. But with the Azure Python severely wounded and aided by the Death Soul Decision, he plunged his knife toward the serpent's vulnerable point. Roar. This time, the Azure Python emitted an even more agonizing cry than before. For Jiang Xiaoyu's slaughtering knife had plunged deeply into its 7 inches. This unknown spiritual weapon easily pierced the defenses of a 7th-grade demon beast. Soon, the Azure Python writhed on the ground like a worm. Gradually succumbing to its injuries, the Azure Python met its end beneath Jiang Xiaoyu's slaughtering knife. Xiao Jiang, impressive. Yang Ping, Sun Dali, and the others approached Jiang Xiaoyu, their eyes filled with awe at the display they had just witnessed. The fluidity with which Jiang Xiaoyu dispatched the Azure Python was something they could not replicate. Let us return to deal with the demon beast's remains later. We must prioritize acquiring the spirit herbs. Yang Ping glanced at the Azure Python, knowing that aside from its inner core, other materials would fetch a significant price. Wait, where's Mashi? At that moment, the group realized Mashi was inexplicably missing. Where's your captain? The remaining team members shook their heads in confusion. This is bad. That scoundrel must be attempting to hoard the spirit herbs for himself. Yang Ping exclaimed, slapping his thigh in dismay. The The group hurried towards the cave entrance, only to find that the earlier barricade of trees had been blasted open, creating a passage just large enough for a person to pass through. Curse you, Mashi. If I catch you, you'll experience the full wrath of my great sword. At this moment, Sundali was filled with an overwhelming desire to cleave Ma Shu in two as he hurriedly entered the cave. The others followed closely behind him. Chapter 57. The Old Shadow Outshines Ma Shu. Once everyone entered, they discovered that the cave where the azure python resided was vast, extending deep into the darkness. Jiang Xiaoyu did not recklessly charge forward like a fool. Instead, he felt an inexplicable danger lurking within the cave. If there were no peril, and if the spiritual herbs had indeed fallen into Ma Shu's possession, Jiang Xiaoyu possessed the absolute strength to demand their return. After sprinting a short distance, the previously narrow cave suddenly widened. Resembling a circular hall, which was now illuminated, as everyone looked around, they saw that the hall was filled with many seemingly ordinary blades of grass, akin to the wild grass found by the roadside. However, these blades emitted a faint red glow, reminiscent of a freshly ignited flame. Shu, you dog, how dare you attempt to hoard the spiritual herbs for yourself? I shall cleave you. Sundali immediately spotted Ma Shu, who was rapturously caressing the grass. You fools, all these spiritual herbs belong to me. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu and the others, Ma Shu abruptly turned, drawing his sword, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination to fight. Damn it, are you seeking death? Even Yang Ping, who had remained relatively calm until now, suddenly erupted in rage. Mine, mine. All these spiritual herbs are mine. It was unclear which team member blurted this out, but soon after, they charged towards the peculiar grass, eager to claim it for themselves. Gradually, many team members began exhibiting the same behavior. Ma Shu, you have forced my hand. Sundali charged forward, engaging Ma Shu in combat. For some unknown reason, the other team members in the cave also readied their weapons, leading to an all-out brawl that erupted within the cavern. Jiang Xiaoyu, maintaining a distance from the chaos, was momentarily stunned by the sight of their fighting. Shouldn't they have been seeking an explanation from Ma Shu? Why were they all fighting? Moreover, everyone appeared particularly frenzied, their expressions a grotesque display of bloodlust. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air as someone was struck, blood gushing forth. Upon witnessing the bloodshed, the surrounding individuals descended into further madness, and the injured person quickly fell to the ground, motionless, appearing to have met their end. This phenomenon seemed eerily familiar to Jiang Xiaoyu as he gazed at the glowing blades of grass. Straining to remember 8th grade spiritual herb, scarlet flame grass, Jiang Xiaoyu recalled having seen this in a book. This herb was a toxic spiritual plant. Its emitted scent would magnify the baser instincts of those with lower cultivation levels, ultimately leading to uncontrollable impulses. The current scene was a manifestation of these individuals succumbing to their greed, resulting in mutual slaughter. No wonder. Fortunately, I consumed an antidote pill. Jiang Xiaoyu had taken the antidote provided by the system, thus escaping the toxin. Otherwise, he might have found himself among the fallen. Everyone, stop, Jiang Xiaoyu bellowed, swiftly employing his shadow step to dash forward, shattering the scarlet flame grass to pieces. The individuals present bore no malice towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Had he not intervened, they would likely have killed one another in their frenzy. What have I done? I have slain old Lu with my own hands. As the scarlet flame grass was destroyed, the team gradually regained their senses, horrified to see their fallen comrade lying in a pool of blood, prompting some to weep uncontrollably. What has happened? Sundali and Ma Shu were evenly matched, both sustaining injuries. You have all been poisoned by the scarlet flame grass. Jiang Xiaoyu recounted the events that had transpired, and only then did the others grasp the gravity of the situation. Each one overwhelmed with regret in the chaos, for lives had been lost, and the remaining members had sustained varying degrees of injury. This is all your fault? Damn it, Ma Shu. If you hadn't rushed in first, we wouldn't have acted so recklessly. I will take your life today to appease my fallen brothers. Sundali raised his sword, poised to strike down Ma Shu, who had been responsible for the deaths of 2 of his longtime comrades. Moreover, you claimed there were 7th grade spiritual herbs here, yet all we found were these deceptive, insidious plants. Yang Ping could no longer contain his fury and joined Sundali in confronting Ma Shu. Having also lost a teammate, the intelligence about the 7th grade spiritual herbs had been provided by Ma Shu, and now there was nothing to be seen. Ha ha ha, a bunch of foolish pigs. I did not deceive you regarding the 7th grade spiritual herbs. However, that little treasure requires some nourishment to mature, and now is the perfect time for harvesting. Ma Shu laughed heartily, fixating on a seemingly inconspicuous white flower not far from him, as everyone followed his gaze. They witnessed the blood spilled during the earlier fight being inexplicably drawn towards the white flower. Within mere seconds, the flower transformed from white to red, subsequently emanating a faint spiritual energy, as the blood continued to be absorbed. The potency of the flower's spiritual essence intensified, and even Jiang Xiaoyu could feel the immense energy contained within. This is the 7th grade spiritual herb, bloodthirsty flower. It requires human blood to flourish, and you are all its sustenance. Ma Shu cackled, swiftly plucking the bloodthirsty flower and swallowing it whole. Ma Shu, you ruthless fiend. I can't believe you would go so far. One of the deceased was your teammate. Teammate? What does that even mean? As long as I can enhance my power, I am willing to sacrifice anything. Ma Shu began to undergo a mysterious transformation. Captain, how could you disregard our years of camaraderie? One of Ma Shu's teammates cried out, eyes filled with disappointment. Camaraderie? In this world, only strength is real. Ma Shu had lost his sanity. Everyone, charge. Let us slay this despicable beast. Upon witnessing Ma Shu's demeanor, Sun Dali was the first to rush forward. Boom! At that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Ma Shu, as if breaking free from some shackles. Ha ha ha, I have finally broken through to the martial spirit realm. Ma Shu had lingered at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial disciple for years, reaching a bottleneck. This plan was devised specifically to obtain the bloodthirsty flower and facilitate his breakthrough, and now it had succeeded. What? He has broken through to the martial spirit realm. Upon hearing Ma Shu's proclamation, the crowd fell into a state of panic. The disparity between great realms was not something that sheer numbers could overcome. Today, you shall all perish. Ma Shu cackled, having mysteriously positioned himself behind the group, blocking their only exit so swift. The others could hardly comprehend Ma Shu's movement. If news of my actions today reaches Imo City, it would be quite troublesome, so you all must die. Having broken through to the martial spirit realm, Ma Shu was brimming with confidence, intent on leaving no one alive. Jiang Xiaoyu stood to the side, speechless. He had merely sought the 7th grade spiritual herbs, yet Ma Shu now sought to eliminate him as well. Perfect. He wanted to witness the strength of someone who had just reached the martial spirit realm. Chapter 58. The little sparrow's martial soul displays its might. Hey, Ma Shu, I'm just passing through. Could you let me leave first? Jiang Xiaoyu, protected by his treasure, felt no fear and even sought to provoke Ma Shu. Though I do not know why you were unaffected by the scarlet flame grass's poison, I can only say that you are out of luck. Everyone here will die today. Ma Shu's eyes were cold and sharp, ready to unleash a bloodbath. Jiang Xiaoyu, I never expected Ma Shu to be such a beast. I am truly dragging you down. Yang Ping approached, filled with regret. It's all right. None of us could have foreseen this. Jiang Xiaoyu observed that Yang Ping was genuinely kind-hearted, and saving him was certainly acceptable. Stop pretending, Ma Shu. Even if you've broken through to the martial spirit realm, I shall still confront you. Sun Dali, known for his fiery temper, charged at Ma Shu with his great sword, despite knowing he might not win. You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. I will show you the strength I possess after breaking through to the martial spirit realm. Ma Shu unsheathed his sword, not even exerting much spiritual energy, and clashed with Sun Dali's great sword. Clang! The weapons collided, producing a shower of sparks, and Sun Dali was sent flying 10 meters away. Sun Dali spat out a mouthful of blood, disbelief etched across his face. He was renowned for his strength, yet now he felt utterly powerless before Ma Shu. Do you see the gap between the martial spirit realm and you? I've only used 30% of my strength. Ma Shu reveled in his newfound power, believing that no matter how many lives he took, it was worth it for the sake of strength. Everyone, charge. Even if we die, we cannot allow this despicable man to live comfortably. Yang Ping shouted, leading the charge forward. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Let us see just how strong you are. Ma Shu! In an instant, everyone rushed toward Ma Shu, each unleashing their most powerful techniques. You are all overestimating yourselves. Equestrianism harbored no fear. brandishing his sword, he charged into the thronged eye in an instant. He resembled a tiger unleashed among a flock of sheep, single-handedly toppling numerous adversaries, leaving them in disarray. Even Yang Ping and Sun Dali found themselves unable to withstand more than a couple of exchanges against him. Ha ha ha, a mere swarm of ants, all shall perish. As he spoke, several of his opponents lay incapacitated on the ground, motionless and oblivious to their fates. What a perfect opportunity to test the might of my wild wave palm. Jiang Xiaoyu could no longer bear to watch and began to channel his spiritual energy. Preparing to strike, wild wolf palm, he bellowed, conjuring 5 ethereal shadows of wild waves. After a period of diligent training, his mastery of the wild wave palm was nearing perfection. A trifling martial apprentice, I shall see just how formidable your skills truly are. Observing the 5 spectral waves advancing towards him, equestrianism not only refused to evade but braced himself to endure the onslaught. Bang! The wild wave palm struck true, creating a massive crater around equestrianism and sending clouds of dust into the air. Not bad, young one. That blow forced me to expend 80% of my strength to counter it. As the dust settled, equestrianism emerged unscathed, even wearing a hint of amusement. Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing this spectacle, felt it was to be expected. His 5-fold ethereal wave could vanquish 99% of peak martial apprentices but fell short against a martial spirit practitioner. Enough of this play. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. With that declaration, equestrianism's expression grew solemn as he began to prepare for something significant. Arise, black water serpent, he shouted, and a shadowy serpent, approximately 5 meters in length, materialized behind him. This was equestrianism's 9th-tier martial spirit, the black water serpent. Upon reaching the martial spirit realm, a practitioner can summon their martial spirit, harnessing its power in combat. This marks the pinnacle of a martial artist's strength. It appears we are all doomed today. Yang Ping lamented upon witnessing equestrianism summon his martial spirit. However, Jiang Xiaoyu felt no fear. Rather, he experienced a flicker of excitement, specifically from the stirrings of his own little sparrow martial spirit within him. After a long period of dormancy, the little sparrow's spirit began to flutter with enthusiasm upon seeing the emergence of the black water serpent. What is this? What is that little creature up to? Jiang Xiaoyu found himself questioning whether his martial spirit possessed its own consciousness. To witness my martial spirit in action is indeed a privilege, equestrianism declared. Black water serpent, unleash your toxic breath. Following a sinister chuckle, the shadowy serpent exhaled a cloud of venomous mist that swiftly enveloped the entire cave. Gradually, Yang Ping and his companions began to succumb to drowsiness. Within 10 seconds, everyone except Jiang Xiaoyu lay unconscious, ensnared by the noxious fumes. What's the matter with you? Why are you still standing? Equestrianism was perplexed by Jiang Xiaoyu's apparent immunity to the poison. Although this was his first time employing such a technique, he had assumed it would incapacitate a martial apprentice without issue. I see. You must possess some means of poison resistance, equestrianism quickly deduced. Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled in silence. Unharmed by poison? Then I shall simply strike you down. As he spoke, equestrianism closed the distance between them, swinging his sword at Jiang Xiaoyu. Clang! As anticipated, the blade collided with the protective shield surrounding Jiang Xiaoyu. What is this? Equestrianism exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend the nature of the glowing barrier before him. I refuse to believe I cannot break this accursed thing. Channeling more power through his martial spirit, equestrianism unleashed a flurry of strikes against Jiang Xiaoyu's shield. Yet to no avail. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered how to deal with equestrianism, he realized he could not simply remain within the barrier while being assaulted. At that moment, his little sparrow martial spirit suddenly sprang into action. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could even command it, the spirit's ethereal form appeared behind him. What is happening? I have not yet reached the martial spirit realm. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Was it not said that one could only invoke their martial spirit upon attaining that level? You can summon a martial spirit? You are a martial spirit practitioner? Equestrianism gasped, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he recognized the ethereal form behind Jiang Xiaoyu as a hallmark of martial spirit practitioners. Before equestrianism could react, Jiang Xiaoyu watched in astonishment as his little sparrow martial spirit leapt into action. The little sparrow suddenly opened its beak, expanding to many times its size, and lunged towards the black water serpent. Chapter 59. The Puppet Master. What in the world is this? Even equestrianism was nearly dumbfounded at the sight before him. The little sparrow martial spirit devoured the black water serpent as if it were a hawk preying on a snake. With a splatter, as the black water serpent's spirit was damaged, equestrianism spat out a mouthful of blood, for a martial spirit is intrinsically linked to its wielder. When the spirit is harmed, so too is the practitioner. In less than 10 seconds, the black water serpent's essence was entirely consumed by the little sparrow, leaving equestrianism sprawled on the ground, motionless, his eyes rolled back. Clearly, he was no longer alive. Thus, equestrianism met his end indirectly at the hands of Jiang Xiaoyu, who felt no remorse. In the cycle of life and death, the hunter becomes the hunted. After accomplishing this feat, the little sparrow martial spirit let out a satisfied burp before returning to Jiang Xiaoyu's body. How absurd! Jiang Xiaoyu was still in disbelief, grappling with the fact that his martial spirit had emerged prior to his reaching the martial spirit realm and had devoured another spirit. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that after consuming the black water serpent's essence, his little sparrow martial spirit seemed to have grown slightly larger and its feathers appeared more vibrant. Could it be that this little one has leveled up? Jiang Xiaoyu had always known that his martial spirit had the potential for growth but was unaware of how it evolved. With this realization, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling his cultivation methods. As expected, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was noticeably faster than before. It seemed his martial spirit had indeed upgraded, likely advancing from a 9th tier to an 8th tier spirit. So, to level up, one must consume the martial spirits of others. How troublesome! Jiang Xiaoyu stroked his chin, contemplating the challenge ahead. Upon returning to the city, opportunities to absorb others' martial spirits would be scarce, given that the loss of a martial spirit could equate to a loss of life. Publicly, killing was prohibited in the city. Well, I'll just take it one step at a time, he resolved, preparing to retrieve an antidote pill to dissolve in water and awaken Yang Ping and the others who had been rendered unconscious by equestrianism's poison. Just then, a commotion emanated from the cave entrance, indicating that someone was approaching. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly concealed himself behind a rocky outcrop, wary of whether the newcomer was friend or foe. Jia, equestrianism, have you accomplished your task? Before the figure even appeared, Jiang Xiaoyu's keen ears caught a lewd voice. Equestrianism, where are you? Come out and meet this master. As the voice grew nearer, Jiang Xiaoyu finally laid eyes on the approaching figure. 4 wooden puppets, each about 1.5 meters tall, carried a palanquin, atop which sat a hunched, lecherous old man with a handlebar mustache. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately recognized the wooden puppets as the automatons described in books. To control such puppets, one must be a soul master. And those who wield this power are known as puppet masters, a subset of soul masters. It seemed that the lecherous old man was indeed a puppet master. Upon entering, the old man noticed Yang Ping and the others lying unconscious on the ground. And then he spotted the lifeless equestrianism. Dead? He reached out to check for a pulse at equestrianism's nose, a look of confusion crossing his face. The information regarding the injured azure python and the 7th-tier spirit grass had all been relayed to equestrianism by him. The two had long established a partnership. The 7th-tier spirit grass would aid equestrianism in breaking through to the martial spirit realm, while equestrianism would assist him in acquiring corpses, as the old man required them for experiments with his new techniques. Although he was a puppet master, his cultivation was still shallow, barely at the 2nd stage of soul mastery. Killing so many would prove challenging. In his view, a martial spirit practitioner like equestrianism should have faced no difficulty in dispatching these individuals. Why, then, had equestrianism met his end while the others remained alive, albeit unconscious? This was indeed peculiar. Could there be others within the cave? The old man began to grow wary, scanning his surroundings. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily concealed himself more thoroughly. Although he was also a first-stage soul master, he had yet to engage in combat with one, and caution was prudent. Even equestrianism had only triumphed thanks to the little sparrow martial spirit. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to the treasures given by the Azure Dragon as headmaster. Jiang Xiaoyu preferred not to rely too heavily on such artifacts unless faced with life-threatening peril. Ding! The self-discipline timer expired. The host has been issued a self-discipline task. Perform 30 deep squats while holding a massive stone. Upon completion, the reward is a breakthrough to the second level of Soul Master. Just as fate would have it, the system decided to act up at this critical moment, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu utterly speechless. With no other option, Jiang Xiaoyu embraced a sizable rock and commenced his training. "Who goes there?" The old man, alerted by the commotion, bellowed as he approached Jiang Xiaoyu's direction. Unable to halt his exercise, Jiang Xiaoyu thought he could simply activate the protective orb if necessary. Why is this still a mere child? The old man soon spotted the young lad squatting with a stone in a cave filled with unconscious individuals, bewildered by the oddity of the scene. "Hey, lad, what is your connection to these people?" The old man was no fool. He knew the boy must have some relation to Yang Ping and the others. "I am a member of the hunting team," Jiang Xiaoyu replied, sensing that the old man was not inclined to act rashly. So he engaged him in conversation to buy some time regarding his self-discipline task. What exactly transpired here? The old man regarded Jiang Xiaoyu's composed demeanor with caution. Logically, a hunting team member of such tender years should not possess high cultivation. One would expect him to panic upon encountering the puppets. Yet Jiang Xiaoyu appeared entirely unfazed, his expression revealing no hint of fear. "What is your connection to Ma Shu?" Jiang Xiaoyu inquired, having completed his task and successfully advanced to the second level of Soul Master. He felt a surge of power, as if he could control the essence of the souls for at least 2 seconds. "Did you kill Ma Shu?" Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's question, the old man summoned 4 puppets forthwith. "It was I," Jiang Xiaoyu admitted without hesitation. "You rascal! Though I know not how you dispatched Ma Shu, I doubt you have reached the martial spirit realm." The old man's eyes gleamed with interest. "Let me see your true strength." With a flick of his wrist, the 4 puppets lunged at Jiang Xiaoyu. These puppets possessed the peak strength of a 9th-tier martial apprentice, albeit lacking the ability to wield spiritual energy, rendering them slightly inferior to human warriors. The old man was determined to keep his experimentation with human corpses a secret, so Jiang Xiaoyu had to remain. Moreover, observing Jiang Xiaoyu's youthful vigor sparked an even more intriguing idea in the old man's mind. Chapter 60. Initiating the submission. Before long, the 4 puppets had encircled Jiang Xiaoyu, launching their assault from all directions. "Come at me," Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, activating his shadow step technique to evade their strikes. Despite their strength, the puppets were mere marionettes, lacking independent thought, which made their movements somewhat clumsy. Jiang Xiaoyu ceased his evasions and began to clash with them directly. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyu's fist collided with the puppet, producing a muffled thud akin to striking a rock, its hardness remarkable. The puppet, impervious to pain, showed no sign of retreat. Thud! Jiang Xiaoyu was caught off guard and struck in the back, experiencing a moment of genuine pain. Excellent! Excitement surged within him. These puppets were not only resilient but also strong, providing the perfect sparring partners. With a swift motion, he shed his shirt, revealing his chiseled abs, and engaged the puppets in a fierce melee. Until now, he had yet to experience a pure brawl. This was precisely the method to cultivate the 9 transformations body technique. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed a flurry of punches against the puppets. While their relentless strikes rained upon him, he could scarcely be bothered to dodge. It was a chaotic exchange, reminiscent of a child's brawl. Who would have thought this youth so formidable, especially with that physique? The old man observed the spectacle, his mouth watering at the sight of Jiang Xiaoyu's vigorous combat against the 4 puppets. Crack! In a moment of opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyu seized one puppet, tearing its arms apart, rendering it utterly useless. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to the puppet's striking force, beginning to feel little pain. Boring. Jiang Xiaoyu ramped up his efforts, obliterating one puppet after another. Little toys, with the final puppet collapsing under his onslaught. All 4 had been vanquished. This battle had been the most exhilarating of Jiang Xiaoyu's experiences, each punch landing with satisfying impact, a true delight. Clap! Upon witnessing the destruction of his puppets, the old man not only felt no sorrow but instead clapped enthusiastically for Jiang Xiaoyu. "Young man, your physique is quite impressive." The old man wore a rather inappropriate grin. "Good grief, old man. Do you possess some peculiar proclivities?" Jiang Xiaoyu, noticing the old man's demeanor, hurriedly donned his shirt once more. "My boy, let's speak plainly. I have taken a liking to you," the old man suddenly declared, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyu. What? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine at such directness. He pulled a brick from his pocket, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the old man to spare himself from further discomfort. Without uttering another word, Jiang Xiaoyu leaped forward, aiming a vicious strike. Your body shall be mine. Become my puppet. The old man erupted in laughter, his hands weaving incantations as he conjured some arcane object, launching it towards Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu felt as if something had invaded his consciousness, rendering his actions uncontrollable. Success! The old man appeared somewhat drained after performing the spell, his complexion paling. Come here, young man. He beckoned to Jiang Xiaoyu, who found himself moving towards the old man against his will. Good grief, I can't control my body. Jiang Xiaoyu remained mentally alert, realizing he was losing control. From this day forth, you shall be my first human puppet. The old man was elated to see the compliant Jiang Xiaoyu. For this was the soul control technique, one of his most advanced spells, capable of controlling martial artists below the martial spirit realm. However, due to his low cultivation, he could only manage one at 4 years. He had searched for a suitable candidate until he encountered Jiang Xiaoyu, whose youthful strength rivaled that of a 9th-tier martial apprentice, and whose powerful physique was tailor-made for puppetry. Jiang Xiaoyu as a human puppet possessed boundless potential for growth. Wait, is this not soul power? Jiang Xiaoyu realized that the object implanted in his consciousness by the old man was a small orb of condensed soul energy, situated right beside the small pool of essence he had just manifested. Jiang Xiaoyu attempted to manipulate his soul energy and found he could still move. Soon, his own soul energy enveloped the orb, assimilating it and significantly enhancing his own power. Jiang Xiaoyu discovered he could move his body again. Yet he maintained his ruse. What is your name? Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu? How unpleasant. From now on, you shall be called Guzi. It rolls off the tongue nicely. The old man, oblivious to the changes occurring within Jiang Xiaoyu, continued to revel in his newfound discovery. His soul control technique was rather rudimentary, and with both he and Jiang Xiaoyu at the second level of Soul Master, breaking the spell posed little challenge. Guzi. Upon hearing the old man's remarks about his name being unpleasant, Jiang Xiaoyu could no longer contain himself. He swiftly brandished the brick, delivering a crushing blow to the old man's head. In an instant, the old man's skull exploded like a watermelon, and he ascended to the heavens, blissfully unaware of his demise, free from suffering. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving your first kill of a villain. Initiating the self-discipline system submission. Eliminate villains to earn rewards. Host has successfully slain a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Reward. A comprehensive guide to puppet crafting from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. The system's voice echoed, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu in utter disbelief. He had just taken a life and awakened to submission, receiving such a valuable reward. Upholding justice is a duty of the youth, yet this system seems to imply that my actions were merely for the sake of reward. In the midst of his thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily stowed the puppet crafting guide in his pocket point. One could only say that the system's submission was exceedingly considerate. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved the old man's spatial ring, effortlessly opening it with his soul power. Typically, only martial artists of the martial spirit realm could wield spatial rings, while those at the second level of Soul Master could also utilize them. Jiang Xiaoyu had just advanced to the second level, making him eligible. Inside the old man's ring lay an array of materials for puppet crafting, which at first glance seemed unremarkable. Oh, what is this? A 7th-tier spiritual herb. To his astonishment, nestled within the old man's ring was a rare 7th-tier herb, the Mou grass. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His initial quest was for the 7th-grade spirit herb, yet he had inadvertently been sidetracked by the equestrian pursuits. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon this unexpected treasure within the old man's ring. It should yield effects akin to those of beast meat. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the spirit herb and consumed it voraciously, as if devouring a head of cabbage. Goodness! As the herb's essence coursed through him, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an intense warmth enveloping his body, the energy of the herb permeating every fiber of his being. He sensed that he was on the verge of bursting, prompting him to sit cross-legged on the ground and commence the operation of the 9 transformations body technique. As he channeled the technique, that surge of energy gradually melded into his flesh, and slowly, his body began to shimmer with a bronze hue. This was a sign that the first transformation of the 9 transformations body technique, bronze skin and iron bones, was nearing completion. After a full 10 minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu finally absorbed the entirety of the 7th grade spirit herb's energy. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would likely have dropped their jaws in disbelief. 7th grade spirit herbs were something even martial artists in the martial spirit realm dared not consume raw. Lest they risk exploding their own bodies, it was time to return. Jiang Xiaoyu crushed the detoxification pills into powder and administered them to the unconscious Yang Ping and others, estimating that they would awaken in a few minutes. Approaching the cave entrance, he took a moment to carve off a piece of the Tianqing python's meat, intending to roast it when hunger struck. As for the beast's inner core, Jiang Xiaoyu decided against taking it, opting instead to leave it for Yang Ping and the others, especially considering they had lost several comrades. Quite a tragic affair. After dashing for half an hour, Jiang Xiaoyu finally glimpsed the outer edges of the Tianqing forest. "Soon, I shall return," he exclaimed joyfully. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task initiated. Swim for 20 minutes in the lake, not far to the right. Completion reward for the host. 1 universal disguise mask. Damn it, just as I expected. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Xiaoyu resignedly covered his face. He was well aware that this infernal system would not allow him to leave so easily. Curse it. If I don't perish at the hands of the beasts, I shall inevitably meet my end at the hands of this wretched system. Jiang Xiaoyu muttered a curse under his breath, yet he had no choice but to comply with the system's demands. After walking 2,000 meters to the right, Jiang Xiaoyu indeed spotted a vast lake, stretching endlessly before him, its waters appearing quite deep. Goodness, who would dare to swim in this lake? Heaven knows how many beasts lurk beneath its surface. Jiang Xiaoyu's legs trembled with fear. He had no doubt that there were monstrous creatures in this lake that could swallow him whole. Regrettably, under the oppressive authority of the system, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to leap in and commence swimming. He endeavored to navigate towards the more serene areas, fervently hoping for divine protection during these 20 minutes, praying not to encounter any ghastly entities. Merely a short distance into his swim, Jiang Xiaoyu caught sight of a colossal shadow gliding through the water. Several hundred meters away, the fin protruding above the surface being as large as a boat. Alarmed, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly paddled towards the shore. Fortunately, the shadow did not approach him. Gradually, the 20 minutes elapsed, and curiously, during that time, Jiang Xiaoyu encountered no beasts, a most peculiar occurrence. Whatever, as long as the task is completed. Jiang Xiaoyu delightedly stowed the universal disguise mask into his spatial ring and prepared to return to the shore. Ah, goodness! To his surprise, as he turned around, he found a young woman on the shore, gazing at him with a smile. Jiang Xiaoyu was thoroughly startled. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was merely a girl. "Miss, your manner is rather alarming. Do you not know that frightening someone could lead to dire consequences?" Jiang Xiaoyu composed himself and slowly approached the girl. It was then that he clearly observed her features. He was taken aback. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, significantly shorter than Jiang Xiaoyu, with long hair cascading around her collarbone. Her nose was delicate, her lips petite, and her large, glimmering eyes blinked innocently, giving her an utterly harmless appearance. Just from her visage, it was evident that with a couple more years of growth, she would become a breathtaking beauty. What astonished Jiang Xiaoyu most was her attire, a strikingly revealing red ancient dress, featuring high slits, leaving little to the imagination. Her fair, supple skin left Jiang Xiaoyu swallowing hard. "Miss, what brings you to this perilous place all alone?" Jiang Xiaoyu quickly regained his composure. After all, he had seen much of the world and wouldn't be easily swayed by this young girl. However, she merely continued to smile at him, offering no response. Jiang Xiaoyu proceeded to pose several more questions, yet the girl remained silent, her smile unwavering. "What is your name, young lady?" "Xiao Jiu." At last, Jiang Xiaoyu heard her speak. Learning her name was Xiao Jiu. After probing, he realized that this striking girl seemed to possess some cognitive impairments, unable to respond to any queries. Could she have been abducted and lost? This was Jiang Xiaoyu's initial thought. I should take her back to Imo City and perhaps post a missing person notice online. Jiang Xiaoyu resolved this in his mind. He removed his outer jacket and draped it over the girl. Her attire was far too provocative. It would not do for others to see her like this. "Might I escort you out of here?" Jiang Xiaoyu tentatively inquired, observing that the girl exhibited no reaction. He took her hand and began to lead her towards the outskirts of the Teasing forest. Fortuitously, you encountered me, a virtuous gentleman. Otherwise, with your looks, you would surely attract unwanted attention from others. Jiang Xiaoyu muttered to himself as they walked. Indifferent to whether the girl could comprehend his words, unbeknownst to him, a flicker of understanding passed through Xiaoju's eyes. As they continued, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that dusk was approaching and darkness would soon envelop the land. Oh no, I can only wait until tomorrow to return, Jiang Xiaoyu lamented. According to the customs of Mo City, once night falls, the city gates would close tightly to prevent any beasts from infiltrating. Many beasts possess a significant advantage at night, thriving in the darkness compared to humans. Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to seek refuge in a nearby cave for the night. Would you care for something to eat? Jiang Xiaoyu grilled some of the Tianqing python's meat and offered it to Xiaojiu, who accepted it with a puzzled expression but began to eat delicately. As she continued, Xiaojiu reached out for more, her demeanor indicating that she still desired more food. These ruffians, look at how emaciated this child has become. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart ached at the sight of Xiaojiu's state. Big brother, there's a cave here. We can spend the night. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Chapter 62. The slaughter of the old snake skin. Jiang Xiaoyu's instincts kicked in, sensing that the individuals outside were likely hunters who had chosen to remain overnight. If these individuals were akin to the equestrian, it would pose a significant problem. Big brother, there are people here. Soon, a group of 4 entered, shouldering various beast carcasses. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly assessed that they appeared to be a hunting team. Friends, may we share this cave for the night? The leader of the group, a man with a scar on his right cheek, was surprisingly polite, greeting Jiang Xiaoyu as soon as he entered. No worries. I understand. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the man's courtesy. It seemed not everyone was ill-natured. The cave was quite spacious, around 50 to 60 square meters, accommodating several individuals comfortably. Before long, the group settled opposite Jiang Xiaoyu. Observing Xiaojiu beside him, he noted that the girl remained unperturbed by the newcomers, still gazing at him with a bright smile, resembling a simpleton. Sigh. One wonders what this child has endured to become so dazed. Jiang Xiaoyu gently patted Xiaojiu's head. Xiaojiu, quite amiably, nestled her head against Jiang Xiaoyu's chest, reveling in the affection. Big brother, that person looks to be just a half-grown child. Why are you treating him with such courtesy? One of the underlings voiced his confusion, for their leader was typically a ruthless character, yet he was acting differently now. What do you know? Anyone brave enough to spend the night outside deserves respect, even if they're just a child. The scarred man was no fool and would not judge based on appearances. Big brother, look beside that youth. There's a woman with him, coming to the Teasing forest and bringing a woman along. He truly knows how to enjoy himself. An envious underling remarked. Useless, you can't even focus when a woman is present. What great achievements do you think you can accomplish? The scarred man gazed at his subordinate's pitiful appearance, expressing a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a student's failure. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance towards Jiang Xiaoyu, who was nearby. He had noticed Xiaojiu earlier, but the dim lighting within the cave had obscured his view. Now, with the fire pit newly ignited, the cavern was illuminated considerably. At this very moment, Xiaojiu removed the outer garment that Jiang Xiaoyu had draped over her, revealing a large expanse of fair skin to the eyes of the scarred man and his companions. Coupled with Xiaojiu's breathtaking beauty, the sight left them drooling. Xiaojiu, put that on. You will attract unwanted attention. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily wrapped the outer garment back around Xiaojiu, cautiously glancing at the men, only to find them utterly entranced. Clearing his throat, Jiang Xiaoyu coughed to bring the dazed expressions back to reality. I wonder which shameless soul bought you that outfit, exposing you like this, he thought. Resolving to purchase a proper wardrobe for the girl upon their return to Mo City, Xiaojiu, sensing Jiang Xiaoyu's irritation, refrained from shedding her outerwear this time. B brother, that girl is extraordinarily beautiful, one of the younger subordinates exclaimed, just recovering from the shock of Xiaojiu's beauty. And oh kidding, do you really need to say that? In my decades of life, I have never encountered such a gem. The scarred man felt a growing unease within him. All of them were lecherous men, and seeing such a stunning beauty for the first time stirred tumultuous feelings. Brother, no matter how strong that kid is, he is utterly wasting such a beauty by keeping her around. One of the younger subordinates finally voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the scarred man ceased to argue and began to ponder. Under normal circumstances, he would avoid conflict, but now, an irresistible temptation lay before him. Brother, look at how provocatively that girl is dressed. She must not be a good person. Why not let the brothers have a little fun? Another subordinate added, fanning the flames. All right, let us do it, but I get to go first. The scarred man gritted his teeth and consented. They were hunters who danced on the edge of danger, toiling for what? Merely for money and women. Now, a stunning beauty was right before them, making the risk worthwhile. Without further ado, the scarred man's group rose and slowly approached Jiang Xiaoyu. Sensing their intentions, Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively shielded Xiaojiu behind him. What do you intend to do? Jiang Xiaoyu remained composed, assessing that this group was likely comparable to Yang Ping and his associates, with the strongest among them merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial disciple. Hardly a challenge for him at this moment. Little brother, your companion is so lovely, my brothers would like to have a little fun too. Don't worry, we will definitely provide you with satisfactory compensation. The scarred man leered, believing that if money could resolve the matter, all would be well in his eyes. Women were like garments, and under their intimidation. Perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu would acquiesce. Unfortunately, he had encountered Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xiaoyu's anger surged. He had always believed that those who forced themselves upon women were scoundrels. Never did he expect to face such a situation. Thinking of Xiaojia's innocent and naive demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu brandished a brick and charged forward. Damn, this kid is going off script. How bold. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu rush in, the scarred man and his cohorts drew their weapons. Preparing for battle, I'll hold off this brat. You lot go grab that girl, the scarred man shouted, and his subordinates understood, rushing towards Xiaojiu. Observing this, Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed his full speed, swiftly intercepting the assailants, and then swung the brick at them. Crack! One subordinate raised his sword in defense, only to have Jiang Xiaoyu shatter it effortlessly, followed by the brick slamming into his chest, causing him to spew blood and collapse. Unconscious, Jiang Xiaoyu did not pause and continued his assault on the remaining men. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu protect her, the originally dazed Xiaojiu's eyes sparkled with life. Except for the scarred man, all the other subordinates were martial disciples at the 8th level, a level of skill that paled in comparison to Jiang Xiaoyu. Within a few exchanges, the subordinates fell, lifeless on the ground, their demise swift enough to leave even the scarred man taken aback. Damn you, return my brother's life. If earlier his motivations had been rooted in lust, now the scarred man's fury was purely for vengeance. He had not anticipated Jiang Xiaoyu's strength, which had dispatched his brothers in the blink of an eye. Raging Wave Palm. Jiang Xiaoyu, consumed by anger, had no intention of playing around. He unleashed his ultimate move, summoning 5 phantoms of the Raging Wave, striking towards the scarred man. The scarred man was unable to muster his full strength before he let out a wail, collapsing beneath the might of Jiang Xiaoyu's Raging Wave Palm. The power of Jiang Xiaoyu's technique had significantly increased since their last encounter. With his diligent training, he believed he would soon be able to manifest the 6th level of Raging Wave. Serves you right. Jiang Xiaoyu spat on the ground, surveying the corpses strewn about, feeling no remorse. After all, he had been a fine young man of the 21st century, staunchly opposed to vice and immorality. Weren't these scoundrels? Why hasn't the system rewarded me for this mission yet? Jiang Xiaoyu had been awaiting some response from the system, having eliminated several villains. Ding, attention, host. Only the elimination of malevolent beings at the martial spirit level and above will yield rewards. The system's voice broke the silence, seemingly answering Jiang Xiaoyu's unvoiced query. No wonder. I thought the rewards would be easier to obtain. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet accepted the outcome. Xiaojiu? It's all clear now. Jiang Xiaoyu turned with a smile, only to see Xiaojiu gleefully running towards him, embracing him. Chapter 63. Return to Imo City. This was the first time Jiang Xiaoyu had received an embrace from a girl, causing him to blush unexpectedly, unsure of how to react. Ding! Self-discipline time has commenced. Host self-discipline task, 30 push-ups, task reward. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in once more. Damn it, that wretched system is ruining the moment. Jiang Xiaoyu cursed internally, though he felt a bit shy. He was quite enjoying the experience, and now the system had to interfere. Resignedly, Jiang Xiaoyu gently pushed Xiaojiu away. Xiaojiu, Could you let go for a moment? I have a bit of a problem. After pushing Xiaojiu aside, he immediately dropped to the ground to commence his push-ups. Xiaojiu, taken aback, wondered what was happening. How could a man reject her embrace? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been deemed a lunatic by Xiaojiu. Title Lunatic activated. Reward. Breakthrough to the 9th level of Martial Disciple. Jiang Xiaoyu, still doing push-ups, was momentarily stunned by the system's announcement. This title, which had only been triggered once before, had resurfaced, and it was thanks to Xiaojiu. This meant that the seemingly foolish Xiaojiu actually considered him a lunatic. Jiang Xiaoyu felt utterly bemused. The fool was indeed himself, from Xiaojiu's behavior. It was clear she was not simple-minded. She simply preferred silence. As night deepened, Jiang Xiaoyu fell into a dream within the cave, though he remained alert to any disturbances. Suddenly, Xiaojiu, sleeping beside him, opened her beautiful eyes, glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, and exited the cave. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyu would have detected someone passing by, but this time he remained still. Xiaojiu darted out of the cave and began sprinting deep into the forest. Leaping gracefully among the treetops, her speed many times greater than Jiang Xiaoyu's. Soon, Xiaojiu halted before a massive, indistinct creature, an unknown beast of formidable presence. Princess Jiu, please return with me. Suddenly, the enormous creature spoke in human language, its voice booming like thunder, causing the other beasts in the forest to tremble in fear. Second uncle, inform father that I will be exploring the human world for a while and will return shortly. At that moment, Xiaojiu's gaze was sharp and wise, shedding her earlier silly demeanor. Princess Jiu, the human world is fraught with complexities. Those people are treacherous and cunning. If your identity is discovered, it could lead to trouble. I am fully aware of that, and I will be cautious. Besides, even if my identity were to be revealed, who would dare to touch me? Xiaojiu replied confidently. Moreover, I have encountered a rather intriguing human. A smile crept across Xiaojiu's face as she thought of Jiang Xiaoyu. But, Princess Jiu, enough. I will return when I have had my fill of fun. You lack the authority to interfere with my decisions. With that, Xiaojiu's demeanor shifted to one of fierce determination as she turned and departed. Sigh. The unknown beast let out a lament before vanishing into the depths of the forest. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu set out with Xiaojiu towards Imo City. What is going on? Why have I walked for so long without encountering a single beast? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a tinge of confusion, while the ever-smiling Xiaojiu remained silent. With her presence, what beast would dare to cause trouble? Wait a moment. I need to change my appearance. Despite having endured so much in the Tianqing forest, it had only been 2 days. The students of the Qinglong Martial Academy were still honing their skills. Furthermore, Li and Li Chong surely presumed he had met his demise at the jaws of a beast, if he were to reveal himself now. With the academy head still absent and the formidable Li Tianba backing him, the situation could become quite precarious. Fortunately, the system had just rewarded him with a versatile disguise mask. Upon donning the mask and envisioning an ordinary visage, it promptly transformed into that of an unremarkable youth, snugly adhering to Jiang Xiaoyu's face, appearing as authentic as the original. Perfect. This unremarkable appearance will attract no undue attention. My handsome face has always been too ostentatious. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved a mirror, admiring his new look with satisfaction. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's transformation, Xiaojiu could not help but sigh, acknowledging the cunning nature of humans. Xiaojiu, do you find my newfound ordinariness less striking than before, difficult to adjust to? Jiang Xiaoyu feigned inquiry, only to receive an eye roll from Xiaojiu. I see, Xiaojiu. You are certainly not truly foolish. Upon witnessing Xiaojiu's reaction, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly understood. It's just that I'm not accustomed to conversing with others. This time, Xiaojiu responded, and her words rang true. Since her successful transformation, Jiang Xiaoyu was the first human with whom she had spoken. Oh, worry not, for I shall be here from now on. There is no need to fear. Jiang Xiaoyu gently patted Xiaojiu's head, initially believing she had been mistreated by nefarious individuals, causing her reluctance to engage with humans. As Jiang Xiaoyu's hand approached, Xiaojiu felt an unfamiliar warmth. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely met with dire consequences. Yet, the comfort of Jiang Xiaoyu's touch was a pleasant surprise, even to her, a noble beast of royal lineage. At last, they returned. Soon enough, the duo arrived in Imo City. It was Xiaojiu's first venture into the human realm, and everything around her was a source of wonder as she gazed left and right, embodying the essence of curiosity. The first order of business upon entering the city was a visit to a women's clothing store. Where Jiang Xiaoyu procured a new outfit for Xiaojiam. I have no idea what styles you prefer, so I chose this set. It's versatile. Without regard for Xiaojiam's taste, Jiang Xiaoyu bought her a charming JK dress. To his delight, Xiaojiam, upon changing, resembled a school beauty in the throes of first love. Gazing into the mirror, she twirled, lifting the hem of her dress. Human clothing is indeed far more appealing. Jiang Xiaoyu had stowed away her original, revealing attire in the old man's spatial ring. Following that, Jiang Xiaoyu took Xiaojiam to a nearby restaurant, ordering several small dishes. To his astonishment, Xiaojiam devoured them with the fervor of one who had never tasted food before, consuming several plates as if they were mere appetizers, hardly befitting a young lady. Have you heard? The Alchemist Guild in Emo City is hosting a selection competition for alchemists. Any soul master can participate. Even if you don't get chosen, outstanding performances will earn you a 7th grade spiritual herb, the Tian Hai flower, as a reward. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been eating, overheard nearby patrons discussing the event. Though initially uninterested in such matters, the mention of the 7th grade Tian Hai flower piqued his interest. It was a crucial ingredient for his 9 turns dominant body technique to break through the first transition of copper skin and iron bones. Now at the 9th level of martial discipleship, he anticipated his imminent breakthrough into the martial spirit realm and recognized the need to prepare. This alchemist selection competition could be worth attending. Chapter 64. The Alchemist Selection Competition. After their meal, Jiang Xiaoyu led Xiaojiam to a hotel room for the night. As fate would have it, the establishment had only one room available, a couple's suite. Consequently, the receptionist shot Jiang Xiaoyu a warning glance. "This is my younger sister, my sister," Jiang Xiaoyu hastily clarified, relieved that Xiaojiam cooperatively leaned close to him. Otherwise, the receptionist might have suspected him of attempting to deceive an underage girl. Upon entering the room and switching on the lights, he was greeted by an array of colorful, suggestive lighting that instantly created an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Navi Xiaojiam found the ambience intriguing. Her curiosity piqued. "You take the bed. I shall sleep on the sofa." Once inside, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed a sofa, which eased his mind. "Can't we sleep together?" Xiaojiam questioned innocently, her large eyes wide with curiosity. At this, Jiang Xiaoyu nearly lost his composure. "Xiaojiam, that's quite inappropriate. Men and women who are not married should not share a bed. It could lead to misunderstandings." He turned to explain, having realized over their 2 days together that this stunning young lady seemed blissfully unaware of many social norms. "Married?" Xiaojiam pondered, recalling that her parents were referred to as such in the human world. Blushing at the thought, she had only assumed that sharing a bed would be warmer, and she genuinely enjoyed Jiang Xiaoyu's scent. Having not considered any deeper implications, he truly is a good person. Xiaojiam gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling a surge of admiration for him. Aware of her own beauty in this new form, she appreciated his ability to remain steadfast in the face of such allure. "Well then, I shall retire for the night," Jiang Xiaoyu announced, heading to wash up before lying down on the sofa. After all, the presence of a solitary man and woman in a room, particularly with a naive beauty, could prove challenging for him to manage over time. Xiaojiam chuckled softly and settled onto the bed. As night deepened, Jiang Xiaoyu drifted into a peaceful slumber, indulging in dreams of conquering the world. Suddenly, an untimely notification interrupted his rest. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task released. 30 push-ups on the bed. Task completion reward. A package of spring flower powder. Jiang Xiaoyu nearly erupted in frustration upon hearing the system's announcement. Not only was he denied sleep in the dead of night, but he was also being assigned a task. On the bed, no less. After all, Xiaojiam was sound asleep there. And what was this reward? Spring flower powder? It hardly sounded reputable. Cursing the system under his breath, Jiang Xiaoyu stealthily climbed onto Xiaojiam's bed, hoping against hope that he would not rouse her while completing his push-ups. However, Xiaojiam was no ordinary being. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu stirred, she awakened. Sensing someone climbing onto her bed, she recalled her father's warning, "Humans are not to be trusted. They present one face while concealing another." Just moments ago, Jiang Xiaoyu had acted so noble. Yet here he was, attempting to invade her bed in the dead of night. Though initially disgusted by the notion, she feigned sleep. contemplating that if Jiang Xiaoyu were to attempt anything untoward, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Moments later, she heard the sound of him moving, and her curiosity got the better of her. Turning to look, she was taken aback to find Jiang Xiaoyu doing push-ups beside her. "Xiaojiam, you're awake?" "My apologies, I have a peculiar habit. Sometimes I cannot control my actions," Jiang Xiaoyu explained as he noticed her awake. Xiaojiam regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with innocent eyes, recalling a similar incident that had transpired in the cave, and she found herself believing him. "Xiaoyu Gij, you're actually quite adorable." Surprising him with her words, Xiaojiam leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Muah. In her world, such gestures were not deemed overly conservative, provided the recipient was someone she admired. "Goodness, I can't take this." Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, and he hurried back to the sofa. This was his first kiss from a girl. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's appearance, Xiao Jiu's smile grew even brighter. That night, Jiang Xiaoyu hardly slept well. The memory of that kiss made her feel as if ants were crawling all over her. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu took Xiao Jiu to the Alchemist Guild, preparing to witness the alchemist selection competition. Initially, she intended to assist Xiao Jiu in posting a missing persons notice online, but to her surprise, Xiao Jiu directly stated that she had no parents or relatives. This left Jiang Xiaoyu feeling quite helpless. It seemed that this little girl would likely be following her for the time being. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that a vast area had already been set up, spanning several hundred square meters, and it was packed with people, most of whom appeared to be there for the spectacle. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Alchemist Selection Competition in Emo City." Over the years, the influx of fresh talent into our Alchemist Guild has dwindled. This competition aims to select young individuals with innate alchemical talent. Those chosen will undoubtedly receive training from our esteemed guild. A well-dressed, middle-aged man stepped forward, announcing loudly that of course, even if you don't get selected, as long as you perform well, you can still receive a level 7 spiritual herb, the Tian High Flower. Anyone who has reached the first rank of Soul Master is welcome to participate. An alchemist, if selected, wealth and power will be within easy reach. How enviable! Unfortunately, I have yet to awaken my soul power. The crowd began to buzz with excitement. "Look, that's Emo Yin from the Emo family. I've heard she's awakened river-level soul power. She must be a top contender in this selection." Among the crowd, a cold, aloof girl in a dark green gown drew everyone's attention. The Emo family is the foremost clan in Emo City, and Emo Yin has awakened river-level soul power. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled that his own soul power level had been measured as ocean level, and that was even when he had restrained himself. "Kid, is that all you find interesting? Are you claiming to be stronger than Emo Yin?" A loud voice from the side interrupted Jiang Xiaoyu's thoughts, clearly displeased. This Emo Yin is the goddess of many single men in Emo City. It was unexpected for a brat to belittle her. "Perhaps," Jiang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, showing no courtesy. "You're quite the cocky one, aren't you? Do you even remember your own surname?" The burly man glared at Jiang Xiaoyu. Clearly irate, "If you have the guts, why don't you sign up and show me?" He mocked. "I was going to participate as well," Jiang Xiaoyu replied, taking Xiao Jiu to the registration desk. The burly man sneered. "This kid sure has a knack for showing off." Emo Yin, peak of the first-rank Soul Master. Suddenly, the middle-aged host shouted. "When signing up, everyone must declare their cultivation level. Miss Emo Yin, so young yet at the peak of the first-rank Soul Master. Your future is limitless." The crowd erupted in admiration. Chen Sheng, second-rank Soul Master, Chen Sheng, also a scion of a prominent local family, was highly regarded. A second-rank Soul Master is akin to the martial artist's spirit realm. And although he was a bit older at 20, he was still formidable, a strong contender in this competition. After registering, Chen Sheng rushed to Emo Yan's side, initiating conversation, though it was mostly him speaking while Emo Yin replied with the occasional indifferent comment. It was said that Chen Sheng had been pursuing the Emo family's young lady, but she had always ignored him, given her superior talent and lineage. As time passed, several more individuals registered, but they were all ordinary first-rank Soul Masters without notable backgrounds, failing to spark much discussion. Finally, it was Jiang Xiaoyu's turn. He approached the registration desk slowly. "Wow, this kid is really signing up. He has got guts." The burly man, who had mocked Jiang Xiaoyu earlier, was taken aback that he was serious. "You Xiao Jiang, second-rank Soul Master?" the host announced loudly, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. This young man, who appeared so youthful, was actually a second-rank soul master. Although Jiang Xiaoyu had altered his appearance to seem more ordinary, he still looked much the same age as before. What? He actually has second-rank soul master status. The burly man was even more astonished, recalling Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier words. It seemed he was not just boasting but speaking the truth. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. The burly man felt a bit embarrassed, relieved that no one had noticed his earlier comments. This young man must be an outsider. I haven't seen him in Imo City before. If he had such talent, he would have been famous long ago. The crowd began to speculate about Jiang Xiaoyu. Second-rank soul master? Imo Yin was equally taken aback. Her own soul power talent had always been the best in Imo City, leading her to be quite proud. However, this seemingly unremarkable young man, who appeared to be her age, possessed the cultivation level of a second-rank soul master. Could it be that his soul power talent surpassed her own river level? That was implausible. Mo Yin shook her head. If he were indeed stronger than river level, he would at least be ocean level. Such a talent could not possibly exist in a small place like Imo City. It would have already been snatched up by larger powers. Nonetheless, she found herself intrigued by Jiang Xiaoyu and approached him. Hello, you Xiao Jiang, Mo Yin greeted with a smile. This scene caused quite a stir among the onlookers. Wow, is this really the Mo Yin goddess? I thought she never acknowledged men. How could she now take the initiative to greet someone? Moreover, this boy looked rather unfortunate. The crowd buzzed with envy, especially Chun Shang, whose jealousy was palpable. He had just tried to converse with Mo Yin, only for her to ignore him, yet now she was approaching another man. Hello? Jiang Xiaoyu replied coolly, wishing to avoid any further entanglement with Mo Yin. Beautiful women often bring trouble, and this was a lesson Jiang Xiaoyu had learned. With Xiaoju now unable to leave his side, he did not wish to engage with any other women. Mo Yin was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's indifference. She had never encountered a man in Imo City who was so cool towards her. Suddenly, she noticed Xiao Jiu beside Jiang Xiaoyu, dressed simply in a little dress, without even a trace of makeup, yet she exuded an astonishing charm. Even Imo Yin had to concede that this girl's beauty surpassed her own. Seeing Imo Yin appraising her, Xiao Jiu immediately took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. Understanding dawned on Imo Yin. With such a clingy and beautiful girlfriend, it was no wonder this young man had such an attitude. He simply was not interested in her. However, the more she realized this, the more intrigued she became by Jiang Xiaoyu. Why you Xiao Jiang? If I'm not mistaken, you must possess river-level soul power, right? Mo Yin inquired further. Roughly, Jiang Xiaoyu thought the girl was rather annoying and intended to brush her off casually. Little Yin, what are you talking to this bumpkin for? He doesn't deserve to speak with you. Just then, Chun Shang could no longer contain himself and rushed over. To him, Jiang Xiaoyu's appearance, attire, and demeanor were all of the lowest caliber. He looked like he was from the countryside. Chen Shang, I've told you not to call me Little Yin, Mo Yin said, visibly irritated, though not at the way he belittled Jiang Xiaoyu, but rather at his use of the diminutive. She planned to use this sycophantic Chun Shang to gauge Jiang Xiaoyu's capabilities. Jiang Xiaoyu saw through Mo Yin's intentions and thought to himself that this woman was not to be trusted. He had no desire to waste time on such trivial matters. He simply wanted to grab the level 7 spiritual herb and leave. He had no intention of engaging with either of them. Stop at that moment. Chen Sheng blocked Jiang Xiaoyu's path. Kid, I advise you to keep your distance from my Little Yin. Know your place. Chen Sheng spoke in a tone reminiscent of a nouveau riche. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an urge to slap the man twice. Why was there always such a fool around? Of course, with so many people present, he didn't want to cause trouble and refrained from acting. Just as he was about to retort, an awkward situation arose. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform a segment of the Jiangnan style dance. Task completion reward. Fire control talent maxed out. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Xiaoyu slapped his forehead in exasperation. Why not just rename it the social death system? Jiang Xiaoyu muttered a curse under his breath and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, boldly strode to the center of the stage. Chapter 66, Mastery of Fire Control Talent, Appa Jiangnan Style. As the system's music resonated within his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu began to perform an awkward dance. What is wrong with that brother? Has he been provoked by Qin Shang? In an instant, the entire audience regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with strange expressions. Only Xiaoju had a rough idea, suspecting that Jiang Xiaoyu had once again fallen into his old habits. I thought he was some aloof character. Turns out he is just a shy show-off. Meanwhile, Mo Yin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier serious demeanor was now a stark contrast to his current antics. This brat doesn't take my words to heart at all. How infuriating, Qin Sheng, upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's embarrassing dance, felt humiliated and vowed to show him who was boss later. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, fire control talent maxed out. At last, Jiang Xiaoyu finished. What a timely reward. If Jiang Xiaoyu's guess was correct, this fire control ability was essential for alchemy, and he hadn't expected the system to deliver it so promptly. That mortifying scene earlier was not in vain. That was merely a spontaneous performance. Jiang Xiaoyu approached Xiaojiao, addressing those around him with their peculiar gazes. Kid, keep your distance. Chen Shang stepped forward again, intent on teaching Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson. You brat, scram. Jiang Xiaoyu had no desire to engage with such an irritable person and shot back a retort that nearly sent Chen Shang into a rage. Just as Chen Shang was about to explode, the host's voice rang out. All participants in the selection competition, please come to the center of the stage. After ensuring Xiaoji was seated in the front row of the audience, Jiang Xiaoyu walked over as well. He surveyed the scene. This time, including himself, there were a total of 10 soul masters participating in the selection competition. In a city of several 100,000, to have so few soul masters present highlighted their rarity. Among these individuals, only Jiang Xiaoyu and Chen Shang were at the second rank of soul masters that, of course, alchemical talent was unrelated to one's cultivation level. This alchemist selection competition would consist of 3 rounds. The first round would assess everyone's fire control talent. An exceptional alchemist must possess outstanding fire control skills. Shortly, each of you will receive a fire control technique. This is specifically designed by our alchemist guild to test fire control talent. Depending on the level of talent, the color produced by using this technique will vary. There are 4 levels: white, yellow, blue, and purple, with purple being the highest. After the host concluded, staff members distributed the techniques to Jiang Xiaoyu and the other 9 participants. You all have 20 minutes to master it. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the technique in his hands, and upon a mere glance, it felt as though he had been using this fire control skill for years. He subtly opened his palm and began to gather flames, and soon, a violet flame appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly extinguished the flame. This is the hallmark of a maxed-out fire control talent. Effortlessly conjuring the highest level of violet flame. This is utterly simplistic. Jiang Xiaoyu observed the other contestants on stage. Some were furrowed in concentration, while others appeared relaxed and confident. Both Mo Yin and Chen Shang wore expressions of assurance, yet continued to study their techniques. Only Jiang Xiaoyu seemed distracted, having barely glanced at the technique. Look, that Yu Shaojing is just standing there doing nothing. An audience member noted Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor. Sigh, he must have realized he has no grasp of the technique and given up. Someone lamented, Jiang Xiaoyu is a second-rank soul master, yet it seems he possesses no alchemical talent at all. What a waste. I had thought he was a promising prospect. Even the host of the Alchemist Guild shook his head upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's current state. At this point, he either couldn't comprehend it at all or had fully mastered it without needing to look. Fully mastered. How could that be? Soon, 20 minutes elapsed, and reactions varied among the participants. Now, each person would take turns showcasing their results. As the host concluded, Chen Shang was the first to jump forward. Allow me to go first. I'll set an example for everyone. Chen Shang appeared exceedingly confident. As he activated the technique, a cluster of yellow flames gradually formed in his palm. Yellow flames? Not bad. The judges from the Alchemist Guild nodded in approval upon seeing the yellow flame. Generally speaking, being able to produce yellow flames indicates potential to become a standard alchemist. Who would have thought that Chen Shang possessed such talent? It seems the Qin family may soon have an alchemist in their ranks, indeed. I initially thought he was merely a spoiled rich kid. The audience expressed their admiration for Chen Shang. Kid, did you see that? This is my talent. No matter how good your soul power talent is, you cannot become an alchemist. Chen Shang even took the time to gloat in front of Jiang Xiaoyu, having witnessed Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier demeanor. Clearly indicating he had no alchemical talent, Jiang Xiaoyu merely rolled his eyes and paid him no mind. Following him, many others began to showcase their skills, yet most produced standard white flames, and one individual even failed to produce a white flame. Leaving in embarrassment, now it's Mo Yin's turn. I wonder how her fire control talent measures up. Although she possesses the Zhanghe level soul power talent, alchemy, and soul power talent are unrelated. I suspect she will likely only produce white flames as well. Mo Yan's appearance sparked discussions among the audience, as she was the focal point of the city. Calmly, Mo Yan stepped to the center of the stage, swiftly activating the technique, and soon, yellow flames formed in her palm. Moreover, the hue of the flames was notably deep yellow, far more striking than Chen Shang's. Wow, she has a privileged background and is beautiful. Who would have guessed her fire control talent would be so impressive? Miss Mo Yan, you are truly remarkable. I fear the gap between us will only widen. A burly man lamented. Almost there, she could have broken through to blue flames. On the judges' panel, several elder alchemists were visibly impressed, as Mo Yan had exceeded their expectations. Her fire control talent was even superior to that of some judges when they were young. Observing the crowd's admiration, Mo Yan strutted over to Jiang Xiaoyu like a proud peacock. What do you think of my fire control talent? Mo Yan, with a hint of arrogance, recalled Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier indifference toward her. Clearly seeking a bit of revenge. Just average, Jiang Xiaoyu impatiently replied, finding her sense of superiority utterly tedious. Just wait. You'll soon be the one in an embarrassing position. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's nonchalant attitude, Mo Yan began to harbor disdain for him. Clearly possessing no talent yet still claiming to be average. Isn't that just the hallmark of an average Joe? The final contestant, please showcase your talent. As the host's voice rang out, Jiang Xiaoyu slowly walked to the center of the stage. Chapter 67. Mastery of Herb Identification. Talent. Jiang Xiaoyu's entrance went largely unnoticed by many. In their eyes, he was highly unlikely to even summon a white flame and would likely exit in disgrace. I look forward to seeing you struggle to produce flames while still trying to act tough. Mo Yan envisioned Jiang Xiaoyu's impending embarrassment. In the center of the stage, Jiang Xiaoyu did not even chant the technique. The flames manifested as if they were his pet, emerging effortlessly. White flames? I can't believe he can conjure flames. That's rare. The crowd gasped in surprise at the sight of the white flames in Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. Just white flames? Who does he think he is to speak to me like that? Mo Yan detested men who flaunted themselves. Clearly rubbish. Just white flames. Chen Shang spat in disdain. Suddenly, the white flames in Jiang Xiaoyu's palm transformed into yellow. Before the audience could fully register their astonishment, the yellow flames instantaneously shifted to blue. Finally, Jiang Xiaoyu's flames stabilized at blue. This was a result of Jiang Xiaoyu's intentional control. Had he displayed violet flames directly, it would likely have caused unnecessary trouble. Maintaining a low profile was prudent. The audience stood in stunned silence for several seconds before erupting into a fervor. What the hell? This flame can change color? Blue flames, what level is that? A bystander remarked, knowing blue flames were impressive but unaware of their true significance. Just look at the judges. Someone pointed toward the judges' panel, where the alchemists were rising to their feet. Astonished by Jiang Xiaoyu. As the saying goes, the knowledgeable recognize the craft. These judges certainly understood the significance of blue flames. Except for headquarters, the leaders of the other branches of the Alchemist Guild had all possessed blue-level fire control talent in their youth. This implied that Jiang Xiaoyu might one day reach the level of branch leader in fire control. At this moment, both Chen Shang and Mo Yan were left speechless and shocked. I refused to accept this. I suspect this kid's flames are a trick. Just moments ago, he clearly had not practiced the incantations. Suddenly, Chen Shang shouted loudly at the judging panel. Many, including the judges, shared Chen Shang's skepticism regarding this assertion. No need to rush. Allow me to investigate. Shortly thereafter, an elder descended from the judging panel, eager to discern the authenticity of the flames. The elderly man scrutinized the blue fire in Jiang Xiaoyu's palm, and after a moment, stood up to declare, "This contestant's flames are entirely legitimate." At this pronouncement, Chen Shang was nearly engulfed in fury. "You must have employed some deceitful means, you rascal." Unyielding, Chen Shang approached Jiang Xiaoyu with an intimidating glare. "Enough! If you persist in your unreasonable antics, you shall be disqualified from the competition." An elder from the judging panel sternly halted Chen Shang. Jiang Xiaoyu had become their focal point. Should his other two talents prove commendable, he would undoubtedly be a prime candidate for the Alchemist Guild's future cultivation. "Yu Xiaojing, I apologize. It was my fault." Mo Yan approached Jiang Xiaoyu's side, intending to apologize, as it was evident that Jiang Xiaoyu could become an exceptional alchemist. "Oh." Jiang Xiaoyu merely cast her a fleeting glance, unwilling to engage in conversation. This woman truly was insufferably pretentious, with a thick skin. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's indifference, Mo Yan's irritation flared. With her haughty disposition, she had lowered herself to offer an apology. Yet Jiang Xiaoyu appeared to regard her with disdain. This was more distressing than insults. Could it be that Mo Yan was so unremarkable in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes? Gazing at Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Mo Yan's expression darkened, her thoughts inscrutable. Contestants, please take a moment to rest. The second round of tests shall commence shortly. Everyone is aware that medicinal pills are primarily crafted from spiritual herbs and various materials. As alchemists, we engage with an array of spiritual herbs daily. Therefore, an outstanding alchemist must possess a unique sensitivity to these herbs. Thus, this round of testing will assess whether you can accurately identify the spiritual herbs. Soon, staff members distributed 3 bundles of spiritual herbs to each contestant. Among these 3 bundles, only 3 stems were genuine spiritual herbs. Your task now is to identify those 3 authentic stems. You have 20 minutes. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the 3 large bundles of spiritual herbs, momentarily bewildered. Each bundle contained hundreds of identical herbs, making it quite a challenge to identify the genuine ones. Moreover, even the counterfeit herbs had undergone special treatment by the Alchemist Guild, making them indistinguishable from the real thing. Jiang Xiaoyu began to examine the herbs meticulously when suddenly, he detected a subtle scent. Though faint, the fragrance was distinctive enough for Jiang Xiaoyu to discern the difference. This must be the scent of genuine spiritual herbs. Just as he was about to locate the authentic herbs, an alert chimed. Self-discipline task activated. 5 minutes of yoga. Task completion reward. Herb recognition talent leveled up. Jiang Xiaoyu, accustomed to the system's peculiar antics, sighed and began practicing yoga right there. Look at that Yu Xiao Jing. What's she doing? Those bizarre movements, how utterly embarrassing. Who knows, perhaps she's employing some unconventional method. At this moment, no one believed Jiang Xiaoyu had abandoned the competition. Rather, they scrutinized him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Meanwhile, the other contestants struggled to discern the herbs, many at a complete loss, and thus some began to observe Jiang Xiaoyu. Eager to see what this audacious youth would do in this regard, Mo Yan had considerable talent. She had already uncovered the trick to identifying the herbs and would soon pinpoint the genuine ones. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. Herb recognition talent leveled up. Jiang Xiaoyu stood up. The moment he received the reward, he instantly recognized the 3 distinct genuine herbs at a glance. No special skills were required. Judges, I have identified them. Jiang Xiaoyu wasted no time, presenting the 3 genuine herbs in his hands and announcing loudly. His proclamation sent shockwaves through the other contestants. Had only 10 minutes passed? An elder from the judging panel hurried down to inspect Jiang Xiaoyu's herbs. Yu Xiao Jing, all 3 herbs identified, full marks. The judge announced loudly, his eyes brimming with approval. At this revelation, the entire venue was enveloped in admiration for Jiang Xiaoyu. Those contestants who had struggled to identify the herbs were now in a state of panic. I see now. After performing those peculiar movements, Yu Xiaojing immediately identified the herbs. It must be some unique method of herb recognition. At this point, even if they continued searching, most would remain unsuccessful, unable to resist contemplating alternative strategies. These contestants were all soul masters, possessing good memories, and Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier actions were etched in their minds. Forget it, I have to give it a try. Just then, the first contestant began to mimic Jiang Xiaoyu's movements, engaging in yoga. Following suit were the second, the third. In an instant, many contestants were performing yoga, creating a surreal spectacle. Chapter 68. Alchemy talent maxed out? Surely not. Do they all believe they can succeed like Yu Xiaojing simply by performing odd movements? The audience couldn't help but laugh at the contestants' comical antics. In truth, with Jiang Xiaoyu's talent, even if Mo Yan had received assistance from the system, she could have identified the herbs, though it would have taken her longer. Ultimately, Chen Shang identified 1 herb, while Mo Yan recognized 2. The rest fell flat in this second round. One must admit, Mo Yan possessed some skill, albeit her arrogance was off-putting. How is it possible? This brat's talent for herb recognition is astonishingly strong. Chen Shang, relying on luck, barely managed to identify 1 herb, while Jiang Xiaoyu found all 3 in mere minutes. They were on entirely different levels, especially when Chen Shang witnessed the peculiar gaze Mo Yan cast at Jiang Xiaoyu. He felt an overwhelming urge to stab Jiang Xiaoyu right then and there. After the conclusion of this round, Mo Yan's perception of Jiang Xiaoyu began to shift. So he is genuinely capable. No wonder he treats me with such indifference. All geniuses are like this. Having grown up in Mo City, this was the first time Mo Yan encountered someone her age with significantly greater talent. Henceforth, her gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu took on a strange quality. Congratulations to the three of you for reaching the final round of the alchemist selection. Your presence here sufficiently proves your potential to become alchemists. This final round will most directly showcase your talents. This round will be a test of alchemy. As the host's words resonated, the venue erupted in astonishment. Jiang Xiaoyu included. It is well known that even genuine alchemists cannot guarantee 100% success in alchemy. And now, the competition's task is alchemy? Of course, you are not required to produce pills. Even if you create a mess, that is acceptable. The primary focus is to observe the extent of your capabilities. The host, aware of the audience's confusion, clarified. Soon, staff members brought out 3 alchemy furnaces, accompanied by various materials. The steps for alchemy were clearly outlined. The 3 contestants merely needed to follow the instructions. The task at hand was to concoct the most basic spirit-enhancing chi pill. You have 1 hour, as the host announced. Chen Shang and Mo Yan began to nervously scrutinize the alchemy steps. Jiang Xiaoyu cast a casual glance, unconcerned. After all, he had come primarily to obtain a 7th-level spiritual herb, the Tianhai flower, rather than to aspire to be an alchemist. The medicinal pills rewarded by the system were already more than he could consume. Look at Yu Xiaojing. She appears utterly unfazed, as if she is fully confident. I think it's quite possible. After all, this lad does not follow conventional paths. Meanwhile, Chen Shang and Mo Yan were becoming increasingly flustered, sweat pouring down their faces. Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to begin, eager to assess his alchemical talent. Ding! Self-discipline time. Self-discipline task activated. Run 5 laps around the venue while carrying the alchemy furnace. Task completion reward. Alchemy talent maxed out. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. This absurd system was becoming increasingly ludicrous. He glanced at the alchemy furnace, noting it was made of ordinary steel and should not be too heavy. Given his current physical strength, he should manage easily. Look at Yu Xiaojing. What on earth is she doing? Is she actually lifting the alchemy furnace? Jiang Xiaoyu's actions quickly drew the attention of the crowd. Even the judges from the Alchemist Guild stood in shock, staring intently at him. After lifting the alchemy furnace, Jiang Xiaoyu weighed it in his hands, determining it was just right, and then hoisted it onto his shoulder, beginning to jog slowly. This display opened the eyes of everyone present. What is he attempting to do? The venue is quite spacious, and Jiang Xiaoyu is running towards the edge while carrying the alchemy furnace. Good heavens, is that lad really planning to take the alchemy furnace home right in front of us? A judge rose to his feet, the only possibility that came to his mind, albeit somewhat ludicrous. The moment his words left his lips, several staff members rushed out, positioning themselves directly in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. Young man, it's not appropriate to carry off a cauldron like that. If you truly desire one, we can negotiate. Hearing their words, Jiang Xiaoyu nearly dropped the cauldron on his shoulder, feeling as though he was being mistaken for a thief. This is merely a peculiar alchemical technique of mine. Pay no mind to me, Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a smile, leaving the staff momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, while some alchemists employed rather unique methods, it was unheard of for someone to simply run off with a cauldron. However, since Jiang Xiaoyu had spoken in such a manner, the staff felt compelled to allow him to continue his escape. Upon reaching the alchemical cauldrons of Chen Shang and Mo Yan, Jiang Xiaoyu took a moment to peer into them. This provoked Chen Shang, who, gritting his teeth, approached with his own cauldron to mock him. Is this a carbon-based life form? In contrast, Mo Yan remained unfazed, diligently following his procedures. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the self-discipline task. Reward: maxed out alchemical talent. After placing down the cauldron, Jiang Xiaoyu heard the system's familiar voice. That moment, he gazed at the various herbs beside him, neglecting the alchemical steps, as a flawless method for crafting a vitality pill materialized in his mind. Instantly, he sat cross-legged, blue flames erupting from his palms, seemingly guided by an unseen purpose, flying directly to the base of the cauldron. Without even glancing at the order of the herbs, Jiang Xiaoyu tossed them all into the cauldron haphazardly, leaving the judges in utter astonishment. Such a casual approach to alchemy was unprecedented. Had this young man truly given up? As time ticked by, the moment to open the cauldron arrived. 1 hour is up. Time to assess the results. With the host's declaration, several judges descended from their seats to examine the alchemical outcomes. Chong, completion rate, 1/10. After inspecting the remnants in the cauldron, a judge announced loudly. Standing aside, Chong's expression darkened. He never anticipated that he had only achieved a mere 10th. In truth, this was already the average level for many beginners. Mo Yan, completion rate, 1/4. Upon hearing Mo Yan's results, many judges nodded in quiet approval. Although the completion rate was only 1/4, it was already a sign of latent talent. Finally, it was Jiang Xiaoyu's turn, and everyone awaited with bated breath to see what level he would achieve. A judge approached slowly, lifting the lid of the cauldron. At that moment, the cauldron began to tremble violently, signaling something momentous was about to unfold. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the cauldron erupted. This turn of events caught everyone off guard, and the judge closest to the cauldron emerged with a comically disheveled appearance. Jiang Xiaoyu, alchemical failure, a judge proclaimed, his disappointment palpable. To have caused the cauldron to explode was an unimaginable outcome, especially after such commendable performances in the previous rounds. Typically, an explosion of a cauldron could be explained by two scenarios. Either the alchemist possessed no talent whatsoever and acted recklessly, or they had crafted a high-grade elixir that the cauldron could not contain, leading to a catastrophic failure. However, the latter was utterly implausible. It was unheard of for a novice to produce a high-grade elixir on their first attempt. Ha ha ha, boy, what does it matter how well you performed earlier? You finally revealed your true colors, Chong exclaimed in satisfaction, relishing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. You have greatly disappointed me. Meanwhile, Mo Yan stood to the side, unreservedly voicing his thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Were these people blind? Did they not see the intact elixir nestled at the bottom of the exploded cauldron? Wait, something's not right. Look over there. Finally, a sharp-eyed judge spotted something. With his observation, everyone turned their attention to the small, round object, obscured by ash and debris. One judge picked it up and wiped it clean, and the entire venue fell into 3 seconds of stunned silence. My goodness, this is a complete elixir. Jiang Xiaoyu had actually produced a flawless elixir. The crowd was incredulous at the astonishing fact that someone could create a perfect elixir on their very first attempt. To label him a genius would be an understatement. Bring Jiang Xiaoyu forth. Before the audience could fully recover from their astonishment, a booming voice resonated throughout the venue. Upon hearing this voice, all the judges stood in reverence as a staff member hurriedly approached to escort Jiang Xiaoyu to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Jiang Xiaoyu could easily surmise that his remarkable performance had drawn the attention of a significant figure. Sure enough, upon arriving at the guild's office, an elderly man with a white beard had already prepared tea and awaited his arrival. Young friend, please take a seat. The old man greeted Jiang Xiaoyu warmly. Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling no need for formality, sat down, eager to hear what the elder had to say. Is it true that this is your first attempt at alchemy? The elder held up the elixir Jiang Xiaoyu had just crafted, his astonishment barely concealed. Indeed, it is my first attempt, Jiang Xiaoyu replied honestly. While many talented individuals can produce a complete elixir on their first try, the fact that you crafted a perfect grade 9th tier vitality pill is truly extraordinary. The elder examined the elixir once more, finding it hard to believe. Perfect grade elixirs were notoriously difficult to create, even for seasoned alchemists. Yet a novice had accomplished it. It was merely a coincidence, Jiang Xiaoyu said nonchalantly. Had he not held back, delivering a flawless grade elixir, the elder might have questioned the very nature of existence. Young friend, you are undeniably a prodigy in the realm of alchemy. The elder, Lin Beidou, the president of the Alchemist Guild's branch and a 6th-tier alchemist, expressed with enthusiasm as he grasped Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. If you are willing, I can recommend you to the headquarters of our guild to become a disciple of a top-tier master. Lin Beidou understood that someone of Jiang Xiaoyu's caliber would not remain in the branch for long. Such a talent would undoubtedly receive the best training at the headquarters. President Lin, I appreciate the offer, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. Jiang Xiaoyu politely declined, recognizing the familiar pattern of persuasion. Your talent in alchemy is truly a gift from the heavens. To forego the opportunity would be a grave misstep. Lin Beidou scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu, surmising that he also practiced martial arts. Ultimately, Jiang Xiaoyu maintained his polite refusal, with his system-granted maxed-out alchemical talent, as long as his soul power could keep pace. He could produce any elixir given the right formula and materials. Why would he need a mentor? Lin Beidou remained undeterred, holding onto Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and imploring him for quite some time. But to no avail. Actually, I entered this competition with the intention of acquiring a 7th-tier spiritual herb, the Tianhai flower, Jiang Xiaoyu admitted sheepishly. What? Just this minor request? Our alchemist guild may lack many things. But we have an abundance of spiritual herbs. Lin Beidou promptly produced 3 Tianhai flowers from his spatial ring and handed them to Jiang Xiaoyu. Since you insist on not joining our guild, I shall not press further. Here is my business card. Should you change your mind or require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. I believe you are a decent young man. Lin Beidou said, handing Jiang Xiaoyu a card while patting him on the shoulder with a generous spirit. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Lin. I will gladly accept. Jiang Xiaoyu replied, taking the card and the spiritual herbs without hesitation. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed an alchemical cauldron in the corner, surrounded by a variety of spiritual herbs. As soon as he laid eyes on the herbs, a formula for an elixir spontaneously formed in his mind, showcasing the true prowess of his maxed-out alchemical talent. He had not anticipated that the old man was so enamored with alchemical creations that even his office was not spared from the clutter. Elder Lin, if I am not mistaken, you are attempting to improve the formula for the recovery pill, correct? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired with a smile. How did you know? Lin Beidou's interest was piqued. Indeed, he had been working on refining the recovery pill. If successful, its efficacy would improve several-fold. Unfortunately, after much research, he had yet to achieve any breakthroughs. Elder Lin, perhaps replacing the flowerless herb with the 100-year root might yield better results, Jiang Xiaoyu suggested, a conclusion drawn from his advanced alchemical talent. Replace the flowerless herb with the 100-year root? Of course. Why didn't I think of that? The 100-year root's properties are much gentler, Lin Beidou exclaimed, slapping his forehead before rushing to the cauldron to begin his work. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu chose not to disturb him and slowly stepped outside, feeling that he had sufficiently repaid Lin Beidou's kindness by achieving his goal. Returning to the arena of the earlier competition, Jiang Xiaoyu realized that both Chen Shang and Mo Yin had successfully become alchemy apprentices. Although their talents paled in comparison to his own, they were still quite remarkable when compared to ordinary individuals. What were you doing inside? Chen Shang rushed over upon spotting Jiang Xiaoyu. Chapter 70. 2 slaps. Confronted with Chen Shang's inquiry, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a sense of bewilderment and retorted without hesitation. National essence. You're a fool. Enraged, Chen Shang's teeth chattered in frustration. Very well, you have some audacity. He glared at Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, lost in his thoughts. Why, you Xiaojian, would you like to join me for dinner at the Mo residence this evening? Mo Yin approached with a smile. While she was unaware of the benefits Jiang Xiaoyu had gained within, his status as a prodigy in alchemy was undeniable, making him a young talent worth befriending. Moreover, despite his unremarkable appearance, there was an inexplicable charm about him that captivated her. This marked the first time Mo Yin had extended an invitation to a man for dinner. Even Chen Shang, who had pursued her for years, had never enjoyed such an honor. Witnessing this, Chen Shang's resentment towards Jiang Xiaoyu intensified. I want to go. Jiang Xiaoyu replied coolly, harboring no fondness for a girl as complicated as Mo Yin. The moment Mo Yin heard his 2-word response, her cheerful demeanor transformed into a dark scowl. How could Mo Yin, the little princess of Mo City, be so brazenly rejected? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Her initial goodwill towards Jiang Xiaoyu morphing into animosity. I shall make you aware of the consequences of refusing me. Mo Yan's gaze turned sinister as she plotted her next move. Having achieved his goal, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way toward the audience, preparing to leave with Xiao Jiu. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu descend, Xiao Jiu eagerly approached him. She had not anticipated that he possessed alchemical talent. She had heard of human potions, which were reputed to greatly benefit cultivation. Observers around them cast envious glances at Jiang Xiaoyu, some even contemplating the prospect of befriending a future alchemical genius. At that moment, an unexpected figure approached Jiang Xiaoyu. Li Chong? Indeed, it was Li Chong, leading a group of students from the Qinglong Martial Academy. Upon hearing of the alchemy selection competition, they had come to witness it, only to witness the emergence of a prodigious alchemist. Jiang Xiaoyu remained unfazed. The disguise granted by the system was flawless. He spotted and ran amid the crowd, her eyes red and swollen, her face a portrait of despair. It seemed she believed Jiang Xiaoyu had perished in the Tianqing forest and was in mourning. "Brother Yu, greetings." Li Chong greeted Jiang Xiaoyu enthusiastically, entirely oblivious to the latter's true identity. "To become a formidable martial artist, one must seize every opportunity for advancement." Li Chong thought that befriending the young alchemical genius could prove immensely beneficial in the future. "May I ask who you are?" To avoid being recognized, Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately altered his voice to sound more robust. "I am Li Chong, a student of the Qinglong Martial Academy in Jiangxing. I saw how you performed and wished to make your acquaintance." Li Chong spoke with an air of confidence, deliberately showcasing his distinguished demeanor. "Oh, Brother Li, what a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Xiaoyu extended his hand to grasp Li Cheng's, exuding warmth. Observing Li Cheng's demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Before Li Chong could react, Jiang Xiaoyu delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. This unexpected turn of events left those around them dumbfounded. What just happened? Li Cheng himself was stunned for a moment before registering the sharp sting on his face. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage. In all his life, he had never been slapped like that. "Even if you are a genius alchemist, this is unacceptable." "Oh dear, Brother Li, you must have misunderstood. This is merely a customary gesture of friendship from my region. 2 slaps signify my acknowledgement of you." Jiang Xiaoyu feigned an apologetic expression, seizing the opportunity to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Li Chong was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a form of etiquette? Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's earnest demeanor, he began to suspect it was not an act. "Brother Yu, you may have been a bit harsh. I simply didn't react quickly enough. The world is vast, and every place has its unique customs. It is understandable. Thank you for recognizing me as a friend," Li Chong replied, maintaining his composure. Even Jiang Xiaoyu found himself secretly admiring Li Chong. To endure 2 slaps and still articulate such grandiloquent words was impressive. Had he known, he would have delivered a few more. In the end, Li Chong was satisfied to exchange contact information with Jiang Xiaoyu, who, of course, provided a false number. Throughout the exchange, Jiang Xiaoyu remained attentive to Anran, who was quietly sobbing in the background. Surely, the news of his supposed demise must have hit her hard, especially after being desk mates for so long. Upon hearing these thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly lost his appetite. What was going on? Could it be that his mere title as a handsome genius held such allure? Had he become so oblivious to his own charm? Any other boy would likely be overjoyed to hear such sentiments from a girl as beautiful as Xiaoju. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu merely felt that women were troublesome, particularly the attractive ones. He intended to offer Xiaoju some comforting words, but the girl was too engrossed in her meal to heed him. Was she planning to cling to him? However, leaving a lovely girl in her teens alone was not something Jiang Xiaoyu could bring himself to do. He decided to take her along, pondering that he would devise a different plan later. Xiaoju's bright eyes darted towards Jiang Xiaoyu, nearly bursting into laughter at his flustered expression. Having just arrived in the human world, being accompanied by someone was certainly preferable, especially when it was a free meal ticket. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu was quite an intriguing individual, and Xiaoju wished to spend more time with him. In the dead of night, as Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiaoju returned to their hotel room, he sensed something was amiss. The usually bustling hotel was eerily quiet, the air thick with an unusual tension. "Why, you Xiaojian? Come with me." Just as Jiang Xiaoyu switched on the room's light, he noticed a figure clad in black robes standing before him. "Is this one of Mo Yan's people?" Jiang Xiaoyu immediately thought of that headstrong girl, who indeed possessed such capabilities. "My lady requests your presence at the Mo residence." The figure in black did not conceal his origins and acknowledged his purpose without hesitation. In Mo City, the Mo family held significant sway, and he felt no need for caution. "What if I refuse? The lady has instructed me, even bringing back a cripple or a corpse will suffice." The black-robed individual exuded arrogance, clearly underestimating Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had merely declined Mo Yan's invitation, yet she sought to end his life. "In Mo City, crossing paths with someone from my family spells trouble for you." The black-robed man sneered, brandishing a sharp dagger. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily signaled for Xiaoju to take cover. He possessed a treasure that rendered him fearless against this black-robed man, but he could not afford to let Xiaoju come to harm. "Kid, I know you are a second-tier soul master, but my lady has bestowed upon me a treasure. Your soul attacks are utterly ineffective against me. Surrender quietly." The black-robed man chuckled as he opened his robe, revealing a bizarre helmet atop his head, presumably a treasure capable of defending against soul attacks. As a first-tier martial spirit realm expert himself, combined with this artifact, he was more than capable of dealing with a mere youth. "Oh, is that so? Sounds rather impressive." Jiang Xiaoyu discerned that the helmet was indeed a treasure. He had to admit that Mo Yin had prepared well. However, physical prowess was his most formidable combat asset. "Soul attack," Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, feigning great effort while manipulating his techniques, though he was not actually using any soul power. "What? No way. My soul attacks truly have no effect on you." Jiang Xiaoyu displayed a mask of fear and helplessness, slowly retreating. "Ha ha ha, subduing you is as easy as capturing a chick." The black-robed man laughed heartily, advancing towards Jiang Xiaoyu step by step, delighting in the prospect of humiliating this so-called genius alchemist. Surely, Mo Yin would reward him handsomely for such a feat. "Come on, keep attacking, genius soul master? Genius alchemist? Strike me." The black-robed man leaned in closer, adopting a mocking expression. At 40 years old, and still only at the first tier of martial spirit realm, he bore a deep-seated resentment towards these so-called geniuses. Seizing the opportunity at hand, one must undoubtedly vent the frustrations that lie within. Without soul power, one is rendered utterly useless. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the increasingly approaching visage of the man in the black cloak, silently channeling his strength. Bang! With a surge of power in his right hand, Jiang Xiaoyu delivered a punch that sent the cloaked figure flying 5 meters away. You are at least a 9th-level martial artist." The left side of the black-cloaked man's face was swollen from the blow, yet being a martial spirit realm practitioner, he merely sustained superficial injuries. At this moment, he stared in astonishment at Jiang Xiaoyu before him. While he had speculated that Jiang Xiaoyu might also be a martial artist, he had assumed that Jiang Xiaoyu was at most a 4th or 5th-level martial disciple. After all, no one could attain the second stage of soul master cultivation at such a young age, while also mastering martial arts to such a high level. Little did he expect that the youth before him was indeed a prodigy capable of dual cultivation in both soul and martial arts, excelling in both. "Then I shall not hold back." "The Dominator Hammer!" the black-cloaked man shouted, and a hammer-like shadow suddenly appeared behind him. He intended to summon his martial soul and swiftly eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu. Perfect timing, witnessing the summoning of the martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu felt invigorated. He had been awaiting this moment. "Little Sparrow, it is your turn to act." Jiang Xiaoyu began to communicate with his little sparrow martial soul, hoping it would, as before, devour the hammer before him. However, this time, the little sparrow martial soul did not respond, regardless of Jiang Xiaoyu's attempts to reach out. It remained utterly unresponsive. "Damn it, are you trying to get me killed?" Jiang Xiaoyu never anticipated that the little sparrow would be so unreliable at such a critical moment. "Ha ha ha, to think I, old 8, could personally eliminate a genius today. How delightful." The black-cloaked man laughed heartily as he slowly advanced towards Jiang Xiaoyu. "What does genius matter? As long as one has not broken through to the martial spirit realm, there exists a vast chasm between us. You cannot defeat me, nor can you escape." Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to utilize Shadow Step to flee with Xiao Jiu. After so long of idle training, his Shadow Step had reached the pinnacle of mastery. He was confident that even a martial spirit realm practitioner could not catch him. Moreover, although Jiang Xiaoyu possessed treasures to deal with the black-cloaked man, it would be unwise to waste such treasures on a mere lackey. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. 30 push-ups. Task completion reward. 1 bottle of bone transformation water. Damn. Here we go again. Jiang Xiaoyu's greatest fear had come to pass. The pesky system was causing trouble once more. At this critical juncture, it demanded he perform push-ups. Was this not akin to looking for trouble? Fortunately, he had the protective orb, and completing 30 push-ups should suffice. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu dropped to the ground and prepared to begin. "What is happening? Why are you lying down? Surely, you are not begging for mercy like me." "Ha ha ha." The black-cloaked man guffawed at Jiang Xiaoyu's posture, his heart swelling with satisfaction. It seemed that even a so-called genius would kneel in supplication to a mere lackey in such life-and-death moments. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Xiaoyu was indeed doing push-ups. Was he not showing contempt for him? Ignoring him to engage in exercise at such a critical moment. Once I finish these 30 push-ups and warm up, I shall rise and annihilate you, Jiang Xiaoyu boldly proclaimed, hoping to buy himself some time. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the black-cloaked man was filled with rage, and Jiang Xiaoyu's series of actions left him in a state of agitation. Nearly bursting with the desire to tear the young man apart. Damn it, if I do not eliminate you today, I shall not be called Old 8. The black-cloaked man charged directly at Jiang Xiaoyu. The hammer shadow behind him swelling in size, transforming into an enormous hammer. Just as the colossal hammer was about to come crashing down upon Jiang Xiaoyu's head, ready to reduce him to a pulp, the moment Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to activate the protective orb, the little sparrow martial soul finally stirred. It yawned and stood upright, then detached itself from Jiang Xiaoyu's body, opening its beak wider than the hammer itself and swallowing it whole. Burp! The little sparrow martial soul let out a satisfied belch before diving back into Jiang Xiaoyu's body. The black-cloaked man collapsed to the ground, lifeless, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Beside them, Xiaojio stared wide-eyed at the scene. She had intended to wait until Jiang Xiaoyu was at death's door before intervening to save him, never expecting such an outcome. This must be a special human technique. Jiang Xiaoyu distinctly felt that his martial soul had grown even stronger. It was evident that his martial soul upgrade required absorbing the martial souls of others, specifically by defeating martial spirit realm practitioners or above. Chapter 72. Mastery of Weapon Forging Talent after the demise of the black-cloaked man. Jiang Xiaoyu produced the bone transformation water he had just received as a reward from the system, gently dripping a few drops onto the corpse. Instantly, the black-cloaked man transformed into a cloud of dense smoke. Vanishing from the room. It seems that I can no longer remain in Imo City. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu took Xiaojio and departed the hotel, purchasing tickets at the station before setting off towards Jiang City overnight. He would certainly return to avenge Imo Yin once he gained sufficient strength. Remaining here would only risk encountering a second wave of assassins. After all, this was the domain of the Imo family. Just minutes after Jiang Xiaoyu set off, an unexpected visitor arrived at the hotel where he had been staying. It was someone sent by Qian Sheng. Unfortunately, they were too late. Meanwhile, Imo Yin, after failing to contact the black-cloaked man for several minutes, sensed that something was amiss and prepared to issue orders to seal off the station, but Jiang Xiaoyu was already on the train. A few hours later, Jiang Xiaoyu successfully returned to Jiang City. He still could not reach Din Qinglong, so he had to find a place to stay outside for the time being. If he recklessly returned to the martial academy now, he would undoubtedly be dealt with by that old coot Li Tianba. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Xiaoyu focused solely on his training. The upgrade of his martial soul accelerated his already rapid cultivation. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial disciples. Just a step away from breaking through to the martial spirit realm. Both martial techniques had also been practiced to perfection through his relentless training, especially the rampaging wave palm, which now allowed Jiang Xiaoyu to unleash the 9th level rampaging wave illusion. Its power rivaling that of the martial spirit realm. Only one final step remained. The first transformation of the 9 turns dominating body technique, copper skin iron bones, required not only some special spiritual herbs but also a particularly crucial step. That was to forge oneself as a weapon. Just as the name implies, those who cultivate this technique must refine their bodies like a weapon, transforming themselves into the strongest armament. This necessitates the support of weapon forging techniques. Anyone who could cultivate the 9 turns dominating body technique to a profound level would undoubtedly be a master of weapon forging. Now, Jiang Xiaoyu's goal was to seek out a method of weapon forging. Naturally, such knowledge could only be found at the Weapon Forging Association. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaoyu instructed Xiaojio to stay at the hotel while he ventured alone to the Weapon Forging Association. Xiaojio had always intended to accompany him, but Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that as long as there was food, Xiaojio would become exceptionally obedient. Thus, he bought a large quantity of snacks and left them in the hotel. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that Xiaojio had a particular fondness for watching television. Once she started, she could hardly stop. Indeed, the wonders of the human world were utterly novel to Xiaojio. After just 2 episodes of a melodramatic series, she was completely captivated. The Weapon Forging Association in Jiang City was merely a branch. Typically, very few individuals visited, as only those needing custom weapons would seek it out. However, the costs of custom weaponry were not something an average person could afford. which meant that the Weapon Forging Association was mostly quiet, devoid of even security personnel, with only the sounds of weapon forging echoing from within. Upon Jiang Xiaoyu's arrival, the entrance was deserted, allowing him to walk straight inside. He had previously considered that perhaps he could use the flawless pills awarded by the system to exchange for some basic weapon forging techniques, enough to suffice, as he traversed through the entrance. No one approached him, the sounds of forging ringing throughout. After walking a short distance, Jiang Xiaoyu spotted a blazing forge with flames roaring. Ding! Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Feed the forge for 10 minutes. Task completion reward. Mastery of weapon forging talent. Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling helpless, approached the forge, unable to deny that this pesky system had impeccable timing. He picked up some dry twigs nearby and began to stoke the flames of the forge. Soon, he was sweating profusely from the heat point. 10 minutes passed quickly, and more than half the time had elapsed. Who are you, kid? Suddenly, an old man with a white beard appeared before Jiang Xiaoyu, looking somewhat surprised. How could a stranger appear while he was busy with his forging? Was this another aspiring apprentice? The Weapon Forging Association frequently attracted soul masters eager to learn the art of forging. But such a craft required innate talent. Thus, most were turned away, though some thick-skinned individuals would linger even after rejection, stubbornly seeking to learn weapon forging techniques through sheer persistence. I will not easily take on disciples. Do not waste your efforts, young man, on this thankless endeavor. The old man clearly mistook Jiang Xiaoyu for one of those individuals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the self-discipline task. Reward: Mastery of weapon forging talent. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu had completed his task and stood up with a hint of embarrassment. Apprentice? Jiang Xiaoyu paused for a moment. He merely wished to learn some fundamental forging techniques and felt he was not yet at the stage of seeking a master. Although the system had just rewarded him with a max-level forging talent, it was merely a talent. He had yet to master the basic operations, leaving him with nothing but untapped potential. Wasn't that the case? Or had you lost your wits and come here to have me stoke the fire? The old man spoke without regard, perplexed as to why this young fellow was still playing the fool. Surely, he must know that he was the president of the Forging Association, which was why he had sought him out. Indeed, this white-bearded elder was the president of the Jiangxing Forging Branch and a 7th-grade forger. However, Jiang Xiaoyu did not recognize him. He merely noticed that the old man did not seem particularly amiable, and thus, he would have to resort to other means to acquire forging techniques, if I am not mistaken. What you are forging here is a rough piece for a 7th-grade weapon, correct? With his max-level forging talent, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately discerned that the contents of the furnace were materials for crafting 7th-grade weapons. How do you know? The old man was astonished, for ordinarily, such things were not apparent to outsiders. I also know that this 7th-grade weapon has been in your forge for quite some time. And you are always just a step away from success. Am I right? Jiang Xiaoyu smiled as he spoke. The white-bearded elder was now even more shocked. Indeed, he had been developing a new type of weapon and had encountered some bottlenecks. He never expected this young lad to see right through it. Perhaps I can offer you some advice. With his max-level forging talent, Jiang Xiaoyu could indeed identify the flaws in the old man's forging methods. Is what you say true? The old man felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. This problem had troubled him for many days. Although he was still unaware of Jiang Xiaoyu's identity, the young man's demeanor did not suggest he was lying. Show me your forging techniques, and I shall tell you. Jiang Xiaoyu stated directly his intent. Young man, if you cannot articulate the matter clearly, then what is being forged in that furnace shall not be weapons. The old man suddenly became stern upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's request. There were many types of forging techniques, and many forgers had their own unique methods. The old man's forging techniques were those passed down from his master. Rest assured, if I speak inaccurately, you may forge me as well, Jiang Xiaoyu replied with confidence. Chapter 73. The extraordinary Jiang Xiaoyu. The old man was somewhat vague, directly pulling out a book from his pocket and tossing it to Jiang Xiaoyu. The Complete Guide to Basic Forging. Jiang Xiaoyu beamed with joy upon seeing this, as he could rely on his photographic memory to memorize the foundational content immediately. As for the subsequent material, he could not be bothered to read it. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's delighted expression, the old man harbored some doubt, suspecting that this individual had come merely to swindle his secrets. Your weapon only requires an increase of 20 degrees in the forging temperature, followed by the addition of a pinch of celestial star sand. Jiang Xiaoyu returned the book to the old man and promptly pointed out the errors in the weapon forging process. Upon hearing these two statements, the old man's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't even take the book from Jiang Xiaoyu's hands before rushing to the forge, murmuring to himself as he began to operate. Indeed, how did I not think of that? I have always feared that a higher temperature might compromise the weapon's quality. As Jiang Xiaoyu observed the old man's engrossed demeanor, he set the book aside and departed. Having achieved his goal point 10 minutes later, the old man finally confirmed Jiang Xiaoyu's words. I have finally succeeded. The old man rejoiced, just as he was about to express his gratitude to Jiang Xiaoyu, only to discover that the young man had vanished. This lad must be a forging genius. I have missed my chance, he lamented, wishing he could see him again. The old man had many more questions he wished to ask. In the realm of forging, he had always been a humble seeker of knowledge. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Xiaoyu was quite satisfied and prepared to commence his breakthrough into the martial spirit realm and the first transformation of the 9 revolutions overbearing body technique. After procuring various spiritual herbs and materials, he immersed himself in the bathtub. The water within the tub was nearly boiling. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu entered, he felt a searing pain, as though his skin might be scalded away. Yet, upon glancing down, he saw nothing amiss. He then poured all the prepared materials into the tub and activated the 9 revolutions overbearing body technique while simultaneously applying the forging techniques he had just learned to himself. As time passed, the energies of the materials he had added began to flow into his body. Jiang Xiaoyu's skin gradually transformed into a bronze hue, and even his bones began to change. The transformation of his body caused him immense agony, yet he refrained from uttering a sound. After all, outside, Xiao Jie was still watching television. To cry out in pain before a child would be far too embarrassing. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaoyu cursed the system, wondering why it provided everything but allowed him to break through the first transformation directly. With the existence of a cheat, why was becoming stronger still so troublesome? At last, Jiang Xiaoyu felt his body reaching a critical point. Ugh! Jiang Xiaoyu let out a euphoric roar as spiritual energy surged into him. He had succeeded. In that instant, Jiang Xiaoyu simultaneously broke through into the martial spirit realm and the first transformation. Boom! Under the impact of the tremendous energy, the bathtub exploded, sending shards flying in all directions. Crack! One of the fragments flew into the living room, fortuitously striking the television and leaving a significant dent, rendering it instantly inoperable. Wah! Xiao Jie, who had been munching on chips and engrossed in the drama, burst into tears. She had been watching an exhilarating moment when the female lead was on the verge of reconciling with the male lead, only to be met with this calamity. Hearing her cries, Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly rushed out, glancing at the sobbing Xiao Jie, feeling flustered and unsure of how to respond, as he could not bear to see a girl cry. Unbeknownst to him, the door to his room had also been smashed open, leaving a hole the size of a basketball. Don't cry. Let's switch rooms, and we can continue watching later. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly approached to comfort her. No, I don't want to, Xiao Jie wailed, still furiously crying, her voice particularly loud. Jiang Xiaoyu began to panic. He wanted to pat her head to soothe her. He failed to notice that the commotion in his room had attracted many onlookers, who were now peering through the gaping hole in the door. This young man certainly knows how to live life to the fullest, a burly man remarked, somewhat envious. Indeed, his girlfriend is quite beautiful. Another man chimed in. Having just emerged from the bathtub, Jiang Xiaoyu was drenched, and his well-defined muscles were subtly visible. Still playing in the water? Tsk. Finally, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed the crowd outside, observing the awkward scene between him and Xiao Jie, and his face flushed crimson. He realized he was being misunderstood. Xiao Jie had already noticed the onlookers, yet her eyes remained tear-filled, as she was solely focused on the fact that her drama was interrupted. Newly arrived in the human world, Xiao Jie was truly like a little girl who loved to pout. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly made his way to the door, intending to explain to the people outside. Ding! Self-discipline time's up. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform a tantalizing dance. Task completion reward. Max level dance talent. Jiang Xiaoyu smacked his forehead, inwardly cursing. This system really knows how to play games. Thus, in that awkward atmosphere, Jiang Xiaoyu began to dance. The dance he performed was one that wealthy women in dance halls adored. A muscular man's dance. Drenched in his clothes, with muscles barely concealed, he began to pose and sway right there. The movements were so shameful that even Jiang Xiaoyu felt embarrassed, yet he had no choice but to comply. Goodness, this young man is quite audacious. We are all watching, and he still dances in the wet. Impressive. I thought I was already wild, but it seems I am still lacking compared to this brother. You must admit, this lad dances rather well? The audience outside began to chatter amongst themselves, some even recording videos of Jiang Xiaoyu. Fortunately, he had used a disguise mask. Otherwise, he might have had to flee the planet overnight. Xiaojiu, though unable to comprehend Jiang Xiaoyu's antics, felt inexplicably embarrassed and quickly turned her face away. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, max-level dance talent. Finally, the nightmare of dancing came to an end. Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but vent his frustrations to the system. What did a martial artist like him need max-level dance talent for? Overcome with embarrassment, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, tossing it into the room as compensation for the hotel's damages. He then rushed over to embrace Xiaojiu and leaped out the window. He made his escape. Holy cow, brother, this is the 5th floor. Is that really necessary? Chapter 74. The selection competition of the Advanced Martial Arts Academy on the following day. Jiang Xiaoyu, once again donning a disguise, altered her appearance with a mask. The events of the previous day had been exceedingly sensational, and videos had been captured. Should she be recognized on the streets, it would be utterly humiliating. Have you heard? The selection competition for the Advanced Martial Arts Academy is about to commence. As Jiang Xiaoyu was dining with Xiaojiu at a restaurant, she overheard a nearby discussion. It was said that mentors from the prestigious Advanced Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City would be visiting to select promising talents for training at their institution. Participants from the 4 major martial arts academies in Jiangxing were eligible to compete. Jiang Xiaoyu had always been aware of this development, yet she was taken aback by its swift arrival. To ascend to the pinnacle of strength, one must venture to higher and more distant realms. The Magic City is an essential waypoint. Having just broken through to the martial spirit realm, Jiang Xiaoyu was filled with confidence that she could defeat all the contenders from Jiangxing. Considering the timeline, Li Chong and the others must have completed their training and returned to Jiangxing. After sending Xiaojiu back to the hotel to watch television, she made her way to the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, intent on gathering information. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Qinglong Academy, Jiang Xiaoyu was struck by the sight of white lanterns adorning the grand gates, emblazoned with a large character for mourning. This was evidently a ceremony for a funeral. Moreover, through the gates, she observed numerous students clad in black, their expressions steeped in sorrow. Even if the academy had learned of Jiang Xiaoyu's demise, it would not warrant such a grand display. After all, she was merely a child, and according to custom, such formalities were unnecessary. Brother, what on earth has transpired? Jiang Xiaoyu pondered aloud, just as a student emerged, prompting her to rush forward with an inquiry. Do you genuinely not know, or are you feigning ignorance? This matter should have echoed throughout the entirety of Jiangxing's martial arts community, the student replied. Somewhat perplexed, is that so? I truly am unaware. Could you enlighten me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu realized the gravity of the situation and felt an increasing curiosity. You truly are oblivious? Well, allow me to enlighten you. The student sighed and began recounting the tale. Our esteemed director of the Qinglong Academy recently embarked on a mission to confront demon beasts alongside a group of experts. However, it is said that the intelligence regarding the demon beasts was gravely misrepresented. Their strength far exceeded what was reported. Ultimately, none of those who undertook the mission returned, including the director himself. After sharing this disheartening news, the student's demeanor fell, and he slowly walked away. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing this revelation. The old man is dead? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly found it difficult to breathe, her mind blank, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Impossible! The old man is too strong. It cannot be true. She simply could not accept this devastating reality. In a daze, she found her way back to the hotel. Oblivious to the turmoil surrounding her, Xiaojiu continued to watch television with carefree delight, entirely unaware of Jiang Xiaoyu's distress. Gradually, she began to regain her composure. The strength of the Qinglong Academy's director was not as superficial as it appeared. She understood this well. At the very least, he was several tiers stronger than the directors of other martial arts academies in Jiangxing. Therefore, that old man could not have fallen so easily.